Chapter 1. The workshop's raw materials are fierce. In this modern era, cancer is no longer the absolute death sentence it once was. That we possess advanced technology and seasoned medical teams as long as one has insurance or a supportive family, or even self-reliance. Chun Hawaiian switched off the television with a bitter smile. But I have nothing. The notice of his critical condition arrived 2 days ago. His girlfriend departed yesterday, and today he has crumbled under the weight of despair. He is merely a newly enrolled university student, the son of forest rangers who perished in a forest fire years ago, leaving nothing but a modest compensation. Over the years, Chun Hawaiian has emerged from the shadow of his parents' death, choosing to face life proactively. With the compensation as his lifeline, he has lived frugally and taken on odd jobs, believing that completing university would not pose a significant challenge. His academic performance is satisfactory, having secured a place at a prestigious institution. With promises of job placement upon graduation, he thought that even with a modest salary, survival would be feasible. However, a recent hospital visit revealed he is in the mid-stage of cancer. Aware of his financial constraints for treatment, Chun Hawaiian decided to leave school and rented a modest apartment near the city's wetland park for a year, intending to spend his remaining days there. As for what to do when the rent is due and funds are depleted, he chuckled, convinced he would not live to see that day. Checking his bank account balance, he found a little over $30,000 left. Food costs about $500 to $600 a month, and with other miscellaneous expenses, let's say $1,000 total. After a year, I should still have at least $20,000. Chun Hawaiian pondered over his balance, reflecting on the hardships of recent years. While other students traveled, he worked. While peers indulged in games, he toiled, and while classmates fell in love, his girlfriend was unfaithful. He resolved to live for himself in the time that remained. He would play some games, catch up on the television series he had accumulated over the years, and perhaps, if his health permitted, visit the seaside. Installation complete. Come and claim your electronic girlfriend. Typically, when such advertisements popped up on his phone, Chun Hawaiian's instinct was to ignore or dismiss them. But today his finger hesitated. Upon reaching the home screen, he noticed a new app iconic Chiba-style character in ancient garb, appearing to be a girl, dressed in azure, with a sword at her side, her garments flowing gracefully. An automatically installed game? Surely, it can't be a virus. In the past, he would have deleted it immediately and run a scan, but today he felt curious about this supposed malware. With nothing to lose, and facing terminal illness, he was unafraid of risk. He had spent so much time preoccupied with work and studies that he had never indulged in gaming, and now he longed to try. Opening the app, the screen dimmed, and a prompt appeared. This game is only for players aged 18 and above. Starting the game will bind your identity. Your account cannot be destroyed or transferred. By commencing the game, you agree to the aforementioned terms. Well, look at that. You acknowledge it's a predatory clause. Chun Hawaiian scoffed, rolling his eyes before tapping to start the game, but he is now utterly convinced that this is indeed a piece of malware. So what actions might the perpetrator take? Will they steal personal information? Chat records? If they were to discover that he is a hapless individual battling stage 4 cancer without the means to afford treatment, would the operators behind this app not take the initiative to uninstall it? Choose your electronic girlfriend. The game graphics are unexpectedly exquisite. Although the app presents a Chiba-style ancient aesthetic, upon further inspection, it reveals a striking realism. Before him lies a selection of a dozen electronic girlfriends for Chun Hawaiian to choose from, complete with their basic information. For instance, the character currently displayed on Chun Hawaiian's selection interface is Neon Underworld Heiress, Keto Mist Island age, 22 height, 158 centimeters measurements, 89, 55, 86 from the live 2D model. This character is decidedly voluptuous, and her kimono does little to conceal her figure. Moreover, her sweet appearance, combined with her identity as a mafia heiress, creates a striking contrast that would likely appeal to many men. Unfortunately, she is a blonde and a resident of Neon, which does not pique Chun Hawaiian's interest. After perusing a few more characters, he discovers that they hail from various eras, with some even belonging to worlds beyond the terrestrial realm, showcasing an imaginative scope that even includes a transforming princess. Ultimately, Chun Hawaiian's gaze settles on a young woman clad in blue. Qingyun sect female disciple. Li Qingran age, 19 height, 169 centimeters measurements, 90, 60, 91. This Li Qingran appears to be the very chibi character depicted in the app's icon, though. Now she seems more three-dimensional. Her fair skin, delicate features, and flowing black hair cascade behind her, as she dons a blue robe and carries a sword. Despite lacking makeup, she remains as beautiful as a figure from a painting. What resonates deeply with Chun Huayan are her eyes cold and vacant, imbued with a hint of fragmentation and emptiness, as if they gaze through the screen directly at him. Wow, did this small workshop put so much effort into their product? He begins to question whether this is truly malware. Such meticulous detail for a virus. Are they aspiring to pursue a graduate degree or a PhD? It must be her. Confirm Li Qingran as your electronic girlfriend? Warning. This choice cannot be altered once made. If your electronic girlfriend dies, you will be unable to resurrect her. She will vanish completely. Such gravity? Chun Huayan furrows his brow. Belatedly realizing this seems to be the developer's intent. He can almost predict how this game will exploit its players. In the past, he would have hesitated, but today he directly chooses to confirm. You have 132 days of life remaining. A message flickers across the screen. The scene unfolds. Chun Huayan imagined that launching the game would present him with poor graphics and a typical novice village in a cultivation world, where he would endlessly engage in simplistic quests, acquire gear and mounts, and partake in the familiar mechanics of subpar mobile games. However, it is anything but. The screen reveals a drafty thatched hut, the only semblance of a bed being a straw mat soaked by rain. A ragged girl huddles in the corner, clutching her knees. Her disheveled hair obscures her face, rendering her features unrecognizable. The exposed skin of her arms and legs is marred with bruises, and centipede-like cuts stand out starkly against her pale complexion. This Li Qingran? Chun Huayan was utterly bewildered. He noticed a broken sword near the grass mat, indeed the very one Li Qingran had held in the character page. Li Qingran is starving and freezing, her body increasingly frail. Li Qingran is suffering from fire poison, enduring excruciating pain. Li Qingran has half an hour of life remaining. As these three pieces of information appeared, the girl in the corner emitted a muffled groan of agony. She slightly lifted her head, revealing her hollow, numb eyes and pale lips. Even with only half of her face visible, Chun Huayan recognized that this was the character he had chosen. What should I do? A surge of urgency welled up within him. The character's expressions and voice were astonishingly lifelike, the gaping wounds vividly rendered, leading him to instinctively believe that if no action was taken, this girl would indeed perish. Once the countdown in the top right corner concluded, that moment, a notification popped up. Ding! A limited-time gift package for housing decoration is available for a first recharge of 6 yuan, providing your electronic girlfriend with a cozy home. Chapter 2. Strength through Recharge. What? Is the Yin Kingdom map really this short? Chun Huayan felt a mix of anger and amusement at the recharge reminder. The game's developers showed no pretense, diving straight into monetization. Yet observing the girl's pitiable state, he involuntarily thought of himself alone, without funds for medical treatment, his girlfriend having left him. How much better was the situation compared to Li Qingran's? Friends he once knew now avoided him, fearing he might ask to borrow money, and he could hardly contact anyone who could extend a helping hand to him. Yet now, he had the opportunity to assist this girl. Even if it was merely a program designed to extract money from players, it's just 6 yuan ill recharge. Chun Huayan had never played a game before, only watched others play. This would undeniably be his first transaction in gaming. Recharge successful. A golden light surged towards the dilapidated hut where Li Qingran resided. The golden light fell upon the grass mat, transforming it into a wooden bed covered with bedding. It illuminated the walls, converting the crumbling earthen wall into a brick structure, complete with a window that kept the elements at bay. As the golden light enveloped the entire room, the floor, table, chairs, and stove, all manner of antique furnishings materialized. Now this is more like it. Chun Huayan felt a sense of comfort, eager to observe Li Qingran's reaction. However, being just a mobile game, he presumed it wouldn't be intricately detailed. At most, she might exhibit a fleeting moment of joy. Yet he soon witnessed Li Qingran's expression shift from bewilderment to terror, then to alertness. She seemed incredulous about the unfolding events, huddled in the corner, too frightened to move. After a considerable pause, she cautiously circled the room like a kitten in a new environment. She returned to the bed, touched the soft mattress, her eyes filled only with confusion. My goodness, the feedback in her demeanor, the interactive system. Yuan was astounded by the character's series of reactions. As Li Qingran sat on the bed, the mattress naturally sank beneath her weight. The places she touched would indeed leave creases behind. How could a mere mobile game achieve such depth? Even if he had to invest a little more money, he felt it worthwhile, considering it a tribute to the game's creators. However, this thought had scarcely formed when a notification appeared. Limited time offer. For just 30 yuan, you can purchase a beautiful outfit for your electronic girlfriend. Chen Huayan glanced at Li Qingran's tattered clothing, his heart softening. Charge! In a flash, an elegant, antiquated cyan dress appeared at the bedside. Today's special. For an additional 68 yuan, you can set a lavish nutritional feast for your electronic girlfriend. 68 yuan for a meal? Chen Huayan usually spent no more than 15 on takeout. But so what? Charge. This week's special. For 98 yuan, you will receive a background report on your electronic girlfriend, along with a health checkup form, allowing you to know more about her. Condition. Chen Huayan exclaimed, charge. This month's special. For 188 yuan, you can equip your electronic girlfriend's home with 3 magical talismans for protection. Chen Huayan shouted, charge, charge, charge. But suddenly, a message appeared. Your electronic girlfriend is frightened. Please wait before proceeding. Upon checking, he discovered that Li Qingran had hidden herself beneath the bed, trembling all over. The new clothes on the bed remained untouched, as did the lavish spread of chicken, duck, and fish. In the upper right corner, a countdown for the diagnostic report had begun, set to half an hour. 3 talismans had appeared on the door, windows, and ceiling, barely visible without magnification. What brought him some relief was the extension of Li Qingran's lifespan to 6 hours. Not bad for now, it's manageable. The game's time synchronized with reality, allowing him to relax slightly. By the way, didn't Li Qingran have some kind of fire poison? What was that? It seemed that tapping on Li Qingran would reveal her status, but regrettably, she was now tucked away beneath the bed, leaving only a delicate, pale foot visible. He tapped, but there was no response. Instead, her foot withdrew as if shocked. I suppose I must wait for the diagnostic report to gain a clearer understanding. Chen Huayan rubbed his stomach and glanced at the feast on the table in the game. The oil from the roast duck glistened and dripped down, rendered so vividly it felt almost tangible, as though he could smell its aroma. It was already afternoon, and he hadn't eaten lunch yet. Perhaps I should just stir-fry a few dishes. Even the game's characters are eating better than I am. Chen Huayan sighed, but the thought of spending 68 yuan for such a spread seemed quite reasonable. He felt a sense of relief. He placed his phone on the table to charge, intending to have lunch before returning to check on his electronic girlfriend. Li Qingran, female, 19 years old, disciple of the Cheongjuan sect, 5th disciple of Qi Shao Peak. Her life had been relatively peaceful, following a routine of cultivation and undertaking sect missions. She was under the protection of 4 senior brothers, each with their strengths, until one day, the eldest brother, Lu Changtian, returned from outside with the 6th junior sister, securing her admission to Qi Shao Peak with his life as collateral, despite her lack of talent. Everything changed. The eldest brother, who used to come to her cave every morning to call her to class, stopped coming. The second brother, Shao Yifeng, known for his alchemical skills, no longer called her to test potions. Even the usually aloof third brother, Yin Zimo, had begun to teach the little junior sister romantic ballads. The fervent fourth brother, Zhang Hanshao, has ceased to take on missions, choosing instead to remain at Qi Shao Peak in the company of his junior sister. All around her, the others gather to attend to Mu Bai Shuang, and even the typically aloof master bestows a kind gaze upon her. This is largely due to the tragic circumstances surrounding her pasta family shattered and lost in her frail health, which evokes a sense of urgency to protect her, lest she shatter at any moment. Li Qingran holds no objections to these developments. It is only natural for the sweet and endearing junior sister to receive such favoritism. As her senior sister, she, too, ought to extend her care towards Mu Bai Shuang. Under the attentive guidance and generous resources provided by her 4 brothers, Mu Bai Shuang's cultivation gradually caught up with her own. During the sect's grand competition half a month prior, adhering to the principle of respecting her opponent, she engaged in a sparring match with her junior sister. Although Mu Bai Shuang's cultivation had improved, Her foundation, bolstered by elixirs, remained unstable, and her combat experience was markedly lacking. She had intended to exchange a few blows, applying just enough pressure to compel Mu Baishuang to concede, thereby preserving her dignity without affecting the rankings or fairness of the match. However, Mu Baishuang, with relentless determination, attacked with lethal intent, forcing her to defend herself with all her might. In an unexpected turn, Mu Baishuang suddenly shifted from offense to defense, charging headlong towards her blade, leaving her unable to withdraw her weapon. It appeared as though she intended to strike at Mu Baishuang's vital points intentionally. The strike, though it merely grazed Mu Baishuang's shoulder, nearly cost her life. Consequently, she was expelled from Qishao Peak and relegated to the status of an outer disciple. Did she believe that was the end? No. Her four brothers had no intention of letting her off lightly. They sought vengeance for Mu Baishuang. The eldest brother, Lu Changtian, crippled her cultivation and petitioned their master to sever her spiritual roots. The second brother forced upon her a debilitating pill, declaring it was to let her experience the pain of her junior sister. The third brother bribed the outer sect elders to expel her from the Qingyun sect, while the fourth brother claimed he would take her down the mountain, only to abandon her in a dilapidated hut surrounded by feral beasts on Wanshan Mountain, leaving her to fend for herself. They seemed to be possessed, turning a mere misunderstanding into a relentless pursuit to drive her to her demise. For the past half-month, she had strived to protect herself, recently managing to fend off an injured wolf, though not without sustaining significant wounds. Now, with her cultivations stripped away and the previously non-fatal fire poison within her becoming a death sentence, she found herself utterly spent. Just as a torrential rain began to pour in the mountains and she huddled in a corner awaiting her fate, a small mountain sparrow darted through the curtain of rain. Suddenly, a voice resonated in her ear. Home. In the blink of an eye, the dilapidated hut morphed into a stone-built residence. Chapter 3. Does this game actually have independent voice acting? Li Qingran had never encountered such a phenomenon. For cultivators, constructing a dwelling is a simple task. Yet transforming a dilapidated hut into a stone house instantaneously is no trivial feat, not to mention conjuring clothing and food from thin air. The distinction between bringing something into existence from nothing and simply manifesting what already exists is profound. Initially, she suspected that a powerful cultivator was playing tricks on her, perhaps using invisibility to retrieve items from their storage ring. However, she felt no spatial fluctuations. Everything appeared out of nowhere. To achieve such a feat, capable of manifesting food with all its enticing aromas and flavors, one must surely be a grandmaster at the divine transformation stage, or perhaps even at the integration stage. Li Qingran was uncertain. Regardless, her master, the ancient creature at the divine transformation stage, Qing Xian Daoist, could not accomplish such a feat. He could only transform ingredients into prepared dishes, but could not summon delicacies out of thin air. Of course, it was also possible that Qing Xian Daoist had never studied such techniques, considering that one could fast even at the foundation establishment stage. The tantalizing aroma of food stirred Li Qingran's appetite. After her cultivation was rendered ineffective, she could no longer fast, and the meat of demon beasts was often highly toxic. She could not discern its safety, leaving her to subsist on wild fruits and roots from the mountains. Hiding beneath the bed was certainly not a sustainable solution. Cautiously, Li Qingran peered out from under the bed, mustering her courage to call out. Which esteemed elder is performing magic here? I am Li Qingran, daring to request an audience with you. Silence enveloped her, with no response, save for the sound of the torrential rain tapping against the bamboo window. After a moment of contemplation, she resolved to emerge from her hiding place. To claim she was unafraid would be disingenuous. Yet considering the vast powers of the entity, did she truly have a chance to resist if they intended harm? Just moments ago, she felt a warm touch on her soul, as if the elder were mocking her for hiding beneath the bed and inadvertently revealing her presence. The thought made her bite her lip and flush with embarrassment. Oh well, if I must perish, then so be it. She crawled out from beneath the bed and surveyed the room, finding no suspicious figures. Ultimately, her gaze fell helplessly upon the sumptuous spread of fish and meat laid out on the table. Gulping audibly, her stomach growled in response. Hesitantly, she seated herself at the table, fixating on the dishes without reaching for her chopsticks. Instead, she clasped her hands in reverence and bowed deeply, saying, "If the esteemed elder prefers to remain concealed, might I inquire whether these dishes are fit for my consumption? If you choose not to respond, I shall not touch your provisions, even if I face starvation." With that, Li Qingran sat before the feast, closed her eyes, and entered a meditative state. Meanwhile, Chun Huayan hastily prepared a simple tomato and egg stir-fry for lunch. Upon returning and checking his phone, he noticed that Li Qingran had emerged from her hiding place and was seated at the dining table in meditation. However, her body swayed precariously, beads of sweat glistening on her feline-like face, her nostrils flaring, clearly struggling against the temptation of the food before her. One amusing sight, Chun Huayan chuckled. Who meditates in front of food? Is she training her willpower? The young girl as Chin was nearly resting on the roasted chicken. Li Qingran requests permission to consume the nutritious meal. Do you agree? A dialogue box appeared. Must I grant permission? How stringent are the conditions? Chun Huayan chuckled silently and shook his head, ultimately choosing to agree. In the scene, Li Qingran seemed to have heard something. She opened her eyes, a look of joy illuminating her face. "Thank you, Senior." "Oh dear, there is sound." A sudden, melodious female voice startled Chun Huayan, nearly causing him to drop his phone. Initially, he had kept the sound off, believing the game lacked background music, but upon increasing the volume, he discovered the immersive ambient sounds, the crackling of the fire and the torrential rain outside. However, he had never anticipated that Li Qingran would have a dedicated voice actor. Indeed, it is true what they say. Small studios use robust materials. Chun Huayan continued to observe the girl eating. At first, Li Qingran nibbled delicately, but soon her chopsticks began to move with increasing speed, transforming into a ravenous feast that left him astonished. After all, it is only in games that characters can devour food with such swiftness. Once she had finished her meal, Li Qingran picked up a small cloth to wipe her mouth. Her cheeks flushed as she bowed in gratitude. Junior has not savored such delicious food in a long time. "I shall never forget your kindness, esteemed Senior." While she had been meditating with her eyes closed, she had suddenly heard a single word, "Ko." The sound resonated like a grand melody, penetrating her very soul. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld a gigantic character composed of spiritual energy floating above her meal. Ko. This sound was evidently a form of telepathy. Many cultivators can condense spiritual energy into words, but the appearance of this character did not draw upon the surrounding energy. Rather, it seemed to materialize from thin air. This indicated that the spiritual character had traveled alongside the telepathic message. One could only wonder how far away this esteemed senior was transmitting from. Li Qingran inalat sharply, feeling an air of mystery surrounding the unseen senior. Nonetheless, judging by the current circumstances, this senior appeared to harbor no ill intentions. "Esteemed senior, I shall tidy up the dishes now." With that, Li Qingran lifted the plate and stepped outside. The rain continued to pour, the sky shrouded in dark clouds, and the dense sheets of rain reduced visibility to less than 5 meters. All that could be heard was the patter of raindrops and the distant rumble of thunder. The downpour had intensified. Gazing up at the sky, Li Qingran felt a surge of gratitude. Had it not been for the senior providing her with a house, her dilapidated hut would likely have collapsed by now. Outside, a small corridor led her along the eaves, and she soon found the wooden bucket she had placed outside the door yesterday. Originally intended to collect rainwater for drinking, it was now brimming full, providing her with an easy means to wash the dishes. Li Qingran is washing the dishes. Li Qingran's favorability 5, current 10, how wonderful. I can even wash dishes? The presence of a favorability system was not unexpected. Chun Huayan thought the game was becoming increasingly impressive. The characters were vividly alive, and there were so many interactive elements. Why had he never come across this game online before? With several minutes still to wait for his identity and health report, Chun Huayan began to explore other features and quickly stumbled upon new discoveries. He initially presumed that the scope of the game was confined to the vicinity of that small house, only to discover otherwise. There existed an expansive map. When the map was fully unfurled, the The location of Li Qingran was merely represented by a minuscule circle, with a green indicating his presence, while the surrounding area was shrouded in a veil of black mist, presumably due to unexplored territory. Apart from the illuminated area surrounding the small house, there was also a prominent structure resembling a sect that remained free from the obscuring mist, inscribed with 3 golden characters. Qingyun sect. This was the very sect where Li Qingran once resided. Chun Huayan furrowed his brow, pondering why, as a disciple of the Qingyun sect, Li Qingran was not within its confines. Moreover, he appeared to be in quite a predicament, and given the proximity to the Qingyun sect, likely situated atop a nearby peak. While he was at the mountain's base, it was merely a short distance for a cultivator. Surely, there must be a plethora of untold stories behind this. He minimized the map once more. However, his expression suddenly shifted. He noticed 5 red dots emerging near the small house, rapidly advancing towards Li Qingran's location. Chapter 4. All will be blown away. Chun Huayan, typically uninterested in gaming, found himself in a dire situation. Although he had never participated in a game, he had certainly seen the swift movements of swine. In gaming maps, enemies are usually marked by red dots. These 5 red dots were moving at an alarming speed, closing in on the small cabin in mere moments. This was disastrous. Li Qingran was still outside, washing the dishes. In the scene, Li Qingran was engrossed in scrubbing plates, utterly oblivious to the unusual occurrences surrounding the cabin. A chill ran down Chun Huayan's spine as he frantically searched the game interface for options to alert Li Qingran. The interface presented a myriad of choices, yet most were locked. Recharge 100 to purchase a sound talisman that allows 1 transmission to Li Qingran. The recharge interface popped up. Without a moment to ponder the exorbitant cost of the talisman, he hastily completed the transaction. A notification from Alipay chimed, and a talisman materialized in the center of the screen. Please press and hold the talisman and speak. Chun Huayan's lips twitched as he took a deep breath, pressed the talisman, and uttered in a grave tone. Demonic beasts are besieging. Retreat swiftly. A thunderous roar resonated in the void. Hurry. Startled, Li Qingran paused mid-wash, glancing around in confusion. Had she just heard her senior's voice? A piercing wolf howl shattered the rain's curtain. Accompanied by a deep growl, 3 massive, pitch-black demonic wolves surged into Li Qingran's line of sight, with 2 more shadowy figures lingering behind. Were these the black-backed demonic wolves? How could this be? Li Qingran immediately grasped the situation. The demonic wolf they had previously repelled was likely a scout. No wonder it had avoided direct confrontation. It merely sought to gather intelligence. Now, the recent demonic wolves were a mere 5 meters away from her. Without any hesitation, they lunged at her, despite her cultivation being crippled and her spiritual roots severed. Her combat experience remained intact. Seizing the moment, Li Qingran deftly rolled to the side, evading the first wolf's attack, and hurled a plate at the second wolf, preparing to pounce. Outside the screen, Chun Huayan's heart raced, watching Li Qingran move with the agility of a spirit cat. He couldn't help but clap his hands in approval. Well done. He dreaded the thought of someone freezing in fear when faced with danger. Fortunately, Li Qingran remained composed and quick-witted. These demonic wolves had lived in the Wonking Mountains for years and occasionally clashed with cultivators from the Qingyun sect. Seeing a bright object hurtling toward them, they instinctively dodged, mistaking it for a magical artifact thrown by Li Qingran. The plate crashed harmlessly to the ground. The wolves exchanged glances, feeling insulted, their crimson eyes blazing with fury. Meanwhile, Li Qingran seized the opportunity to dash back into the cabin and slam the door shut. This was a catastrophe. Li Qingran muttered anxiously as she dragged various pieces of furniture toward the door, her mind racing. Just days ago, dealing with a single demonic wolf had nearly cost her life. Now, how was she to confront 5? She was already drained of energy, and moving a table felt like an insurmountable challenge. Her face flushed from exertion. Before she could drag the table to the doorway, the ominous vibrations of the approaching wolf demon echoed from outside. Li Qingran's pupils constricted, and she swiftly retreated to the window. Leaping from a window might be her only means of escape. However, just as she anticipated the demon wolf breaking through the door, a thunderous roar erupted outside. The brilliance of lightning flickered even through the door. Then, a howl of agony emanated from the wolf demon, accompanied by the acrid scent of charred flesh. Li Qingran looked up in astonishment, only to see a talisman on the door radiating a resplendent light of thunder. The square outline of the talisman shimmered through the door, exuding bolts of thunder fire that incinerated the nearby wolf demon into cinders. The Thunder Fire Talisman. Li Qingran instantly recognized its name. She had not noticed the talisman affixed to the door when she entered or exited, but it was evident that it must be the handiwork of that esteemed senior. Talismans and elixirs are categorized into 5 grades: mundane, intermediate, advanced, exceptional, and celestial. Celestial talismans are enveloped in golden light, possessing unparalleled power. Only the ancient practitioners within the grand sects dedicated to the study of Tao can create celestial talismans. Ordinary Thunderfire talismans are only effective against demons in the Qi refining and foundation establishment stages, while celestial Thunderfire talismans can even obliterate golden core stage demons, making them treasures that cannot be purchased regardless of wealth. The talisman before her was indeed a golden, celestial one. Most cultivators acquire such talismans as a last resort for self-defense. Yet, that senior had the audacity to affix such a precious item to her door. What a waste of a rare treasure. Li Qingran felt a mix of gratitude and sorrow. Outside the house, the 2 closest wolf demons had already been reduced to ashes by the Thunderfire talisman. The other 3 wolf demons, wide-eyed and tails tucked, watched the scene in stunned silence. What merit did they possess to warrant such a powerful talisman against them? The talisman on the door continued to radiate brilliance, clearly indicating that this approach would not succeed. However, relinquishing the meal, so close at hand, was not in their nature. The 3 wolf demons exchanged glances. 2 circled around to find a window, while 1 prepared to climb onto the roof to seek an opening. Yet, before it could reach the rooftop, boom. The 2 demons that had gone around to the window were also annihilated into dust. What now? The last remaining wolf demon, now devoid of thoughts of feasting, turned and fled in terror. Limited time offer. Would you like to purchase a Thunderfire talisman to punish the fleeing wolf demon? Thunderfire talisman, 288 half price. What? Chen Huayan's face turned pale. In the past, he would have uninstalled the game in a heartbeat. Yet, seeing Li Qingran's shaken visage within the game, he contemplated the dire consequences if the wolf demon were to escape and return with reinforcements. Eradicating the root of the problem is essential. Otherwise, it will thrive anew. Damn it. Chen Huayan clenched his fists, his expression fierce, as if he were grasping a Thunderfire talisman in hand. As 288 vanished from his Alipay account, a talisman shot towards the panicked wolf demon. From Li Qingran's perspective, she heard a thunderous roar in the sky, followed by a beam of golden light shooting towards the demonic wolves fleeing amidst the rain. The moment it struck the wolves, it erupted into a fierce explosion, leaving only the raging thunder and searing lightning, which continued to blaze even in the torrential downpour. 3 consecutive celestial-grade lightning talismans. Li Qingran stared blankly out the window. In less than half a minute, all 5 demonic wolves were annihilated. The elder did not even reveal themselves, merely transmitting a reminder through sound. Such extraordinary power was indeed formidable, yet why would such a being extend their assistance to her? She couldn't help but recall her senior brothers and master from the Qingyan sect. Before the arrival of her junior sister, her seniors had treated her decently, but their kindness felt formulaic from her master and, to some extent, motivated by ulterior motives from her senior brothers. For instance, the eldest brother, Lu Changtian, possessed a fire spirit root and desired her, a water spirit root, as a companion. The second brother, Xiao Yifeng, was obsessed with alchemy and had no time to tend to spiritual herbs, often requiring her to assist him in trials. The third brother, Yun Zimo, was a martial arts enthusiast who frequently sought her out for sparring, often without regard for her safety. The fourth brother, Zhang Hanxiao, had a rebellious nature and frequently caused trouble during sect missions, leaving her to bear the blame. So what was this elder's true intention? Yet, she possessed nothing but her own life. Or perhaps they were simply a wanderer passing through, compelled by her plight to offer aid? Li Qingran shook her head, casting aside her swirling thoughts. Regardless of the circumstances, The elder had saved her life. If she were to survive, she would certainly strive to repay the favor. I, the junior Qingran, once again express my heartfelt gratitude for your assistance. This time, she refrained from saying more, instead kneeling towards the heavens. Bowing in reverence with a solemn expression. Li Qingran's favorability 5, current 15, quite impressive. The favorability is rising swiftly. Chun Huayan stroked his chin, nodding with a smile. It seems I did not waste my investment of 288. This game is indeed captivating. He had only played for a short while and had already spent several hundred. He could somewhat understand the internet-addicted youth who would borrow money just to fund their gaming endeavors. Perhaps they were just as enthralled as he was. Ding! Li Qingran's physical examination report has been generated. Detailed identity information is now available. Would you like to view it? Chun Huayan's eyes lit up, excitedly rubbing his hands together. Here it comes. Here it comes, hee. Chapter 5. The Madness of Thursday Promotions. Identity and Medical Report. Li Qingran. Name: Li Qingran. Current realm: Qi Refinement Level 1 Identity. Former disciple of Qingyan sect. Qi Xiao Peak Age: 19. Female. Special talent: Single water spiritual root. Deactivated. Tying body. Not activated. Status: Foundation damaged. Dantian ruptured. Fire poison corroding body. Heart demon cultivated. Severe internal injuries. Meridians severed. Moderate external injuries. Life summary. Once a disciple of the inner sect at Qi Xiao Peak of Qingyan sect, she was betrayed by a treacherous individual, leading to a fallout with her sect. Li Qingran's cultivation was destroyed by her senior brother, Lu Changtian, her spiritual root stripped by Master Qingxian, and the fire poison within her body originated from a failed pill concocted by her second senior brother, Lin Fei. Subsequently, her third senior brother, Yin Zimo, in collusion with the outer sect elders, expelled her from the sect, and her fourth senior brother, Zhang Hanxiao, led her into a dilapidated hut, leaving her to fend for herself. The seeds of the heart demon were planted, one by the traitor and the other born from her own despair. Click to expand for detailed version. Overall evaluation: a life fraught with misfortune, a candle flickering in the wind. Upon reviewing Li Qingran's medical and identity report, Chun Huayan was left utterly dumbfounded. Why on earth is this happening to me? And what brings me to a female-oriented narrative? Moreover, I suffer from merely one ailment: cancer, while Li Qingran bears 5. Furthermore, this young woman has endured such tragic circumstances. What grievances could have led to this? Was it merely an injury sustained during the sect competition when she accidentally struck her junior sister's shoulder? In a realm of cultivation where blades and swords are indiscriminate, what harm could arise from a minor injury during a sect contest? Yet, the entire Qi Xiao Peak transformed into a frenzy. Surely, there lies a deeper secret behind this. No wonder she huddles in such a dilapidated hut. Had I not arrived in time, she might have perished. Upsharbing Li Qingran, who sat cross-legged on a chair with her eyes closed in meditation. Chun Huayan found himself empathizing with her plight, as if she were a living being, rather than a mere game character. Is she truly cultivating in this state? With her foundation destroyed and her spiritual root lost, can she still practice? Chun Huayan placed a respectful hand on her shoulder, avoiding any inappropriate contact. Status: in meditation, cultivation progress, 3999. This likely indicates that she must accumulate spiritual energy to reach 99 before advancing to Qi Refinement Level 2. Chun Huayan speculated quietly, oblivious to the faint blush creeping onto Li Qingran's ears. He watched her cultivate for half an hour, yet her progress not only stagnated but regressed to 38. The image of a young girl furrowed her brows, her pale lips downturned, evoking a sense of pity. She must feel the retreat of spiritual energy as well. Chun Huayan began searching for buttons to assist Li Qingran in accelerating her cultivation progress. With her numerous injuries, leaving her in this state would only worsen her condition. After a lengthy search, without finding any options for healing, he discovered an electronic girlfriend shop that was locked and finally stumbled upon a potential remedy for Li Qingran within an icon of a formation in the upper right corner. The initial spirit gathering array can be unlocked for 1 hour by watching an advertisement, while the intermediate array grants 10 minutes under the same condition. The advanced spirit gathering array, priced at 188 for an hour, also requires an advertisement to be viewed. Although it is currently on a promotional offer, originally priced at 488 per hour. Beyond the Spirit Gathering Array, a variety of formations line up below, such as the Concealment Array, the Mysterious Armor Array, and the Imposing Extermination Array. Some of these formations require payment, while others demand the fulfillment of various rare conditions, many of which remain inscrutable to him. For instance, one of the top-tier formations, the Heavenly Slaughtering Blood Fiend Array, necessitates the collection of 12 low-tier spiritual weapons and a multitude of intricate materials for activation. The pressing question remains, where could one possibly procure these materials? Should he purchase them, await a gift from the game, or send Li Qingran on a quest, akin to the travels of a wandering frog? Yet another promotional offer, and on a crazy Thursday no less? Chun Huayan gritted his teeth. Tomorrow, the Advanced Spirit Gathering Array would revert to its original price, making it unwise to wait. Either way, he would be paying a price. Damn it, he charged 1888 into the system, and a wave of emptiness washed over him, leaving him momentarily paralyzed. However, that feeling was fleeting. With only a few days left to live, he resolved to embrace joy as it came, if it could provide him emotional fulfillment, making him feel like a vibrant being rather than a mere husk. Then what was the cost of financial ruin? From this moment forth, the Advanced Spirit Gathering Array would last for 10 hours, perfectly timed until midnight. Since Li Qingran wished to cultivate, he would ensure she had everything she needed. However, first, he had to endure yet another advertisement. The way of heaven is merciless, treating all as mere fodder. As cultivators traversing the world, we defy the heavens. Without a suitable weapon, how can we proceed? The Treasure Pavilion offers spiritual weapons, a premier brand in weaponry. Currently, there's a promotion in the cultivation realm. Click the link below to claim heavenly subsidies and receive discounts of up to 25%. Trust the Treasure Pavilion for your weaponry needs. Chun Huayan sighed deeply. Once again, I have failed. In the room, Li Qingran despondently exhaled. With her cultivation crippled and her foundation compromised, compounded by the loss of her spiritual root, even mastering the techniques of cultivation proved futile. The spiritual energy within her continued to dwindle, and no amount of practice could reverse this decline. Moreover, she was attempting to cultivate the unique technique of Qi Shao Peak, the Qian method, among the Qingyun sect. The Qian method is considered a relatively swift cultivation technique of a low-grade Xian tier, subordinate to the high-grade Xian tier technique, Qi Shao Gong. If even the Qian method could not restore her spiritual energy, her only recourse would be to rely on the Spirit Gathering Array. She was quite adept at setting up the Spirit Gathering Array. 3 years prior, her fourth senior brother, Zhang Hanxiao, had assisted her during a mission, and since then, she had dedicated half of her monthly share of spiritual stones to him for the arrangement of the Spirit Gathering Array, gradually becoming quite proficient. The Spirit Gathering Array required a substantial number of spiritual stones. The beginner array demanded at least 100 low-grade stones. The intermediate array required 500 mid-grade stones or 50 high-grade stones, while the advanced array necessitated spiritual crystals, typically within the financial reach of elders and sect leaders alone. Yet now, she had not even a scrap of spiritual stone to her name. Just then, a sound echoed through the room. Something fell to the ground. Li Qingran focused her gaze and couldn't help but widen her eyes, her mouth forming a perfect O. What had dropped was astonishingly 10 spirit crystals. These translucent azure stones, each the size of an infant's fist, radiated a rich aura of spiritual energy that she could not mistake. Typically, the spirit crystals utilized by the Qingshan Taoist were carelessly discarded upon the ground. Oh, venerable one, how could you squander such treasures? Following this, 8 flags, emanating a faint golden glow, descended from the air. Each one was a premium quality celestial array flag, capable of maximizing the efficiency of array materials without wasting a single ounce. The 8 flags, as if manipulated by an unseen hand, encircled her and swiftly formed a high-level gathering array. Buzz! As the array activated, the spiritual energy within the crystals was instantly extracted, enveloping Li Qingran like a whirlpool. Under the array's confinement, The concentration of spiritual energy escalated, first manifesting as an ethereal mist, then even transforming into droplets of spiritual liquid within the array. At this moment, even without operating the Qi Yun Ju, the spiritual energy surged eagerly into her body. She required the gathering array, and indeed, the Venerable One had bestowed upon her a gathering array, the finest of its kind. Li Qingran felt a wave of emotion wash over her, nearly bringing her to tears. From her residence, clothing, and food, to the Thunderfire Talisman and this advanced gathering array, the offerings from the Venerable One far surpassed her own worth. She had even contemplated whether the Venerable One needed her as a furnace cauldron. Yet such an investment was utterly unnecessary. Just the 10 spirit crystals alone could procure the voluntary services of several foundation-building female cultivators to act as furnace cauldrons. She realized that this might indeed be her fortuitous opportunity. The Venerable One could very well be a powerful wanderer of the realms, yet to reveal themselves, demanding nothing in return, merely leaving behind a thread of causality to accumulate merit. The only way she could repay this Venerable One was through diligent cultivation, not to betray their nurturing intent. Rest assured, esteemed one, Qingran shall not disappoint you. Li Qingran wiped away the corners of her eyes, took a deep breath, and once more settled into her meditative posture. Every fleeting moment within the advanced gathering array was invaluable. She could not afford to waste the Venerable One's goodwill. Status: cultivation progress, 4199, current affection level, 20 odd. Actively increasing affection may trigger small gifts. Why does it still feel a bit slow? Chun Huayan scratched his head, continuing to observe for another 10 minutes. With nothing better to do, he poked Li Qingran's shoulder to check her cultivation progress. Ultimately, he could only console himself that as long as the spiritual energy did not recede, it was sufficient. What more could one ask for? Seeing that Li Qingran's cultivation would require an extended period, he presumed that nothing untoward would occur during that time. Nevertheless, he moved the Thunderfire Talisman from the roof to the doorway, ensuring all was secure. Reluctantly, he left his phone on, opened his computer, and reflected on his previous reluctance to earn money, believing it futile since death was inevitable. However, his mindset had now shifted. For the sake of this game, and for the string of data that has imbued his life with a semblance of color, Li Qingran is determined to earn money. In this age of the internet, and as a cancer patient, there exists no simpler method of generating income than by exposing oneself to the public gaze. Indeed, he has resolved to embark on a live streaming venture. However, prior to this endeavor, certain preparations are imperative. For instance, he must procure a cancer diagnosis from hospital and then shave his head to fabricate the appearance of undergoing multiple rounds of chemotherapy. Makeup is unnecessary, as his current pallor unmistakably conveys his grave illness. As for the content of the live stream, he has already conceived it upon opening his computer. He intends to raise a defiant middle finger to fate and mock death with a smile. He plans to ascend the treacherous Mount Lei, enduring excruciating pain in his legs, all while embodying the identity of a bone cancer patient. Chapter 6 What? Their essay monthly card. At the Qinyun sect, atop the Qishao peak, Mu Baishuang, engrossed in her cultivation, suddenly opened her eyes, sensing an unusual shift. Oddly enough, the aura of her senior sister had stabilized. She retrieved a tattered straw doll and 2 copper coins from her spatial ring, attempting to calculate the situation with her fingers, but to no avail. According to her plans, Li Qingran, suffering from both internal and external injuries, with her spiritual roots utterly destroyed and afflicted by fire poison, should not survive beyond half a month. Moreover, the demon beasts roaming the Wanchuan mountains would surely claim her life at the slightest encounter. Once Li Qingran perished, the Taindao body would rightfully belong to her. What could have gone awry? Furrowing her brow, Mu Baishuang could only deduce that Li Qingran remained in her dilapidated hut, unaware of anything else. This was the sole source of comfort. Baishuang, are you there? A voice with a distinct croak echoed from outside her cave dwelling. Mu Baishuang frowned deeply, her face displaying disdain. It was that boisterous Zhang Hanshao. This fellow visited her cave at least a dozen times a day. Were it not for maintaining the charming persona of a little junior sister, and the object of desire that Zhang Hanxiao possessed. She would have long since severed ties with him. A frivolous scion who idled away his days dared to aspire to be her Dao partner? How preposterous! Yet, Zhang Hanxiao did possess some utility. With a swift turn of her thoughts, Mu Baishuang devised a strategy. Her countenance brightening into a quintessential sweet smile, befitting a junior sister, as she stepped outside to greet him. Brother Hanxiao, the sweetly uttered title, nearly rendered Zhang Hanxiao weak in the knees. What brings you here, Brother Hanxiao? Mu Baishuang stood before him, her head slightly tilted, clad in snow-white robes, her hands gracefully positioned over her abdomen. Her hair danced lightly in the breeze, and her eyes sparkled like autumn waters, pure as a blooming white lotus. Nothing of great importance, Zhang Hanxiao stammered, his gaze fixed on Mu Baishuang's face as he swallowed hard. He hurriedly presented the item in his hand, stuttering, "Half a month ago, during your competition with Li Qingran, didn't the Shuangyue sword break? I've been diligently completing sect missions and earned a bit of money, so I bought you a fine sword, named Qiuhua, superior to Shuangyue." He lied. The sword was actually a birthday gift from Li Qingran. Although he had indeed undertaken numerous sect missions recently, he had also stirred up quite a bit of trouble, and his earnings barely covered his debts. Previously, it was Li Qingran who compensated for his losses. Now he had to bear the responsibility himself. However, to cultivate a relationship with the little junior sister, a few small gifts were essential for playful flirtation, and after much deliberation, he decided to present the Qiuhua sword. Mu Baishuang glanced at the Qiuhua sword in Zhang Hanxiao's hand. It was a mid-grade magical weapon, indeed superior to her Shuangyue sword, which was merely a high-quality mundane weapon, and among foundation-building cultivators, it was considered quite luxurious. In truth, Lu Chantian had already gifted her a high-quality magical weapon, the Fengshu sword, but who would ever scoff at having an abundance of weapons, especially considering that, in critical moments, a magical weapon's self-detonation could serve as a formidable trump card. Brother Hanxiao, is this truly appropriate? Mu Baishuang observed the sword at her fourth senior brother's waist. Pouting as she spoke, "I assent, teach Qiuhua your own sword. What will you use? Alas, my prowess speaks for itself. What sword I wield matters not." Zhang Hanxiao boisterously proclaimed, "It is you, Sister Baishuang, who truly requires a suitable weapon for protection. Let it be decided, and do not hesitate any further." Upon hearing this, Mu Baishuang inwardly rolled her eyes. What did he mean by her needing a weapon for protection? Was she so weak? Very well, she thought. I shall express my gratitude to Brother Hanxiao. Concealing her disdain, she gracefully accepted the Qiuhua sword, her eyes shimmering with joy and appreciation. I truly adore this sword. Brother Hanxiao, you are exceedingly kind. Zhang Hanxiao gazed at the sword cradled in Mu Baishuang's arms, wishing he could exchange his own arm for it. Memories of his earlier plans resurfaced, and he seized the opportunity to propose, "Sister, do you have time this evening? There's a splendid spot on the back mountain of the sect, rich in spiritual energy, perfect for cultivation. I shall take you there tonight." "Oh, there is no need," Mu Baishuang replied with a polite smile. "Senior brother has already arranged a gathering formation for me." "Oh, well." Zhang Hanxiao was momentarily taken aback. "By the way, Brother Hanxiao," Mu Baishuang stepped closer, wrapping her arms around fourth senior brother's arm, her fingers lightly brushing against his palm. With a playful blink, she said, "There is a female disciple in the outer sect named Song Jiaojiao. We are good friends. Could you kindly escort her to me? You understand, I cannot conveniently go there myself." With Mu Baishuang's embrace, Zhang Hanxiao, already half mesmerized, became completely entranced. The sweet fragrance of his junior sister enveloped him, and he found himself in a daze, his mind no longer obeying his commands. By the time he regained his senses, he stood beneath the willow tree outside the cave abode. Oh, what a delightful experience! Zhang Hanxiao savored the lingering sensation on his arm, feeling utterly content. Outer sect disciples are forbidden from entering the inner sect, and inner sect members are not permitted to escort outer disciples within. Such are the sect's regulations. Those caught would face punishment. Yet, in that moment, he cared not for rules. His junior sister's wishes were his law. Mu Baishuang returned to her cave, leaning against the door, subconsciously tracing the fiery serpent-shaped mark on her lower back. Her delicate face hardened, her eyes glinting with cold light. Li Qing ran. I wonder if your life can withstand this trial. At midnight, Chun Huayan was jolted awake by the alarm he had set. Due to his frail condition, he typically retired by 8 or 9 in the evening, remaining in slumber so deep that even the king himself could not rouse him. However, today, to ensure he awakened, he had set his phone to vibrate, resting his face upon it as he dozed. The alarm blared every minute, designed to rouse him from his slumber. He had risen at this hour solely to check on his digital girlfriend. Upon opening the game, he discovered that the effects of the advanced gathering formation had concluded. 10 spirit crystals had shattered into dust, and the formation flags dimmed. Yet at the center of the formation, Li Qingran remained in a state of rejuvenation, radiating vitality. Chun Huayan gently pressed his finger to her forehead. Status: rejuvenating, cultivation progress, 327, 499, second layer. Ah, look at that. You've reached the second layer of Qi refinement? Almost the third. This investment was not in vain. Chun Huayan shook his head, embodying the sensation of having procured study materials for his daughter, resulting in her immediate academic ascent. Before he could fully grasp the situation, 2 notifications related to monetary expenditure abruptly obscured his thoughts. Congratulations. Your electronic girlfriend, Li Qingran, has successfully advanced to the second level of Qi refinement. Exclusive monthly card offer. Enjoy an astonishing discount on your first purchase of a monthly card, which includes the complimentary skill transfer on a meditation session. For just $18.88, you will receive a monthly reward worth $18,880,000. Based on the realm of your electronic girlfriend, Li Qingran, you will receive daily supplies of spirit stones and medicinal pills corresponding to her level for electronic girlfriend use only. The electronic girlfriend store is now open. Here, you can purchase all items suitable for the Qi refinement stage. Additionally, you may participate in the Fortune Koi Pool beginner lottery. Each draw costs 100, with a 10% discount for 10 consecutive draws. Acquiring a Fortune Koi grants you access to grand prizes with a 0.001 chance of winning a Fortune Koi and a guaranteed minimum of 1,000 draws. The smile on Chun Huayan's face froze. He stared at his phone, engulfed in silence. His hands trembled slightly. Chun Huayan contemplated calling the police. Chapter 7. Is this not a profound prophet? Game forum awakened roast goose. Have you ever heard of a game called My Electronic Girlfriend? The production quality is exceptional, with meticulous character modeling and strong interactivity. Even the micro-expressions are unique. However, it is rather exploitative in terms of in-game purchases. For love's sake, I have not heard of it. Uncle from Shanghai, what is that? Does such a game truly exist? Pink Ferrari Cow, could you share the installation package here? I would like to experience it. Unfortunately, this game is nowhere to be found on Xiandu. Requesting an installation package is utterly absurd. Chun Huayan discovered that the game lacked an installation package entirely. By common standards, a game of this caliber would require at least 10 gigabytes, yet his meager 64 gigabytes of memory showed no change before and after installation. The game's graphics and fluidity were beyond the capabilities of his budget phone, which struggled to run even the simplest titles. Thus, there could only be one conclusion. Chun Huayan adjusted his glasses. He suspected he had caught the attention of a formidable hacker organization. This game must be a product of that organization, and he was merely a test subject. Alas, but the game was indeed well-crafted. Chun Huayan gazed despondently at the screen where Li Qingran had just finished her meditation, murmuring to himself. It was captivating enough to make him willing to spend money. The visible injuries on her character had completely healed, and her remaining lifespan had transformed from 6 hours to 3 years. At that moment, she was carefully putting away the 8 formation flags. He could even hear her murmuring to herself, expressing gratitude towards her predecessor, contemplating that the materials from these flags could be crafted into a protective talisman, which she hoped to gift him when next they met. However, she shook her head with a sigh. Alas, for someone as esteemed as my predecessor, such a gift might merely evoke laughter. The small workshop had indeed overdone it with the materials. Chun Huayan pondered that if the talisman crafted by her were to find its way into his hands, even knowing it was a gift from the Game S developers, it would hold immense emotional value. Should he attempt to send a communication talisman to express his fondness? Yet, gazing at the now restored price of the communication talisman in the electronic girlfriend shop, he chose silence. It would serve no purpose. After all, this was merely a game. The newly opened electronic girlfriend shop, catering to the Qi refining period, offered a plethora of items, yet the prices and quality left him aghast. Low-grade spirit stones were priced at 50 each, common Thunderfire talismans at 576 each, communication talismans at 300 each, low-grade mundane swords at 998 each, medium-grade mundane swords at 4,998 each, and high-grade mundane swords at 9,998 each. What left Chen Huayan speechless was the Thunderfire talisman. The promotional offerings were all of celestial quality, while personal purchases were relegated to common quality. Although he had never witnessed the power of a common item, it was evident that they paled in comparison to celestial ones. Furthermore, the weaponry was disheartening. Mundane items were the lowest tier, with further classifications including magical tools, spirit tools, innate spiritual treasures, and celestial weapons. It was unfathomable what exorbitant prices the more advanced weaponry would command. Was the game's creator utterly mad for money? A sword priced at 9,998? The eccentricity of purchasing such items left Chen Huayan scoffing in disdain, while he could begrudgingly accept spending on other matters. Should he ever procure even a single weapon from this shop, he would willingly rewrite his name in reverse. As he pondered this, the seemingly composed Li Qingran suddenly furrowed her brow, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Taking a moment to steady her turbulent energy, her eyes dimmed as she murmured, "I need the assistance of a senior. At least my spiritual power has not continued to wane, yet my dantian is shattered, leaving me utterly devoid of foundation. Without a spiritual root, expelling the internal fire poison is a task of Herculean difficulty, and my cultivation speed will only dwindle further." To resolve her current physical ailments, she discerned two possible courses of action: either return to the Qingyun sect to request a medicinal pill or venture around the Wanqing Mountains in hopes of uncovering healing spiritual herbs. However, the former was nearly impossible, as she was no longer a disciple of the Qingyun sect and had no desire to inconvenience her casual acquaintances within the sect. The latter option, though fraught with peril, was her preferred choice. Previously, she had languished in her abode, waiting for death due to her frail condition. Now, encountering that demon wolf would at least provide her with some measure of resistance. Though Li Qingran's voice was but a whisper, Chen Huayan could hear everything, even the fragments of her thoughts. Return to the Qingyun sect? Risk a venture into the Wanqing Mountains? He swiftly opened the recharge interface. The girl was bleeding. What was he waiting for? Even if he understood this was merely a method for the game to extract money, he could not restrain his hand. He purchased the monthly card without hesitation. If he did not buy it this month, the price would surely increase next month. Once the opportunity was lost, it would be gone forever. He could only reassure himself with this thought. Monthly card purchase successful. Received one opportunity for transmission and recuperation. Supplement of medicinal pills and spiritual stones has been delivered. The notifications concluded, and 2 bags descended upon the table with a thud. Startling Li Qingran into a slight tremor. What is this? She leaned closer, prodding one of the bags. It felt plump, radiating a distinct aura of spiritual energy. She gazed upward at the ceiling and clasped her hands in salute, asking, "May I inquire if these 2 bags were cast down by my esteemed senior?" No response came. Li Qingran was not taken aback. She had gradually acclimatized to this mode of interaction with her senior. Silence often implied consent. It was evident that these 2 bags were a gift from the senior. Having previously accepted assistance from him, she refrained from being overly sentimental and, filled with a mixture of shyness and curiosity, opened one of the bags. With a rustle, a large handful of spiritual stones tumbled forth. Li Qingran stared in astonishment. Counting, there were no less than 50 low-grade spiritual stones. In the Qingyun sect, an inner disciple in the Qi refinement stage typically received a monthly allocation of around 30 to 40 low-grade spiritual stones, which could increase to 60 to 100 upon reaching the foundation establishment stage. Spiritual stones served as currency, but they could also be crushed to absorb their spiritual energy, crucial for array formations and weapon refinement. These 50 low-grade spiritual stones were indeed a considerable treasure. Unaware that this was merely her allotment for the day, Li Qingran expressed her gratitude for the spiritual stones to her senior. 50 low-grade spiritual stones might be trivial for a formidable figure in the god transformation or integration stage. Yet the fundamental expressions of gratitude and etiquette must not be overlooked. Upon hearing those words, Chen Huayan couldn't help but smile, instinctively wanting to stroke his non-existent beard. How should one express it? Although the monthly card is quite expensive, the low-grade spirit stones are sold individually for 50 coins. How can this not be considered a significant profit? Li Qingran continued to open the second bag, revealing a red brocade box. The moment she grasped the box, the fragrant aroma of medicine wafted out, a scent of remarkable purity. Over the years, she had assisted her second senior brother in tending to spiritual herbs and occasionally served as a test subject for medicinal pills. She had encountered numerous elixirs ranging from the Qi refinement stage to the foundation establishment stage. Her second senior brother, possessing considerable talent, produced pills of exceptional quality, even earning accolades from the elders of the pill pavilion. Yet, none had boasted such a pure fragrance, often tinged with a hint of impurities. Upon opening the box, she discovered a red pill nestled within. This pill was crystalline and translucent, resembling red jade, devoid of any visible impurities. It was a great restoration pill, a celestial-grade elixir. Li Qingran was taken aback, her hand covering her mouth in astonishment. The talisman was of celestial grade, and so was the elixir. Could this esteemed senior truly be a prodigy proficient in all areas? The Great Restoration Pill is commonly employed by cultivators transitioning from the Qi refinement stage to the Golden Core stage for healing purposes. It is affordable and effective for treating both internal and external injuries. The Supreme Grade Great Restoration Pill is said to possess detoxifying properties. Thus, the Celestial Grade version should undoubtedly resolve the fire poison within her. Whether in terms of spirit stones or medicinal pills, this esteemed senior had provided her with precisely what she needed, tailor-made for her circumstances. A warmth blossomed in Li Qingran's heart throughout her life. Only her parents had bestowed upon her such meticulous care. Regardless of the senior's preferences, she resolved to prepare a gift for him. Li Qingran Silan Li Buwa. Meanwhile, Chen Huayan, watching from beyond the screen, received a notification. Li Qingran is about to commence her healing. Would you like to use one opportunity of transmission and adjustment to personally assist Li Qingran in her recovery? Effect enhanced. Wait a moment. Personally? Chen Huayan narrowed his eyes, realizing that this matter was far from simple. Chapter 8. Insufficient affection. Unwilling to show this kindness, is this the kind of personal attention I am familiar with? With a hint of doubt, Chen Huayan chose to respond. The senior intends to personally employ his skills to heal my injuries? He noticed Li Qingran suddenly freeze. Her delicate face instantly flushed with embarrassment. The young lady quickly waved her hands, exclaiming, I am of lowly status. How could I possibly warrant such treatment from a senior? I can manage on my own. For dialogue options appeared. Let's make this quick. I am quite busy. This little girl dares to defy me? Is she tired of living? Young miss, do not be ungrateful. It is an honor. Recharge 300 to purchase a communication talisman for free dialogue. Chen Huayan was taken aback. He felt as though the game developers were reaching into his bank account. If he had to spend another 300 here, he would truly be losing his mind. After some contemplation, he selected the first option. It was the only one that seemed somewhat reasonable, albeit a bit arrogant. After making his choice, Chen Huayan did not hear his own voice. However, it seemed that Li Qingran had indeed heard him, as her eyes first revealed fear. Then she took a step back, lowering her head in trepidation, clutching the hem of her garment and murmuring softly, all right, but I am rather dirty. Could you please allow me to clean up before you bestow your teachings upon me? As a cultivator, it was inconceivable for her to be unkempt. Yet, after half a month of turmoil, she was indeed disheveled, with dirt and mud clinging to her and dried bloodstains on her clothes. To receive healing from a senior in such a state was beyond her capacity, for embarrassment. She perked up her ears, awaiting the senior's response. No need to wash. I prefer the original flavor, haha. Very well, go ahead. I shall wait for you. Stop with the nonsense. Quickly remove your upper garments. Recharge 300 to purchase a communication talisman for free dialogue. Let us dismiss options 1 and 4. Chun Huayan hesitated between 2 and 3. What would happen if he chose 3? Would Li Qingran truly remove her upper garments? It seemed she was only wearing that one piece. Choosing option 2 would surely lead her to take a bath, but could he possibly watch? No wonder the game warned that players must be over 18. Perhaps there were indeed unspeakable VIP contents. But was he, Chun Huayan, such a perverse individual? He played games and spent money because Li Qingran, as a character, provided him with emotional value. She was the last glimmer of hope in his desolate life. Moreover, Li Qingran was already stunning. A wash would only enhance her beauty. It was certainly not his intention to explore the bathroom. Option 2 it is. The scene depicted Li Qingran, her face aglow with embarrassment, nodding shyly and saying then, I shall go now. The bathroom was conveniently nearby, a feature that hadn't been there before. She had observed it while exploring the house earlier. All the necessary toiletries were present. As a girl who valued cleanliness, she had long wished to freshen up, but had never settled down enough to do so. Entering the bathroom, she gazed at her reflection in the copper mirror. As Li Qingran contemplated loosening her garments, her fingers abruptly halted at her chest, and a rosy hue swiftly spread to her ears. She bit her crimson lip, pondering deeply. The esteemed senior possessed remarkable foresight, having anticipated the impending attack of the demon wolf. The fact that she had coughed up blood, yet still sent spiritual stones and elixirs indicated that her every action was within the senior's purview. This implied that should she bathe here, she would undoubtedly be exposed to the senior's gaze. No, that cannot be. The senior is not of such character. Li Qingran vigorously shook her head, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her. How could she entertain such thoughts? If the senior wished to take advantage of her, would he have waited until now? Moreover, the senior was likely several centuries old. His youthful voice did not betray his age. Being such an elder, he would surely have no interest in someone as inexperienced as her. With this line of reasoning, her shyness and inner turmoil dissipated significantly. As her clothing slipped from her bare shoulders, the loosening of her undergarment revealed a finely proportioned and alluring physique. Meanwhile, Chun Huayan stared at his phone, his eyes reddened. His finger hovered indecisively over the bathroom option. He had previously tested the limits, discovering he could switch rooms at will with a mere tap. Chun Huayan, do not become the person you yourself despise. Yet this is merely a game. Desire is a natural inclination. Chun Huayan, you are a cancer patient. You need not harbor such cravings. What of it? Can a patient not possess desires? I am only concerned that the young lady might encounter an accident in the bath. Where she slips, what if a fearsome shark demon or an octopus demon suddenly appears? With these thoughts in mind, his finger descended onto the bathroom option. Insufficient affinity. Unable to peep, Chun Huayan exhaled, his anxious heart sinking. But soon it revived. This meant he could observe, only that his affinity was inadequate to grant him access. It felt as though he was keen to see. Chun Huayan scoffed derisively and casually opened a small website to indulge his curiosity. Halfway through his appraisal, a notification from a game sounded. Li Qingran has finished bathing. So soon? Don't girls typically take over half an hour to bathe? Chun Huayan silently returned the open tissue to its place, focusing his attention on the bathroom door. After a moment, the door cracked open slightly, a gentle steam wafting out. It then swung fully open, revealing Li Qingran, her fragrant shoulders bare, wrapped in a pristine white towel. Chun Huayan's vision was instantly captivated by her long, fair feet, and as he continued to zoom in, he could even see droplets of water cascading down. Astonishing. The craftsmanship of this small workshop is remarkable. The matrix is impressive. Chun Huayan found himself in awe of the water droplets and steam. By the way, does this young lady not wear new clothes? He observed Li Qingran kneeling on the bed, her back to the camera, flawless skin igniting a yearning within him to apply a few suction cups. Senior, Qingran is ready. In Li Qingran's mind, the senior possessed the benevolent yet stern visage of an elderly gentleman. Thus her sense of embarrassment and psychological burden was not overwhelmingly severe. However, after consuming the grand elixir and unfastening her robe, the fabric cascaded along the sinuous curve of her waist, concealing her legs and hips. The moment her entire back was exposed, the blush creeping to her ears deepened. Engaging in the cultivation of energy and healing could not be performed through clothing, particularly concerning the back, abdomen, and chest. Within her, a tumult of fiery toxins and various impurities had accumulated, which would be expelled entirely from her body during the process of energy transmission and cultivation. The intense heat of the toxins posed a risk of igniting her garments. Hence, baring her back was the most convenient solution. Surely, revealing her back was preferable to being completely scorched clean, was it not? Chun Huayan found himself utterly bewildered as he gazed upon Li Qingran's back. At that moment, the game's perspective magnified her form, showcasing the area from the nape of her neck down to above her hips. He could even discern the faint outlines of veins beneath her fair skin. Wait, are they truly subjecting this to a test for seasoned veterans? Though he muttered such words, he could not help but acknowledge the undeniable beauty of her back. The curvature was exquisite. Yet what was to follow? After only a brief moment of confusion, a golden diagram of acupoints appeared on Li Qingran's back. Please press Mingmen with your left hand and Kehe with your right hand to commence the cultivation and healing process. Chapter 9. The Unraveling of Destiny. So this is the method in question. There is neither disappointment nor elation as Chun Huayan pressed down with his hand. A soft, muffled groan echoed from the game, and he remarked, "Indeed, this small workshop is quite remarkable." He had a fondness for such intimate settings. The infusion of spiritual energy into the body appeared to be quite painful. Li Qingran continuously emitted suppressed grunts, beads of sweat the size of peas trickling down her cheeks and neck, her skin glistening with fine droplets. Chun Huayan could distinctly observe that as the progress bar for her healing slowly advanced, tiny black particles began to emerge from the beads of sweat. The artistry of this visual representation was truly breathtaking. One must consider that when investing in a game, it is not solely about its entertainment value, but also whether it is worth the expenditure. Some games, despite having decent gameplay, are limited in scope, offering only 1 or 2 chapters, resulting in an overall playtime of less than 2 hours, yet they are priced exorbitantly. Such practices are akin to harvesting the unsuspecting. However, this electronic girlfriend game was different. He sensed that it could be played to the very end. As the healing progressed to the halfway mark, encouraging notifications finally appeared. Li Qingran, meridian repair, foundation damaged, removed. Li Qingran, internal injury healing, moderate internal injury, removed. Detoxification initiated, please press Yangwen, circle press Shinshu, and channel energy for healing. Chun Huayan dutifully shifted to the 2 required acupoints. As soon as he began, Li Qingran gasped. He thought, it must be quite painful. At that moment, her skin began to flush, not from prolonged exposure to hot water, but akin to the hue of a perfectly cooked shrimp. The child bore the discomfort silently, gritting her teeth to stifle any sounds. However, in reality, Li Qingran only felt the warmth of the 2 large hands on her back. The process of expelling the fire poison from her body resembled countless insects crawling through her limbs, a sensation both itchy and numbing. She bit her lip, fearing that any sound might be deemed disrespectful to her senior. To divert her attention, she glanced at the bronze mirror hanging by the bedside. From this angle, she could glimpse a small portion of her back, expecting to see an elderly figure with white hair. She was met with nothing but 2 hands formed from gathered spiritual energy, one hand gently pressing down while the other moved in a circular motion, delivering a soothing and ample force. Not seeing the visage of her senior left Li Qingran feeling somewhat disappointed. While comforted, she also felt a twinge of shame. Her senior was indeed not the type to take advantage of others. Even while healing her, he did not allow his skin to brush against hers, embodying the essence of a true gentleman. It was inappropriate for her to have harbored such disrespectful notions. Li Qingran, fire poison expelled, fire poison devouring the body, removed. As the healing progress bar reached its completion, Li Qingran's skin returned to its normal state. From Chun Huayan's perspective, although her skin still bore some impurities, it had noticeably gained a luster reminiscent of a polished egg. "Thank you, Senior, for assisting me with my injuries. I already feel much better." Li Qingran expressed her gratitude in a soft voice, her hands awkwardly clutching the bath towel at her sides. Chun Huayan could perceive the blush creeping to her ears, which seemed to extend to the nape of her neck as well. "May I ask a question, Senior?" Li Qingran's voice trembled slightly, as if she had summoned the courage to utter these words. "Of course. No. Guess? Recharge 300 to purchase a communication talisman for unrestricted dialogue." Without a moment's hesitation, Chun Huayan selected that option. Upon receiving affirmation, Li Qingran felt a surge of joy, her tone becoming significantly lighter. "Senior has been immensely helpful to me. May I know your name?" "Of course, if you prefer not to disclose it, I shall not press further. Please enter your name." Goodness, Chun Huayan thought to himself. He had spent several thousand already and played the game for half a day. Had he finally reached the stage of creating a character name? So, if one did not invest money to reach this point, they were not even worthy of establishing a character name. The barrier to entry for this game was indeed steep. After pondering for a moment, he settled on a simple name. Chun Huayan. He typed 3 characters that would remain in the game's data, even if he were to perish. This might be his only potential legacy. With the courage of the Frostblade, I traverse the long night, with the heart of a tranquil lute. I melt the cold of the midnight hour. Huayan, Huayan. I shall forever remember the name of my esteemed senior. Li Qingran turned back with a gentle smile, her brows slightly raised, her hair cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders. Outside, the night was as dark as ink, torrential rain pouring down. Yet, she felt no chill, only a soft warmth blossoming in her heart. Chun Huayan stared, momentarily entranced by Li Qingran's radiant smile, as if the phone screen had vanished altogether. It felt as though there truly existed a girl smiling at him. He shook his head vigorously, attempting to dispel those unrealistic fantasies. "Senior, I have accumulated quite a bit of dirt on my body. I must wash up again." This time, no dialogue options appeared. Li Qingran wrapped herself in a bath towel, turned gracefully towards the ceiling, bowed slightly, and then took her new clothes from the bedside to head to the bathroom. Chun Huayan found himself staring blankly at the empty room. He felt utterly bewitched, astonished that there would come a day when he would be so captivated by a game character. Speaking of which, had this girl merely recovered from her injuries? Was the issue with her spiritual roots and Dantian unresolved? He began to search through the game interface once more and stumbled upon a help center, where it seemed one could pose questions. The first question of the day is free. The second question requires a recharge of 100 for a question ticket, and the price of subsequent tickets increases 5-fold. Seriously? Might as well rob a bank. What kind of game is this? Chun Huayan couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation. Nevertheless, since the first inquiry was free, he resolved to take advantage of it daily until he could no longer do so. How could he resolve Li Qingran's issues with her Dantian and spiritual roots? You may only inquire about one of them. Chun Huayan pondered, the Dantian and the spiritual roots. It appears that the former holds greater significance, as it serves as the vessel. Thus, how shall we address the issue concerning the Dantian? Currently deciphering the celestial secrets. The notion of deciphering celestial secrets seemed quite enigmatic, prompting a derisive chuckle from Chun Huayan. Little did he know that in the Tang realm, where Li Qingran resided, a sudden celestial phenomenon had occurred. The stars of the cosmos had shifted, tides were in turmoil, and the earth itself quaked, drawing the attention of numerous formidable sect elders. Alas, a great cultivator is indeed deciphering the celestial secrets, with the spiritual energy in the Tang realm becoming increasingly scarce. Such celestial disturbances hinted at a powerful being divining the future of the realm. Avoid them. Such a mighty force is beyond our reckoning. It will be prudent to retreat and meditate in solitude. The celestial secrets have been deciphered. To repair Li Qingran's Dantian, one must utilize a rare ancient elixir, the primordial sky-repairing pill. This pill, long lost to time, not only mends severely damaged Dantian, but also enhances its quality and capacity to contain spiritual energy to a certain extent. Fortune Koi Pool has captured a glimpse of celestial secrets for you. Drawing the Fortune Koi will allow you to exchange for the celestial item, the primordial sky repairing pill. Chun Huayan Limited. What a farce to capture a glimpse of celestial secrets. Does this not equate to stuffing game items into a consolation prize pool? To draw 1,000 times would cost 100,000. While there exists a chance for a direct draw, what difference does it make between 0, 0, 0, 1, and none at all? If luck were on his side, he wouldn't have suffered from cancer. Tomorrow morning, I shall first activate my account, then proceed to the hospital for documentation, and without further ado, I shall head to Leishan to commence my broadcast. Chun Huayan scratched his head, initially intending to visit Leishan in a few days. However, urgency now gripped him. Li Qingran's Dantian must be restored. It was a matter of his word. Chapter 10. Your electronic girlfriend's gift has arrived nightfall. The rain gradually ceased. Li Qingran anxiously gazed at the talisman in her hand, preparing to undertake the final 3 steps. The first step involved infusing the talisman with spiritual energy. She was uncertain how much energy was required for the talisman crafted from the remnants of the celestial array flags. All she knew was that after depleting all 50 inferior spiritual stones and exhausting her own reserves, she barely managed to fill the talisman with the necessary energy. Rubbing her pale face, she took a deep breath. The second step awaited. Engraving the name. The creator of the talisman must inscribe the name of the one to be protected using their own blood as ink. This step, though ostensibly the simplest, rendered Li Qingran even more anxious than before. Write it well, it must be perfect, she muttered to herself. Finally inscribing the name Chun Huayan on the talisman, yet her face contorted into a grimace more pitiable than a cry. Oh no, this is even more laughable now. The characters appeared crooked and uneven, resembling a dog's paw print, utterly ungraceful. Li Qingran possessed an inherent flaw. Her handwriting was atrocious. It was not due to a lack of refinement or education, but rather that before entering the Qingyun sect, she was the daughter of a martial general. Although her parents insisted she learn the skills befitting a young lady, she had no interest whatsoever, focusing instead on horsemanship, marksmanship, archery, and the art of warfare, skills essential for the battlefield. When her parents compelled her to practice writing, she would cry. After all, one did not need elegant handwriting to wield a spear and charge in a battle. Now, she found herself regretting that choice. Given another chance, she would certainly dedicate herself to mastering the art of writing under her parents' guidance. Her father had once said, the essence of a gift lies in the thought behind it. With a determined fist pump, she steeled herself for the final step, bestowing fortune. As the term suggests, it entails transferring one's luck to another. The fortunes of heaven and earth are bound by a delicate balance. For every gain, there is a loss. Fortunately, with the talisman as a medium, the transfer of fortune would only be temporary. However, once bestowed, the donor would experience a period of misfortune. Yet, Li Qingran dismissed this concern. Believing that regardless of whether her senior required this meager fortune, she simply wished for their safety. Employing secret methods, she sealed the fortune within the talisman. The noticeable pallor of her complexion deepened, yet a smile illuminated her face. She decided to place the talisman upon the table. Li Qingran bowed in reverence towards the ceiling. Unconcerned whether her senior could hear her, surely they could. Junior Qingran, grateful for your care, has recovered from her injuries and, feeling indebted, has crafted this talisman as a token of gratitude. Though humble, it is given with sincerity. I hope you will not find it lacking. With that, she lowered her head, her eyes nervously darting upward, cautiously observing the talisman on the table. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Whoosh! The talisman vanished. Her senior had accepted her gift. Li Qingran's heart soared with joy, an involuntary smile gracing her lips as she bashfully exclaimed, "Thank you for not finding me foolish." Esteemed senior, hee. After a night of toil, her injuries had just healed, and she was now utterly exhausted, both in body and spirit. Turning back to the bed, a wave of drowsiness enveloped her. For the first time in a fortnight, she found herself resting upon such a soft mattress, and the sleep bug swiftly burrowed into her mind. However, She continued to gaze at the ceiling, struggling against the encroaching slumber, mumbling in a daze, "Good night, senior. Song Jiao Jiao. Your cultivation has indeed progressed significantly of late, reaching the 9th level of qi refinement. Just in time, I have a task for you." "What is it?" "Help me kill Li Qingran." "Huh? Kill Li Qingran? Are you still brooding over that matter?" So what? Li Qingran's reputation within the sect is already tarnished. Her death would be inconsequential. She deserves it. Besides, if you handle it discreetly, her demise could easily be attributed to the beasts in Wanquanshan. If you execute this well, I shall procure a foundation establishment pill for you." Foundation? Foundation establishment pill? All right. Await my good news. The following morning, before dawn broke, Chun Huayan initiated the electronic girlfriend. "Your remaining lifespan, 131 days. What a nerve. What kind of game is this, starting with such a statement?" He was aware of his terminal illness, but what does a mere game have to predict his demise? Absurd. However, Chun Huayan reconsidered. Surely it referred to his character in the game, Senior, who had 131 days left to live. Yet being a game, there must be a corresponding solution forthcoming. TSK. Just as my relationship with Li Qingran flourishes, my character is nearing death, and then they expect me to spend money to extend my life? I have seen through your cunning schemes. Chun Huayan chuckled coldly. Another notification popped up. Due to your divination of the heavenly secrets, you have suffered a backlash from the heavenly path, resulting in a loss of fortune. Today's hexagram, Li hexagram. Minor auspicious, suitable for marriage. Avoid mountain climbing. Tomorrow's hexagram. Zhun hexagram. Ominous, suitable for cleaning. Avoid mountain climbing. Oh, so it accounts for that? Chun Huayan smirked. I, Chun Huayan, am already half a foot in the realm of the dead. What do I have to fear? Moreover, being afflicted with a terminal illness, one would expect every day to be fraught with calamity, indicating that this game is merely spouting nonsense. I wouldn't believe it for a moment. Nevertheless, Chun Huayan held a certain curiosity towards these esoteric matters. Thus, driven by a thirst for knowledge, he searched online. The Zhun hexagram signifies thunderous vibrations corresponding to one's feet. Generally, if the Zhun hexagram appears alongside ominous signs, it is ill-advised to venture out. The meaning of ominous is quite clear. Great misfortune implies death, while mere misfortune suggests severe injury or loss of limbs. How could it be that a simple trek up the mountain might lead to being struck by lightning? He glanced at the weather forecast. For the next couple of days, temperatures around the mountain would soar above 30 degrees. Where would one find rain? He dismissed the 2 notification boxes as they obstructed the view of Li Qingran's exquisite sleeping visage. Indeed, Li Qingran was still fast asleep, her sleeping posture remarkably serene, not having shifted a bit throughout the night. Yet, he could not fathom why her complexion appeared somewhat lacking. After reviewing the guide for Wanquanshan last night, he had gone to bed without noticing her condition. Before going to sleep, Li Qingran was still meditating diligently. One must admit, this young lady is truly dedicated. She practices whenever she has a moment, like an unceasing machine. He gently pressed his fingers against Li Qingran's face and glanced at her information, only to discover an additional debuff, fortune deficit. How peculiar! Could the act of divining the heavens truly have an effect on Li Qingran? After much contemplation, this seemed to be the only plausible explanation. Status: sleeping, current affection level, 25 admiration. Affection level reached 25. Triggering a small gift. Your electronic girlfriend, Li Qingran, has prepared a small gift for you, which has been delivered. The gift system is indeed a common feature. Chun Huayan stroked his chin thoughtfully. However, after searching for quite some time, he could not locate Li Qingran's gift in his game inventory. There was no email system in this game. It is notoriously demanding in terms of monetary investment, never offering a plethora of draws upon server initiation. Perhaps it simply had not refreshed yet, he speculated. Some smaller games operate in such a manner, announcing updates quickly but delaying item availability significantly. Perhaps by 8 or 9 in the morning, it would be there. Just then, a sudden knock echoed from the door. Chun Huayan, perplexed, approached to open it, only to find no one outside. As he was about to close the door, his gaze fell upon a small package lying at his feet. I haven't ordered anything. And who delivers packages at 5 in the morning? He picked up the box. There was no indication of a delivery company, nor any tracking number. It bore only a line of neatly written characters. Li Qingran's small gift for Senior Chun. Chapter 11. The Essence of Li Qingran. Chun Huayan was utterly bewildered. Wait, they really delivered it? Is this how small workshops operate? Moreover, this game must be the work of hackers. Isn't this undeniable? They directly opened his box. In situations like this, most people would instinctively feel fear. However, Chun Huayan was unafraid. He had nothing to lose, so what was there to fear? Hey, you must be lurking in the hallway, right? Come out and speak. He shouted into the dark corridor. This game is too demanding. Can't you modify it a bit? I truly have no money. His voice echoed down the hallway, but no one responded. Fine, if you won't come out, Chun Huayan scoffed, slamming the door shut. He knew these hackers would remain hidden. His words were merely a test. I must see what this is all about. He settled onto the sofa, unboxing the item. Curiosity still piqued. Since they had gone to the trouble of delivering a custom-made item related to the game, it suggested they were genuinely invested in it, implying the quality of this gift would certainly be high. Inside the box was a square object resembling a sachet. Its craftsmanship was exquisite. However, when Chun Huayan flipped it over, he couldn't help but grimace. Emblazoned on the sachet were 3 ornate characters, Chun Huayan. Below that, a small inscription read, Peace and Safety. Clearly, this was a talisman, yet the characters. Chun Huayan thought he had written more beautifully in elementary school. The handwriting was akin to that of a child, crooked and unrefined, which diminished its elegance. But what was contained within? He attempted to open the sachet, but the material proved sturdier than he anticipated, resisting his efforts. Therefore, to ascertain its contents, he leaned in to take a whiff. What a revelation! A delicate fragrance surged into his nostrils. It was neither sweet nor cloying, but rather refined and subtle, devoid of any aggressiveness, reminiscent of a girl quietly expressing her longing. He couldn't quite define the scent, yet the image of Li Qingran naturally emerged in his mind. He even experienced an illusion that this was indeed the very fragrance that enveloped her. My goodness! Chun Huayan exclaimed, astonished. What kind of game could achieve such a feat? He had heard of gift-giving games before. His university roommate had once received original flavored stockings from a female character, which bore a scent, but it was different. That was merely the banal smell of cheap perfume, devoid of any associations. This talisman was entirely different. He tried various positions to inhale the aroma, yet his thoughts remained on Li Qingran. Even when facing his favorite teacher's profile and inhaling the scent, his mind still drifted to Li Qingran. Incredible. Chun Huayan slapped his thigh in realization. Hey, if you have this technology, why not exploit it in the game for profit? Build a perfume brand on the back of free promotion. Wouldn't you rake in a fortune? Ultimately, Chun Huayan chose to keep this talisman on him. After all, it undeniably bestowed upon him the feeling that it was crafted by Li Qingran herself. In less than half a morning, Chun Huayan had arranged everything. He casually found a shop downstairs at the hospital to shave his head, placed his cancer diagnosis certificate prominently on his livestream account homepage, and enlisted a doctor to help him film an inspirational vlog, posting his first video while resolutely investing 1,000 yuan in promotion. At noon, he dined at a noodle shop, indulging in a modest meal. By afternoon, he boarded a flight to Mount Leishan. His livestream homepage exuded a bold and somewhat juvenile spirit. Youth has no price. Life is singular. My name is Chun Huayan, and I've been diagnosed with terminal cancer. In the time remaining, I shall defy fate, mock death, and challenge various physical limits, striving to make my life as radiant as possible. Today's challenge, a 5-hour ascent to the summit of Mount Leishan. By the time he arrived at the foot of Mount Leishan, it was already 7 in the evening. His aim was to commence his climb at midnight, hoping to reach the summit in time to witness the sunrise, thus fulfilling a small dream of his. As for how much he might earn, he was uncertain. However, the spectacle of a terminal cancer patient climbing Mount Leishan was indeed a rarity. Yet his legs ached intensely, his ankles swollen to the point where even wearing shoes became a challenge. Given his physical condition, the thought of climbing seemed daunting. Even a short walk was excruciating. He found a chair at the foot of the mountain and rested for 3 hours. After 10 o'clock, rejuvenated, Chun Huayan retrieved his phone once more. He first opened a game to check on Li Qingran. The young woman had awakened and was seated cross-legged on her bed, with a clean plate on her table and a basket of fruit, of which she had only consumed a small portion. These were the provisions he had provided her earlier that day. Such a diligent girl. Inspired, he felt compelled to strive harder. His initial anxiety dissipated upon seeing her, and taking a deep breath, he smiled slightly as he opened his livestream account. After several hours of anticipation, his vlog had garnered considerable attention, and surprisingly, there were over 100 reservations for tonight's livestream. Although this number paled in comparison to that of typical outdoor streamers, he was nonetheless quite satisfied. As the saying goes, every endeavor begins with difficulty. Shortly after opening the livestream, a deluge of skepticism flooded in. He remained silent, patiently investing in another round of promotions until the viewer count reached several hundred. Finally, he spoke. "Hello everyone. My name is Chun Huayan, and I will ascend to the summit of Mount Leishan within 5 hours as a terminal cancer patient, streaming live without edits. My homepage contains my diagnosis certificate, payment records, and examination reports. If you doubt the authenticity of my diagnosis, you may inquire at the relevant hospitals. I welcome any verification." With that, he turned his phone to display his legs. He then rolled up his pant legs, removed his shoes and socks, revealing swollen ankles adorned with clusters resembling burns. As he continued to pull his pants higher, it became evident that the swelling on his right leg had extended to his knee. "As you can observe, my current physical condition is dire. Every step inflicts excruciating pain upon my nerves, imposing a heavy burden on my body." Chun Huayan turned the camera back toward himself, stroking his bald head and sporting a carefree smile. "Yet I shall prove myself. I will tread upon the head of illness, mock the impotence of fate, and raise my middle finger to death. At that moment, at the break of dawn, I shall share this sentiment with all of you behind the screen, armed with comprehensive medical documentation, the mottled swellings on my leg, my conspicuous bald head, and Chun Huayan's nonchalant grin. All 4 formidable weapons at my disposal." The entire live broadcast room fell into a profound silence. Chapter 12. "We are here to verify your truth, oh my. This is truly moving. I dare say the streamer may be exploiting this for profit. How exhilarating. I feel utterly ashamed. Streamer, do not climb any further. I shall shower you with gifts." Chun Huayan's heartfelt words prompted a slight shift in the discourse within the live stream. Yet skepticism still lingered, with some suggesting that his claims might be fabricated, while others expressed a desire to personally visit Mount Lai to ascertain his authenticity. "To that friend intent on coming to Mount Lai, you may set forth now. I shall commence my ascent at 12 o'clock sharp and will not depart before that hour." Upon hearing this, a flurry of responses erupted in the live chat. Terminal bone cancer and climbing Mount Lai? What farce! A young man, recently enraged by a gaming loss, scowled at his screen. "Perfect. I'm too riled up to sleep tonight." He typed a message in the chat. "I am just an hour's drive from Mount Lai. Brethren, await my arrival to verify the streamer." With that, he seized his keys and departed. The internet is rife with fraudsters. For every one reported, 2 more emerge, much like those gaming cheaters. With a mindset of rectitude, he thought, if he could not catch the cheaters, surely he could confront a pitiful streamer broadcasting from the foot of Mount Lai. Chun Huayan noticed these comments and found himself hoping for more visitors to verify his claims. The more, the merrier. Not only would this validate his status as a genuine cancer patient, but it would also amplify the popularity of his live stream. Once the viewership surged and caught the attention of higher-tier accounts, the opportunity for profit would arise. Brothers, do not lose your way. I have but a short time left to live, and I am racing against the clock. Aside from climbing mountains, I aspire to engage in more extreme sports, such as skydiving and bungee jumping. Chun Huayan's words ignited another wave of comments, filled with both derision and encouragement. Yet, the primary concern remained, was Chun Huayan truly a cancer patient? And if so, could he reach the summit of Mount Lai within 5 hours? If not, they would eagerly anticipate the arrival of those who would verify him, turning it into a spectacle for amusement. As the hour approached 12, Chun Huayan meticulously checked his gear. As a patient aspiring to ascend within 5 hours, he knew he must travel light. Initially planning to carry 2 power banks, he ultimately decided on one, slung over his shoulder to minimize weight. His phone's battery was dwindling, having only 27 remaining after just 2 hours of streaming, but with the power bank's assistance, it might last until his descent. "Are you Chen Huayan?" A voice called from behind. Chen Huayan turned to see a young man, 2 middle-aged individuals, and a punk-styled young woman. "Are you from the live stream?" "Indeed, we have come to verify your truth." Zhang Rui, with a sardonic smile, was rather unceremonious. On the way to Mount Lai, he had formed a group chat with several viewers intent on confirming Chen Huayan's authenticity. To prevent any chance of escape, they had gathered at the entrance before seeking out Chen Huayan, ensuring that he could not evade their 4-person blockade. "Greetings, greetings." Chen Huayan greeted his 4 companions with a smile, casually expressing, "I initially thought this journey would be solitary. Having company is truly delightful." Zhang Rui, however, refrained from responding and pointed at the lump on Chen Huayan's leg, saying, "Is that lump on your leg special effects makeup? Roll up your pant leg and let me see." Chen Huayan nonchalantly pulled up his pant leg. Zhang Rui and the other companions approached with flashlights to examine it closely. The punk girl, Su Xiaoqian, even pinched it, her eyes widening in surprise as she covered her mouth, exclaiming, "Oh my, that's a genuine subcutaneous lump. So many of them. How can he walk? Is he serious?" Zhang Rui felt a bit embarrassed, instinctively averting his gaze, murmuring, "A lump doesn't necessarily mean bone cancer. That's osteosarcoma." Chen Huayan chuckled lightly. "You might want to look up information related to osteosarcoma online and compare it with my case." "Well, time's up. I must begin my ascent." Zhang Rui opened his mouth, wishing to say more, but Chen Huayan had already lifted the live streaming stand and moved forward. "You've gone a bit too far." Su Xiaoqian shot Zhang Rui a sideways glance. Regardless of whether it's osteosarcoma or not, there's undoubtedly something wrong with his leg. Considering that information, the likelihood of him lying is minimal. We ought to show some empathy. "Indeed, young man." A middle-aged man nearby nodded in agreement. "My father also passed away from cancer, specifically osteosarcoma. How could I not recognize if this boy has it? The fact that he can strive to climb the mountain despite being gravely ill is commendable in itself, standing here rather than lying in a hospital bed." "Absolutely." Another middle-aged man chimed in. "Bone cancer can lead to secondary fractures, necessitating a reduction in high-intensity activities. This young chap, climbing the mountain, showcases remarkable courage and resilience." Zhang Rui, feeling ashamed, scratched his neck and fell silent. The 4 quickly pursued Chen Huayan as he walked away. "Streamer, that stand looks heavy. Should I help you carry it?" Su Xiaoqian, feeling guilty, stepped forward to offer assistance. However, Chen Huayan shook his head in refusal. "No need. I prefer to carry it myself for ease of adjusting the angle, and carrying the stand while climbing is a promise I made to my audience." "Well done, young man." An older gentleman gave him a thumbs up, his face filled with admiration. "Incredible." Everyone was encouraging Chen Huayan. Zhang Rui finally interjected, "Buddy, I'm sorry. I lost the game today, and my mind a bit foggy, so I said something inappropriate." "It's all right. I understand your concerns. After all, earning a living is no easy task," Chen Huayan replied without looking back. "In that case, I'll send you some gifts as an apology." Upon hearing this, Chen Huayan immediately turned around with a warm, inviting smile. "What will you send me?" "Oh, I'll send you a giant rocket, the one worth 2,000 yuan. "Great, thank you. You're truly a good person." Zhang Rui realized that the streamer's illness was real, and his desire to earn money was genuine. However, he found it somewhat perplexing. Under Chen Huayan's relentless struggles, will his cancer not worsen? However, given his favorable family circumstances, and since Chen Huayan is in need of financial support, it seems fitting to assist him. Zhang Rui entered Chen Huayan's live broadcast, first following the channel, and then sending a dazzling display of 10 large rockets. "Wow, the boss is generous. Isn't this the same person from reality?" It seems there's genuine remorse. The host truly suffers from cancer. This is the first time witnessing such authenticity. I'm here in the front row. Alas, the host's plight is truly arduous. I shall contribute as well. Keep going, host. If all else fails, we'll support you. Indeed, the 10 rockets triggered a chain reaction of gifts, simultaneously attracting more viewers to the live stream. The audience count surged rapidly as they were captivated by the rain of gifts and the sensational final stage bone cancer challenge. Many chose to stay, enchanted by the spectacle. Gratitude poured forth for the 10 rockets. Chun Huayan, filled with joy, immediately directed the camera towards Zhang Rui, who bashfully averted his gaze, his cheeks flushed. After the platform share, the 10 rockets would net him around 10,000. This was the so-called fortune, Koi reaping its rewards. Truly, the internet yields wealth swiftly. As Chun Huayan observed the accumulating value of the gifts, a sense of melancholy washed over him. The earnings from a half hour of a popular streamer surpassed what taxi drivers, construction workers, and delivery boys earn after a long day's toil. Yet, he too was paying a price. As he ascended the steps, sharp pain radiated through him, beads of sweat cascading down his brow. The voices of skepticism and ridicule within the stream began to dwindle. Zhang Rui and the others quietly trailed behind Chun Huayan, even as his pace slowed considerably. They silently watched his faltering figure, their throats constricted, unable to utter a word. Chun Huayan was in agony. Sweat soaked the protective talisman resting against his chest, the faint fragrance now intensified, lingering at the tip of his nose. In his mind, the smiling face of Li Qingran surfaced. What is that young lady doing now? Chapter 13. The beast call. What is the senior doing at this moment? Li Qingran rested her chin on her hands, gazing at the ceiling. She could sense that Chun Huayan was likely preoccupied, too busy to attend to her. A person of his stature must surely be engaged in a fierce battle on behalf of all cultivators in the Sanyan realm, perhaps eradicating formidable demons. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, she envisioned an elderly figure with flowing white hair and an ethereal presence, wielding a flying sword to vanquish a great demon. A smile involuntarily spread across her face. If only the senior were her master. No, Li Qingran, do not overreach. She lightly tapped her head as a form of self-admonition. Today, the senior had generously bestowed upon her 12 spirit crystals, maintaining a high-level gathering formation for 6 hours. He had also quite abruptly elevated her cultivation to the 5th level of qi refinement, thanks to the restoration of her meridians and internal injuries. The dissipation of spiritual energy from her dantian had significantly slowed. However, her dantian remained fractured, akin to a basin with a hole, causing the energy to perpetually leak. She needed to devise a solution for her dantian and spiritual root. Li Qingran contemplated, acknowledging that while the senior possessed remarkable abilities, she could not burden him with all her troubles. If he chose to assist her, that would be his decision, but she could not actively solicit his help. She had already formulated a plan. The Qingyun sect was certainly unreliable. She must seek out other sects, even minor ones, for they might possess ancient texts that could offer methods to repair her dantian and spiritual root. If all else failed, she could retreat from the cultivation world to a serene and picturesque place, gradually gathering clues about her enemies, or perhaps return to the Southern Dynasty as a female general. As for avenging herself against those senior brothers who sought her harm, Li Qingran had not considered that. She had never been a match for them, and her current chances were even slimmer. While it felt undeniably cowardly and pitiful, the survival rules of the cultivation realm had always been thus. She had previously wished for death, indifferent to her fate. Yet now, she desired to live a little longer, to see the day when the senior finished his affairs and could meet her, even if only to exchange a few words. She yearned to express her gratitude to him in person. Something was amiss. Wasn't Li Qingran supposed to be cast into a thatched hut? Song Jiaojiao furrowed her brow as she gazed at the stone house at the foot of the mountain. Cultivators possessed keen eyesight, and she could discern that the stone dwelling was newly constructed, indicating that someone was aiding Li Qingran. But who could this benefactor be? The few direct disciples from Qishao Peak? While it was a possibility, even though Mu Baishuang claimed that they harbored a deep hatred for Li Qingran, what if they still offered her some form of support out of nostalgia? If she were to kill Li Qingran, wouldn't that put her at odds with those direct disciples? Yet, she was unwilling to relinquish the Foundation establishment pill. After contemplating her options, Song Jiaojiao decided to probe the situation further. She intended to see if those disciples had left any traces or methods near Li Qingran's residence. Thus, she retrieved a half-foot-long red incense stick from her storage ring. The fragrance, known as bee slur, possesses a remarkably expansive range, evading detection by cultivators while captivating the keen noses of feral beasts. Typically, this substance is employed during the hunt to attract monsters. However, it can also serve as a lethal weapon under certain circumstances. Initially, her intention was to storm into the thatched cottage and assassinate Li Qingran, subsequently disposing of the corpse in the mountains to feed the beasts, an approach deemed most discreet. Yet, with the alteration of her plans and a newfound hesitance, she resolved to utilize beasts lure to orchestrate a beastly massacre, despite the potential upheaval it might incite. Drawing the attention of her sect, Li Qingran, when the walls crumble, one must expect the tide to turn. Do not hold it against me. Song Jiao ignited the red incense and flicked her fingers. The fragrant stick soared forth, landing upon a tree near the estate. Having completed this task, she hastily set up a concealment array to mask her presence, as the impending minor beast riot was likely to summon a few formidable entities. This array was essential for ensuring her safety. Now, she would merely observe from the shadows. The beast would require a moment to gather after catching the scent. Meanwhile, the girls slumbering within the stone house remained blissfully unaware of the looming peril. At 5 a.m, the horizon began to glow with a hazy light. Chunhuayan was nearing the mountain summit, albeit in a dire state. The winds atop Lushan were fierce and the temperatures low. Many tourists, drenched in sweat at the mountain's midway point, found themselves chilled as they approached the peak. Their perspiration rapidly evaporated by the cold winds. They felt compelled to quicken their pace or seek solace in a nearby eatery for a warm bowl of porridge. However, Chunhuayan was different. His complexion was pallid, drenched in sweat, each step precarious, with droplets cascading from the soaked edges of his garments. The pain was palpable. Along the way, he had consumed merely 2 pieces of bread, subsisting primarily on water. Despite his faltering gait, each step he took was resolute, no longer trembling. His back remained straight, a serene gaze fixed ahead, the light in his eyes reminiscent of a pilgrim. Let me carry you up. No need to keep climbing. Zhang Rui was on the verge of tears, knowing this evening's ordeal would be etched in his memory forever. He watched helplessly as a fellow sufferer, burdened with bone tumors, persevered through excruciating pain, ascending the stone steps without pause. The 2 middle-aged men struggled to keep pace, while the punk girl gasped for breath. Zhonghui, accustomed to regular exercise and possessing decent stamina, found his challenges primarily psychological. With every step Chunhuayan took, witnessing the sweat drip from his hem, Zhang Rui felt his heart constricted. Throughout the arduous journey, Chunhuayan uttered not a single complaint. He embraced their malice with a heart full of tolerance and tranquility. Behind him trailed not only his 4 companions, but also numerous other tourists, many of whom had retreated halfway up the mountain only to be inspired by Chunhuayan's story, rallying to follow him, swelling their numbers. As they neared the summit, the size of the procession had swelled into a serpentine line upon the stone steps. Almost there, Chunhuayan lifted his gaze to the peak and smiled. He must persist until he reached the summit. About an hour ago, a level 57 individual proclaimed that if he could reach the summit before dawn, he would be rewarded with 66-foot drum tower dragon cities, each valued at 2888. After deducting the platform's share, he would net approximately 95,000. Coupled with the cumulative tips from other tourists, he could potentially earn around 120,000 this evening. Of course, one cannot dismiss the possibility that this individual was merely boasting. Chunhuayan remained unfazed by such claims. He was determined to reach the peak regardless of whether he received gifts from others. His ascent of Mount Lei was not solely for monetary gain. Rather, he sought to explore the limits of his existence and to witness how much vitality he could still generate. However, just as he approached the final 98 steps to the summit, an excruciating pain suddenly surged through his right leg. His body lost its balance, and he collapsed onto the stone steps. Su Xiaoqian, trailing behind, instinctively glanced at Chunhuayan's leg, her expression shifting dramatically as she gasped in horror. His leg. Chun Huayan gritted his teeth and looked down at his leg, only to discover that from his ankle to his knee, it had twisted into a grotesque shape. He had sustained a fracture. Chapter 14 Mirage. Concurrent fractures are a prevalent symptom among patients afflicted with bone cancer. The ravaging effects of cancer cells on bone tissue result in a softening and brittleness of the bones, making fractures all too easy to occur. Such a fate ultimately befell Chun Huayan. As the pain intensified, he became somewhat numb to it. The physical agony remained bearable, yet the psychological torment was inconsequential in comparison. Chun Huayan believed that nothing could possibly hurt more than the memory of his parents perishing in a fire. Thus, amidst the concerned gazes and inquiries of surrounding tourists, Chun Huayan calmly adjusted the camera and addressed Zhang Rui, who was supporting him, saying, "Buddy, could you do me a favor and open my backpack?" "No, my friend. Hurry and call an ambulance." "Why are you worried about a backpack?" Zhang Rui had never witnessed Chun Huayan in such a state, as if the deformed leg was not even his own. "If you shout for an ambulance, it won't arrive in time. Just help me with the backpack. I have my own methods." Zhang Rui, half convinced, unzipped the bag and handed it to Chun Huayan. From within, Chun Huayan retrieved a bag and then pulled out a folding cane. "Zheng Hui." Other tourists, "Is this your brilliant plan? We thought you had some miraculous pain relief medication." "Well, let us proceed." Chun Huayan skillfully propped himself up with the cane. Given the high probability of fractures associated with bone cancer, he had often walked with a cane even before the fracture, fearing he would be unprepared when the moment arrived. Now that he had indeed fractured his leg, it was almost akin to a kiss with destiny. The viewers in the live stream were silently sending likes and gifs, while others were urging the streamer to descend. No one questioned the authenticity of Chun Huayan's ailment anymore, or rather, they had ceased to care about the specifics of his illness. Their sole concern was whether this determined individual could make the journey worthwhile. The bent right leg resembled the weight of fate, a mockery from death itself, and the cane in Chun Huayan's hand was, perhaps, a defiant gesture towards death and destiny. Despite being denied the summit and suffering the loss of his leg, he remained resolute in his ascent. Tourists gazed at the figure laboriously making his way upward, their respect growing. Such unwavering determination surely hinted at grand ambitions, did it not? Onward. The sponsorship of 90,000 was just within reach. 1,000 draws for a chance at the grand prize pool. Chun Huayan fixed his gaze on the diminishing steps, gritting his teeth, his expression transforming into one of fierce determination. "Hun yuan bu tian dan. He. Justa mere hun yuan bu tian dan." The surrounding tourists felt an even deeper admiration. Look at how much pain this young man is enduring. His features are all twisted in anguish. Atop the summit of Ling Mountain, as Chun Huayan's leg trembled upon reaching the final step, a nascent ray of light pierced through the multitude of clouds, cascading from the dim skyline and gently caressing his head. A flock of birds soared through the light. The sound of bells echoed in the distant mountains. In the next moment, a radiant sun erupted from the horizon, its fiery glow spreading forth, illuminating the entire expanse. Chun Huayan widened his eyes, his heart trembling. While the surrounding tourists fell silent, their conversations halted. Everyone stood in silent awe, gazing at the scene before them, as the hazy contours of the mountains were gilded in a golden hue. Suddenly, a resounding proclamation echoed, seemingly from nowhere. A peculiar distortion flickered in the sunlight, as if the air itself were a stirred lake, creating ripples of light. Within those ripples, an ancient procession emerged amidst the interplay of shadows and illumination. At the forefront stood a figure of imposing stature, clad in a dark dragon robe, crowned with a diadem, a sword hanging from his waist, followed by a retinue of civil and military officials. The civil officers held ceremonial tablets while the military donned dark armor, and attendants bore offerings, all traversing the cloud-laden sky, their feet revealing cobblestones beneath, advancing step by step towards the summit of Mount Ling. What was this? A mirage? No. Was someone filming a movie here? The tourists stared, dumbfounded at the spectacle, the procession still a distance away, their minds occupied with speculation. In the next instant, the procession inexplicably traversed miles, suddenly appearing before them. Silence enveloped the peak of Mount Ling. Not a sound was heard, and all mouths were sealed. An unseen force pressed upon them, paralyzing their limbs and stifling their voices. Chen Huayan stood frozen, gazing at the majestic emperor approaching. He could not discern the emperor's features, only felt his vision clouded by an elusive allure. The procession glided through the crowd of tourists, ethereal and elusive, like smoke or mist, impossible to grasp or touch. They proceeded with unwavering focus, as if a tableau from another era materialized before their eyes, gazing across the river of history, yet remaining untouched by it. Initially, Chen Huayan held this belief until the emperor reached him. Just as the emperor was about to pass through his very being, he inclined his head slightly, his gaze descending. Golden vertical pupils locking onto Chen Huayan's. A shiver coursed through Chen Huayan. He swore the emperor was gazing directly at him, a deliberate glance. He could even sense the scrutiny within those eyes. However, this moment of connection lasted but an instant. The emperor passed through Chen Huayan's form, along with his retinue, gradually vanishing into the mist atop Mount Ling. The mirage at the summit ignited fervent discussions online, swiftly ascending to the top of trending topics. Experts speculated that it was the Emperor Qin Shi Huang's procession, depicting the scene of his sacrificial ritual at Mount Ling. As for why such a distant historical event would reflect in the modern era, experts have yet to devise a more satisfactory explanation. However, they assert that the mysteries of the supernatural should not be spoken of lightly, and a scientific explanation will ultimately emerge. Chen Huayan paid little mind to the online uproar. The fleeting glance from the mirage was of no consequence to him. As a staunch materialist, should anyone claim that a female ghost resided in his home, he would promptly descend to the supermarket to procure a box of Okamoto 001, not for any other reason, but to contribute, however modestly, to the diversity of life. The senior at level 57 kept his word. The 66-foot Gonggu Longxing had already been received. Expressing gratitude to Chen Huayan for allowing him to witness a mirage so rare that few could hope to see it in a lifetime. This singular experience was worth the generous support he provided. Moreover, he pledged to support Chen Huayan's future endeavors. Chen Huayan felt a surge of satisfaction within. He relished the affection of such a devoted benefactor. The live streaming task completed, his phone battery also drained, and he simply exchanged greetings before signing off. Brother, how do you plan to descend the mountain? By cable car, or carried down in a sedan chair? After this incident, Zhang Ruwei held Chen Huayan in the highest regard. Previously, he had doubted that anyone could genuinely be deemed a phoenix among men. Now he believed it. In his eyes, Chen Huayan had ascended to a superhuman status. Certainly by cable car, Chen Huayan replied. Nowadays, many university students come to Mount Li to work as companions for climbers. And there are also those who carry people down the mountain. He opted for the cable car, primarily for its affordability and speed, eager to return to recharge his phone and check on his virtual girlfriend. Speaking of which, he had already earned 120,000, and although such live streaming was arduous, he had glimpsed a pathway to financial gain. However, his illness was grave, amputation was inevitable, and the survival rate post-surgery was dismally low. Though the attending physician had not explicitly stated it, the implication was clear from his tone. The disease had likely metastasized. Was it worth investing money in a gamble? Should he strive to earn for chemotherapy, or should he simply relish the present moment? As Chen Huayan pondered this conundrum, he was assisted by Zhang Ruwei and a few online friends to the cable car station. The ticket booth was teeming with people, both locals and numerous foreigners. Damn! A curse erupted from the crowd. It turned out a foreigner who had cut in line was struck on the shoulder by a falling rock. Serves you right. You should have queued properly. Zhang Ruwei and his companions exchanged glances, their faces betraying a sense of schadenfreude. Soon, it was Chen Huayan's turn to board the cable car. This particular gondola could accommodate 8 passengers at once. As Zhang Ruwei helped Chen Huayan ascend, he noticed that several individuals inside bore tattoos of dragons and tigers. Clearly not the most savory characters. Brother, should we still get on? Zhang Ruwei hesitated, glancing at Chen Huayan. Of course, Chen Huayan replied nonchalantly. Although these individuals appeared dubious, appearances could be deceptive. Perhaps the elder merely had a penchant for tattoos of mythical beasts. One must not judge by looks. Just then, with a sharp snap, the cord holding a protective talisman broke, and the talisman fell to the ground. Chun Huayan paused, bending down to retrieve it. His movements were slow, prompting a few derogatory remarks from the men in the cable car. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble echoed. The entire Mount Li trembled violently, as if the earth itself had quaked. The moment Chun Huayan grasped the talisman, he was thrown to the ground, rolling all the way to the ticket hall. "Holy crap! Get out of the way!" he exclaimed, gritting his teeth as debris fell from above, the ceiling raining down with a cacophony of crashing sounds. Falling rocks. In a daze, he heard someone shouting, accompanied by the shrieks of the crowd, a cataclysmic roar, and a shattering of cable car glass. Chapter 15. If there's a next life? A tremor in the Lishan Mountains triggered a catastrophic landslide. A massive boulder crashed down upon a cable car, ticketing hall, obliterating a cable car that was about to descend. Fortunately, the cableway itself remained untouched. Otherwise, all the tourists aboard would have faced dire consequences. Even more astonishing was the revelation that the 7 individuals crushed within the cable car were drug traffickers, encompassing both the dealers and the buyers. Furthermore, these 7 were the masterminds of 2 rival drug organizations, their hands stained with numerous lives. Many speculated that the mountain deity of Lishan had manifested its wrath. Others connected this sudden calamity to the mirage seen during the Fengshan ceremony. This was the information that Chun Huayan would later come to learn. Upon descending the mountain, his first action was not to summon an ambulance, but rather to borrow a power bank from a nearby convenience store. Charging his phone, he opened the game Electronic Girlfriend and sat calmly in a chair, while Zhang Rue, beside him, anxiously dialed for emergency services. He felt partially responsible for Chun Huayan's injury today. Had he not spoken so provocatively, perhaps Chun Huayan would not have insisted on climbing Lishan. Curious about his electronic girlfriend's predicament, Chun Huayan launched the game. As soon as the screen illuminated, he was bombarded with distressing notifications. You have 130 days of life remaining. Your electronic girlfriend, Li Qingran, is under attack from a minor beast wave. Your electronic girlfriend, Li Qingran, is fighting valiantly. Your electronic girlfriend, Li Qingran, has sustained injuries. Your electronic girlfriend, Li Qingran, is gravely wounded. What on earth? A wave of anxiety washed over Chun Huayan. How could she be injured after such a brief climb? How could there be a beast wave at this early hour? Even if it aligned with the nocturnal habits of demon beasts, this was a game. Didn't players need to rest? He hastily dismissed the notifications, only to be confronted with a heart-wrenching sight. The abode was nearly in ruins from the beast's assault, with Li Qingran surrounded by a horde of monsters, the ground littered with their carcasses. She knelt half-submerged in a pool of blood, her head bowed, dark hair obscuring her face, gripping a broken sword. Clad in the new outfit received with a recharge, it was now marred with numerous claw marks. Beneath the torn fabric lay only gruesome wounds. Your electronic girlfriend, Li Qingran, is in critical condition. Regrettably, she still had not managed to meet her senior. Li Qingran felt her life slipping away. With great effort, she raised her head, gazing at the gaping hole in the ceiling, her pallid cheeks devoid of color. Her hollow eyes stared into the morning sky, dimming with each passing moment, the world around her fading into gray. Having lived for 19 years, she reflected on her past, filled solely with sorrow. Her father had perished in battle, while her mother had been poisoned by an assassin from a rival nation. She had believed that joining the Qingyun sect would allow her to avenge her parents. Yet she found herself ensnared in yet another quagmire. The rules of the cultivation realm were strict, forbidding interference in mortal affairs. Yet, these rules merely served as shackles for ordinary cultivators. Thus, she endeavored to enhance her cultivation, diligently striving to transcend the constraints of convention, yearning to console the souls of her departed parents in the heavens. Yet, she now found herself expelled from her sect, reduced to a dismal fate with her dantian and spiritual roots shattered. A mountain sparrow flitted past the opening in the rooftop, and a glimmer of light flickered in Li Qingran's eyes. In the brief span of 2 days, memories of her encounters with her senior began to resurface in her mind. Even though the senior had never made an appearance, They had bestowed upon her unwavering concern and warmth without a hint of expectation. In this lifetime, Qingran felt utterly incapable of repaying the kindness of her senior. Coughing violently, she hunched her back, blood and tears mingling as they dripped down from the corners of her mouth. Should there be a next life? As a ferocious beast observed Li Qingran teetering on the brink of collapse, sensing her vulnerability, it lunged forward, intent on tearing her apart. Just then, dozens, if not hundreds, of bolts of lightning descended from the heavens. Boom! The resplendent lightning, imbued with a commanding ferocity, struck down, illuminating the small cottage and its surroundings in a blinding white glow. Song Jiaojiao, who had been preparing to retreat, remained hidden within a concealed formation, aghast at the sight before her. What had she just witnessed? A multitude of thunderfire talismans raining down from the sky, aimed directly at those beasts. Were these Li Qingran's? Yet, even the most affordable thunderfire talisman cost 500 low-grade spirit stones each. This barrage must have consumed at least tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones. It was impossible for Li Qingran to possess such wealth, leading to only one conclusion. Someone behind her had intervened. Who could this person be? Song Jiaojiao gazed at the tempest of thunder, her complexion paling. The lightning continued unabated, as if the talismans were being discarded without a care, raining down in excess of 200, annihilating the beasts inside and around the cottage, reducing their remains to ash before finally ceasing. As the lightning gradually dissipated, the cottage remained largely unscathed, though the surrounding area was now riddled with an abundance of scorched craters. Inside, Li Qingran lay unconscious in a pool of blood, surrounded by blazing thunder fire, yet shielded by a golden barrier. This place was no longer safe. A sense of foreboding arose within Song Jiaojiao. In the next moment, a thunderfire talisman appeared directly above her head, emanating a golden light, the characters inscribed upon it radiating with the authority of thunder. Was this an immortal-grade talisman? Song Jiaojiao's eyes widened in disbelief. An immortal-grade thunderfire talisman was aimed at her, a mere fledgling cultivator yet to establish her foundation. There was no need to question how they had discovered her. To a being capable of treating such talismans as mere refuse, her concealment formation was but a child's plaything. Ha! A bitter smile crept across Song Jiaojiao's face. In the next instant, boom, a bolt of golden lightning, as thick as a barrel, descended from the sky. The concealment formation shattered instantaneously, leaving Song Jiaojiao's existence obliterated without a trace. Upon seeing the red dots on the map extinguished entirely, Chun Huayan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had not felt such tension even when faced with fractures and falling rocks on Mount Li. How infuriating it is that this game does not allow for an enemy encounter alert. One moment of inattention, and suddenly a monster invades the home. I have just drawn from the koi pool 500 times, and what I have obtained is either spirit stones or talismans of thunder and fire, and communication talismans. To put it succinctly, acquiring low-grade spirit stones is undoubtedly a loss. However, both the thunder and fire talismans and the communication talismans can be considered gain. Moreover, the thunder and fire talismans are not all of inferior quality. They also include a dozen or so superior and exceptional ones. The celestial grade items are the most elusive. After 500 draws, I have only received 2. I just used one to vanquish that lurking little boss in the shadows. Yet, I also obtained an exceptional magical artifact, the Su Xian sword. The market price for such an extraordinary weapon remains a mystery to me, but it is certainly a common weapon among Foundation establishment cultivators. I should have made a considerable profit, wouldn't you agree? Nevertheless, now is not the time for such considerations. With a grave expression, Chun Huayan steadied Li Qingran's body. Status: excessive blood loss, near death, cultivation progress, 1456-4999, 5th layer. Remaining lifespan, a fleeting moment, favorability, 35, respect. The game character is severely injured, and according to standard procedure, I should administer medicine first. Chun Huayan opened Li Qingran's storage ring and brought forth a celestial-grade Great Recovery pill, placing it at her lips. However, he received the following prompt. Your electronic girlfriend Li Qingran is severely injured and near death. she cannot autonomously swallow the great recovery pill. Administration failed. This aligns perfectly with the logic of reality and the notion of subjective initiative. Chen Huayan mused, is this game designed to be so hardcore as to prepare one for civil service examinations? Chapter 16. Just wanting to stab something. This chapter is exclusively sponsored by Tanya. When props purchased with money become unusable, one can only seek assistance from customer service. Chen Huayan directly performed a celestial divination. Today was the first free attempt. How could he assist Li Qingran in recovering from her injuries? Calculating celestial divination for you. Boom! A tempest swept through the Tang realm. Numerous ancient elders from various sects were abruptly awakened from their meditative states. Alas, within less than 2 days, which formidable being is once again performing celestial divination? It is likely a highly skilled practitioner of divination. Could it be the ancestor of the Ansai Nianzhai? Alas, the spiritual energy in the Tang realm is dwindling. These powerful beings are indeed anxious. We should focus on our own seclusion and strive to break through our bottlenecks. Evade. If our secrets are detected by the demonic sect, it could jeopardize our plans. Celestial divination complete. You may use transmission and regulation and golden needle acupuncture to heal Li Qingran. The former has average efficacy, capable of restoring 30% of her injuries, while the latter is highly effective, fully healing her current injuries except for the dantian and spiritual roots. Electronic Girlfriend Shop has captured a thread of celestial divination for you. Would you like to spend $99.98 in the shop to purchase the Lost Secret Technique Golden Needle Acupuncture? Upon purchase, this skill will become permanent, and you may upgrade it, incurring only the material cost for the needles with each use. Chen Huayan, I can't take it anymore. Even the shop has begun capturing celestial divination. What is next? Will toilets and bathtubs start capturing celestial insights too? Not to mention the $99.98 for a skill. Upgrading will surely require further expenditure. But do I really have to pay for the needle materials as well? Does this game regard players as mere commodities? Yet, gazing at Li Qingran, lying in a pool of blood, Chen Huayan could not help but remember his deceased parents. Though his family was modest, they always endeavored to provide him with the best resources throughout his upbringing. At this moment, he finally began to empathize with some of his parents' feelings. Recharge! Congratulations! You have acquired the Lost Secret Skill Golden Needle Acupuncture. Technique, Flowing Cloud Hand, activated. Technique, Spring Encounter Needle Method LV1, activated. Spring Encounter Needle Materials, 64 special silver needles, totaling 640. Please recharge first. Chen Huayan clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. No way. Can you not take even a fraction more? Please recharge first. You damn. Recharge. This game is indeed shameless, but he cannot abandon Li Qingran. Another 640 vanished from his wallet. The skill has been acquired, and materials are ready. What should he do next? Please assist Li Qingran in removing her clothing. Chen Huayan was taken aback, slowly typing out a question mark. Finally, is it coming? No, now is not the time to think about that. Saving her is the priority. Who called 120? Who needs treatment? The ambulance has arrived, and doctors and nurses are disembarking from the vehicle. Zhang Rui pointed at Chen Huayan, who was engrossed in his phone with shining eyes. What's wrong with him? The doctor momentarily failed to discern any issue with Chen Huayan. He is in the late stages of cancer, bone cancer, and has developed osteosarcoma. He fractured his leg while climbing Mount Tai. Late-stage bone cancer and a leg fracture while climbing Mount Tai. The doctor's eyelid twitched. Was this in Mandarin? How are these words so bizarrely combined? He instinctively assumed that Zhang Rui was jesting, for the young man sat there, engrossed in his phone, hardly resembling someone with a fracture. Shouldn't a fractured person be clutching their leg, their face pale, wailing in agony? And what of late-stage bone cancer? Was he akin to one of the 18 bronze men of the Shaolin Temple, unafraid of pain? However, adhering to the spirit of practical dialectics, he lifted Chen Huayan's leg, which was propped on the chair, and upon pulling back the pant leg, his expression immediately shifted. Quick, bring the stretcher. The young man's leg was indeed fractured, with numerous visible subcutaneous cysts, all indicators of osteosarcoma. The calf was severely deformed, the fracture site swollen into a large, purplish lump, filled with bruised blood. If not properly addressed, the young man's leg would be irretrievable. Yet with so many osteosarcomas already formed, it seemed it was beyond salvation. The doctor assisted Chen Huayan onto the stretcher, feeling somewhat bewildered. It was the first time he had encountered such a composed patient, almost as if the emperor was calm while the eunuchs were anxious. "No, my friend, why are you still on your phone?" Zhang Rui looked at Chen Huayan, who was still holding his phone aloft on the stretcher, utterly speechless. What game could be so captivating? But from his angle, Chen Huayan's screen appeared entirely black. Could it be that this young man also had a mental illness? Watching the ambulance fade into the distance, Zhang Rui returned the power bank borrowed from Chen Huayan to the charging station beside the supermarket, increasingly convinced of the possibility. If he had a mental disorder, unafraid of pain or death, then all his peculiar behaviors would make sense. Thus, he had spoken so many impolite words to a person with late-stage cancer and mental issues. Lost in thought, Zhang Rui slapped himself. "I truly deserve this." Inside the ambulance, two nurses observed the stretcher-bound Chen Huayan, who was focused intently on his phone. With a peculiar expression, they were baffled as to what could be so engaging on a completely black screen. Yet, from Chen Huayan's perspective, he was administering acupuncture to Li Qingran. His clothes were loosened, nearly all was exposed. He held the phone directly to his face, a means to avert awkwardness, not for any other purpose. Moreover, gazing at the myriad wounds on Li Qingran's body, he harbored no lascivious thoughts, nor did he have the time to focus on any private areas. Furthermore, to aid in his acupuncture, the game displayed an intricate meridian map covering Li Qingran's body, with acupoints flickering across the skin's surface. Wherever a point illuminated, he would apply the needle. The private areas were obscured by the meridian map. Even if they weren't, Chen Huayan had no time to look. The speed at which the acupoints illuminated was reminiscent of the S-level difficulty in Dance Dance Revolution. He must concentrate intently to barely keep pace. "Young man, how long have you had cancer? Do you have your medical records? Which hospital did you previously visit for examinations? Alas, your leg is in dire condition." Sir. The nurse was growing irritated. They had already entered the hospital ward. Yet this young man was still poking at his phone. He looked quite handsome and certainly did not appear to be a fool, did he? She waved her hand in front of Chen Huayan's eyes, exclaiming, "The doctor is speaking to you." Chen Huayan quickly tilted his head to evade her hand. Not raising his gaze, he nervously replied, "I apologize, I'm still busy here. Please wait a moment." The doctor thought to himself, "This young man possesses quite a degree of politeness." He exchanged glances with the nurse, gesturing towards Chen Huayan, and then his head, softly instructing, "Please assist him with the hospitalization procedures. I will fetch Dr. Wu from the psychiatry department. Once Dr. Wu arrives, let him examine the situation first." As soon as the doctor and nurse departed, Chen Huayan completed his acupuncture. With the final silver needle inserted and a clockwise twist applied, a stream of vital energy ascended from the 64 needles. He then witnessed the bleeding wounds on Li Qingran's body cease instantly, the injuries gradually beginning to heal. "Please grind the celestial-grade elixir into powder and sprinkle it over Li Qingran's wounds." A stone mill appeared in his vision, and Chen Huayan meticulously followed the instructions. He then observed the once bleeding wounds rapidly regenerate flesh, completely healing in a matter of moments, leaving no trace behind. "Finally, it's done." Chen Huayan exhaled in relief. He glanced at Li Qingran's condition. She had escaped mortal peril, but remained in a deep slumber, requiring time to awaken. Now it was time. Battery low, just as he prepared to admire Li Qingran's exquisite form, his phone screen went completely black. No, my friend. He had just taken out the cleansing tissue. Chen Huayan stood there, frozen for a full half-minute, gritting his teeth in frustration. Where was the power bank he borrowed from the foot of Mount Lei? At this moment, he realized something was amiss. It seemed he was no longer at the foot of the mountain. Looking around, he was instantly bewildered. When did I enter the hospital? Did I just teleport? "Young man, keep it down. I'm trying to sleep," came a raspy, aged voice from beside him. Chen Huayan turned to see an elderly man in the adjacent bed, his legs bandaged and his complexion poor, bearing dark circles under his eyes. likely due to a night of pain-induced insomnia, now finally succumbing to a bit of drowsiness. He quickly silenced himself. However, when his gaze fell upon the small cart beside the old man's bed, it became fixated. There lay a set of silver needles. He flexed his fingers, an intense itchiness coursing through him. Of that tantalizing sensation, he found himself yearning to grasp a needle and pierce something. Chapter 17. Could Chen Huayan be a genius? Indeed, this overwhelming sensation is no mere illusion. It even drives Chen Huayan to uncontrollably indulge in his darker impulses. He seized the set of silver needles. Casting a glance at the elderly man beside him, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Within that smile lay a trifecta of audacity, lewdness, arrogance, nonchalance, and an overwhelming sense of impatience. He then unwrapped the needle case, revealing 36 gleaming silver needles nestled within. His fingers grazed the needle tips, and a wave of familiarity surged through him, akin to the sensation of caressing a beloved's fingers. My apologies. Chen Huayan silently clasped his hands in respect towards the old man. He then picked up a needle and, with a swift motion, plunged it into his own leg. To pierce oneself with a needle previously used by another, could this not be seen as a form of betrayal? This act was a profound expression of his remorse towards both the old man and the needles. As for why he didn't stab the old man, that would be madness. He merely felt a twinge of curiosity and interest, and he would never recklessly harm another. Inflicting pain upon himself bore no psychological burden, especially since he was on the brink of death and willing to experiment with anything. His gaze fell upon his leg, where the meridians and acupoints began to materialize before him, faintly aligning with the diagrams from his game. His fingers moved with lightning speed. The needles danced like clouds gliding over water, and in the blink of an eye, all 36 needles were expertly embedded in his right leg. Taking a deep breath, he held it in. One by one, he adjusted the depth, twisting the needle in to stimulate the acupoints on his leg. His hands, usually trembling even when grasping a bottle of water, were now steady beyond belief. After a while, he completed the procedure, carefully returning the silver needles to their case. The prickling sensation had finally dissipated. He rubbed his hands together, filled with satisfaction. The fractured leg was indeed the target of his treatment. At this moment, the bruising was showing signs of subsiding, though the bone remained distorted. However, a fracture in itself is not a grave concern. What truly matters is whether the resulting soft tissue contusions can be effectively managed, thus alleviating the bruising is of paramount importance. In less than 10 minutes of treatment, he had achieved a remarkable reduction in swelling and bruising. Chen Huayan found it hard to believe. This game is truly hardcore. Can one genuinely learn something from it? Yet, it is certain that not everyone can grasp it. Who else could replicate his actions and remember the techniques and acupoint maps so effortlessly? But he always possessed such a sharp memory. It felt a bit uncanny. After pondering for a moment, Chen Huayan suddenly had a revelation, slapping his palm in realization. So that said, I understand now. Ha ha. Outside the ward, Dr. Wu and Dr. Zhang approached, still engrossed in a discussion about Chen Huayan. This young man is a university student without any history of mental illness. Are you certain he is mentally unstable? Doctor, who had already reviewed Chen Huayan's records and expressed skepticism towards Dr. Zhang's assessment. Ha ha ha. It's cancer. It's the mysterious cancer cells that have activated my genetic lock. I am truly a genius. The ward echoed with Chen Huayan's muffled, eerie laughter. Dr. Zhang shrugged, hands spread wide, tilting his head towards the ward. Wu Bin, it appears that this young man may have experienced some psychological disturbance after witnessing a mirage atop Mount Tai. Indeed, medical intervention seems warranted. The young man, Wu Bin, entered the ward. Doctor, I'm not ill. I wish to be discharged. Do you happen to have a power bank? If so, I might stay a little longer. Wu Bin regarded the earnest young man in the hospital bed, pondering whether an increase in dosage was necessary. Dr. Zhang then noticed Chen Huayan's leg, momentarily taken aback. How is it that your leg is healed? He vividly recalled that when he first sought out Wu Bin, the young man's calf fracture was swollen to a considerable extent, with the most severe area darkening, nearing necrosis without intervention. Yet now, The site of the fracture had noticeably reduced in swelling, and the bruising was far less severe than before. Chen Huayan, sensing the doctor's scrutiny, sheepishly withdrew his foot and chuckled awkwardly. I have always been resilient. I possess a certain innate talent for self-recovery. It wouldn't do to claim that the bruising was alleviated through some secret acupuncture technique. No one would believe it, and it would only invite trouble. As for demonstrating needlework to the two doctors, that was preposterous. The elderly gentleman nearby certainly made for an excellent test subject, but before he could proceed, he might find himself confined to a psychiatric ward. Besides, he lacked confidence in the efficacy of his actions. Just because self-treatment yielded results did not imply the same for others. In today's society, even assisting someone across the street requires careful consideration of one's own capabilities, let alone administering acupuncture. Dr. Zhang pondered for a long while, but could not deduce an explanation. He could only conclude that, as of now, the osteosarcoma on Chen Huayan's foot had not vanished. If it were to disappear, he would truly need to find a way to retain Chen Huayan and report this matter to his superiors. Young man, you must find a way to treat this cancer. Neglecting it may not bode well. I understand, but I lack the funds, Chen Huayan replied with a smile. Did you not purchase insurance? No. What your parents? They have passed. Dr. Zhang fell silent. After a few inquiries, he found himself ensnared in contemplation. As a physician with decades of experience, he had encountered numerous cases akin to Chen Huayan's, where individuals possessed nothing and merely awaited death. Yet, few exhibited such an unbothered attitude as Chen Huayan. Doctor, I am well aware of my situation. I do not have excess funds. Please proceed with the standard treatment for my fracture. Dr. Zhang nodded, still suggesting, if you require assistance with fundraising, do not hesitate to inform me. Perhaps I can offer some help. Thank you. If I can earn some money, I will certainly seek proper treatment. Throughout the conversation between Chen Huayan and Dr. Zhang, Wu Bin observed intently, realizing that the young man was articulate and bright-eyed, exhibiting no signs of mental distress, merely a touch of youthful exuberance. I nearly called for a sedative. What a false alarm. Chen Huayan remained in the hospital until the afternoon. His right leg, having undergone surgery for the fracture, was now encased in a plaster cast. According to the physician's advice, it was best for him to remain hospitalized for observation. However, he declined, citing a lack of funds. Before departing, he purchased a set of silver needles from the pharmacy adjacent to the hospital. A power bank. A power bank. Upon exiting the hospital, Chen Huayan, resembling a famished wolf, cast a ravenous gaze upon the surrounding shops. He needed a power bank, having abstained from gaming all afternoon. The thought of Li Qingran potentially being attacked by a monstrous beast filled him with dread. Moreover, having invested nearly 60,000 into this character, the prospect of losing it would infuriate him to the point of jumping from the second floor of the hospital. Release that power bank. In the terrified gaze of a female student, Chen Huayan, leaning on his cane, swiftly seized the last power bank from the charging station at the restaurant. He powered it on and launched the game. A sigh of relief escaped him. Li Qingran remained safely unconscious within the Xuanjia formation. With the power bank clenched between his teeth, one hand gripping the cane and the other holding his phone, he approached a table in the restaurant, much to the bewilderment of the female student. Boss, I'll have a few side dishes. Coming right up. Would you like an egg? No, but I'll take the noodle soup. All right then. The egg costs 3 yuan. Not having that. The noodle soup is complimentary, so that will do. Setting aside his concerns for Li Qingran's unconscious state, he opened the luck koi lottery pool. Currently, he was 500 draws away from securing the guaranteed prize. TSK. I seem to lack the fortune of a lucky sovereign. Chen Huayan scoffed softly as he confirmed the payment through Easy Pay, his finger poised over the lottery draw button. All in. Chapter 18. A matter of great importance. Li Qingran experienced a vivid dream. In this dream, she was relentlessly pursued by countless beasts of darkness, surrounded by an impenetrable veil of shadows that surged towards her like a relentless tide. Just as she felt the beasts closing in, a melodious thunderclap pierced the air, heralding the arrival of a young man, his features obscured, clad in peculiar attire, appearing on the horizon. With a flourish akin to seasoning food, he waved his left hand, conjuring a talisman, and with his right, summoned a mystical artifact. The pursuing beasts met their demise, either by the lightning that erupted from the talisman or by being pierced by the descending artifact from above. Is that a senior? Li Qingran gazed upward, an instinctual belief whispering that this figure was indeed her savior. Although his face remained hidden, he appeared far younger than she had anticipated. There was no time for further contemplation. In the blink of an eye, he materialized before her. A wave of panic surged within her, coloring her cheeks crimson as she instinctively bowed in reverence. In an instant, powerful hands caught her, and he pressed a square object into her palm. It was a deep black, resembling a brick yet surprisingly light, inscribed with 3 simplified characters that seemed to read, "Electric fulfillment?" What could that possibly mean? A type of magical artifact? While she pondered this, the figure of her senior began to fade, like mist dispersing in the morning light. "Senior, I'm eternally grateful to you. This is something of great significance." The receding haze echoed with his voice. "You must keep it safe. Just this. Electric fulfillment. Its very name seems trustworthy." Chun Huayan clicked to place his order. He could hardly afford the $3 fried eggs, but a 300 yuan power bank was an investment he felt compelled to make. After the recent experience, he had grown apprehensive. He must carry a power bank at all times, one with ample capacity. He had contemplated whether to switch phones, but could he transfer the game Electronic Girlfriend to a new device? It was an elusive program, devoid of an installation package, leaving him at a loss. Glancing at the time on his computer, he noted it was already 9 in the evening. Over an hour had passed since he returned home. Li Qingran should have awakened by now. Chun Huayan launched the Electronic Girlfriend game, and indeed, he found Li Qingran had regained consciousness. The young lady was huddled in a corner, wrapped in tattered clothing, knees drawn to her chest. Her vacant gaze fixed upon the ground, lost in thought. He observed a half-burned incense stick by her feet. "Your Electronic Girlfriend, Li Qingran's residence has been damaged. Recharge 6 yuan to repair it." Chun Huayan furrowed, not a brow. "Recharge. Recharge an additional 88 yuan to provide your Electronic Girlfriend with 2 sets of uniquely styled new outfits. Recharge. Your Electronic Girlfriend, Li Qingran, is hungry and feeling low. Recharge 68 yuan to." Recharge. In an instant, the residence was restored, new outfits adorning the bed, and an array of meats and fruits cascaded onto the table with a clatter. The commotion was so great that it would be impossible for Li Qingran to remain oblivious. She was aware that her senior had come to visit her. In fact, she knew that her mentor had previously been there, as evidenced by the numerous craters surrounding the small hut, the charred remains of demonic beasts reduced to ash, and the wounds on her body that had already begun to heal. The sudden appearance of the demonic beast horde was indeed suspicious. Utilizing the lingering lightning flames as cover, she had circled the vicinity of the hut and stumbled upon a shattered beast lured beneath a tree. This lure was a favored tool among various sects for hunting demons, though each sect's version had its distinct characteristics. For instance, the beast lure of the Qingyun sect bore azure cloud patterns at its base, essential symbols crafted from certain materials that were indispensable. To remove them would significantly diminish the lure's efficacy, given the potential danger. It was only prudent for the major sects to mark their tools to avoid being framed or wronged. The one who had cast the lure might have presumed it would burn away, leaving only a trace of ash. Little did they know that her mentor had arrived midway, transforming a radius of 500 meters into a barren wasteland. The fact that the individual did not take her life likely meant they had been annihilated alongside her. Senior Li Qingran gazed at the ceiling, weariness etched on her face, her parched lips parting slightly, resembling a flower on the brink of wilting. "Do you think I am truly a detestable person?" "Ah, I cannot possibly think so highly of you, my dear," came the immediate response from the dialogue box. As Chun Huayan opted for free conversation, having just drawn from the koi pond, he now possessed over 70 communication talismans and felt quite inflated with confidence. Clearing his throat, he pressed the talisman and spoke in a gentle tone. "How could that be? To me, Qingran is an exceptionally polite and considerate girl, diligently practicing her cultivation. Why would you think otherwise?" This was Chun Huayan's lengthy monologue of nearly 300 words. However, what reached Li Qingran's ears was a resonant, authoritative voice. "What is the meaning of this?" If that were not the case, why would those from the Qingyan sect, my fellow disciples, my master, continually seek to bring about my demise? Despite my Dantian and spiritual roots being rendered useless, despite being expelled from the sect and cast into the Wantu mountain to fend for myself, why do they still refuse to let me go? Have I committed some unspeakable crime? Chen Huayan observed the gradual dimming of clarity in Li Qingran's once bright eyes, fully understanding her turmoil. From what he knew of her life, she exemplified a personality inclined to give selflessly. Whenever someone extended her a kindness, she repaid it tenfold. Even without formal guidance, she regarded the Qingxian Taoist as the most esteemed elder. Master Lu Changtian offered guidance to her upon her initiation, and she regarded him as an elder brother. Second Master Xiao Yifeng bestowed upon her and used elixirs, and in return, she assisted him in tending to spiritual herbs, serving as his test subject. Third Master Yin Zimo gifted her a storage ring, yet when he falsely accused her, she remained silent and was expelled from the sect without protest. Fourth Master Zhang Hanxiao aided her once during a mission, and she devoted most of her monthly spirit stone quota to resolve the troubles he incurred. She blossomed radiantly at the slightest touch of sunlight, maintaining a smiling countenance even amidst tempestuous storms. However, behind that mask of joy lay a visage marred with wounds and sorrow. Kindness often invites exploitation, and the adage that a gentle horse is ridden is not mere jest, but wisdom passed down through generations. Just as he devoted all his goodness to his former lover, only to be met with betrayal. Such tales are abundant. The cherished goddess, nurtured with heartfelt devotion, finds herself discarded in a budget hotel. Flowers, cultivated with utmost care, bloom upon another's balcony. Friendships turn to enmity. Daggers are thrust in treachery. Increasingly, individuals seek solace in the companionship of pets and virtual personas, investing their finances, time, and energy. Are they foolish? No, they simply wish to shield themselves from further harm. Humanity must possess a spark of defiance. We are not mere playthings to be discarded like refuse. One day, that battle-scarred heart shall be tenderly cradled once more. Li Qingran. Chen Huayan gazed at Li Qingran, their eyes meeting across the screen, as if transcending countless realms to intertwine. He peered into her eyes, and within them, he found a reflection of himself. Today, I shall aid you in restoring your Dantian. The profound voice of the Tao did not omit Chen Huayan's words this time, but conveyed them in their entirety. Even if your past is a mire of despair, your future shall undoubtedly blossom in resplendent glory. Chapter 19. The emergence of the divine medicine atop Qishao Peak. The esteemed Qingxian Taoist emerges from seclusion only once a week to impart wisdom, dedicating 2 hours to discourse. Following this, he graciously allocates an additional hour to address the inquiries of his disciples regarding their cultivation challenges. At this moment, a congregation of disciples gathers beneath a venerable pine tree, its age unfathomable. With the lecture concluded, it is now the time for questions and answers. Lu Changtian rises first, performs a deep bow, and then gazes toward the figure clad in azure robes beneath the ancient pine. Master, he inquires, I have heard that the sect leader's direct disciple, Zhao Lingtian, was grievously injured in battle with a demonic cultivator, resulting in the shattering of his Dantian. Now, the sect leader is in distress over the restoration of Zhao Lingtian's Dantian, expending great wealth in the effort. Is there truly no means to mend it? Upon hearing this, the expressions of several others beneath the pine vary. After all, Zhao Lingtian is not the only one to suffer such a fate. Their former fifth junior sister, Li Qingran, shares the same plight. Qingxian Taoist, upon hearing the inquiry, slightly opens his closed eyes, strokes his beard, and replies nonchalantly, the Dantian is not beyond repair, but it requires a rare ancient divine medicine. With that medicine, even a shattered Dantian can be restored. Without it, the task is akin to ascending the heavens. Dare I ask, Master, what is this divine medicine? Yuan done. The Qingxian Taoist enunciates each word with clarity. The disciples exchange glances, their hearts stirred merely by the name. What a precious treasure! The Qingxian Taoist continues, at the moment of birth, the Dantian is fixed, a predetermined factor, Each individual's dantian possesses varying qualities, influencing the volume and purity of spiritual energy it can contain. In terms of cultivation aptitude, the dantian's impact may not be as pronounced as that of one's spiritual roots, yet as one progresses deeper into the path of cultivation, the disparity in dantian quality becomes evident when two cultivators of equal level and spiritual root engage in battle. In ancient times, when spiritual energy was abundant, the adept classified dantians into 9 ranks, the 9th rank being the lowest and the 1st rank the highest. A 1st-rank dantian is capable of absorbing vast quantities and refining spiritual energy at an astonishing rate, transforming it into an exceptionally pure form. In that epoch, one glance at a dantian could determine how far a cultivator might journey, and sects placed great importance on the quality of their disciples' dantians. Then, Master, what rank is my dantian? Zhang Hanxiao steps forward, confidently patting his abdomen. He believes his dantian to be quite commendable, with swift cultivation and reasonably abundant spiritual energy. However, the Qingxian Taoist merely casts him a sidelong glance, scoffing, "You? Not even a rank." Laughter erupts beneath the pine. Zhang Hanxiao's expression darkens, wishing for nothing more than to sink into the earth. Yet the Qingxian Taoist continues, "What are you laughing at? Most of you do not even reach a rank. Only Lu Changtian's dantian can barely be considered a 7th rank. In the days of abundant spiritual energy, you have been relegated to the outer sect, performing menial tasks, cleaning up after the sect's guardian beast. It is only because the spiritual energy in the Cangyun realm has dwindled and its quality diminished that the influence of the dantian on cultivation and combat prowess does not surpass that of spiritual roots or external factors, granting you the opportunity to become inner sect members or direct disciples." The laughter ceases, and the atmosphere grows somber. With just a few terse words, the Taoist Qingxian had thoroughly dampened the spirits of his disciples before steering the conversation back. The dantian of a cultivator is a fixed quantity. Once shattered, it remains irreparable, much like spilled water that cannot be reclaimed. Yet, within the grand design of the cosmos, there exists the potential for change. In ancient times, a master alchemist extracted a sliver of variability from the stones used to mend the heavens, crafting the primordial restoration pill. This divine elixir not only restores the dantian, but also enhances its quality, and this is merely the effect of the mortal-grade primordial restoration pill. One can only surmise the effects of the celestial-grade variant, known perhaps solely to that ancient alchemist. Upon hearing this, the crowd displayed expressions of longing. If they could obtain a primordial restoration pill and present it to the sect leader, they might never again worry about cultivation resources in their lifetime. Next month, a small ancient secret realm would open in Central Continent, rumored to harbor not only a battlefield of ferocious beasts, but also the abodes of ancient cultivators. Perhaps within, they might discover such a miraculous elixir. Lu Changtian felt a surge of excitement. According to Taoist Qingxian, his dantian was currently at the 7th rank. If he were to acquire a primordial restoration pill, surely it would elevate to the 6th or even the 5th rank. "You may go and try your luck," Qingxian nodded. Deep down, however, he harbored doubts. Even in ancient times, the primordial restoration pill was a rare treasure, unlikely to surface in a minor secret realm. Nevertheless, venturing into the realm would be a valuable experience and could yield some resources, so he refrained from disheartening his disciples. "Today's lecture ends here. Return to your abodes." With a wave of his sleeve, he prepared to dismiss them. Just then, a resounding boom erupted. A beam of azure light shot up from an unknown source, piercing the sky and dispersing the clouds above Mount Wanshan. The light ascended further, resembling a divine pillar reaching the heavens. Cultivators across the entire Cangyun realm looked up in astonishment. A spiritual light manifests. The fragrance of elixirs fills the air. A divine pill has emerged. They exclaimed. "It is in the direction of Mount Wanshan. Let us hurry. Perhaps we can still make it." They knew not what kind of divine pill it was, but if they could obtain it, their cultivation would surely soar. Atop the Qi Shao peak, Taoist Qingxian's narrowed eyes suddenly widened. In the next instant, he propelled himself toward the direction of the azure light, and simultaneously, several other prominent peaks of the Qingyun sect saw their own powerful cultivators take flight. All capable cultivators surrounding Mount Wanshan were mobilized. The emergence of the celestial-grade primordial restoration pill will stir the realms. Will you invest 18 to veil the heavenly secrets? Huh? Chen Huayan stared at the notification on his phone, his mouth twitching. It was undeniable. The celestial phenomenon was far too conspicuous, practically announcing to all nearby that treasures awaited. The map quickly filled with an array of red dots, with an increasing number illuminating, sending a shiver down his spine. Thankfully, considering he had already spent 90,000, the game developers had refrained from pressuring him further in subsequent updates. Yet, he still felt a surge of dissatisfaction. Could the function to veil heavenly secrets not be offered freely? Through gritted teeth, Chen Huayan begrudgingly spent 18 yuan. Veiling heavenly secrets activated. The azure light beam vanished completely, and even the lingering fragrance of medicine in the air dissipated in an instant. The first to approach, the Qingxian Taoist, halted mid-air, bewildered. His consciousness swept over the vicinity like a tidal wave, yet he discovered nothing. Was that not Li Qingran? As he scanned the small dwelling, the Qingxian Taoist recognized it as the abode of his former fifth disciple. He recalled how Li Qingran had been expelled from Qishao Peak and subsequently cast out of the sect. Zhang Hanxiao had mentioned sending Li Qingran down a mountain to return to the mundane world. How could Li Qingran still linger in the WNQing mountain? Was he courting death? Did he think that by clinging to WNQing mountain he could return to the sect? The Qingxian Taoist shook his head and let out a cold laugh. Frustrated from his fruitless search for the divine herb, he was in no mood to concern himself with Li Qingran. After searching in vain, he could only return to Qingyun's sect, laden with confusion and discontent. It was evident that a divine herb must have manifested within WNQing mountain. Yet the sudden disappearance of its anomaly could only signify two possibilities. Either the herb had already been taken by someone, or its heavenly secrets had been obscured by another. Regardless of which scenario it was, the cultivator responsible for such a situation was beyond his reach. Might a senior emerge to meet me? I dare to beseech you, esteemed elder, to bestow upon me the elixir to restore my Dantian. I am willing to exchange any resources for it. The sect leader, Wu Duantian, bowed deeply to WNQing mountain. If a formidable entity were present and capable of refining a divine herb, perhaps they could procure the elixir necessary for restoring his direct disciple's Dantian. Yet, after waiting for a considerable time, there was no response from the vast mountains. Alas! Wu Duantian sighed, his countenance pale, and, feeling helpless, he could only turn back home. The great cultivators who understood the situation had already departed. Only a few scattered practitioners and those with limited experience remained in WNQing mountain, hoping for a stroke of luck. Unbeknownst to them, the divine herb that had stunned the entire Xingyan realm lay, at that moment, upon an unremarkable wooden table, while in a nearby corner, a frightened girl cowered in shock. Chapter 20, A Vow to the Heaven Senior. What is this? Li Qingran was momentarily startled upon hearing Chen Huayan's intention to assist her in restoring her Dantian. Subsequently, an object fell onto the table, enveloping the entire room in a brilliant azure glow, accompanied by an intoxicating fragrance of medicine. Just inhaling, it seemed to accelerate the circulation of her internal spiritual energy. This is a medicinal pill capable of restoring your Dantian. Chen Huayan refrained from disclosing the name of the pill. After all, its appearance suggested a considerable value. He perceived Li Qingran as a highly intelligent AI entity. Achieving such a feat is not overly challenging with current AI technology. It merely requires the infusion of ample data streams for training. Given that the game developer was an adept hacker, creating a sophisticated AI model would be trivial. Although advanced AI differs from humans, it can still simulate human emotions under the influence of data streams. If you were to inform Li Qingran that this was the primordial restoration pill, she would undoubtedly reject it. A medicinal pill that restores the Dantian? I have never heard of such a thing, Li Qingran thought. She understood that once the Dantian was shattered, restoration was nearly impossible. Even if it were feasible, the methods involved were certainly beyond the reach of a mere qi refinement stage cultivator like herself. Furthermore, the commotion caused merely by its presentation indicated its extraordinary rarity. Senior, This pill is far too precious. I cannot accept it, she asserted with unwavering resolve. While she yearned to restore her dantian, she felt she had already received far too many favors from her senior and was unable to provide an equivalent return. This imbalance weighed heavily on her conscience. Just accept it. Chun Huayan pressed on through the communication talisman, internally acknowledging the effectiveness of the AI's personality simulation. In a different game, even in a nurturing type scenario, the character would likely have accepted it without hesitation. He continued, "This pill was specifically crafted for you. It holds no value for me. Take it, or else those individuals will come to seize it." Chun Huayan elaborated at length, but what Li Qingran perceived was, "This item is of no use to me, and the recent commotion has drawn the attention of other cultivators. I cannot conceal the heavenly secrets for long. If you do not consume it now, you will be bringing trouble upon me." Li Qingran gazed at the ceiling, her eyes drifting back to the primordial restoration pill, her teeth biting in her lower lip, a visage of conflict upon her face. To consume the pill would invoke guilt. She felt indebted. Yet, to refuse it would mean provoking her senior. "Hurry!" A stern reprimand echoed from above. Startled, Li Qingran shivered. Faced with the dilemma between her principles and disobeying her senior, she ultimately chose to breach her own limits. She did not wish to incite her senior's ire. Chun Huayan observed the young lady, cautiously cradling the pill from the table, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. In the end, you must obediently consume it. He realized that being addressed as senior by Li Qingran had begun to inflate his ego. From now on, let him refer to himself as the true being, aptly aligning with the occasion. "If you do not consume this elixir, have I not squandered 90,000 coins in vain?" In the midst of an urgent situation, he had yet to discern the treasures from the 500 draws. Li Qingran held the elixir in her hands, and although she had breached her own limits, she was determined to find a remedy. Gazing at the ceiling, she raised one hand, extending 3 fingers to correspond with the 3 talents of heaven, earth, and humanity, and proclaimed aloud, "Today, the junior Qingran seeks the assistance of the senior, obtaining the divine medicine to restore my dantian. My heart is filled with shame for not being able to repay this kindness. Should the senior have any need in the future, even if it entails traversing mountains of blades or seas of fire, Qingran shall not hesitate to face death 1,000 times." Li Qingran's vow was not only to the heavens, but also to her own heart. Each word resonated with sincerity, causing the heavens to echo her promise. The surrounding spiritual energy surged, lifting her flowing hair and revealing her steadfast gaze. With her vow declared, she felt unburdened and raised her hands to consume the elixir. She had entrusted herself to the senior. This was all she could offer. The celestial grade Hong Yuan dissolved upon entry, transforming into a stream of pure energy that surged toward Li Qingran's shattered dantian. From Chun Huayan's perspective, a golden thread danced toward Li Qingran's abdomen, while the entirety of the room began to whirl around her, creating a vortex that expanded until it formed a tornado reaching the heavens. Could this be the spiritual energy whirlwind? Chun Huayan pondered. Given the backdrop of the cultivation realm, Li Qingran's current state must be one of absorbing vast amounts of spiritual energy, serving as the fuel for the Hong Yuan's efficacy. However, this commotion is rather significant. Is there truly no need to conceal it? The spiritual energy cyclone disrupted the clouds above, creating a rift in the sky. The red dots on the map, akin to headless flies, converged toward this location as if they had found their organization. Li Qingran has consumed the celestial grade Hong Yuan, which will continuously evoke phenomena in heaven and earth. Will you recharge 28 to conceal the heavenly secrets for Li Qingran? Damn it. Chun Huayan found himself both frustrated and amused. Why prolong this? Could they not be more direct? Despite his annoyance with the game's recharge system, he reluctantly spent the 28. Amidst the myriad of mountains, over there, such terrifying fluctuations of spiritual energy, a divine elixir must have emerged. Ha ha ha, I shall become an immortal. Suddenly, the momentum of the spiritual energy tornado diminished, as if extinguished by a colossal hand, dissipating like a flickering flame. The treasure-seeking cultivators fell into confusion once more. What happened? Where did it go again? Are they toying with us? Forget that. Let us search over there. Do not overlook anything we encounter. Even a pile of dung should be examined. Meanwhile, Chen Huayan relished the sight of Li Qingran in deep meditation. She sat serenely, two strands of hair cascading over her shoulders, occasionally swaying in the flowing spiritual energy. Although her attire is simple, it harmonizes beautifully with her elegant and unpretentious demeanor. On ordinary days, one can observe a hint of heroism in her brows. Yet at this moment, with her eyes closed and her brow slightly furrowed, her delicate lips pressed together, her pale complexion exudes a certain sickly charm that evokes a sense of tender pity. Chen Huayan, a student of the sciences, lacks the embellishments of ornate language. Nevertheless, he is inclined to extol Li Qingran's beauty with the most unadorned vocabulary. Wow, she looks truly incredible. I can't look any longer. If I keep staring, I won't be able to get up for class later. He has drawn breath 1,000 times from the fortune pool of luck, yet he has yet to examine the contents of the last 500 draws. Opening his backpack, he finds all 12 compartments filled. From left to right, they contain low-grade spirit stones, mid-grade spirit stones, communication talismans, and various grades of Thunderfire talismans. It's infuriating. Can't they just put a single Thunderfire talisman in one compartment? Chen Huayan thinks in exasperation. Not all the Thunderfire talismans can go to Li Qingran. What if she needs support from the sidelines? Most importantly, expanding the first compartment of his backpack costs 188 yuan. Fine. I'll give her whatever I don't need later. His attention is drawn to the last item, a golden jade slip. It is evident that it is a valuable treasure. Chapter 21. The Sword Manual. Qinglian's Sword Manual. The instant the golden jade slip was opened, an overwhelming aura of a superior artifact surged forth. I am but a wild man from Chu, laughing at Confucius. With a 3-foot sword in hand, I point my blade towards the sorrowful skies. The Qinglian Sword Manual, crafted by the Qinglian Sword Immortal, encompasses 36 foundational sword techniques and 12 sword forms, classified as celestial grade. Any practitioner with meridian connection may cultivate the Qinglian Sword Manual. However, to reach the pinnacle of mastery, one must possess sword bones, sword spirit roots, and a sword heart. All are indispensable. Indeed, this artifact is of exceptional quality. Yet, after perusing the introduction, Chen Huayan wore a peculiar expression. Could this Qinglian Sword Immortal be Li Bai? Wasn't Li Bai the immortal poet? When did he become a sword immortal? Alas, in these times, such reimaginings are commonplace. Even the Tang monk wields a Gatling gun. So Li Bai becoming a sword immortal is hardly surprising. Chen Huayan shook his head in disbelief. He recalled that Li Qingran wielded a sword as well. This Qinglian Sword Manual could undoubtedly be of use to her. A celestial grade sword technique must be quite formidable indeed. At this moment, the Qinglian Sword Manual had opened to its first page. Chen Huayan initially perceived it merely as a game item, only to discover that the first page was adorned with text and illustrations of small figures. Is this a small workshop? How terrifying. Sword Chapter 1. Crane Standing. Stand with legs together, bend the knees, and raise one foot to assume the crane posture. Beginners may omit lifting the leg. Keep the body upright, with the sword held vertically in front, parallel to the body. The sword hilt should be horizontal to the ground, and the sword body should remain close to the arm, maintaining a vertical position. Breathe steadily, calm the mind, and concentrate on the harmony between the sword and one's breath. Accompanying illustrations provided clarity on the specific execution of this sword chapter. Chen Huayan continued to flip through the pages, discovering further chapters. Sword Chapter 2. Pine Expansion also included explanations and images. Sword Chapter 3. Holding the Edge. Sword Chapter 35. Returning to Unity. Sword Chapter 36. Carefree, skeptical, he persisted until the end, finding that every sword chapter was supplemented with both text and illustrations, devoid of any filler. At this moment, Chen Huayan was utterly astonished by the dedication and rigor of this game designer. The frustration of having spent so much money previously was somewhat alleviated. The 36 sword chapters appeared to be foundational, with 12 additional sword forms yet to come. Just as he was about to turn further, a prompt appeared on the screen. You have not yet learned sword chapters 1 to 12. You cannot read the sword forms. What is this? Must I learn? How do I learn? Chun Huayan instinctively searched for a recharge window, but found none. It seemed the Qinglian sword manual was not upgraded through monetary means. Would you like to begin learning sword chapter 1? Yes, think again without hesitation. Chun Huayan selected yes. He was eager to see how this game would unfold. Camera is being flipped. The game screen vanished, and the camera automatically activated, entering selfie recording mode, while the game window continued to hover above. Please begin practicing according to the Qinglian sword manual, sword chapter 1, crane standing. Current progress. Initial glimpse, 0 what? Wait a moment. Chun Huayan gazed at the screen, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. If I am not mistaken, the essence of this game is to have him perform a crane-like stance, correct? Moreover, it requires recording and uploading the performance. It seems that without spending money, one is merely subjected to torment. Chun Huayan felt that if he were to comply with the game's demands, he would indeed be lacking in reason. Speaking of which, does the game's creator possess some sort of twisted sense of humor? Do they take pleasure in watching players contort themselves into various ridiculous poses while they sit on the server, laughing uproariously while enjoying takeout? I, Chun Huayan, should not allow such individuals to succeed. With a cold huff, he realized the developer's intentions. All he needed to do was refuse, and soon enough, the recharge button would appear. It is all a ruse, much like certain games that offer particularly grueling rewards, which naturally lead players to opt for direct purchases when they can no longer endure the grind. However, after a considerable wait, Chun Huayan found no recharge button. TSK, can I simply pass the sword technique to Li Qingran? He closed the page and attempted to drag the Qinglian sword cannon into Li Qingran's possession. You cannot directly impart the Qinglian sword cannon to Li Qingran. Please first cultivate the 36 sword chapters to the initial insight realm to unlock the transfer of sword techniques. What on earth? Chun Huayan was exasperated. What kind of obstinate game is this? In the upper right corner of the pop-up window was a circle question mark. In a last-ditch effort, he clicked on it. The original intention of this game is to provide players with the most authentic development experience. Players can offer resources and various support to their electronic girlfriends and also become their guides and spiritual companions. However, one must be strong to teach effectively. To better educate your electronic girlfriend, please strive to improve yourself. Upon reading this reminder, Chun Huayan fell silent. His previous disinterest in watching others play games stemmed not only from the belief that games required spending money, but also from the lack of immersion. No matter how skilled one was with firearms, one was not the first assault soldier charging into a university. No matter how adept one was at jungle combat, one was not the king of the wilds. Games and reality are ultimately disparate. Yet, this electronic girlfriend game seemed to be exploring a novel concept. It was innovative, but it could easily falter in today's gaming industry. However, Chun Huayan could not deny that he felt a stir of excitement. The sense of accomplishment from personally guiding an electronic girlfriend to learn first and then teach that innocent girl, watching her surmount challenges and defeat foes with the techniques he imparted, is this not precisely the immersion that contemporary games lack? Indeed, it is demanding and hardcore, but it is precisely this type of game that he enjoys. Chun Huayan reopened the learning page for the Qinglian sword cannon. He propped his phone on a live streaming stand, took a deep breath. Well, in order to teach Li Qingran an unparalleled sword technique, let the game developers mock him if they will. After all, they cannot see him. Lacking a sword, he would substitute a drying rack. Chun Huayan discovered that the textual and pictorial descriptions were quite simple, yet the actual execution proved to be anything but. Initially, the sword must remain steady. Previously, he would tremble while holding a bottle of water, yet today, for reasons unknown, his hands were remarkably steady. However, it was imperative to ensure two perpendicular points, the sword's alignment with the ground and its alignment with the arm, while simultaneously keeping the sword parallel to the body. Performing this action for a brief duration posed no issue, but after less than 2 minutes, his hands began to ache. More dishearteningly, Chun Huayan realized that after half an hour of laboriously holding the drying rod, the progress of his training in one of the sword techniques, first glimpse, had only advanced by 1%. Nevertheless, his perseverance was extraordinary, He resolutely continued for an entire hour, stopping only when his back was drenched in sweat. By heavens, I can't go on. I'm falling apart, he murmured, trembling as he set the drying rod down and stretched his stiff body. It was already late, approaching midnight. Yet he had not washed his clothes or bathed, and a pungent odor emanated from him. If this training were to be perceived as physical exercise, it might have been bearable. Chun Huayan rubbed his aching arms, his spirit unyielding. He intended to rest for the night and resume his practice in the morning. Just then, a sudden thud echoed from the doorway, sounding as if something had collided with the door. Chapter 22. You are destined to encounter the true self. Upon opening the door, he found no one outside. Chun Huayan wore an expression of bewilderment, silently wondering if it was yet another delivery from a gaming company. Instinctively, he lowered his gaze and discovered a small, furry black ball huddled at the door, its eyes, nose, and ears faintly visible. It was a kitten. If memory served him right, he was staying in a chain hotel. Chun Huayan glanced down the long corridor, lost in thought. How had a cat manage to enter a chain hotel? He crouched down and poked the furry creature. It did not respond, merely shivering. He then lifted the kitten by the scruff of its neck and clearly saw its face, which bore a distinct white patch, commonly known as a fleshball cat. Its hind legs were a gruesome sight, and it had wounds on its back as well. His room was located at the end of the corridor by the window, which was fully open at that moment. He also noticed a small blot of blood on the door, a place the kitten could never reach, alongside a few feathers from a raptor near the window. Something about this cat was amiss. Could it be a creature of the supernatural? Chun Huayan squinted, sensing that this matter was far from simple. After a moment of contemplation, a spark of insight illuminated his mind, and he arrived at a conclusion. A large bird must have collided with the window and inadvertently dropped its prey at my door, then fled in fright, abandoning its catch. What remarkable reasoning! Chun Huayan felt that dormant cells within him had activated his latent potential. Little one, you are destined to cross paths with me, he declared, carrying the kitten into his room. Ignoring the rules against pets, he thought to himself that, given his terminal condition, he need not adhere to such regulations. The kitten was temporarily placed in a shoebox. It was impossible to visit a veterinary clinic at this hour. As midnight approached, most clinics were closing, and his location was rather remote. A trip to a 24-hour veterinary hospital would require a journey of an hour and a half into the city. He sensed that the kitten could not endure until then, for even in the mere seconds he spent searching for a clinic, blood had already begun to seep into the shoebox. Little one, since conventional methods will undoubtedly lead to your demise, today I shall resort to desperate measures. If fate allows, you shall grow strong and avoid being captured by that great bird again. But should your destiny be otherwise, do not blame me, Chun Huayan said, pressing his palms together in prayer to the kitten. He then retrieved a set of silver needles he had previously purchased, initially intending to use them on himself daily in hopes of hastening his recovery, before considering treating others. With a kitten now before him, he decided to give it a try. As he grasped the silver needle, the acupuncture points naturally unfurled in his mind. The acupuncture points for cats differ from those of humans, and he was unsure how he possessed this knowledge. Perhaps it was indeed his latent potential revealing itself. The primary function of a spring needle was to stop bleeding, promote coagulation, invigorate blood flow, and facilitate wound healing. The upgrade condition was to administer 1,000 needles or to recharge 998, thereby elevating it to open meridian needle level 2. Following the illuminated sequence on the acupuncture chart, he swiftly and seamlessly administered the needles. The little cat soon exhibited delightful changes. The most apparent was the cessation of bleeding. The wound no longer oozed blood. The injury on its back was the clearest, now entirely sealed by a layer of blood membrane, a feature that was absent prior to the acupuncture. Hiss! The effects of this acupuncture are rather remarkable. Chun Huayan pondered, stroking his chin. Although he lacked knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine, he held it in high esteem for its enigmatic qualities. Now the question arose, was it his prowess or the techniques gleaned from that game that proved so potent? He found it difficult to discern. For the little cat, there was little more he could do. From here on, its will to survive would dictate the outcome. He turned to wash in the bathroom. However, he failed to notice a menacing black dragon that had appeared behind him, its form shifting like smoke, oscillating between existence and void, with only the formidable gaze of its eyes instilling dread. In a shoebox, the little cat, cloaked in darkness, struggled to turn over. Its mouth moved slightly, emitting a creaking sound, revealing a ghastly white bone fragment that flickered in and out of view. As it chewed, its body contorted, alternating between the forms of sheep and a cat, its visage twisting into that of a toothy, eyeless demon, with an expansive mouth and eyes situated beneath its armpits. After several seconds of transformation, it ultimately stabilized into a cat's form, gradually falling silent. Song Jiaojiao is dead. This news reached Mu Baishuang through Yang Buotao, Song Jiaojiao's partner. How did Song Jiaojiu meet her demise? Faced with Mu Baishuang's inquiries, Yang Buotao's complexion darkened. I do not know. I merely sent her to kill that vile Li Qingran, and she never returned. She left a soul lamp with me, and upon returning to my cave for spirit stones, I found the lamp had extinguished. Mu Baishuang's heart jolted at his words, though her expression remained one of sorrow and fury. What did you say? Why did you instruct Song Jiaojiao to kill Li Qingran? Song Jiaojiao is my dear friend, while Li Qingran is my senior sister. Have you lost your mind? I did this for you. Yang Buotao's face grew pale, his voice trembling. Baishuang, that wretched Li Qingran dared to harm you. She had previously humiliated me, and I have long harbored resentment towards her. Wasn't it you who confided in Song Jiaojiao about the grievances you suffered at Li Qingran's hands? I was merely seeking to avenge you. Address me as Mu Baishuang. We are not that close. What I discuss with Song Jiaojiao are matters between sisters, and they have nothing to do with you. Do you think I require your assistance in seeking vengeance? Mu Baishuang's countenance was frosty, yet her mind was a tangled mess. Her original plan was to feign grievances to Song Jiaojiao and exploit her close rapport with Yang Buotao to incite him, thereby implicating him in the instigation of Song Jiaojiao's attempt on Li Qingran's life, thus ensuring her own hands remained clean of the affair. Moreover, it was her fourth senior brother, Zhang Hanxiao, who had brought Song Jiaojiao to the inner gate. In this manner, she would extricate herself perfectly from the situation. Her only concern was for Zhang Hanxiao to bring Song Jiaojiao to the inner sect, but this was hardly a matter of significance. According to the sect's rules, only Zhang Hanxiao would face consequences, especially since he was her senior brother and should bear the blame on her behalf. Song Jiaojiao was at the 9th level of qi refinement, while Li Qingran was merely a discarded cultivator with a ruined dantian. Eliminating Li Qingran would be exceedingly simple. In fact, Song Jiaojiao could do so without revealing any trace of wrongdoing, ensuring everyone has safety. However, she could never have anticipated that Li Qingran had survived, while Song Jiaojiao had met her demise. Something must have transpired in between. The recovery of Li Qingran's injuries had already seemed suspicious, though she had paid it little heed. Junior sister Baishuang, all my actions are for your happiness. Yang Buotao felt a surge of panic. Since Li Qingran had been expelled from the sect, she was no longer associated with Qingyun's sect. Furthermore, with her dantian and spiritual roots destroyed, she was just an irrelevant ordinary person. Yet Qingyun's sect was a righteous sect. How could a cultivator harm an innocent person? If word of this spread, other sects would undoubtedly mock them. To preserve their reputation, he would inevitably face severe punishment from the sect, and Song Jiaojiao's death would also be attributed to him. No, I am not happy, Mu Baishuang declared, casting all blame upon Yang Buotao. Just at that moment, the elder brother of Qi Shao Peak, Lu Changtian, entered the scene. Mu Baishuang instinctively hid behind Lu Changtian. Yang Buotao, this is Qi Shao Peak, not your Xianling Peak. What business do you have here? Brother Changtian. Mu Baishuang's expression was one of sorrow, her eyes glistening with tears as she clung to Lu Changtian's arm, lamenting. Yang Buotao instructed Song Jiaojiao to assassinate Li Qingran and cause her death. How could he do such a thing? One was my dear friend, and the other was my senior sister. Woo-woo. No, it is not like that. Master Lu, allow me to explain. Yang Buotao attempted to defend himself, but as he saw his junior sister weeping, the already enraged Lu Changtian swiftly knocked him to the ground. Yang Buotao, you truly possess audacity. Even if Li Qingran has left Qingyun sect, she was once a member of Qi Shao Peak. Since when has it been your place to meddle in our family matters? Do you think that by killing Li Qingran, we would hold you in higher esteem? You have already violated the sect's rules by compelling Song Jiaojiao to take action against Li Qingran. Now, come with me to the law enforcement hall to face punishment. Lu Chantian pointed his sword-like finger at the pale-faced young Boatao, ready to seize him. Beside them, Mu Baishuang tugged at Lu Chantian's sleeve, whispering, "Brother Chantian, senior sister Qingran is not dead. It was Song Jiao who died." Lu Chantian's hand froze midair, his face a mask of disbelief. And after a long pause, he finally responded, "What did you say?" Chapter 23. The activation of the interim war order Song Jiaojiao has perished. Yet Li Qingran remains unscathed. Upon comprehending this intricate causal relationship, Lu Chantian found it increasingly hard to believe. What prowess did Li Qingran possess? With a physique nurtured by spiritual energy over the years, he was merely a formidable practitioner. And Song Jiaojiao, if memory serves, she was at the 9th layer of the Qi refinement stage. The strength disparity was such that eliminating Li Qingran should have been as effortless as squashing an ant. Yet the outcome was that Song Jiaojiao lay dead. Had Li Qingran truly slain her? Lu Chantian fixed a penetrating gaze on Yang Boatao. "I am unaware. Yang Boatao stamret, feasibly shaken. I merely instructed her to eliminate Li Qingran. Initially, she was reluctant, but I promised her a foundation establishment pill, and she complied. Later, as I went to retrieve the spirit stones for the pill, I returned to find Song Jiaojiao's soul lamp shattered. When life departs, the lamp extinguishes. For cultivators below the nascent soul stage, this phrase is an immutable truth. The soul lamp harbors a fragment of the cultivator's soul and a drop of their essence. When the primary soul perishes, the residual soul, akin to a rootless weed, inevitably detaches from that drop of essence and dissipates into the world. Brother Chantian, this matter is exceedingly peculiar. I have heard whispers that the demonic sect has resumed its activities in the Zhangyan realm. Could it be that our senior sister has been possessed by someone from the demonic sect? Mu Baishuang expressed her trepidation. Although senior sister Qingran is no longer a member of our Qingyun sect, I still wish for her safety, free from the clutches of the demonic sect. Lu Chantian's countenance darkened as he pondered deeply. Yang Boatao would undoubtedly face repercussions. There was no escaping that. The circumstances surrounding Li Qingran were indeed strange. While he held no personal concern for Li Qingran's fate, she could not be allowed to become a potential threat to the Qingyun sect. The reasons behind her ability to slay Song Jiaojiao, whether by mere happenstance or some deeper cause, must be ascertained. Coincidentally, he overheard Mu Baishuang say, "Brother Changtian, Sister Qingran was once part of our Qi Shao Peak. We cannot simply disregard this. What would the other peaks think of us? Regardless of whether Sister Qingran is culpable, we should bring her back, even if it is merely to have her serve as a menial worker. It is better than leaving her to await death in the Wangquan Mountains." Feigning the discovery of Li Qingran's whereabouts, her eyes brimmed with compassion. Such a kind-hearted junior sister. Despite the harm Li Qingran has caused you, you still speak in her favor. Zhang Hanxiao should have dealt with her decisively from the outset. Lu Chantian ground his teeth in frustration, yet he absorbed Mu Baishuang's words. If Song Jiaojiao's demise was indeed an accident, then Li Qingran must be distanced from Wangquan Mountain, as far from the Qingyun sect as possible. Conversely, if she had truly taken Song Jiaojiao's life, regardless of whether Li Qingran had encountered some fortuitous opportunity or had been possessed by the demonic sect, she would become a ticking time bomb. It would be prudent to keep her close, lest she explode without warning. Nevertheless, he suspected the former scenario was more plausible. Apart from being possessed by the demonic sect or aligning with them, he could not fathom any other means by which a worthless individual, devoid of spiritual roots and a dantian, could vanquish a practitioner at the 9th layer of Qi refinement. His master had stated that only the primordial restoration pill could restore the dantian. That was an ancient divine medicine. Surely, Li Qingran could not have acquired such a miraculous pill. Do not fret, junior sister. I shall report this matter to our master and ensure you receive a satisfactory response. Lu Chantian gently caressed Mu Baishuang's head, a tender smile gracing his lips. Song Jiaojiao must not have died in vain. If Li Qingran is not the one who took her life, then what harm would there be in bringing her back to Qishao Peak? A mere mortal can certainly be accommodated at Qishao Peak. Yes, Brother Chantian, you're the best. Mu Baishuang's eyes sparkled with mischief, her smile radiant. Lu Chantian reported the bizarre death of Song Jiaojiao and his suspicions regarding Li Qingran to the sect. The sect leader, Wu Duantian, took this matter very seriously, first punishing Yang Buotao with 6 months of solitary reflection at Thunderwall Cliff and revoking all resource allocations for a month. He then appointed Lu Changtian as the leader, instructing him to lead a team of disciples from the enforcement hall to investigate the situation in Wanshan. Before their departure, the group gathered at the enforcement hall, where sect leader Wu Duantian repeatedly cautioned, should you encounter any members of the demon sect, do not act impulsively. Their cunning may lead you to only witness the strengths they wish to reveal. Rest assured, my master, I shall not act recklessly, Lu Chantian replied respectfully, bowing before Wu Duantian before turning to consult with the master of Qishao Peak, Qing Xin Daoist. Qing Xin Daoist stroked his beard thoughtfully, squinting as he said, you have always conducted yourself with composure. I need not say more. Go forth. Upon hearing this, Lu Chantian unsheathed his flying sword with a flourish, captivating a throng of female disciples. Just as he and the enforcement hall disciples prepared to soar through the skies on their swords, a thunderous roar erupted from the heavens. Boom! The skies over the Tsangyun realm darkened ominously. What had once been a clear sky was now shrouded in thick, ominous clouds, amidst which crimson lightning flickered ominously. A wave of consciousness, imbued with a terrifying pressure, swept toward them. Lu Chantian felt his mind go blank as he stumbled and fell from his sword. The cultivators of Qingyun sect gazed anxiously at the sky, their hearts racing, while sect leader Wu Duantian and the elders wore grave expressions. What was amiss these days? Had a powerful being begun to decipher the secrets of heaven just after noon? Such divination was typically employed by grand cultivators when faced with insurmountable obstacles. Moreover, only those who practiced corresponding techniques could undertake such a task, and it was an endeavor that drained the practitioner's vitality, potentially even harming their fate and fortune. Generally, conducting such divination once a year was already considered a significant drain. What could it possibly mean for it to occur daily? Yesterday, there had been divine pills emerging from Wanshan. Could there be a connection between the two events? The Tsangyun realm was becoming increasingly inscrutable. Wu Duantian murmured to himself, filled with lamentation. Though cultivators in the transformation stage appeared grand, in the face of the cosmic tide, they were but ants. If those great beings, who daily sought the secrets of heaven, could not find a way to break through, how would these lesser cultivators confront the treacherous future? Lu Chantian, for safety's sake, you and the disciples of the enforcement hall should proceed on foot. Wu Duantian withdrew his gaze from the somber sky and instructed Lu Chantian. With great power to deduce the secrets of the heavens, it is likely that those from the demonic sect would not dare to roam recklessly. Whether we depart early or late is inconsequential. You should also refrain from drawing attention and maintain a low profile. Understood. Lu Chantian nodded grimly, casting a glance at the dim sky while clenching his fists. One day, he too aspired to attain such prowess. Yet, merely the act of divining the heavenly secrets could instill fear in the weak, rendering them hesitant to soar through the skies on their swords. At the entrance of the bathroom, clad in his nightwear, Chun Huayan was fervently tapping at his phone, initiating the divination. Failure. Please pose another question. When is 1 + 1 = 3? Divination in progress. 1 + 1 = 2. Please pose another question. If there are 10 birds on a tree, and one is shot, how many remain? Divination in progress. 1 falls to the ground. None remain on the tree. Please ask another question. This is amusing, however, there must certainly be a game master behind this. Chun Huayan pondered thoughtfully. The questions that could stump artificial intelligence, yet failed to challenge this divining the secrets of the heavens must indeed originate from a real person. Since that's the case, could you provide me with an internal number? I assure you I will thoroughly experience the game and provide daily reports. so please cease your financial entrapments. I have mastered the golden needle acupuncture technique, and you might find it hard to believe, but my skills are akin to a miraculous healer. Should you ever require assistance due to lost limbs, I shall offer my services free of charge. As he meticulously typed his message and clicked send, the divination game interface abruptly closed. How stubborn, Chun Huayan scoffed. When you find yourselves in need of my healing prowess, do not lament your past choices. He pondered how to restore spiritual roots and reopened the divination interface, this time opting for a more conventional inquiry. Li Qingran was still in the process of absorbing the primordial restoration pill, a celestial elixir that, being an ancient divine remedy, could not be fully assimilated in a short span. Thus, with nothing else to occupy his time, he resumed his torment of the divination system. Li Qingran faced two significant challenges, his dantian and spiritual roots. Presently, no viable solution existed for the latter. Divination complete. Spiritual roots cannot be repaired, but can be artificially implanted. Your cultivation battle decree has captured a glimmer of heavenly secrets. Simply recharge 12,888 to receive a tenfold return. Reaching the peak of Qi refinement, the mid-stage and late stage of foundation establishment, and the consummate foundation establishment will yield extraordinary prizes. Achieving the peak of foundation establishment grants you an exquisite and mysterious spiritual root. Would you like to initiate the mid-stage Qi refinement to peak foundation establishment cultivation battle decree? Chun Huayan replied, I shall battle your dam. Chapter 24. The Guardian Package. Is there truly no alternative avenue to obtain a spiritual root? Must this battle decree be indispensable? Is the money belonging to Chun merely a whim of the winds? In light of Chun Huayan's indignation and perplexity, the interface displayed the system's girlfriend shop. The first item that caught his eye was the resplendent Xian Shui spiritual root, priced at an astonishing 19,990,000 yuan. This exquisite type of elemental spiritual root was merely the most affordable option, with various others listed at even more outrageous prices. The zeros trailing behind far longer than his own lifespan. Ordinary spiritual roots were nowhere to be found. This shop exclusively sold the finest. The crux of the matter was that the Xianshui root remained locked, requiring Li Qingran to attain the nascent soul realm to unlock the purchasing privilege. It was utterly maddening. If he possessed 19,990,000 yuan, wouldn't it be far more sensible to invest in cancer treatment? Once cured, he could luxuriate for a lifetime. Thus, this game evidently had no intention of permitting him to acquire a spiritual root through such purchasing channels. What more is there to say? Chun Huayan let out a bitter laugh, contemplating that this absurd game had at least serendipitously unraveled his genetic locks. Well then, let us recharge. Another substantial sum vanished from his easy pay account. Chun Huayan collapsed onto the sofa, engulfed by a profound sense of emptiness that was not only more intense than the sage mode, but also far more enduring. Meow, a feeble mule echoed. Chun Huayan sprang up like a carp leaping from water, rushing to the shoebox. Oh, little Baiga is quite resilient. Compared to its previous woeful state, the little black cat seemed significantly better, at least able to move within the shoebox. Though its wounds appeared severe, upon closer inspection, they seemed to have healed somewhat since the bath. I, Chun, am indeed a genius. This time, Chun Huayan spoke in the affirmative. However, he soon shook his head, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. Alas, my days are numbered. He remained oblivious to the little black cat's intense gaze fixed upon his neck, a flicker of murderous intent shimmering in its obsidian eyes. Eat, devour him. If I consume him, my injuries shall mend. A mere bird is insufficient. What are you staring at? Chun Huayan and the little black cat exchanged fierce glances. Upon noticing Chun Huayan's gaze, the cat's ferocious demeanor suddenly softened, its previously erect pupils now becoming rounded, and it emitted a strained meow. Still unwell, Chun Huayan stroked his chin, pondering. He turned around, defenselessly exposing his back. Opportunity. The black cat arched its back, preparing to pounce. Its fur bristled, eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Yet, in the next instant, the man abruptly turned, brandishing a set of silver needles in his left hand while gripping the cat's nape with his right. The black cat's eyes widened in shock. Curse it! What has this wretched human done? Why? Why can I not move? This frail body. Move for me now. Having merely pricked once, I shall now reinforce it. Chun Huayan lifted the little black cat onto the sofa, casually wrapping it in a towel, then proceeded to administer the needles. The little cat remained oblivious to whether it bore rabies. As the creature was finally able to move, caution was advised to prevent any scratches that might necessitate a visit to the hospital for rabies vaccinations, a rather costly endeavor. How despicable! The audacity of these wretched humans to wrap this king in a towel. The black cat thrashed wildly, baring its teeth. Chun Huayan had anticipated this, swiftly administering acupuncture to 2 specific acupoints. The black cat's eyes widened in surprise. What sorcery was this? It struggled once more but found itself immobilized. How remarkably effective! Chun Huayan, while continuing his task, shook his head in wonder. Even if I cannot use this technique on people, perhaps I could acquire a veterinary license and open a pet clinic, which might prove quite profitable. And those pet owners would surely bestow upon me banners of gratitude. Speaking of which, was this a tomcat or a queen? Chun Huayan lifted its tail for a glance. Ah, a tomcat. Then you shall grow obediently, and I shall personally perform your neutering surgery to prevent you from tormenting other queens. The black cat was taken aback. What is this human saying? He intends to neuter me? Preposterous. Utterly preposterous. I must consume him. I must. Yet, as Chun Huayan continued with the needles, the black cat suddenly sensed that its wounds were healing rapidly, and the pain within began to dissipate. The silver needles did not inflict suffering. Instead, they conveyed a warm flow into its body, inducing a comforting drowsiness. This human seems to have purposes beyond mere consumption. Could this acupuncture technique indeed heal? How intriguing, a practitioner of the ancient art of golden needle therapy in this era. Very well, I shall wait for him to heal me before I devour him. Then the golden needle technique will belong to me. Your electronic girlfriend has successfully absorbed the divine substance, primordial restoration pill. A notification window popped up in the game. Chun Huayan's heart leaped with joy as he swiftly removed the silver needles from the black cat and tossed them deftly into a shoebox, which bounced on the sofa before the lid snapped shut with a decisive sound. The black cat was indignant. My wounds have yet to be healed. Meow. Human, I demand your demise. Ignoring the agitated black cat clawing and thrashing within the shoebox, Chun Huayan focused entirely on Li Qingran. Status: recuperating. Qi cultivation in progress. Cultivation progress. 3679 5999. Level 6. Remaining lifespan, 273 years. Affection level, 50 esteemed. Wow, what a vibrant status. Seeing that Li Qingran's lifespan had reached 273 years filled Chun Huayan with both joy and envy. At midnight, the game's notification refreshed, predicting his own lifespan to be a mere 129 days. Chun Huayan was skeptical, yet he acknowledged his own transient existence and naturally envied those destined for longevity. However, he soon found solace, realizing that the game's time aligned with reality. In essence, as long as he invests a considerable sum of money to ensure that Li Qingran encounters no unforeseen misfortune, even in the event of his demise, as long as the gaming account remains intact and unannulled by the company, the character of Li Qingran shall persist, bearing his traces for over 2 centuries. He suddenly felt that his previous expenditure was not in vain. Of course, this is predicated on the game company maintaining its integrity. He had often heard tales of games shutting down abruptly, leaving players' investments in character development as mere vapor, with compensation reduced to worthless items from other titles under the same publisher. Such actions bear no distinction from the violation of another's property. Fortunately, upon entering the game, he had not encountered that notorious disclaimer. The ultimate interpretation rights belong to the game company. Simultaneously, a transformation unfolded around Li Qingran within the confines of his mobile device. The curtains ceased their fluttering, the surrounding dust settled, and the fluctuations of spiritual energy grew tranquil. Chun Huayan observed golden, plant-like entities emerging from the girl, their reach expanding progressively, enveloping the entire room, with buds beginning to form. something extraordinary seemed on the verge of birth. Li Qingran is entering the final phase of the nascent Dantian. The first-grade Dantian is prone to scrutiny from all directions. Should one invest 88 to safeguard Li Qingran? A new monetization scheme, perhaps? A smirk of disdain curled at the corner of Chen Huayan's mouth. Here, neglecting to assist in Li Qingran's Dantian restoration would undoubtedly lead to failure. Who knows what ancient monstrosity might emerge to seize it? As for the possibility of such a theft, the game belongs to the developers, and how they fabricate incidents is entirely within their purview. Fortunately, the 88 fee was not exorbitant, and he proceeded to make the payment. Please select your form of protection. External Avatar Guardian 1008888 one-time fee. Mounting Tasting Guardian 58888 one-time fee. Sword Spirit Guardian 38888 one-time fee. Ultimate Guardian Package 35888 one-time fee. Includes a complete set of the Minor Exorcism Sword Array, a complete set of the Xuanwu Array, and 7 Nine Yang 5 Thunder Talismans. Advanced Guardian Package 18888 one-time fee. Includes a complete set of the Thunder Lock Dragon Array and 1 Nine Yang 5 Thunder Talisman. Intermediate Guardian Package 1888 one-time fee. Includes a complete set of the Soaring Sword Array and 10 Immortal Grade 5 Thunder Talismans. Basic Guardian Package 188 one-time fee. Includes a complete set of the Thunder Fire Burning Heaven Array, 10 Immortal Grade Thunder Fire Talismans, and 1 Nine Yang Purple Thunder Talisman. Custom Combination Package. Cart Stacking Payment. All of the above are limited time offers, available only once. Act swiftly to purchase. After perusing the array of packages, Chen Huayan's mouth twitched. He had been exceedingly naive. The 88 was merely the key to unlocking the potential for exorbitant spending. Without that initial investment, one would lack even the privilege to indulge in further expenditures. Now that he had paid the 88, he was left to ponder whether to delve deeper into the spending frenzy. Fortunately, the additional offerings did not appear excessively daunting. The packages presented were surely designed to aid Li Qingran in overcoming this tribulation, while the more expensive options merely served as ostentatious displays for the affluent. He could even foresee that when the game officially launched, players reaching this stage would witness affluent individuals basking in a spectacle of dazzling effects, while other players and their respective digital companions would only be left to drool in envy. Most ordinary players would merely opt for the low-tier Guardian package, which offered little in terms of visual enhancements, yet did not hinder their progression in the game. Chen Huayan, recognizing he was no fool, naturally chose the low-tier Guardian package. Strangely enough, this individual, who deemed a 15 yuan takeout meal exorbitant, found the 188 yuan package to be quite reasonable at that moment. This was merely a limited-time promotional price. One could only imagine the original cost. Such predatory monetization in gaming is truly alarming. Low-tier Guardian package now available. Chen Huayan observed as a brilliant array of lightning rapidly formed around Li Qingran's modest abode, enveloping a radius of 100 meters before fading into obscurity. Simultaneously, 10 celestial lightning fire talismans adorned the perimeter of the cottage, while within, a table before Li Qingran bore a talisman pulsating with purple lightning, intricately inscribed with mysterious symbols. Measuring nearly the length of an adult's arm, the Nine Yang Purple Lightning Talisman. Surely, the impending monster siege was imminent? Chen Huayan crossed his arms, fully aware of the unfolding events in the game. At this moment, Li Qingran's Dantian reconstruction had entered its final phase, with the progress bar reaching 90. In the Cangyun realm, amidst the myriad peaks of Wanquanshan, lay a desolate, rocky outcrop devoid of vegetation, concealed by towering mountains. A pitch-black abyss suddenly revealed a pair of malevolent eyes. What a delightful aroma! Such an enticing scent. This fragrance emanates from the Dantian, a supreme Dantian. Unbelievable. In this era, a prodigy capable of condensing a supreme Dantian still exists. Ha ha ha. Heaven is indeed assisting me. Truly, heaven is assisting me. Chapter 25. The Demonic Sect. The Nightfall Brother Liu, is it true that there are activities of the demonic sect in the Wanqing Mountains? I have heard that the practitioners of the demonic sect capture cultivators to refine pills, flay their skin to create magical artifacts, and engage in heinous and brutal acts. I wonder how exaggerated that can be. A group of disciples from the Yuan sect descended from the mountain. Ever since entering the Foundation establishment stage, they have been traveling on flying swords, leaving no time for idle chatter. Today, however, presented a rare opportunity for them to leisurely travel and naturally seek some fitting topics of conversation. Silence. Lu Chantian coldly snorted, casting a dispassionate glance at the disciples behind him. Even if they are members of the demonic sect, so what? The Wanqing Mountains are the territory of our Qingyan sect. Even if an elder from the demonic sect were to arrive, they must behave themselves. Upon hearing this, the disciples revealed expressions of admiration. Brother Lu is right. Indeed, Brother Lu is the strongest among the new generation of direct disciples of our Qingyan sect, his talent surpassing that of those from the demonic sect by far. If we encounter any disciples from the demonic sect, we shall unleash a slaughter. Lu Chantian, though maintaining an expressionless facade, felt a flicker of satisfaction within. That's right. Previously, I was overshadowed by the sect's direct disciple Zhao Lingtian, but now that Zhao Lingtian's Dantian has been crippled, I am the foremost among the younger generation of direct disciples, the strongest in the Foundation establishment stage of the Qingyan sect. The demonic sect is but a trifling matter. Suddenly, the clear night sky darkened. Lu Chantian looked up to see a mass of ominous clouds rising from the mountains, obscuring the moonlight, and swiftly flying westward. Within that cloud surged a crimson demonic aura, sending a chill down the spine even from a distance. It's a demonic cultivator. Such terrifying demonic energy. Quickly, notify the sect. Lu Chantian's face turned pale, entirely devoid of his earlier pride. The demonic energy had already manifested as clouds. The opponent must be an ancient fiend. Encountering such a being, they, as mere low-level cultivators, would be courting death. A disciple from the law enforcement hall beside him hurriedly took out a communication jade slip, ready to activate it, but found himself unable to move. Jia. Little ones, you cannot casually transmit messages. A chilling laughter echoed from behind. Lu Chantian's heart sank as he realized the ominous clouds had vanished. The demonic cultivator had somehow appeared behind them. The miasma of demonic energy engulfed the law enforcement disciple, silencing his screams and shattering the jade slip into fragments. I have urgent matters today, no time to deal with you. So I shall leave you with a little toy to play with Jia, as the demonic energy gradually dissipated. The cultivator had already slain a disciple in the Foundation establishment stage of the Qingyan sect without even revealing themselves, leaving behind a grotesquely contorted corpse. Had he left? Junior Brother Zhang. Junior Brother Zhang? Alas, stop calling. He is beyond saving. We must return to the sect to report this. There is only one communication jade slip, and with a powerful demonic cultivator now present in the Wanqing Mountains, it was no longer suitable for disciples of their caliber to continue the mission. They needed to be replaced by more elite disciples or even elders from the sect to address the issue. One disciple stepped forward, about to retrieve the unfortunate junior Brother Zhang's body. Don't go over there. Quickly come back. Lu Chantian fixated intently on the lifeless body, sensing an unsettling anomaly, and hurriedly attempted to warn others, yet it was a moment too late. Suddenly, the corpse of his fellow disciple, Zhang, was enveloped in a mane of crimson fur, and in an instant, it sprang from the ground, as swift as a cheetah, lunging towards another disciple with its gaping maw, revealing 2 pairs of razor-sharp fangs, and sank its teeth mercilessly into the disciple's neck. A sickening crunch echoed as the throat of the foundational stage disciple was gruesomely severed, flesh and blood spilling forth in torrents. The shocking spectacle left the surrounding disciples paralyzed in fear, rendered utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, the bloodthirsty creature became increasingly ferocious. This was a hair zombie. Lu Chantian unsheathed his flying sword, his expression grave, and urgently commanded the disciples beside him. Form a formation swiftly. The enemy is formidable. If we do not slay it, none of us shall escape. Gazing at the menacing hair zombie, A chill crept into his heart. It could effortlessly transform into a creature equivalent to the pinnacle of the foundational stage. Who is this formidable demon cultivator? In a small cabin at the foot of the mountain, the elixir bestowed upon me by the elder is likely far more precious than I had imagined. Li Qingran was astonished as she directed her attention inward towards her dantian. Before her, a nascent dantian shimmered amidst a golden radiance, distinct from her previous understanding. As the formation neared completion, a rotating golden lotus platform materialized before her eyes. Is this my new dantian? The lotus-shaped dantian glowed with a misty azure light, each leaf vividly discernible, even inscribed with profound scriptures of the Tao. What kind of dantian is this? It is beyond anything I have ever heard or seen. Yet Li Qingran understood that this dantian was extraordinary. She frequently visited the scripture repository to peruse various materials. Although the first floor of the repository contained no powerful techniques, it held numerous biographies regarding the history of the Tang realm, many chronicled by cultivators. These tales may not enhance combat prowess, yet they broaden one's horizons. In ancient times, sects valued not spirit roots, but the quality of the dantian. Back then, dantians were classified by rank. A first-grade dantian was the pinnacle among congenital dantians, yet there existed an even rarer absolute grade. However, no cultivator was ever born with an absolute-grade dantian. Only unparalleled prodigies with first-grade dantians could, through various precious resources, possess a slight chance of attaining the legendary absolute-grade dantian. Li Qingran had never witnessed an absolute-grade dantian. However, she harbored an inexplicable intuition. Her current dantian was indeed of the absolute grade. What incredible elixir did the elder bestow upon me? Li Qingran opened her eyes, beholding the cabin adorned with blooming golden lotuses. Feeling lost and on the verge of tears, the gratitude for restoring her dantian was already insurmountable. And now the elder not only restored her dantian, but also gifted her such a grand opportunity. Cackling, the voice of an old man echoed from outside the cabin. Li Qingran turned her gaze towards the window and beheld a swirling mass of dark clouds above, within which demonic energy surged, concealing a vague figure. It was a demon cultivator. The visitor bore ill intent and possessed considerable strength. Senior practitioners from the demonic sect have arrived. In a moment of urgency, Li Qingran did not ponder whether her senior was stronger than these demonic cultivators. Instead, she grasped the hilt of a broken sword, her gaze fixed intently on the window. Cackling with malevolence, the demonic cultivator responded to Li Qingran's voice, declaring, "I am Yi Futian, the ancient ancestor of the heavenly demon sect. Today, none of you shall escape. Obediently become the foundation for my ascendance to the great path. Do not be so arrogant." Li Qingran's eyes sharpened as she prepared to rise with a broken sword in hand. Yet a gentle force pushed her back. In the hotel room, Chun Huayan gazed at the ominous clouds and the large red on the map, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his lips. He took out a communication talisman and pressed it. "Girl, retreat and cover yourself with a quilt on the bed. I am about to display my prowess." What Li Qingran heard was, "No worries, mere ants. I can eliminate them effortlessly." Chapter 26, 188 Direct Seconds. What more is there to say? Upon seeing this prompt, the smile on Chun Huayan's face began to distort. As a player who had invested heavily, was it not his goal to crush the boss effortlessly? The Thunderfire Incineration Formation. There was no need to be secretive. Let the chaos commence. In the Tsangyun realm, a booming declaration resonated above the small dwelling. Thunderfire Incineration Formation. Activate. Buzz. What is this? From Yi Futian's perspective, the ground within 100 miles of the small house erupted with flowing purple runes, as bolts of lightning and flames surged forth, interweaving to form a colossal circle that ensnared him and the dwelling within. A sense of impending danger surged within him, albeit not overwhelmingly so. Yi Futian was an exceedingly cautious individual. Otherwise, he would not have evaded the relentless pursuit of righteous cultivators for so many years, escaping severe injuries countless times, and yet now brazenly emerging to wreak havoc. Had it been any other practitioner of the demonic sect, they would likely have been torn apart by now. In the past, even a hint of threat would have sent him fleeing. However, today was different. The temptation laid before him was far too enticing. A supreme-grade Dantian. If he could obtain this body, what would the bottleneck that had troubled him for years amount to? He would deem it worth it, even if he had to disperse his cultivation and start anew. The spiritual energy in the Tang Xin realm was waning, and the treasures of heaven and earth were no longer sufficient to facilitate a qualitative leap. Fortune favors the bold. Even if all the elders of the Qinyan sect were present today, he would still take the risk. A mere formation thinks it can hinder me? Yi Futian's form was concealed within the demonic aura, his presence undetectable save for his voice. The demonic energy surged, and a blood-mist hand erupted from within, striking down upon the roof of the small dwelling with a force akin to Mount Tai. The winds howled, dust and debris flew, and the plants bowed low. Inside the dwelling, Li Qingran felt an icy chill creep into her heart, making it difficult for her to breathe. Bang! The demonic hand collided with the formation, causing the runes to flicker momentarily, yet showing no signs of breaking. What the heck? Chun Huayan, staring at his phone, was taken aback. He was still figuring out how to activate the formation. In the blink of an eye, the boss's attack had already descended upon him. That old man has no sense of chivalry. Then I shall first unleash a few celestial-grade thunder-fire talismans upon you. Chun Huayan's fingers danced across the screen, and 3 talismans flew from the door and walls of the small dwelling, hurtling towards the cloud of demonic energy. Yi Futian paid little heed to the trifling talismans. His mind was heavy. The fact that the formation withstood his full power strike without shattering indicated its exceptional quality. The most enigmatic practitioners in the Tang Xin realm were indeed those skilled in formations. If given a choice, he would truly prefer not to contend with a formation master. Gathering all his strength for a second strike, Yi Futian held nothing back, intent on a swift resolution. His palm technique was a low-grade, earth-level skill, Blood Cloud Palm, which guaranteed a hit and possessed the bizarre ability to corrode spiritual energy. Once struck, any cultivator opposing him would find themselves growing weaker, their spiritual energy continuously devoured by the demonic energy of the Blood Cloud Palm. This would also prove effective against formations. In the blink of an eye, the 3 talismans had drawn near, radiating golden light, accompanied by the thunderous roar of lightning. Something was amiss. This is a celestial-grade talisman. As the night cloaked the skies, a tingling sensation enveloped Yi Futian's scalp. It was too late for him to change his tactics. The celestial-grade Thunder-Fire Talisman detonated overhead, unleashing torrents of lightning and flame that engulfed the blood clouds surrounding him. Simultaneously, Chun Huayan discerned how to activate the formation. A keyboard materialized on his mobile device, and he began to input a continuous sequence of English and Chinese combinations. With each correct entry, the formation would be triggered once. For Chun, this was child's play. Previously, he would not have dared to make such a claim. However, since mastering the art of needlework, his hands had become swift and steady. If he were to participate in a rhythm game competition now, he might very well surpass all competitors and break a world record. With a flurry of taps on his screen, he exclaimed, "Come is, go is boom," just as Yi Futian had barely withstood 3 Thunder-Fire Talismans. He was struck by a bolt of lightning unleashed by the formation. Nod your head is, shake your head is to greet someone, say boom, boom, crackle. As Chun Huayan's response speed increased, so too did the speed of the lightning and fire. Although the power of the Thunder-Fire Burning Heaven formation was insufficient to obliterate Yi Futian instantly, the sheer volume was overwhelming. Soon, the dark clouds of demonic energy began to dissipate, revealing a black-clad elder, charred and tattered, with hair resembling a dandelion. "Enough! I will have your life." Yi Futian, having lived for over 5 centuries, had never endured such humiliation. No longer concealing his form, he leaped onto the rooftop, his azure hands thrusting forward. A vast expanse of demonic energy surged around him, coalescing behind him into a gigantic manifestation with a green face and sharp fangs, which mirrored his movements as it opened its gaping maw to press forward. Boom! The entire Thunder-Fire Burning Heaven formation was rendered visible under the terrifying pressure. the runes sustaining the formation shattering one by one. Oh no, the boss has entered the third stage and unleashed its full power. From Chun Huayan's perspective, Yi Futian still had a third of his health remaining. He could not help but chuckle to himself. This boss is indeed impressive, its skills so flamboyant. As long as one purchases the package, clearing the challenge is assured. Thus, he felt no panic, even taking the time to appreciate the boss's appearance. The manifestation solidified, coordinating its assault. This was a demon cultivator in the transformation stage, and certainly not an ordinary one. Inside the small house, Li Qingran fidgeted with her clothing, her face a portrait of anxiety. Unable to restrain herself, she cautioned, "Senior, demon cultivators are cunning. Please be wary of any hidden trump cards." At that moment, the senior had already engaged in battle, and her interference would only complicate matters. She could only silently pray that the senior would emerge unscathed from the clash with the demon cultivator. A profound sense of helplessness and guilt washed over her. Had it not been for the senior's restoration of her dantian, would such a formidable demon master have been drawn to her? If only she had been a bit stronger. She would not be cowering like a mouse in the corner, helplessly watching as the senior risked everything while she could do nothing. The death of her parents had sown the seeds of vengeance deep within Li Qingran's heart. The humiliation from her peers, along with witnessing the vicissitudes of human nature, had forged within her a resilient spirit. At this moment, a burgeoning belief in her own strength took root within her heart. The heavens are indifferent. To safeguard all that one cherishes, one must possess formidable power at all times. Boom! The grand formation of thunder and fire shattered with a resounding crash. Yi Futian hovered above the small dwelling, effortlessly crushing the talismans that flew toward him. The explosive thunder and fire felt merely like a tickle to the avatar behind him. Ha ha ha! What other abilities do you possess? The 4 corpse kings of the celestial demon technique I have diligently cultivated for 500 years to forge the Ingo avatar, indestructible and immensely powerful, capable of shattering myriad laws. What does it matter how intricate your formation is? Is that so? A cold snort emanated from within the small house. As Chun Huayan cast the final talisman, the dim night sky unexpectedly took on a rusty hue. The ink-like clouds surged and roiled. Purple lightning, like swords, tore through the vast expanse. It resembled the brooding atmosphere of an impending stormy night. Above Yi Futian, the winds roared and the clouds gathered ominously. The 9-yang purple lightning talisman floated amidst the clouds, flickering in and out of visibility, while deep within the cloud layer, a profound power coalesced. Its might was as deep as the abyss, its momentum as overwhelming as a deluge. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth turned wild and tumultuous. Yi Futian gazit skyward, a chill creeping down his spine, a vague sense of foreboding taking form. At Xingyun's sect, the gathered cultivators felt their spirits stirred as they observed the celestial phenomenon. Within the depths of Wanqing Mountain, the red-haired zombie that had been mercilessly attacking Lu Chantian and the others suddenly trembled violently, howling as it turned to flee, desperate to escape the area shrouded by thunderclouds. The Thunder Fire Talisman, even if it were an immortal-grade item, merely infused spiritual energy to create lightning fire. However, the 9-yang purple lightning talisman harnessed the might of heaven and earth, capturing a strand of divine lightning to eradicate evil. Concentrate. Chun Huayan followed the game as requirements, tracing the strokes of the talisman with his fingers. The heavenly might loomed ominously. If he did not flee, death was inevitable. Once he left this place, he would one day acquire an unparalleled dantian. All he needed to do was remain hidden, without casting a glance at Li Qingran within the small dwelling. Yi Futian prepared to flee. In the next instant, boom, a lightning dragon descended from the heavens, illuminating the world in a blinding white. The bolt of lightning split into 2. One pursued Yi Futian, while the other struck toward the eastern side of Wanqing Mountain. In an instant, the earth shook and mountains trembled. Chun Huayan observed on his phone as the health bar of this boss, Yi Futian, plummeted to 0. He blew on his fingers and chuckled, "Tiske, tiske." This one do. It looked so impressive. And just like that, $188 gone in an instant. What else is there to say? Within Xingyun's sect, the sect leader, Wu Duantian gazed at the extraordinary celestial phenomena, distinctly sensing the violent fluctuations of spiritual energy. There were cultivators battling within Wanqing Mountain, one of whom had even summoned a thunderbolt, a technique closely linked to that mysterious cultivator who refined the divine pill. Zhao Lingtian, contemplating this, a glimmer of hope ignited within him. He turned to his pale-faced, incapacitated disciple lying in bed, his tone grave. This may be our final opportunity. We shall go together this time. If we can gain the assistance of that esteemed elder, your Dantian may yet be salvaged. The designation of a mortal grade merely categorizes an object and does not imply that it belongs to the realm of celestial beings. It is akin to the notion that such melodies ought to exist solely in the heavens. Yet, ultimately, this composition is the work of a human hand. Is Li Bai, revered as the poet immortal, truly an immortal? I had not intended to address such inquiries, but to prevent certain readers from fixating on trivialities, I deemed it prudent to clarify this matter. Chapter 27. A request for opportunity when Wu Duantian arrived at the scene with his direct disciple. The battle had long since concluded. The celestial phenomena had vanished, and the subtle fluctuations of spiritual energy had dissipated. The elder was nowhere to be found. Only remnants of demonic energy lingered, suggesting that the elder had been engaged in a confrontation with a demonic cultivator. As he surveyed the surroundings, he quickly discovered a massive lightning pit, several dozen meters wide. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the pit was 3 zhang deep, filled with searing magma formed from molten rock, with arcs of electricity flickering within. At that moment, a faint trace of demonic energy still lingered in the pit. However, the origin of this energy had vanished, leaving uncertainty as to whether the owner had met a gruesome end or had fled. The ability to wield such formidable lightning. Indeed, this elder's strength was truly unfathomable. Maintaining the composure expected of a cultivator at the transformation stage, Wu Duantian was nonetheless astonished. While transformation stage cultivators could solidify their law forms for coordinated offense and defense, and could initially harness the forces of heaven and earth, he knew he could never borrow the power of the Tao to the extent that this elder had. What level of power did this elder possess? Nonetheless, since he was battling a demonic cultivator, he must be a righteous practitioner, a comforting thought. Master, look, there seems to be a woman in that small house. Zhao Lingtian pointed toward a cottage by the stream at the foot of the mountain. Wu Duantian cast a glance, his keen eyesight as a transformation stage cultivator allowing him to see Li Qingran within the cottage from a considerable distance. He gasped softly. Isn't that the disciple from Qishao Peak who deliberately harmed my junior sister? What was her name? Li Qingran. What's she doing here? Indeed, that is Li Qingran, Zhao Lingtian confirmed, his expression twisting into a disdainful smirk. The sect competition was meant to be a matter of principle, yet she insisted on seeking personal vengeance. It is only right that she was expelled from Qishao Peak and the sect. I heard that Zhang Hanshao sent her back to the secular world. It seems she has returned, thinking she can regain her place in our Yuan sect. There is no need to waste time on such irrelevant individuals. Wu Duantian withdrew his gaze. A discarded female disciple was hardly worthy of his or Zhao Lingtian's attention. Yet, it was indeed fortunate for Li Qingran that she had survived the aftermath of the battle between the two great cultivators. The lightning pit was merely 300 or 400 meters from the cottage. Had it been any closer, the residual energy from the strikes alone would have been enough to ensnare Li Qingran in peril. As for any connection between the mysterious elder and Li Qingran, Wu Duantian had never entertained such thoughts. It was beyond his consideration. Li Qingran's newly formed Dantian had retracted within, rendering her presence undetectable. Given the vast disparity in their statuses, he did not believe that an elder capable of refining divine elixirs would concern himself with such insignificant beings. Zhao Lingtian, that elder may still be nearby, Wu Duantian advised his disciple. After the battle, the elder will likely seek a secluded place to recuperate. Make a sincere request to that elder. Perhaps he might assist you in healing your Dantian. Yes, sect master, Zhao Lingtian replied, brimming with confidence. He hailed from a distinguished lineage, being a prince of a great nation in the secular world. coupled with an extraordinary talent for cultivation and a rare luminous fire spiritual root. Before the shattering of his dantian, it could have been rated as a fourth tier. And coupled with his handsome appearance and remarkable presence, anyone who laid eyes upon him would naturally feel a sense of admiration for his talents. In the realm of cultivation, destiny and causality are of paramount importance, especially for those reclusive masters who have long been hindered by certain bottlenecks. Upon emerging from their seclusion, they often traverse the world, seeking opportunities while also valuing the formation of benevolent connections to accumulate merit, thus enhancing their chances of breaking through their limitations and even increasing their likelihood of successfully transcending tribulations. Senior Zhao Lingtian stepped forward a couple of paces, clasping his hands in a gesture of reverence towards the lightning pit, tears welling in his eyes as he earnestly implored, "I am Zhao Lingtian, the direct disciple of the Qingyun sect. I have long admired you since witnessing your mastery in refining divine pills and your recent triumph over the demonic sect as cultivators. My dantian has been shattered by one of those demonic practitioners, and my heart harbors a profound hatred for them. I humbly seek your guidance on a method to restore my dantian. If I could regain my dantian, your kindness would be etched in my memory forever, and I would willingly serve you, laboring tirelessly in your stead." Upon hearing this, Wu Duantian felt a twinge of jealousy. He had not heard Zhao Lingtian speak in such flattering terms when he first took him as a disciple. Yet, for the sake of restoring his beloved disciple's dantian, he could only endure it for the time being. In the vast expanse of the Qingshan Mountains, silence enveloped them as neither Wu Duantian nor Zhao Lingtian felt any urgency. They simply awaited patiently. Why have sect leader Wu and Zhao Lingtian come here? Are they seeking the senior? Li Qingran pondered while peering out the window before retreating to her bedside. From Zhao Lingtian's words, it was evident he was in pursuit of an opportunity. Yet, would the senior truly grant him such favor? She felt a deep uncertainty regarding this matter. To speak somewhat irreverently in her mind, the senior was not only exceedingly powerful, but also seemed to be an unconditionally generous benefactor of opportunities. It was undeniable that Zhao Lingtian outshone her in every conceivable aspect. Be it talent or background, she was incomparable to him. Clearly, investing in Zhao Lingtian would yield greater returns than investing in her. Li Qingran returned to her bed, hugging her knees, her pouting lips resembling a vinegar jar. She wished the senior would not bestow any opportunities upon Zhao Lingtian. It was not out of selfishness or a desire for exclusivity. Rather, she understood that Zhao Lingtian was not a benevolent individual. Though immensely talented, he was arrogant and narrow-minded. Should the senior grant opportunities to such a person, what trouble might arise if he were to misuse the senior's resources in the future? However, the decision lay with the senior. All she could do was watch silently. Someone is seeking an opportunity from you. Chun Huayan was engrossed in the spoils of defeating a boss when he suddenly saw such a prompt appear on his screen. What is this? He was momentarily bewildered, and following the game's notification, he noticed Wu Duantian and Zhao Lingtian nearby the cottage. Qingyun sect leader Wu Duantian, Qingyun sect direct disciple Zhao Lingtian. The identity information of the two NPCs appeared above their heads. Oh my, what prominent figures! Wasn't Qingyun sect the sect where Li Qingran had previously resided? A sect leader and a direct disciple, here to ask me for an opportunity? Chun Huayan found it both amusing and infuriating. Who do you think he was? Li Qingran was his electronic girlfriend. In other words, he is Li Qingran's cyber boyfriend, no doubt about it. This group of individuals dares to insult the girlfriend of Chen Xianzuan while seeking opportunities from him? At that moment, a dialogue box for a communication talisman conveniently appeared on the game interface. First trigger of the opportunity gifting storyline. This time, using the communication talisman is free. You may bestow opportunities upon other cultivators, which may yield unpredictable consequences for your electronic girlfriend, Li Qingran. Items to be gifted can be selected from your inventory. The effects may be positive or negative. Please consider carefully. Upon reading this prompt, Chun Huayan took a moment to regain his composure. What do they desire? Cultivator Zhao Lingtian requests a primordial restoration pill. Will you grant it? What on earth is that? A primordial restoration pill? This beyond wants an opportunity? This is a matter of my life. Chen Huayan opened his game inventory, retrieving a Thunderfire talisman, aiming it at Wu Duantian and Zhao Lingtian. Can I strike these two dogs down? Wu Duantian is a late-stage god transformation cultivator. Will you engage in battle? It seems the system does not allow for an easy defeat of these NPCs. Well, never mind. Chen Huayan collected himself once more. He understood that the items he currently possessed were likely insufficient to vanquish a god transformation cultivator. If he failed to defeat them, it would be embarrassing. His own reputation faltering was one thing, but he feared for Li Qingran's safety. In light of this, he decided to maintain the demeanor of a mysterious expert. Chen Huayan squinted his eyes, pressed the communication talisman, and took a deep breath. How dare you? Have you no consideration for your own pitiful state while seeking an opportunity for me? Look at yourselves. Do you truly believe you are worthy? I hear. 1,000 words are omitted. In the Cangyun realm, a tempest surged before Wu Duantian and Zhao Lingtian, causing the flora to bow low. Their spirits lifted as they distinctly sensed the fluctuations of spiritual consciousness within the gale. Good. Finally, the senior is willing to respond. Wu Duantian thought to himself, My Dantian is finally saved. Zhao Lingtian could hardly contain his excitement, clenching his fists. They strained to listen intently, fearful of missing a single word. Yet, amidst the storm, only a single word echoed, a furious roar. Scram! In the small room, Li Qingran, seated at the head of the bed, first widened her eyes in astonishment. Unable to contain herself any longer, she broke into a smile, her eyes crescent-shaped, concealing her mouth with a delicate hand. Chapter 28. Another small gift? Listen to the roar in the wind. Wu Duantian and Zhao Lingtian's faces darkened instantly. Senior, have I offended you in any way? We are strangers. There is no need for such humiliation, Zhao Lingtian protested. He was indignant. As an extraordinary talent, he was accustomed to being revered. Having suffered an injury to his Dantian at the hands of a demonic cultivator, it was only natural that his master, Wu Duantian, wore a perpetual frown, bustling about in concern for him. After all, his exceptional aptitude could significantly elevate the future of Qingyun's sect. When had he ever been subjected to such scorn? Even a mere get lost made him feel acutely embarrassed. Yet the mountains of Wanqing remained silent. Frustrated and awkward, Zhao Lingtian contemplated leaving, but was unwilling to forsake the chance to restore his Dantian. He stood there, lost, casting a pleading glance at Wu Duantian. Alas! Let's go. What is meant for you shall be yours. What is not signifies your lack of fate with that senior. Wu Duantian sighed and shook his head, feeling helpless in the face of the situation. If the opposing force were merely a cultivator of equal strength, he could have sought justice for his disciple. But as it stood, even if that mysterious cultivator activated their spiritual awareness and communicated, he could not discern their location. This indicated that the other party could easily elude them at will. From the outset, they had already seized the initiative, their strength only surpassing his, and further entanglement would only lead to disgrace. Master, Zhao Lingtian felt disheartened. Wu Duantian patted his disciple's shoulder, refraining from summoning his flying sword, and instead walked forward nonchalantly, saying, "Let us move on." He felt even more distressed than Zhao Lingtian. As a master, it was his duty to protect and advocate for his disciple. Yet now he could only endure the humiliation and retreat in disgrace. Meanwhile, Lu Changtian and the disciples of the law enforcement hall sat beneath a pine tree, still shaken. They had arrived with 50 members, but now only 36 remained. 14 disciples had perished during the battle against the red-haired zombie. Fortunately, a powerful individual had cast a spell in Wanqing Mountain, and when the thunder struck, it had also vanquished the red-haired zombie. Without that powerful assistance, they would have suffered even greater losses in their efforts to eradicate the creature. Who could that esteemed figure be, summoning heavenly thunder to cleanse evil? Such prowess is beyond our reach, one disciple lamented. Although Lu Changtian remained silent, he longed for the mysterious figure's capabilities. If he could encounter that high individual and receive guidance, his path of cultivation would surely become smoother. Brother Lu, Given these unforeseen circumstances, should we continue our mission? Another disciple inquired. Indeed, Brother Lu, we don't even know if that demonic cultivator is dead. The disciples did not openly express their retreating intentions, but their evasive glances and hesitant words betrayed their feelings. Observing this, Lu Changtian felt disdain in his heart and replied coolly, "The mission assigned by the sect master must be completed. How about this? Seeing your current condition, you may return to report the casualties. I will handle the remainder." "Oh dear, Brother Lu, is that wise? Wanqing Mountain is perilous, and it is unwise for you to go alone." Lu Changtian listened to the insincere pleasantries with a smirk, declaring, "It is settled. My mind is made up. I am the leader, and you shall follow my commands." With this proclamation, the disciples of the enforcement hall ceased their reluctance, expressing their gratitude before departing, leaving Lu Changtian standing alone beneath the pine tree. "Ah, timidreches. With such cowardice, you shall never seize the opportunity." Continuing this mission is not merely for face or the commands of the sect master. It is also for the chance that lies ahead. The opportunities are scarce, and the fortunes of one are vastly different from those of many. Inside the small cottage, tranquility reigned. The younger Qingran's ability to restore her dantian was entirely due to the grace of her senior, for which she was eternally grateful. The girl bowed toward the ceiling, having expressed her thanks excessively. Yet she found herself at a loss for how to convey her joy and gratitude, feeling that words had become too insipid and repetitive. Thus, she concealed her surplus sentiments within her heart. "What thanks? You are my digital girlfriend." Chun Huayan, witnessing the affection level soaring to 60, beamed with delight. "As a cyber boyfriend, isn't assisting my electronic girlfriend expected? Qingran, focus on your cultivation and surpass those who look down upon you. My life may be thus, but yours is different. Though you are merely data possesses the potential for growth. Before the official launch of this game, I shall surely elevate you to the strongest female cultivator. Even if I were to be claimed by the king of hell, I could smile knowing I would reincarnate as the world's wealthiest." Li Qingran heard, "Cultivate diligently. Avoid arrogance and impatience. Indeed, I shall not disappoint your expectations." Li Qingran bowed deeply, her expression solemn. Yet, within her mind, she couldn't help but ponder. The senior remained so aloof, yet surprisingly reliable and comforting. She couldn't suppress a silly grin before immediately feigning seriousness as she retrieved a string of prayer beads from her storage ring, crafted from spirit stones. Each bead was meticulously shaped to uniform size, exuding exquisite beauty. "Senior, this is a fortune bead made by me. It is not of fine materials, so please do not disdain it. Once I acquire better materials, I shall certainly create a new one for you." The low-grade spirit stones were the only resources Li Qingran felt she could utilize. The spirit crystals were reserved for the high-level gathering formation she employed daily. And while she wished to use one for the fortune bead, she feared inciting her senior's anger. However, the low-grade spirit stones provided daily by her senior seemed to be hers to freely allocate. Since they were indeed discretionary, she decided to indulge herself a little. "Your electronic girlfriend Li Qingran has prepared a small gift for you. It has been sent. Please check." "Wow, a little gift as well? Qingran, you are truly wonderful." Chun Huayan grinned like a proud aunt, feeling that all the money he had spent was well worth it. Even knowing this was a scripted routine, what did it matter? The emotional value was priceless. He accepted it wholeheartedly. Meanwhile, in the Tsanyan realm, Li Qingran heard, "Not bad. You are thoughtful." One wonders when the small gift will arrive. At a certain 7-day budget hotel, Chun Huayan clutched his phone, reluctant to let it go. Reflecting on the last talisman, which was of rather mediocre quality, he sighed. After just one mountain trek, the name inscribed upon it had been washed away by sweat. This thought left Chun Huayan feeling quite exasperated. After all, he had contributed a considerable amount of money. To think that the talisman would fade so easily, there was little sincerity in that. He hoped that this time the item sent by the official source would possess a touch more elegance. TSK. I wonder what this human lad finds so amusing about that black box. From the gap of a shoebox peered a pair of round cat eyes, as the feline cautiously surveyed its surroundings. Currently, my body is far too frail. I'm unlikely to stand a chance in direct confrontation. Moreover, this human seems to possess some unique ability. Grasping my nape renders me immobile. For safety's sake, I shall wait until this human falls asleep before I make my move. In the wee hours of the morning, Li Qingran continued his usual practice. Before sleeping, Chun Huayan foolishly checked his balance, and his face turned a shade of green. Where had his money gone? In just 2 days, the considerable earnings had nearly vanished. It seemed imperative to initiate a second challenge live stream promptly. Yet, his foot had not yet healed. To captivate an audience, the difficulty level could not be lower than that of Mount Tai. Otherwise, who would watch? Alternatively, he could concoct a new gimmick, but both options were rather unkind to his current incapacitated state. With a furrowed brow, Chun Huayan did not fall into a deep slumber until 4 in the morning. Moonlight streamed through the window, caressing the windowsill and sofa, silently spilling over the shoebox. Suddenly, the motionless shoebox sprang open. For agile black cat paws landed softly upon the table, making not a sound. In the darkness, a pair of feline eyes glimmered with a red hue, fixated intently on the slumbering man in bed. It approached step by step, stepping into the moonlight. The shadow cast upon the wall was not that of a cat, but rather the terrifying silhouette of a colossal beast. Outside, the wind ceased, the grass lay still, and the chirping of insects abruptly vanished. Time itself thickened in that moment. Chapter 29. A fine blade, a fine blade. All creatures are at their most vulnerable while in deep slumber, susceptible enough to be effortlessly dispatched by beings far weaker than themselves. Such is the case at this very moment. The black cat crouched low, its gaze fixated on the exposed neck of Chun Huayan. Having only recently awakened, it would find it challenging to contend with an adult male in direct confrontation. However, as it continued to regain strength and hunt for sustenance, even those four-wheeled iron boxes would no longer pose a threat. The mere thought of those four-wheeled contraptions ignited a flicker of hatred in the cat's eyes. Those cunning humans dared to conceal themselves within swiftly moving steel boxes, nearly colliding with it during their first encounter. Thus, vengeance would commence with devouring this human. With a swift motion, the black cat lunged at Chun Huayan, its speed rendering it a mere blur, claws poised to strike, leaving a trail of crimson in the air. The paw aimed directly for his neck. Yet, just as it was about to succeed, a thunderous roar reverberated within the cat's mind, causing its vision to blur and its agile limbs to stiffen, collapsing like a lifeless piece of meat onto the ground. Ancient dragon? How can this aura be possible? Trembling, the black cat managed to clamber back onto the bed, shaking its dazed head to once again gaze at the slumbering man, disbelief flooding its feline eyes. The commotion had stirred Chun Huayan from his dreams, and he turned over, the blanket slipping down to reveal part of his back. There, the dragon tattoo writhed and danced, its eyes gleaming with piercing golden light, exuding an air of majesty. As if sensing the cat's scrutiny, another thunderous roar echoed in its mind. The cat's thoughts became muddled as the dragon-shaped tattoo suddenly leapt from the man's back. By heavens! Is this truly necessary? In fright, the black cat turned to flee. However, the dragon's tail, adorned with golden-edged black scales, swept in and yanked it back into a shoebox. The lid snapped shut with a resounding clap. Arg! Cursed be it! This human possesses the protection of an ancient dragon. Crouched inside the shoebox, the black cat trembled in pain, feeling as though its insides were ablaze, blood escaping its mouth. Having only just awakened, its frail body struggled to heal in this barren age of spiritual energy. It had already been thrown by a four-wheeled iron box and carried off by a wretched bird. And now, having been struck by the dragon's tail, its injuries were worse than before. No, I must leave this place. It is unwise to linger here. With great difficulty, the black cat attempted to rise, feeling lightheaded and unsteady. Yet, it scarcely took 2 steps within the shoebox before it succumbed to unconsciousness. The moonlight remained serene and silent, as the dragon tattoo circled the bed once more before returning to its rightful place on the man's back. In his dreams, Chun Huayan wore a foolish smile, scratching his backside before rolling over once again. At 7 in the morning, as the alarm clock rang, Chun Huayan, with his head buried deep in the pillow, deftly reached for his phone unlocking the screen with a single hand, revealing a face adorned with dark circles. Electronic girlfriend, activate. In the small cabin, the girl remains seated on her bed in a meditative posture, diligently absorbing the spiritual energy from the gathering formation. Status, cultivating, cultivation progress, 76-31-99-99, 8th layer. Remaining lifespan, 273 years. Favorability, 60. Close, remarkable. Chun Huayan was instantly awakened upon witnessing Li Qingran's cultivation progress. With limited funds in his pocket, he could only afford to set up an intermediate gathering formation for Li Qingran. Nonetheless, even in a single night, she ascended multiple layers, her strength advancing by leaps and bounds. Is this the terrifying potential of a superior Dantian? A sense of satisfaction welled up in Chun Huayan. Although this game was notorious for its monetization tactics, the results of investment were immediate and tangible. He gently poked Li Qingran's shoulder. The battle command system and some historical information promptly appeared. This system rewards players as their realms advance. For instance, last night, when Li Qingran jumped from the 6th to the 8th layer, she unlocked 3 rewards resembling golden pouches. Chun Huayan clicked to claim them, and the 3 pouches instantly materialized on Li Qingran's desk. Spirit Stone Lucky Blind Box. Chance to open 1 Spirit Crystal, 99 high-grade Spirit Stones, 999 medium-grade Spirit Stones. With a guaranteed minimum of 1,000 low-grade Spirit Stones, exclusively for Li Qingran's use. Rather mediocre. Chun Huayan was uninterested in such trivial rewards. His gaze settled on the grand prize of the perfected Qi refinement. The interface shimmered with dazzling purple light, clearly indicating something extraordinary. Tide Genesis Technique. Low-grade profound-level mind method. The sea sun rises amidst the lingering night. The river spring enters the old year. The Tide Genesis Technique. Originating from the vastness of the ocean, harmonizes with the rhythms of heaven and earth's tides, unveiling the mysteries of yin and yang. Cultivating this mind method is akin to standing by the boundless sea, witnessing the cycle of sun and moon, and feeling the breath of the tides. Upon reaching an advanced level, one can summon spiritual energy within the body to coalesce like a tide, even resonating with the natural spiritual forces, replenishing energy consumption during battles, thereby ensuring endurance. This mind method is a lower tier of the oceanic technique. Upon reaching perfection, one can directly transition to the oceanic technique. Truly, the battle command system is formidable. Chun Huayan nodded in agreement. Though he had never inquired about the internal cultivation method Li Qingran practiced, it was likely not as superior as what the battle command offered. Given the game's nature, anything not purchased often lacked prestige and were merely basic tools. He opened Li Qingran's character panel and glanced at the mind method section, only to feel a sudden awkwardness. The Red Cloud Technique, Li Qingran's current internal cultivation method, was also a low-grade, profound-level technique. While both techniques were of the same grade, and the Tide Genesis Technique had a higher-tier alternative, switching her internal cultivation method would require her to disperse her hard-earned progress, effectively rendering her efforts futile. If the Red Cloud Technique also had a higher-tier counterpart, it would be impractical for Li Qingran to abandon her current cultivation. Never mind, it is still a technique, and worth examining nonetheless. Chun Huayan noted that the Tide Genesis Technique did not bear the label exclusively for Li Qingran's use, causing a peculiar thought to surface in his mind. Could it be that the Tide Genesis Technique is usable by me as well? He couldn't help but recall the Qinglian Sword Manual. Could it be that he must first master the Tideborn Technique before he can impart it to Li Qingran? Chun Huayan pondered that given the game developer's penchant for dark humor, it was quite likely they would orchestrate such a twist. The atmosphere was so serious, as if one could transcend to immortality merely through cultivation. Shaking his head in resignation, he considered these elements merely as minor details crafted by the game developer to enhance player immersion. Your electronic girlfriend's small gift has arrived. The loot you selected has been delivered. 2 notifications popped up in quick succession. The small gift was a bracelet crafted by Li Qingran. As for the loot, it consisted of items dropped after vanquishing the Knight Venerable, including a tome titled Heavenly Demon Technique, Fragment 1, a low-grade magical sword, a damaged mid-grade spiritual artifact, and several spirit stones. The game prompted him to choose one item as real loot. As for the term real, after so many days of playing this game, he could have guessed with his toes that this was merely a token from the game's creator. Knock, knock, knock. A sound echoed from the outer door. Chun Huayan paused for a moment. Then, using his cane as leverage, sprang towards the door. Today, he was determined to discover the identity of the early morning courier. However, upon opening the door, he found it empty. Could the individual be a parkour expert? Chun Huayan glanced towards the dark staircase on his right, failing to hear any dissent. It seemed they must have exited through the window. If they had indeed done so, he wouldn't have had time to catch them. TSK, how shy. If they wanted to flee, so be it. Retracting his head from a window, he noticed two boxes lying at his feet. One was small, just the right size to contain a bracelet, labeled Qingran's gift. The other was quite long, measuring approximately 1.5 meters, with only 3 prominent characters inscribed. Loot. Just as he had surmised. He reached down to retrieve the box, but found it too heavy to lift with one hand. It fell with a thud onto the floor, creating a dent in the hotel flooring. What the heck? Chun Huayan glanced around nervously, sheepishly dragging a corner of the carpet to cover the dent. Only then did he carefully lift the elongated box with both hands, inwardly exclaiming, "A fine sword, a fine sword." Aha! At last, Chun Huayan possessed his own sword. Chapter 30. The Black-Scaled Sword. Regrettably, his live-streaming account had only a handful of followers. Otherwise, he would have certainly conducted an unboxing live stream. Chun Huayan, brimming with delight, entered his room carrying 2 boxes, securing the door and windows, drawing the curtains, and illuminating the space with the bedside lamp. He settled onto the bed, his excitement palpable as he rubbed his hands together. Firstly, the gift from our dear Qing. He snipped the tape with a nail clipper and opened the box, only to have his expression darken immediately. Inside was merely a sealed bag containing a string of beads, the material unknown, resembling glass orbs. This feels a bit half-hearted. As Chun Huayan grasped the beads, they felt cool and gentle to the touch. Was it merely a figment of his imagination? Or did the air around him become refreshingly crisp, sweeping away the lethargy of the morning? Despite the mediocre material and shoddy craftsmanship, the clumsily etched inscription on the beads was disheartening. Nevertheless, he adorned himself with the beads, a smile illuminating his face. The mere thought of it being a gift from Li Qing'er invigorated his spirit. Indeed, he attributed that refreshing sensation to the power of love. Not far away, in a shoebox atop the table, the previously motionless black cat stirred, its nose twitching as it pried open its tightly shut eyes. Next came the substantial item. This time, Chun Huayan's unboxing was somewhat more forceful. With a few swift movements, he unveiled the grand object within. It was an antique-style long sword, appearing to bear the weight of time, yet clearly crafted to appear aged. The sword measured 1.5 meters. Its entirety a bronze hue, adorned with black-scaled embellishments, and the hilt bore an inscription in intricate traditional characters, which Chun Huayan conjectured might be the name of the swordsmith. The name Black-Scale seemed quite fitting. Chun Huayan lifted the black-scaled sword towards the ceiling light. The illumination glided along the blade, reflecting a chilling brilliance that seemed to belong to another era. Perhaps it was just an illusion, but he felt an intrinsic disconnect between the sword and this world. Rather, it seemed to belong to the realm of Li Qing'er. This was not merely a decorative item. It was a genuine flying sword from the Zhongyan realm. I surely must not have slept well last night. My mind is running amok, Chun Huayan mused, bemused by his own fanciful thoughts. However, he held a high regard for the game developer's craftsmanship. For instance, the last charm, though faded, truly felt as if it had been crafted by Li Qing'er herself. This string of beads, despite likely being mere glass, exuded a faint fragrance akin to that of the previous charm, an embodiment of attention to detail. As for the sword, there was little to critique. It was authentic and substantial. Even as a mere ornament in his home, it would certainly be a striking addition. Speaking of which, this sword must be sharpened, right? Chun Huayan scratched his head, contemplating whether to test it with his hand, only to retract instinctively, a subconscious warning advising against such folly. Consequently, he picked up a curled strand of black hair from the floor and gently tossed it onto the blade. With a faint whoosh, he vaguely perceived a sound akin to a sword's cry. Stunned, Chun Huayan watched as the hair snapped cleanly in two, cascading away from the edge of the sword. What the heck? It's that sharp? This must be classified as a controlled weapon, right? How on earth did they transport it here? If he were caught, he surely wouldn't be apprehended. Chun Huayan hastily sheathed the black-scaled sword, finding a nail on the wall beside his bed to hang it upon. Strangely enough, this ancient sword seamlessly blended into the modern decor. It was decided, henceforth, the black-scaled sword shall be cremated alongside its master. Hee. The black-scaled sword. The black cat in the shoebox. This fellow is truly peculiar, possessing a magical flying sword. Could it be that in this era, functional magical artifacts still exist? Why have I not encountered any on the streets? However, the technology of puppetry is remarkably advanced. Inside the shoebox, the black cat peered out with wide, round eyes. It had been roused by the spiritual energy emanating from the spirit stone. This energy was the most precious resource for it at present. Even merely breathing the spiritually infused air could expedite its healing. With the secret technique of golden needles and the protection of the ancestral dragon, now spirit stones and magical artifacts have emerged as well. The black cat felt a tumult of emotions, utterly perplexed by Chun Huayan's circumstances and the nature of this era. Logically, such spiritually related items should have long since vanished from this world. Its observations upon awakening confirmed this notion. Yet this fellow, what does he possess? Everything? This defies metaphysics. Regardless, the immediate priority is to leverage this young man to hasten its recovery. The ancestral dragon's protection, though troublesome, poses no threat as long as it does not inflict harm upon the young man's intentions. It was poised to emit a feeble meow to attract Chun Huayan, only to discover that he had vanished in the blink of an eye. Where has he gone? The black cat, burdened by its weakened form, made its way to the windowsill. It spotted its target, clad in pajamas, wielding a closed pole as he dashed toward the plaza across the hotel. Old Man Li had practiced Tai Chi in the small square for 20 years, in the realm of elderly Tai Chi practitioners among the surrounding neighborhoods. He proclaimed himself second to none. While walking, he was still engrossed in his game. Watch out for cars. Upon seeing two children crossing the street while playing games, Old Man Li kindly offered a warning. One of the children turned back and gestured rudely. Old man, mind your own business. Sigh. Old Man Li shook his head, watching the two departing students with a heavy heart. Today's youth seem increasingly devoid of vitality, spending their days either gaming or gaming. Unlike in his time, technology has indeed ushered in societal progress, yet has also led to the loss of much innocence and nostalgia. Alas, with another sigh, Old Man Li approached the tree where he practiced daily. To his surprise, he found another figure there, having arrived much earlier. A young man in pajamas was holding a clothes pole, squatting awkwardly and sweating profusely while maintaining a bizarre posture. Even though the young man's form was far from perfect, Old Man Li felt a flicker of hope emerge from the darkness at that moment. A vibrant young person. Was this not precisely the essence that the era had been missing and that he most admired? Observing the young man's movements, there is a certain flair, yet it is evident that he lacks fundamental understanding and a solid foundation. Since we have the opportunity to meet today, let this elder impart some valuable guidance. Young man, this is not the correct approach. Your stance is unstable, and this is not how one should adopt the horse stance. Chun Huayan was diligently practicing the Qinglian sword classic when he suddenly heard a venerable voice behind him. In an instant, a pair of broad hands pressed down firmly on his shoulders, exerting significant force. Then a foot wedged between his legs and pushed outward. Chun Huayan inhaled sharply as a sharp pain surged through his leg, which was encased in a plaster cast. However, he felt no anger within. To his astonishment, as the elder assisted him in correcting his posture, he discovered that the progress of his training in the first chapter of the Qinglian Sword Classic had surged from 2 to an impressive 13. Chapter 31. Choose your target. What a delightful surprise. Chun Huayan initially believed that teaching Li Qingran the Qinglian sword manual was an unattainable dream. However, after a mere adjustment to his posture by the elder, a glimmer of hope illuminated his path. Simultaneously, Chun Huayan became certain of one thing, The hacker team behind the camera must be observing his movements, or at the very least, an AI system was constantly monitoring his actions, and only by executing them with precision could he effectively enhance his training progress. The intricacies of this game were incredibly meticulous, extending even to the gold needles provided, which adhered strictly to authentic traditional Chinese medical techniques. Therefore, it was only logical that the foundational principles of the Qinglian sword manual would also be derived from traditional martial arts, necessitating certain standards of movement. Master, Chen Huayan turned and bowed deeply, his eyes glistening with tears. Thank you for correcting my form. The elderly man was taken aback, but soon a wave of satisfaction surged through him. Master? At times, even the older folks would jokingly refer to him in such a manner. However, as an elder, he yearned for the admiration of the younger generation more than that of his peers. Just as the youth sought validation from their elders, this admiration was indeed reciprocal. No young person had ever called him master before. This young man was the first. Upon closer inspection, Chen Huayan was quite handsome, though it puzzled him why he had shaved his head and appeared somewhat unwell. Despite possessing some medical knowledge himself, he had neglected his own health for years. Nevertheless, he resolved to check the young man's pulse after correcting his movements. What a fine young man. He must remain in good health. My boy, he said, there's no need to be so moved. I am no master, merely someone who practiced classical martial arts for a few years in my youth. With a warm smile, he continued to point out Chen Huayan's other errors. Your movements seem to mimic an ancient martial art, somewhat akin to Tai Chi, but with a touch more sharpness and defiance, which diverges from the Tai Chi philosophy. Regardless of the martial art, the first step is to stabilize your stance. Before ensuring the correctness of your hand movements, it is imperative that your foundation, your legs, remain steady. As he spoke, he noticed Chen Huayan's trembling right leg and frowned slightly. Young man, your leg seems rather off. The elder reached out to touch it and immediately felt the hard surface of a plaster cast, leaving him momentarily bewildered. What? This young man is limping, yet still here to practice boxing? Upon further examination, his frown deepened as he felt a lump on Chen Huayan's leg. This, young man, let me take your pulse. As he spoke, his hand was already resting on Chen Huayan's wrist. However, as he continued to palpate, the elder's expression grew increasingly grave. The pulse conveyed a singular, ominous message: death. Fine beads of sweat began to form on the elder's forehead as he glanced up at Chen Huayan, contemplating whether to reveal this alarming news, only to find the young man's expression was one of calm acceptance. Old man, you are truly remarkable. To strike with such skill and even know how to take a pulse? Chen Huayan understood that the old man had discerned something. The saying goes, when a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner furrows his brow, life and death are uncertain. When he sighs, the king of hell has made his count. The elderly gentleman was both frowning and sighing, which perfectly resonated with Chen's current predicament. He had already been registered by the king of hell and could be summoned at any moment. Old man, I am in the late stages of cancer and have little time left. I am well aware of my condition. I can only say that your pulse diagnosis is remarkably accurate. Late-stage cancer? And you still have the gall to smile? Oldly gazed at Chen Huayan's pale visage, his heart heavy with sorrow. What a fine young man he was. Why did he have to be afflicted by such a formidable illness? Since the outcome was already determined, it was best to confront it with equanimity. In a nonchalant manner, Chen Huayan replied, in the remaining time I have, I only wish to live joyfully and fully. For me, experiencing life in this world is not in vain. It's merely that my journey will be shorter than many others. From another perspective, considering how challenging it is for university graduates to find employment nowadays, with everyone struggling and weary, I suppose I have chosen to lie flat ahead of time. Oldly opened his mouth to argue against Chen Huayan's words, but as he searched for counterarguments, he discovered that Chen's attitude was indeed the best response. In Chen's eyes, he saw a refreshing sense of liberation and openness. Many elders lacked such a mindset, yet here was a young man who viewed life so clearly. Was he innately this mature? Oldly felt a weight in his heart. No one is born with such profound maturity. Growth inevitably comes at a cost. That a young man in his 20s could possess such clarity indicated he had endured considerable suffering, leading him to let go of many burdens. The unbearable pain had become trivial to him. Is there no chance of healing? Virtually none. Chen Huayan shook his head. Even with insurance, it would merely prolong my life. The cancer has infiltrated my marrow. It is beyond remedy, and a complete cure is nearly impossible with current medical standards. Besides, I do not have insurance. Sometimes I ponder whether it is worth spending money on mere survival. For now, I believe cherishing each day is far more important. I want to seize the opportunity to do things I once hesitated to pursue. It is not entirely a relinquishment of treatment. If I can enjoy life while still having the means to seek treatment, I would be willing to prolong my life. Ha ha ha. He laughed with an ease and openness that struck Old Li as bittersweet and resigned. My boy, I cannot assist you with this illness, but indeed, your mindset is crucial. I once heard of a late-stage cancer patient who practiced Tai Chi daily, maintaining a positive outlook, and miraculously, the tumors gradually shrank and eventually vanished. If you can endure, you are welcome to come here every morning. I can help you correct some of your postures. The foundational aspects of classical martial arts are largely interconnected, so you need not fear straying into obscure methods. Chen Huayan had also heard of such remarkable accounts. He recognized that the old man regarded him as one who would try any means in a dire situation. Nevertheless, he had no intention of disputing this, as he was genuinely interested in mastering the Qinglian sword classic. Would this be too much trouble for you? Not at all, not at all. Old Li chuckled and waved his hand, expressing that engaging with a young person like Chen Huayan was a delightful experience for him. His diabetes had long been a source of great concern, akin to a sword hanging over his neck, rendering his meals unsatisfactory and his sleep restless. However, after conversing with Chen Huayan for a while, he distinctly felt the burdens that had accumulated in his heart dissipate, as if the vitality of youth had invigorated him. Throughout the morning, Chen Huayan had progressed to 80 of the first chapter of the Qinglian sword classic. Yet, regardless of his efforts, he could not make further advancements. According to Old Li, he had practiced too much, leading to muscle fatigue and a distortion in his movements. Continuing to practice would serve no purpose. Thus, Chen Huayan had no choice but to return to the hotel to rest. Although Old Li wished to invite him for dinner, Chen Huayan opted not to impose, as he needed a plan for the next live broadcast in the afternoon. Something felt amiss on his way back. Pondering thoughtfully while stroking his chin, Chen Huayan recalled that he could only manage half an hour of practice last night before his limbs succumbed to fatigue. Yet, this morning, despite not having breakfast, he had astonishingly sustained his practice for 5 to 6 hours. Even Old Li remarked that if he were not afflicted with cancer, he would be a martial arts prodigy. With this realization, Chen Huayan instinctively rubbed the glass bracelet on his wrist, oblivious to the fact that one of the beads had dimmed slightly. Suddenly, a light flickered in his mind. He understood. With renewed fervor, he grasped the bead tightly, a subtle smile forming at the corners of his mouth. So, it is. I truly am a genius. Previously uncertain whether his genetic potential had been activated, he was now completely convinced. Some abilities are unattainable for ordinary individuals, yet effortlessly grasped by the gifted. Although the cancer had jeopardized his life, it had simultaneously awakened his genetic capabilities. With this thought, Chen Huayan opened his phone, his gaze landing on the upgrade chart for the golden needle acupuncture technique. Currently at level 1 for the spring needle, he needed to perform 1,000 applications to advance to level 2, the opening vessel needle. Having completed only 3 applications so far, he was unsure how the count was calculated. All he knew was that reaching 1,000 would take an eternity. As a premium player and a 3-body individual with a short lifespan, what he lacked most was time. A mere 998. Chen Huayan smirked at the balance displayed in his bank account. Money could be earned again, but missing the golden opportunity for a potential activation would be a grave loss. With the 998 disappearing from his account, the game interface illuminated, the spring needle technique shimmering brilliantly, its radiance cascading downwards until it illuminated the opening vessel needle technique beneath it. Your skill golden needle acupuncture has advanced to level 2, granting you a new technique, opening vessel needle. Excellent. This is the power of premium investment. At that moment, he had returned to the hotel, promptly securing the doors and windows before sitting on the sofa, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he regarded the opening vessel needle. Would you like to initiate the technique training? Note, the opening vessel needle technique is highly dangerous. Insufficient proficiency may likely result in disability. Yes, please select a target for acupuncture. Who should he choose? Li Qingran is certainly not capable. Otherwise, shall we send Li Qingran out to catch a wild boar? Chen Huayan was taken aback. Then he noticed that his phone automatically switched to the camera, which then flipped to selfie mode. The screen displayed his own reflection. Selection complete. Please begin the injection. Chen Huayan. Chapter 32. The Growth of Inner Demons. This chapter is sponsored by Shook Hong Kong. Come on, are you really not going to act anymore? Aren't you even going to pretend? Chen Huayan spoke with a serious tone, his anger palpable. I know you can hear me. From this moment on, cease your manipulation of my phone and refrain from prying in my privacy, or I will take legal action against you. Chen Huayan furrowed his brow as he glanced at the 3-game notifications. He took a deep breath, his gaze inadvertently drifting to his right leg. Perhaps it wouldn't be such a bad idea after all. His right leg was already severely impaired. What difference would it make to endure a little more disability? Besides, it was merely a game item. Just because it claimed to cause disability doesn't mean it should be taken seriously. What is this kid up to now? The black cat emerged from its box, leaping onto the sofa to observe Chen Huayan, who was incessantly poking at his phone. It needed to be close to Chen Huayan to absorb the spiritual energy emanating from the spirit stones. Yet it dared not venture too near for fear of retribution from the ancestral dragon residing within Chen Huayan. All day long fixated on that black box, could it be that all the treasures he possesses stem from this very box? The black cat cautiously edged closer, but all it could see was a dark phone screen, growing increasingly suspicious. If my theory holds true, acquiring this black box would mean all his fortunes would belong to me. Perhaps the reason this human enjoys the protection of the ancestral dragon is intricately linked to the black box. For the cat had failed to discern anything particularly special about Chen Huayan. As the black cat leaned in closer, one eye fixated on the phone while the other remained vigilant of Chen Huayan's back. Suddenly, Chen Huayan picked up a set of silver needles. The black cat froze, momentarily believing that Chen Huayan had finally decided to show compassion and administer a needle to it. In the next instant, it witnessed Chen Huayan brutally thrust the silver needle into his own right leg. The black cat. A piercing shriek reverberated throughout the hotel, nearly echoing through the entire establishment. Fortunately, it was already midday. Had this occurred in the morning, other guests would surely have come to investigate. Goodness, that hurts. Chen Huayan glanced at the spot where he had plunged the needle, which had already turned a shade of purple. However, he soon felt something amiss. The area he had pierced had previously been devoid of sensation. Now, he could feel such acute pain, which only indicated that the silver needle was indeed having an effect. But it was merely a fleeting pain. Did Chen Huayan fear discomfort? With yet another series of needles, the black cat, seeing Chen Huayan engrossed in self-inflicted harm, hunched down, ready to pounce on the phone. In a moment the final needle was plunged. The black cat let out a meow and lunged towards the phone beside Chen Huayan's thigh. However, at the moment the needle descended, Chen Huayan's previously fractured leg sprang up with lightning speed, delivering a violent knee strike to the black cat. Meow. Bang. The black cat traced a parabolic arc through the air before landing back in the shoebox, the lid snapping shut behind it. Oh, although it hurt quite a bit, there was now feeling. Chen Huayan touched his right leg, his face alight with surprise. The effect of the opening meridian needle was to clear the meridians and invigorate the blood flow. His leg had been devoid of sensation primarily due to the fracture and the pressure from the tumor. Thus, the meridian opening treatment was precisely what he needed. Of course, it was also possible that it was a case of using poison to counteract poison, and he was fortunate enough to see results. Speaking of which, did my knee just hit something? Chen Huayan scratched his head and surveyed his surroundings. His attention had been entirely focused on the acupuncture points, leaving him oblivious to the environment around him. Ah well, perhaps it was merely an illusion on my part. In the Tsangyan realm, ever since acquiring the exceptional quality Dantian, Li Qingran's cultivation speed could be described as nothing short of meteoric. Last night, she broke through to the 8th layer of qi refinement, and by this afternoon, she was already progressing toward the great perfection of qi refinement. This remarkable advancement was due in part to her exceptional dantian, but also because she lacked a spiritual root. At this moment, the five elemental spiritual energies quietly resided in her dantian, making her appear quite formidable. Cultivators with a spiritual root could convert all the spiritual energy absorbed from the world into energy corresponding to their root's attributes. For instance, a fire-rooted cultivator could transform the five elemental energies entirely into pure fire energy. Moreover, the efficacy of spiritual energy is maximized only when its properties align with those of the spiritual root. If there is a conflict, it could lead to chaotic energy and potential danger. Certain techniques and internal arts also have specific requirements regarding the cultivator's spiritual root attributes. When cultivators exchange energy, they must select those with similar roots, meaning at least one type of root must be shared for the energies to merge successfully. Thus, in the cultivation world, having a single spiritual root is deemed an excellent talent, while mutated roots are even better, and five elemental or rootless practitioners are considered the least gifted. Those with five roots cultivate at an exceedingly slow pace, often struggling to break through the qi refinement stage throughout their lives. Although rootless cultivators advance rapidly, the inferior quality of their spiritual energy makes it difficult to shatter bottlenecks, resulting in significantly weaker spells compared to their peers. Li Qingran initially believed that her lack of a spiritual root would preclude her from advancing to the foundation establishment stage. The bottleneck loomed like a formidable dam. To break through, one required not only sufficient quantity, but also immense force. A chaotic mix of spiritual energy was evidently insufficient for such an impact. Yet, as she approached the breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage, she discovered that the exceptional dantian bestowed upon her provided pure spiritual energy along with a far greater quantity than before. The exceptional dantian granted to me by my predecessor is truly remarkable. Li Qingran turned her gaze inward to her dantian, her astonishment beyond measure. Before her cultivation had been crippled, she had reached a minor success in foundation establishment. But now the amount of spiritual energy within her dantian was already 2 to 3 times that of her peak. If she were to achieve a smooth breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage, would she not possess the total energy equivalent to 5 or even more ordinary foundation establishment cultivators? What does it matter if she lacks a spiritual root? With the assistance of her senior, I can still continue my journey along this path. The elemental energies within Li Qingran's body gradually began to boil under her guidance, converging towards the foundational dam of the foundation establishment stage. She was preparing to break through to this critical level. However, at that moment, a sharp pain surged through her mind. An infinite darkness enveloped Li Qingran entirely. In her daze, she saw an elderly man in a blue robe standing before her. It was Taoist Qing Xian, her former master. Li Qingran, to harm a fellow junior sister is an act of injustice. You practice the teachings of our sect, yet show no ambition, trampling upon your master's guidance, which is an act of filial disloyalty. You were sent to the outer sect, yet you bully its disciples, which is an act of inhumanity. You possess the internal cultivation method of the Qi decision, yet you still harbor thoughts of seeking another master and changing allegiances, which is an act of treachery. The heart of the Tao is tarnished, and inner demons arise. A smiling mask cannot conceal the grotesque scars. The painful past cannot be easily hidden. The words of Taoist Qing Xian reverberated in Li Qingran's mind like the tolling of a great bell, shattering the surge of energy that was on the verge of breaking through her bottleneck. The figure of her senior brother, Lu Chantian, materialized beside Taoist Qing Xian, a cold smile gracing his lips. Li Qingran, how could one as unfaithful, unfilial, inhumane, and unjust as you dare to aspire for a breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage? How pitiful and laughable. Li Qingran, to think you would harm your junior sister. I have truly misjudged you. Her third senior brother, Yun Zimo, wore a face of disdain. Li Qingran, spit out the elixirs and spiritual herbs I gave you. You think you're worthy? Her second senior brother, Xiao Yifeng, wore a ferocious countenance. The fourth senior brother, Zhang Han Xiao, stepped forward with sword in hand, his gaze fierce, should you succeed in your breakthrough. I shall cleanse our sect and ensure your complete disappearance from this world. No, that is not true. I did not intentionally harm my junior sister. I have not been lax in my cultivation, nor have I oppressed the disciples of the outer sect. No. Li Qingran cradled her head, curled up in the cold darkness. She wished to argue, but countless shadowy hands emerged from the darkness to cover her mouth. No one believed her words. No one listened earnestly to her pleas. Just as on that day, during the sect's grand competition when her junior sister was injured, she was struck off the stage by the enraged Lu Changtian. Her justifications were feeble. Her tears were dismissed as mere pretense and scheming. Yet, she had clearly coughed up blood, lying in the dust, while Mu Baishuang had merely sustained a scratch on her shoulder. Was she not Lu Changtian's junior sister? Was she not the junior sister of Qi Xiaopeak? Was she not a disciple of Taoist Qingxian? The onlookers from her sect reappeared, materializing in the darkness, crowding around the disciples of Qi Xiaopeak. She could only watch helplessly as their disdain and hostility directed at her grew. She could only hear the slanderous and mocking words. Did she deliberately injure her junior sister? Truly despicable. How could Qi Xiaopeak harbor such a malicious disciple? Perhaps she is envious of junior sister Mu Baishuang's beauty. How could Brother Lu, such a good person, have cared for her so much in the past? Such a person deserves to die, to be expelled from the sect, to feed the beasts of Wankingshan. Expelled from Qingyun's sect. Expelled from Qingyun's sect. The sixth junior sister, Mu Baishuang, concealed herself behind the crowd, nestled beside Lu Changtian. Bathed in light, she stood shielded by everyone, akin to a delicate flower nurtured with care. With a gentle smile, she gazed at Li Qingran, whose face was streaked with tears, and slightly parted her lips. Yet, only Li Qingran, ensnared in darkness, could perceive her whisper, Qingran Senior's sister. Vanish. Someone like you does not deserve to live. Chapter 33. A revelation of conscience. By the way, did I not save a black cat yesterday? I wonder how it is faring. Chun Huayan rose, intent on checking the shoebox. Inside, the bewildered black cat, having just been kicked, perked up at the sound, ready to charm Chun Huayan with its antics. Just then, buzz. The mobile phone on the coffee table vibrated, emitting an alert. Chun Huayan returned to the sofa, and the black cat, with a sinking heart, resumed its languid pose. Your electronic girlfriend is currently under attack from inner demons. Chun Huayan was taken aback and opened the small room, finding Li Qingran seated cross-legged on the bed, her complexion pale and brow furrowed. Beads of sweat adorned her cheeks and forehead, and a dark aura gathered at her brow, her lips tinged with a bluish hue, her lovely face clearly etched with agony. Are there inner demons, even in the Qi refining stage? Chun Huayan felt somewhat lost. He had read numerous novels, where protagonists typically encountered inner demons only at advanced realms. How could one face such a challenge at the Qi refining stage? Upon inspecting Li Qingran's status, the explanation for her affliction became apparent. Inner demons manifest. Inner demons are unrelated to one's cultivation realm, but rather stem from the cultivator's own thoughts. Obsessions, malevolence, and greed can all serve as inner demons. These may arise spontaneously from the cultivator's experiences and can be exacerbated by certain demonic practices, leading even the pure-hearted to develop inner demons. To dispel inner demons, one must overcome their own thoughts. Is that so? What troubling thought plagues Li Qingran? Chun Huayan pondered her background. Aside from the tragedy of her parents at the hands of treacherous individuals, the greatest blow on her cultivation journey undoubtedly came from the group at Qi Xiaopeak, where perhaps the entire Qingyun sect had become a haunting nightmare for her. Knowing the source is one matter. Finding a remedy is another entirely. He had not forgotten that this was a game, so he began to poke around for the recharge page. One particularly absurd aspect of this game was that, apart from the overtly displayed shops, all other functions requiring payment were hidden. For instance, providing protection for Li Qingran was not a permanent feature. It could only be accessed as the story unfolded, and he could only resolve her troubles through financial input once the game presented him with the opportunity. How vexing. The game developers always gave the impression of being hypocritical. Never mind, I cannot find anything. When in doubt, I shall consult the heavenly mechanism. Chun Huayan opened the game customer service. This consultation of the heavenly mechanism will cost 100 for a chance to purchase, and you will also acquire a layer of fortune diminished status. Do you wish to proceed? Yes. Consultation of the heavenly mechanism in progress. In the Tang realm, the winds of fate shifted. Hiss! Once again, that powerful figure was at work. Today alone, they had consulted the heavenly mechanism once, and now again. What momentous event looms in the Tang realm? Over at Wanquanshan, a divine elixir had emerged, followed by a surge of spiritual light. The senior's consultation of the heavenly mechanism was likely related to these two occurrences. The Central Continent's secret realm is about to open. A season of turmoil awaits, alas. Wanjian Pavilion. Zhongzhu Su Qinian stood atop the peak of Jianmen Mountain, cradling his sword with both hands. Clad in flowing white robes, his long white hair danced wildly in the wind, and his narrowed eyes gazed into the distance towards Wanshan, exuding an air of a transcendent being. However, this dignified demeanor did not last long. In the next moment, he erupted in curses. Damn that Qinyun sect, and to hell with you, old heavens. What benefits do you bestow upon Wanshan? Just wait. This time in the Zhongzhou secret realm, I shall make you pay dearly. Zhongzhu, an elder from a sword pavilion, descended from his flying sword and bowed respectfully. Zhongzhu, we have two pressing matters. What is it? Su Qinyan's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he calmly stroked his beard. Zhongzhu, we are out of money. The elder hesitated, his face pale. What? Su Qinyan was momentarily taken aback. If we lack spirit stones, then go mine in the back mountain. Well, the spirit stones are depleted. There's nothing left to mine. Damn it. How long has it been? Su Qinyan could no longer maintain his composure. This predicament was somewhat anticipated. He had known last month that the spirit stones in the back mountain would be exhausted, but he had not expected it to happen so swiftly. He could only soothe the elder, saying, "Leave this matter to me. I will find a way to procure spirit stones. Is there anything else?" The sword pavilion was already impoverished, known as the most destitute sect in the Tang realm. Once relying on the spirit stone mine in the back mountain and a few assets to barely sustain itself, now, as the Zhongzhou secret realm approached, resources were desperately needed throughout the sect, compounding their difficulties. It seemed that selling off some assets would be unavoidable. Su Qinian instinctively pressed his hand against the flying sword at his waist. Suddenly, the sword emitted a melodious hum and quivered intensely. And also, the elder swallowed hard. Our sect's guardian beast is in heat and is requesting to mate. It threatens that if we do not allow it outside, it will uproot all the spiritual herbs in our back mountain. Hearing this, Su Qinyan's lips twitched. Seeking a mate from the beast sect would incur costs, and the common beasts would not even be of interest to such a creature. However, the issue of its heat could not be ignored, as the spiritual herbs represented wealth. What about the basic safety of the outer disciples if they released the guardian beast? That simply wouldn't do. In light of this, he instinctively pressed down on the flying sword at his waist, a pained expression crossing his face as he closed his eyes and declared, "Castrated." What? The elder gasped in shock. Su Qinian abruptly opened his eyes, an intense sword energy surging within, his voice low yet menacing. "Damn it. Tell that creature that our sect is out of money. It must hold back. If it cannot, then it shall be castrated." The sect's guardian beast was typically a male demon beast nurtured from infancy to possess formidable offensive capabilities. Castration would hinder its development and diminish its aggression. The elder left with a grim expression. With the Zhongzhou feeling cornered to such an extent, it truly demonstrated the sect's dire financial straits. Su Qinian continued to stand on the cliff, lost in thought. As he gazed at the serene sky, his right hand had already slipped into his storage bag. Feeling for the night-walking attire, it was time to devise a plan to acquire some funds. The celestial calculations have concluded. Li Qingran must return to Qingyun's sect to dispel his inner demons and sever all ties with Qi Shao Peak. He is currently suffering from a backlash of his inner demons, threatening to regress in his cultivation. Thus, it is imperative that you employ the Meridian Opening Needle in conjunction with the exquisite Heartguard Elixir to assist him in stabilizing his realm. The use of the Meridian Opening Needle carries no risk, and the exquisite Heartguard Elixir is a complimentary gift. So please use it with confidence. You have acquired the status of fortune diminished for 24 hours. Is the exquisite elixir truly being given away for free? This is astonishing. Chun Huayan is witnessing the game developers display such generosity for the first time. Even though it is a narrative necessity that they provide a free item, he still feels somewhat unaccustomed to this level of largesse. A flash of azure light reveals the exquisite Heart Guard elixir on the table. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away at Qingyun sect, the second disciple of Qi Shao Peak, Xiao Yifeng, has just returned to his cave abode, delightfully pulling out his alchemical furnace. At last, I have procured the exquisite Heart Guard elixir. The previous mid-tier and upper-tier elixirs were insufficient for me to grasp the intricacies of the refining process, but this time, I shall surely succeed. A smirk graces Xiao Yifeng's lips. Although there are formulas for the Heart Guard elixir within Qingyun sect, each alchemist employs different techniques, resulting in variations in the quality of the elixirs produced. Common alchemical methods can only yield inferior to superior quality elixirs. Only those grandmasters who have distilled their own experiences can concoct exquisite and celestial-grade elixirs. Such knowledge is naturally a closely guarded secret, exceedingly precious, and few can deduce these subtleties through the study of elixirs. Fortunately, he is such a prodigy. Once I comprehend the method to refine the exquisite Heart Guard elixir, my junior sister will surely hold me in even greater esteem. With this thought, Xiao Yifeng suddenly finds that spending his entire fortune on an exquisite Heart Guard elixir is not so regrettable after all. He reaches into his storage pouch, only to feel his face grow pale. It's gone. All the elixirs I purchased are gone. My exquisite Heart Guard elixir is also missing. Chapter 34. Li Qingran, you are truly foolish. The suspected theft of the elixir belonging to the inner disciples of the Qi Shao Peak is indeed a significant matter. Moreover, that extraordinary heart-protecting pill, valued at over 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones, is certainly no trifling item. To procure this elixir, Xiao Yifeng had exhausted all his connections, borrowing from everyone he could. He thought to himself that as a pill master, if he could concoct the extraordinary heart-protecting pill, repaying this amount would be a mere trifle. When questioned about when the elixir was lost, Xiao Yifeng stammered, only able to say that the heart-protecting pill had vanished inexplicably from his storage bag. He had not let go of the storage bag since returning from the foot of the mountain, having even opened it to confirm its contents upon entering the Qingyun sect. Yet, inexplicably, the elixir had vanished from within. The Taoist Qing Xian and the elders, who were prepared to stand up for Xiao Yifeng, were left speechless. Sect Master Wu Duantian ordered a lockdown of the entire sect, demanding that all disciples present their belongings for search. However, after a chaotic search, nothing was found. If I discover who has stolen my elixir, I shall ensure they meet a most gruesome fate. As Xiao Yifeng swore his oath to the heavens, on the other side, Chun Huayan had already administered the extraordinary heart-protecting pill to Li Qingran. Achoo! Who on earth is speaking of me? Chun Huayan sneezed thrice in succession, then quickly focused his attention as his phone emitted a notification. Please press the Qihai acupoint with your left hand and circulate your energy toward it while gliding your fingers toward the Guanyuan acupoint. Please use your right hand to perform acupuncture according to the meridian opening technique. The screen magnified, focusing on Li Qingran's waist and lower abdomen. At this moment, influenced by the inner demons, Li Qingran was drenched in sweat, the moisture saturating his delicate garment and rendering it even more transparent. He could clearly discern the alluring curves of her waist, the inner garment resembling a small blue skirt that barely covered her thighs, adorned with embroidery resembling lotus leaves, where a small creature, reminiscent of frog, was depicted. The right corner of the garment bore the crookedly stitched name Li Qingran. Could this possibly be Li Qingran's handwriting? The moment Chun Huayan's gaze fell upon the awkwardly scrawled characters, any lingering fantasies vanished from his mind. The style of the writing felt oddly familiar, as if it mirrored that of the charms and bracelets he possessed. There was no time to retrieve the bracelet for comparison. Li Qingran's Qihai and Guanyuan acupoints had already begun to glow faintly with golden light, guiding him to press upon them. Chun Huayan used his thumb and index finger to apply pressure, distinctly feeling Li Qingran's body tremble slightly. This shouldn't hurt, right? He mused silently. Unfortunately, he could not see Li Qingran's face, unaware that she was gently biting her red lips, two blushes blooming from her cheeks to her ears. The screen displayed two segments. The left captured the area below the waist and above the legs, while the right showcased the area above the waist and below the neck. A series of acupoints on the right illuminated one after another, and Chen Huayan, without a moment to spare, swiftly followed the sequence to perform acupuncture. Li Qingran struggled in the dark mire, her ears filled with ridicule and insults. Her body felt ensnared by countless invisible threads, pain radiating through her limbs. Yet she remained utterly immobilized. The Taoist Qing Xian, Lu Chantian, Xiao Yifeng, Yin Zimo, Zhang Hanxiao, Mu Baishuang, and the fellow disciples of the Qingyan sect. All their faces morphed into a colossal wall of visages surrounding her, spinning around. Distinct features, varying voices, yet all bore the same expression, as if sculpted from a singular mold. From those gaping, cavernous mouths emerged chilling and ruthless words. Li Qingran, do you think you can break through the foundation establishment stage? Ridiculous. Wretch, you deserve to have your cultivation wasted. Get out of the Qingyan sect. Get out of the Qingyan sect. Senior sister, someone like you does not deserve to live. The ringing in her ears felt like a blade poised to cleave through Li Qingran's mind. Confused thoughts boiled over like scalding water, mingling with the buzzing, hurtful words that echoed in her mind. Her soul felt as though it was being extracted, pricked by the idle chatter like needles, leaving her battered and bruised. Every inch of her bones felt as if they were being trampled and crushed, along with her dignity and sense of self. She even began to doubt her own existence, desperately reaching out to touch something to affirm her presence, yet grasping only the cold void of nothingness. The faces of those people drew ever closer. She could no longer hear the cacophony from their mouths, but could only see them opening and closing, ready to devour her, to tear her into shreds. No! Someone! Rescue me! Suddenly, in the darkness, a crisp sound of swordplay resonated, like a pure spring falling into murky sludge. It washed away all the tumultuous buzzing noise. A beam of light pierced through the darkness, flooding in. Li Qingran. Someone called her name. With great effort, Li Qingran opened her eyes. She saw that the people surrounding her had ceased their vitriol. They stared in shock, their eyes wide, a line slicing through their heads. Flames erupting from the widening fissures, distorting and shattering them into fragments. Li Qingran. The voice grew closer. Amidst the flying ashes, she could vaguely discern a figure. The person stood amidst the smoke, sword in hand, obscured in features, wearing dark garments that billowed like a tempest, with cascading white hair. A majestic five-clawed black dragon with golden eyes swirled around him in a frenzied dance. Senior. Li Qingran gazed at the figure, her eyes filled with longing. A wave of reassurance swept away the chaotic thoughts in her mind. The darkness seemed to retreat swiftly, cowed by the person's authority. Li Qingran opened her eyes. She was still in that small room. The terrifying visions had merely been illusions conjured by her inner demons. At this moment, she was nearly drenched, an unusual sensation coursing through her lower abdomen and waist. Looking down, her face flushed crimson to the roots of her ears, too golden. Ethereal hands were pressing on the acupoints of her waist and abdomen, the left hand channeling energy, while the right hand employed spiritual energy as needles in acupuncture. The spots being needled tingled with a delightful itch, making her want to gasp for breath. However, she managed to stifle herself, promptly closing her mouth to hold her breath. After all, her senior was assisting her in cultivating, and she could not disturb him. Li Qingran silently observed as the soft flesh on her abdomen and waist yielded to the pressure of those two hands, sinking in only to spring back. She lowered her head, biting her lip, the crimson flush creeping from her ears down to her neck. Her hands twisted the hem of her garment, her fingers turning pale from the exertion. Her feet unconsciously shuffled on the ground, yearning to find a crevice to hide within. Alas! Her undergarment had been seen by her senior, a mortifying revelation. Why had she embroidered lotus leaves and frogs on it? Surely, her senior must think her quite childish. Li Qingran, You are truly foolish indeed. Oh dear, she lamented. How could she possibly face her senior in the future? With Chen Huayan's intervention, the matter of her inner demons seemed to fade in significance. The girl was consumed with thoughts of how to conduct herself in her senior's presence. Even after Chen Huayan completed his treatment, Li Qingran remained lost in her anticipations of future awkwardness. At last, it was over, and her cultivation was preserved. Chen Huayan breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing that Li Qingran had maintained her level of mastery. The effect of the extraordinary heart-protecting pill was to solidify one's cultivation. The backlash from her inner demons had been severe, and even the heart-protecting pill might not have guaranteed her stability. However, with his unique needle technique and exclusive acupressure skills, the trivial matter of inner demon backlash was easily manageable. The next task was to address the troublesome inner demons. Chen Huayan frowned. According to the celestial calculations, Li Qingran needed to return to Qingyun's sect to sever her karmic ties. Frankly speaking, he did not wish for her to risk returning to Qingyun's sect. Unfortunately, the narrative of this game allowed no alternative choices. If she were to go back, it might spell danger for her. As fate would have it, he was currently out of funds. Just as Chen Huayan was at his wit's end, contemplating his next steps, a sudden knock echoed from outside the small dwelling. Followed by a detached voice. Li Qingran, open the door. I know you are inside. Chapter 35. An End. Heavenly Journey. Earthly Stop 1. The visitor was Lu Changtian. Li Qingran would never mistake this. After spending 3 years on Qishao Peak, she was intimately familiar with his voice. Simultaneously, she sensed a faint aura of murderous intent and a probing presence of spiritual awareness. Li Qingran, have you achieved the pinnacle of qi refinement? How is that possible? Lu Changtian's voice was filled with astonishment. Li Qingran's dantian had been rendered useless. Logically, she should no longer be able to cultivate normally. Even if she were to forcefully attempt it, there was no way she could reach such an advanced stage in such a short span of time. He needed to ascertain the truth and pushed against the door. There is an intention to intrude upon your electronic girlfriend's private chamber. Please select a countermeasure. 1. Unleash a palm strike to send him flying, teaching him the consequences of laying hands on your electronic girlfriend. 2. Utilize the pressure of a strong presence to compel him to kneel, imparting a lesson in respect. 3. With a cold snort, channel inner strength to shatter his eardrums, sending him fleeing in terror. This choice may lead him to suspect you as a practitioner of dark arts. Chen Huayan regarded the options presented by the game with dissatisfaction. The individual outside was one of Li Qingran's obsessions, her senior brother, Lu Changtian. He had arrived swiftly, marked as a neutral yellow dot on the map. Hence no prior warning of danger had been issued. This yellow dot likely signified the potential to transform into red or green, representing hostility and friendliness, respectively. Can I pay to simply eliminate him? Chen Huayan's expression darkened. In the real world, he would grapple with moral dilemmas before taking a life, but in this game, he felt no ethical constraints regarding Lu Changtian's demise. After waiting for a moment, no additional payment options appeared, indicating that the narrative did not permit Lu Changtian's death. However, Chen Huayan soon realized that Lu Changtian represented Li Qingran's inner demons. The customer service had advised that she must sever these ties herself. Thus, Lu Changtian truly had to be dealt with by Li Qingran personally. It remained uncertain how the ensuing narrative would unfold. After some contemplation, Chen Huayan ultimately chose option 2. Since Lu Changtian served as Li Qingran's stepping stone, he would refrain from intervening. Why can't I push this door open? Outside, Lu Changtian grew anxious. Just as he was about to channel his spiritual energy to strike the door, an overwhelming pressure suddenly descended upon him, akin to a mountain crushing down. Ugh! Crack! The surge of blood and energy coursed through him. His organs felt as though they were being gripped by an iron hand. Lu Changtian could hardly withstand it and collapsed to his knees, shattering the tiles beneath him. Panic gripped Lu Changtian's heart. In all of Qingyun's sect, only his master, the sect leader, and a few elders could compel him to kneel through mere pressure. This oncoming force was far more devastating than that of the elders, leaving him with no inclination to resist. I am Lu Changtian, an inner disciple of Qingyun's sect's Qishao Peak. I was unaware of your presence within, and I apologize for any offense. Silence. A thunderous voice echoed from within. A fierce wind burst open the door, only to slam shut with a resounding crash. Lu Chantian was sent flying into a thunder pit, feeling as though his abdomen had been struck with tremendous force, causing his internal organs to coil in agony, and the words he intended to utter were swallowed back. Qingran, this is someone from your previous sect? I shall not intervene. Yes, thank you, Senior. To his astonishment, Li Qingran addressed that individual as Senior. Their relationship appeared quite close. Could it be that Li Qingran's recovery was due to this Senior's assistance? Had Song Jiaojiao also been vanquished by this Senior? Had Li Qingran aligned herself with the demonic sect? Yet, the pressure just now had been balanced and devoid of any trace of malevolence characteristic of the demonic faction. That Senior hardly resembled a practitioner of such a sect. How then had Li Qingran come to associate with such a formidable figure? Lu Changtian's mind was a chaotic swirl when the door of the small room creaked open. Li Qingran emerged, having changed into a fresh set of garments, a faint blush lingering on her fair cheeks. Lu Changtian, what brings you here? He gazed up at his former junior sister, and though not much time had passed, she had undergone a remarkable transformation. In that moment, Li Qingran exuded a chilling elegance, devoid of the former timid and pitiful demeanor she had displayed when seeking their help. Resembling a sword unsheathed, radiating a subtle yet sharp brilliance. This sister had become a stranger to him. Faced with this new incarnation of Li Qingran, coupled with the presence of that enigmatic Senior within the small room, Lu Changtian unconsciously relinquished his brotherly airs. He pressed a hand to his chest, rising to his feet, and spoke in a calm tone, Junior sister, I have come to take you back to Qinyan's sect. Although you injured 6th junior sister during the sect competition, your transgressions do not warrant death. I was unaware that Zhang Han Xiao, that scoundrel, would abandon you here in the Wan Quanshan to await your demise. Otherwise, I would not have stood idly by. Does not warrant death. Does not warrant death? A grim smile crossed Li Qingran's face as her icy gaze bore into Lu Changtian. It does not warrant death, yet you have crippled my Dantian. It does not warrant death, yet you have severed my spiritual root? What a fine notion of not warranting death. Lu Changtian, you must understand what the spiritual root and Dantian signify for a cultivator. You did not grant me death directly, yet you have rendered my existence a living hell. Lu Changtian furrowed his brow at Li Qingran's aggressive demeanor. In times past, had he merely mentioned taking her back to the sect, she would have been filled with gratitude. Now, however, she appeared to be on the brink of despair. If she was still able to cultivate, it seemed her Dantian had merely sustained damage rather than being completely destroyed, and with the aid of that mysterious Senior, a few restorative pills should suffice. He pressed his lips together and said, Junior sister, it was indeed my error to have crippled your Dantian, but you are still capable of cultivating, are you not? My master and I will find a way to assist you in further restoring it. As for your spiritual root, we can procure another. And what of my spiritual root? The coldness in Li Qingran's eyes surged like a tide, her voice trembling. Your spiritual root. Lu Changtian hesitated, finally mustering the courage to continue. You are aware that our little junior sister is frail and her foundation is inadequate. Thus we allocated your water spiritual root to her. But do not worry, junior sister. I will ensure we find you another singular spiritual root, even if it means exhausting our fortunes to procure one. Li Qingran lowered her head, her bangs casting a shadow over her countenance. Her hands, clenched into fists, alternated between tight grips and loosened holds, revealing her inner turmoil. Tears cascaded down her cheeks, plopping onto the ground with a soft thud. Outside the game, Chan Huayan, who had witnessed the entire exchange, couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. The people of Qishao Peak truly knew how to play their games. Had they truly severed Li Qingran's spiritual roots for that insignificant junior sister? Ridiculous. It was evident that despite her torment, Li Qingran still harbored feelings for Qingyun's sect and Qishao Peak. She was a nostalgic soul, recalling the teachings of Taoist Qingxian and the kindness of her senior brothers. Yet now, as her tears fell, it seemed that all those cherished memories were destined to shatter completely. Lu Changtian, I shall return to Qingyun's sect. Li Qingran raised her head, her tear-filled eyes devoid of any emotional fluctuation, exuding a chilling silence. Under the gaze of those eyes, Lu Chantian felt an unsettling dread creep down his spine. He heard Li Qingran enunciate each word with deliberate clarity. Tomorrow, I shall return to Qingyun's sect solely to bring closure to the past. Chapter 36 Variety Show 2 in 1 Senior. Qingran has decided on her own to return to Qingyun's sect tomorrow. After Lu Chantian left, Li Qingran returned to her room, bowed to the ceiling, and knelt without rising. Qingran is neither a stubborn fool nor one who clings to the kindness of Qingyun's sect and Qi Shao Peak. Rather, they have become obstacles on her path of cultivation. She must sever these ties herself to continue her practice and live up to her senior's expectations. Lowering her head, her words were sincere. She understood that the Qingyun sect was a den of peril, yet she had no choice but to enter. She also recognized that from her senior's perspective, he would undoubtedly prefer she not return to Qingyun's sect, a decision that might even raise his suspicions. Having already received abundant favors, would returning to the sect not make her a treacherous ingrate? Thus, she waited for her senior's counsel. If he instructed her to return, she would. If not, she would remain here. Chen Huayan pondered for a moment, pressed the communication talisman, and said, "No worries. The one who unties the bell must be the one who tied it. Since this matter began at Qi Shao Peak, let conclude there. You may handle it yourself. I have faith in you." In the small room, Li Qingran waited for a while before she heard an ethereal voice. Joy and sorrow are intertwined. One must recognize the ebb and flow of existence. Every sip and every peck is preordained. All events have their causes, and one must take responsibility. You go forth. Li Qingran pondered Chen Huayan's words. Her heart stirred, and she bowed deeply, her previously hesitant gaze now resolute. Junior Qingran thanks Senior for the enlightenment. Before you depart, I bestow upon you a gift. With a flash, a flying sword appeared on the table, its sheath as bright as the moonlight, and its tassel as red as fresh blood. This sword is named Su Xian, a supreme magical flying sword. I noticed your original sword has been broken. Take this for your protection. Li Qingran cradled the Su Xian sword, her heart softened with an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes, she embraced the sword and bowed deeply. Qingran will not disappoint Senior. Hello, may I speak with Mr. Chun? This is he. It is like this. We have a variety show and would like to invite you to participate. I wonder if you... Where did this scam call come from? Chen Huayan furrowed his brow and abruptly hung up the phone. He was already troubled about how to help Li Qingran overcome her tribulation tomorrow, especially since he had little money now. This wretched game would undoubtedly find a way to pressure him into spending. He had no time to engage with these scam calls. In the past, he might have spent an hour discussing life and ideals with such frauds. Just as the call ended, another came through. Chen Huayan glanced at the caller ID, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he pressed the answer button. Very well, if you insist on pushing your luck, today. Chun Xianzuan had intended to lay down the sword, but since these scammers are rushing to meet their fate, let them not blame me for my deception. Mr. Chun, please do not hang up. We are not scammers. We are an outdoor variety show called Adventure with Coffee. Our director has seen your vlog on the Lushan Challenge, and he is very interested in you, especially inviting you to participate in this program. Our program features numerous popular young stars, and it enjoys commendable viewership on Mango TV. If you participate, it would also serve to promote your live streaming account, potentially increasing your follower count significantly. Truly a win-win situation. Upon hearing this, Chen Huayan's expression became serious. Realizing that the matter was more complex than it appeared, he immediately opened the hotel computer and conducted a Baidu search, discovering that this outdoor variety show indeed existed and had garnered a fair amount of attention. The premise of the show revolves around a group of trending young stars engaging in outdoor extreme challenges, such as trekking, diving, bungee jumping, and wilderness survival. Such a format is well suited for shaping the public personas of these celebrities. However, it also poses the risk of revealing the true nature of those who are overly pampered during these outdoor challenges. Yet, why would they invite him to participate? After all, he was not a celebrity. With a sense of confusion, Chen Huayan logged into his live streaming account, only to be taken aback. That casually edited vlog had amassed over 100 million views, with more than 7 million likes. The deluge of comments and private messages in the back end was so overwhelming that it took a long time to refresh. "Goodness, have I become popular?" he exclaimed, realizing that his follower count had surged to 270,000. Such is the era of the internet. He couldn't help but shake his head in disbelief. Time and fate. He finally understood why so many university students aspire to become internet celebrities. After all, working for a boss often leads to a dead end, while being an influencer might offer a glimmer of hope. The beauty of the self-media industry lies in its vast scope, allowing one to pursue their passions. The potential for monetization is delightful, and even if one does not earn money, life does not seem entirely devoid of meaning. His vlog had numerous related links, one of which was the trending topic, the mirage of Mount Lu, which had remained in the spotlight. Experts had provided explanations, stating that a film crew from far-off Shanghai was shooting a drama, and that the various optical phenomena, incomprehensible to the average person, projected this crew onto the peak of Mount Lu. To substantiate this claim, the Shanghai side had indeed mobilized a crew filming the right of Mount Lu. After a brief glance, Chen Huayan concluded that this crew appeared hastily assembled. While the actors donned dark royal robes and displayed handsome features, their demeanor was utterly dissimilar. To put it bluntly, it was the difference between an eel and a true dragon. There was simply no comparison. Other trending topics called for cancer awareness, urging compassion for cancer patients, and a courageous confrontation with life, all generating considerable buzz. Upon reaching this point, Chen Huayan understood. His live streams neither promoted products nor solicited donations. His vlog did not indulge in self-pity. From his live stream to his videos, a spirit of resilience and positivity permeated his work. This is not to say that product promotion and fundraising are inherently wrong, as they are crucial avenues for many seriously ill patients to secure funding for treatment. However, given the prevalence of online scams and the saturation of such appeals, public sympathy has been significantly depleted. At this juncture, his videos and live streams emerged as a refreshing breeze, effectively overshadowing others in the same space. With the platform's support, it was only natural that he would rise to prominence. His videos and live streams had only been released for 3 days, and considerable potential for further growth remained. Clearly, the variety show had recognized this and sought to capitalize on the ensuing wave of attention. What a ridiculous notion of a win-win situation. It seems they wish to deceive with empty promises. Indeed, capitalists are often devoid of integrity. I have no desire to participate in any variety show. Chen Huayan promptly declined. I merely wish to spend my remaining time in peace. The voice on the other end of the line appeared to anticipate Chen Huayan's response. Chuckling amiably, "Mr. Chen, who would refuse the opportunity for treatment? If you attend this variety event, we will provide you with a fee of 500,000. Sum. Chen Huayan's eyes widened in astonishment. 500,000 will secure your appearance for this season of our show. We typically film 3 episodes per quarter. And regardless of whether you're needed thereafter, the funds will be deposited into your account upon your agreement and signing of the contract." Chen Huayan took a moment to compose himself. 500,000 is a fee that many second and third-tier celebrities aspire to receive. The organizers of the show are evidently earnest in their intent to capitalize on this wave of popularity. Many fledgling artists even have to pay to appear on variety shows, let alone receive compensation. So, what do you think, Mr. Chen? Chen Huayan has always been a believer in win-win scenarios. A broad smile graced his face as he replied, "I find it quite agreeable. May I inquire about the concept of your show?" "We will be trekking Tianmen Mountain, accompanied by a professional mountaineer. In addition to you, we have invited 5 other celebrity guests of varying renown, with you as a mysterious guest. If you agree, please add me on WeChat, and I will promptly send over the electronic contract." Agreement was instantaneous. "I revel in mystery." Chen Huayan's lips curled into a sinister grin. After hanging up, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Observing Li Qingran, who was diligently meditating in the game, a myriad of emotions welled within him. Although he had invested considerable sums into this game, appearing quite extravagant Without the motivation and opportunity it provided, he could hardly fathom possessing 500,000. The mere concepts of capturing the mirage of the sacred mountain and challenging late-stage cancer by climbing the sacred mountain alone would not have propelled him to fame. It was the fusion of these two elements, coinciding with a fracture sustained at the mountain, that birthed his current astonishing popularity, which in turn attracted the high-priced invitation from the variety show. The interconnections of fate are truly remarkable. After signing the electronic contract and submitting his bank account details, upon witnessing the additional 500,000 in his account, Chen Huayan felt an undeniable glimmer of hope rising within him. Who wishes to die when there is still life to be lived? A mere 100,000 is but a drop in the bucket against cancer, yet 500,000 offers a semblance of opportunity, does it not? He hastily donned his clothes and took a taxi to the hospital where he had previously undergone examinations. The attending physician conducted a puncture re-examination as per standard procedure. In the diagnostic room, Chen Huayan and the doctor silently observed the X-ray images on the computer, the atmosphere laden with tension. Did you truly only climb the sacred mountain and merely sustain a fracture? The doctor turned with a grave expression, his brow furrowed deeply. Yes, I did nothing else. Chen Huayan felt a sinking sensation in his heart at the sight of the doctor's countenance. Then, I heard the attending physician let out a sigh. This was the first time I encountered such a situation. He pointed at the X-ray, his tone filled with lament. In less than a month, your cancer cells have metastasized from your leg and pancreas to your entire body. Even tumors have begun to form in your brain. Under normal circumstances, such a rapid spread is utterly inconceivable. You must understand that the proliferation and dissemination of cancer cells require nutrients, akin to them acquiring an immense amount of sustenance in an exceedingly brief period, leading to explosive growth, is simply unprecedented, unheard of. Chen Huayan, at a loss for words, remarked, So, after all this, it seems there is no cure? The attending physician cast a complex glance at Chen Huayan and sighed. Young man, did you not mention that you earned 500,000? In the time you have left, relish life to the fullest. As long as you do not engage in unlawful activities, pursue what you desire, and ensure you find joy each day. Chapter 37. Ascending to the Qingyun sect, the words of the attending physician were unmistakably clear. In essence, it translated to, Young man, your days are numbered. You should hasten to spend your money, lest you leave it for others upon your demise. Chen Huayan returned to the hotel with a sense of helplessness, the clock having already passed 9 in the evening. Alas, earning money is of no avail. This ailment cannot be cured, even with wealth. He opened the game and noticed that Li Qingran had ceased her meditative practice, sitting by the window, lost in contemplation of the moonlit night. This young lady undoubtedly harbored concerns about the developments of the morrow. Yet, there was no need for her to fret. For now, there resided in his bank account a sum of 500,000, which, in the context of this game, constituted a fortune, allowing for innumerable possibilities. A single celestial-grade primordial restoration pill merely costs 100,000. With 500,000, one could potentially purchase the life of a nascent soul cultivator. If only I could spend money to buy my own life. Chen Huayan shook his head. Alas, his life was not a game, and no one would deliver miraculous items to alter his fate outside the realm of fantasy. Tomorrow, Li Qingran would return to the Qingyun sect, while he himself was to ascend Tianmen Mountain to record program. Altering one's destiny must rely on one's own efforts. At the very least, now armed with 500,000, he was capable of undertaking ventures he had previously deemed unthinkable. In a certain sense, could this not be viewed as a form of transforming one's fate? Lying on his bed and gazing at the ceiling, Chen Huayan spoke to himself. The previously anxious mindset swiftly settled. Things could hardly worsen from this point onward. Thus, every subsequent step would be a stroke of good fortune. With no pressing matters at hand, he resolved to attend to the black cat. It finally dawned on him that another life resided within this room, and he retrieved the black cat from the shoebox. The black cat, having just awakened from slumber, was placed on the sofa, its expression still dazed. However, it quickly regained its composure, letting out a pitiful meow. then limping a couple of steps on the couch before turning to Chun Huayan with another meow. Could Chun Huayan endure this? He gazed at the black cat, which also limped, pondering what method of acupuncture would be most suitable. The previous meridian opening needle technique had yielded satisfactory results, albeit with potential risks. But given the cat's current condition, the prospect of adverse effects seemed inconsequential. Besides, Chun Huayan's luck was unlikely to be that dire. The black cat, too, was deep in thought. Hee, am I not adorable? Hurry and administer the needle and heal my wounds, so I may seize your treasures more effectively. Thus, he decided upon the meridian opening technique. One must take risks to reap rewards. Chun Huayan took out the silver needle and began his work on the black cat. Half an hour later, the black cat found itself lost in contemplation regarding its now limping right leg. Hiss! This cannot be right. It shouldn't be like this. Could it be that this fellow does not know acupuncture? My leg was fine before. It had merely pretended to be lame, but was now truly incapacitated. A large, expressionless face loomed into view. You are destined to cross paths with me. Chun Huayan's expression was grave, concealing the guilt within. He could perceive that the black cat's right leg had completely lost sensation, resembling a stiff wooden stick. Thus, I shall take responsibility for you from now on. You shall be called Baji. In our human realm, naming a pet signifies its inclusion under one's care. You shall thrive in health, sharing in all that I consume, and you shall not be picky. As Chun Huayan murmured incessantly, he placed the bewildered Baji into a shoebox and closed the lid, thinking to himself that a mere kitten understands nothing. Once he comprehended the intricacies of the pulse needle technique, he would mend its little leg. He then leaned on his cane and descended the stairs to purchase steamed buns. Having come into some money today, he decided to treat himself to a chicken leg alongside the buns. The door slammed shut with a bang, causing the shoebox on the table to tremble violently. My leg. Damn that human boy. Just wait until I find the opportunity to deal with you. By noon, Chun Huayan had fallen asleep, while his phone on the table continued to run the electronic girlfriend game. As the clock struck 12, a game notification popped up. You have 72 days left to live. Have you heard? That Li Qingran is returning to the sect. Li Qingran. Who is that? The one who injured the little sister from Qishao Peak. Apparently on purpose. Oh dear, such a vile act. How could she dare to return? Regardless of intent, who emerges unscathed in the sect competition? Is Qishao Peak really that sensitive? Enough talk. Li Qingran has arrived. The disciples turned their gazes towards the entrance of Qinyan's sect. At some point, a slender figure had appeared there. Clad in a pale, blue Taoist robe, her dark hair was tied back with a white ribbon, and in her right hand, she held a moon-white flying sword. As the morning breeze swept through, 2 strands of hair danced lightly on her forehead, while the edges of her robe and sword tassel fluttered in the wind. Her pace was unhurried, yet in mere moments, she had reached the plaza before the sect's hall. Is she truly Li Qingran? Everyone speaks of Mu Baishuang's beauty, claiming Li Qingran is envious of her position at Qishao Peak. But now, it seems that Li Qingran surpasses Mu Baishuang in beauty by far. Li Qingran has always been more beautiful than Mu Baishuang. It was quite regrettable when she was expelled from the sect. Standing firmly in the plaza before the hall, Li Qingran lifted her gaze to meet the myriad eyes around her. With a total of 1,200 cultivators in Qinyan's sect, she could distinctly hear the buzzing of their discussions. She was unaware of the content of their chatter, but it was unlikely to be complimentary. Li Qingran had nothing to fear. She gripped the Su Xian sword tightly. Its scabbard was icy to the touch. The blade, forged from millennium of mysterious iron, emanated a frosty aura even through the scabbard, mingling with the morning mist. Yet she did not feel the chill. Rather, her heart gradually settled, and her nervousness dissipated. She was not standing alone here. She was not without support. Even without the sight of her seniors, she could sense a gentle gaze fixed upon her. Day and night, during her cultivation, meals, sleep, and baths, that gaze would appear from time to time. At first, she felt shy and awkward, but later, the absence of that gaze would leave her somewhat uneasy. Unbeknownst to her, she had become exceedingly reliant on her senior. She recognized that this dependency was not favorable, yet she found herself unable to rein in her emotions. After what felt like an eternity, merely a few degrees of sunlight had shifted. The esteemed elders from the myriad peaks gathered in attendance, and the grand doors of the sect's main hall swung open. The sect leader, Wu Duantian, emerged, accompanied by 3 of his direct disciples. From the summit of Qishao Peak, 5 radiant beams of light surged forth, with a cerulean flying sword leading the descent. The Qingxian Taoist leapt gracefully from the Xian Yuan sword, followed by his companions, Xiao Yifeng, Yin Zimo, and Zhang Hanxiao, who descended in succession, landing upon the plaza. Lastly, Lu Chantian arrived, his flying sword carrying his junior sister, Mu Baishuang. A silent exchange of glances passed between Li Qingran and Mu Baishuang, the latter's gaze serene. Yet, Mu Baishuang appeared startled, hastily retreating behind Lu Chantian. Suddenly, a thunderous shout reverberated through the air, leaving Li Qingran's ears ringing. Li Qingran, are you aware of your transgressions? Chapter 38. I dare you to speak. The speaker was the esteemed Qing Xian Daoren. Li Qingran met his indifferent gaze with her own and coldly declared, I, Li Qing'an, am innocent. A momentary silence enveloped the square before the hall as her words resonated, leaving the onlookers in stunned disbelief. How could Li Qingran possess the audacity to confront a transformation realm cultivator? For the majority of cultivators within the sect, an elder like Qing Xiandao Run was a paragon of virtue and wisdom, a figure regarded with reverence akin to celestial law. Regardless of the truth of his words, whatever he proclaimed was deemed absolute. Compliance was the expected response. Any grievances could be addressed later. To directly challenge a transformation realm cultivator was tantamount to courting death. There was no need to discuss matters of power. The prowess of a transformation realm cultivator was irrefutable. To utter a single word of defiance meant to be crushed under the weight of his realm. In the world of cultivation, strength was the ultimate truth. Sect leader Wu Duantian observed Li Qingran with a sigh, shaking his head. This Li Qingran possesses commendable spirit. Even under the pressure of elder Qing Xian, she remains unshaken. Yet, her rigidity may lead to her downfall. She is ill-suited for the world of cultivation. You are innocent. King Suendoing, enraged, left coldly. You dare to disregard your superiors. You are guilty beyond redemption. Kneel before me. Boom! A terrifying force descended upon Li Qingran. Despite her clenched teeth, she felt herself being pressed down inch by inch, nearly succumbing to the ground. At that moment, however, a gentle energy enveloped her knee, sustaining her and allowing her to withstand the oppressive might of Qing Xiandaorun. It was the presence of a senior, a warmth filled Li Qingran's heart as she realized that her elder had indeed arrived. Yet, within the Qingyan sect, there were 7 transformation realm cultivators and over a dozen nascent soul cultivators. Should her elder intervene on her behalf, it might invite peril. Though she relied on her elder, her heart was heavy with concern for their safety. Qingran, foolish girl, you have brought trouble upon your elder. No worries. A chilling voice resonated in her ear. As long as I am here, who dares to insult you? Chen Huayan, within the game, was flamboyant. Outside the game, he was utterly bewildered. 10 minutes prior, as Li Qingran ascended the Grand Hall, the game interface, as anticipated by Chen Huayan, erupted with a flurry of prompts. You have triggered main quest 1. 0. Assist Li Qingran in severing the karmic ties with Qishao Peak and overcome this calamity. This mission is of extreme difficulty. Should you fail, your electronic girlfriend, Li Qingran, will remain at Qishao Peak and ultimately perish in the dungeons. Please create your game character first. Chen Huayan's lips twitched. Marvelous. After investing hundreds of thousands, only now was he prompted to create a game character. This absurd game had not even hinted at the possibility of character creation. He had assumed he would merely exist as an ethereal energy form, or perhaps just 2 hands. Let me see what this is all about. Opening the character creation panel, he discovered the game's facial customization system to be rather limited, allowing only slight adjustments to his current appearance. Fortunately, he was not displeasing to the eye. With a few tweaks, he could easily fit into the realm of cultivation with a touch of ethereal charm. He navigated to the hair section. Chen Huayan's hand suddenly froze. He had expected this game not to resort to deceitful monetization, yet it presented its intentions without pretense. with a plethora of over 100 white hairstyles to choose from, including golden, red, and silver options, and an array of styles exceeding 1,000. The current discounted white hair resembled a bleached version of Wei Wuxian's ponytail. After trying on, he found himself utterly captivated. The price of $998 was reasonable, far cheaper than others priced at $99.98. Let's buy it, he thought, shaking his head. As an ardent admirer of white-haired characters, he knew the cost was inevitable. Fortunately, with his prosperous circumstances, this amount was hardly a burden. Next came the clothing options. Without purchasing attire, he would be left with a single free coarse cloth robe, hardly befitting a figure of esteem, merely slightly better than a beggar on the street. Thus, he resolved to buy an outfit. After careful selection, he chose a dark robe named Emperor June, adorned with golden dragon patterns at the cuffs, priced at $39.88. It too was part of a limited-time offer. Other robes were priced in the tens of thousands, with some functional ones reaching exorbitant amounts, even into the millions. The specifics eluded him, but he knew they were beyond his means. With a striking outfit and white hair, his character finally exuded a semblance of sophistication, though still dwarfed by the resplendent figures of the divine transformation stage within the sect's grand hall. Thus, he was confronted with further monetization options. Surrounding effects. 1. Ancestral Dragon's Protection bestows the Ancestral Dragon's protective effect, paving the way upon entry, with Dragon Might encircling, commanding submission from all. Single Day Card, 9,988 or 1 Spirit Crystal. Monthly Card, 288,888 or 28 Spirit Crystals. Annual Card, 3 million or 300 Spirit Crystals. Permanent Card, 30 billion or 300. 000 Spirit Crystals. 2. Golden Crow Pursuing the Sun grants the Golden Crow's radiant effect, heralding entry with overwhelming celestial might. Single Day Card, 8888. Monthly Card, 250. 000. Annual Card, 2.08 million. Permanent Card, 25 billion or payable in Spirit Crystals. 3. Ancestral Dragon Seal acquires the Ancestral Dragon's encirclement. Today's special price is $99.8. Subsequent purchases revert to the original price. Original Single Day Card, 998 or 100 Superior Spirit Stones. After a moment of contemplation, Chun Huayan ultimately opted for the Ancestral Dragon Seal. It was cost-effective and offered great value. The instant he equipped the effect, a phantom of a 5-clawed black dragon enveloped his character. While it could not compare to the full Ancestral Dragon's protection at $99.8, it was an excellent bargain. After all, he was up against divine transformation stage cultivators, not a throng of great immortal beings. There was no need for extravagance, especially considering the more expensive expenses that lay ahead. Weapon effects. His weapon was the black scaled sword, though it had been delivered to his residence. The in-game item remained in his character's inventory. Chun Huayan simply purchased an exquisite spiritual weapon effect, currently available at a promotional price of merely $99.8. Ultimately, weapons are but external possessions. One must possess inner strength to forge one's path. Now, the main event unfolds. Realm Ascension, limited time 0. 1 discount offer. A newly created character begins without any realm. It remains uncertain whether it can cultivate, as the character has yet to be fully established. The option for cultivation has not emerged. However, the monetization options have already been laid bare. 1. Direct Ascension to Peak Chi Refinement, 200. 000 Chi Refinement Peak Experience Card, 99. 8 Day 2. Direct Ascension to Peak Foundation Establishment, 5,000 Foundation Establishment Peak Experience Card, 998 Day 3. Direct Ascension to Peak Golden Core, 80,000 Golden Core Peak Experience Card, 10, 998 Day 4. Direct Ascension to Peak Nascent Soul, 660,000 Nascent Soul Peak Experience Card, 88,000 Day 5. Direct Ascension to Peak Transformation, 1,880,000 Transformation Peak Experience Card, 188,000 Day 6. Other realms are yet to be unlocked. All transactions may be made using spirit crystals, with one spirit crystal offsetting 10,000. Is it truly so exorbitant even at a zero? One discount? It is absurd. In the past, even when he first encountered an electronic companion, or more recently, just before his hospital re-examination, witnessing such outrageous recharge options would have elicited a derisive snicker, cursing the lineage of the game developers. Yet now he merely chuckled softly, selecting the Peak Transformation Experience card. 188,000 vanished from his bank account. A divine light enveloped his character, and an overwhelming aura of spiritual consciousness spread like ripples across the water surface. At that moment, he overheard the Game-S character, the furious Qing Xian Daoist, exclaiming in mock rage, "Kneel before me." Kneel? For Li Qing ran to kneel? Ah. Chun Huayan pressed the communication talisman, letting out a cold laugh. With me present today, I wonder who dares to. Chapter 39. What if I intervene? In the grand square of the Qingyun sect, two formidable auras of the transformation stage clashed, with Li Qingran at the center, resulting in an explosive release of spiritual energy. The surrounding cultivators felt as though their heads were suddenly submerged underwater, their ears ringing with a deafening hum. Dust and debris swirled about, obscuring vision, while the ground tiles were forcibly dislodged, crashing against the surrounding walls and leaving a plethora of indentations. This is bad. A formidable expert has arrived. Wu Duantian's expression changed drastically as he turned to the elders beside him, urgently commanding, "Quickly activate the protective formation of our sect to ensure the safety of our disciples." Yes, the two elders, recognizing the gravity of the situation, wasted no time in executing his orders. However, their vigilance proved unnecessary, as the overwhelming pressure was directed solely at the disciples of Qi Shao Peak, particularly the arrogant Qingxian Daoist. For the rest of the disciples, the oppressive aura was akin to a gentle breeze, with even the flying stones veering away from their faces. Yet, the disciples of Qingxian Daoist were not as fortunate. The combined pressure of the two transformation stage experts bore down upon Lu Chantian and his companions, forcing them to the ground, their faces turning a deep shade of purple. Yet they dared not utter a single complaint. Who dares to intervene in the affairs of the Qingyun sect? Qingxian Daoist's face darkened. He was the most powerful figure in the sect, second only to the venerable Qingyun ancestor. Even sect master Wu Duantian was no match for him, but this mysterious expert, who had yet to reveal themselves, could contend with him. Previously, Lu Chantian had mentioned that Li Qingran had befriended a mysterious elder outside, and it seemed this was the individual in question. He had considered that this person might offer Li Qingran some resources, but never anticipated that they would go to such lengths for a mere acquaintance. Was this individual not afraid of the multitude of Qingyun sect members? I have indeed intervened. What of it? You. The words nearly choked Qingxian Daoist. Before he could gather his thoughts, a distant voice drifted through the air. Li Qingran is no longer a disciple of the Qingyun sect. I am merely accompanying her to address this matter, maintaining a calm demeanor. Those who cultivate are most attuned to the notions of cause and effect. Anything related to such principles is undoubtedly significant. Qingxian Daoist furrowed his brow. What cause and effect? Certainly, it pertains to the cause of Qi Shao Peak and the effect of Li Qingran. I will not interfere in this matter, and neither shall you, otherwise. Do not blame me for disregarding the reputation of your Qingyun sect. Upon hearing these words, Chun Huaixin felt a tumult of anxiety within. Regrettably, he could only attain the pinnacle of the transformation stage. Had he been able to reach the integration stage, he would not have hesitated to act decisively. If all the elders were to unite against him, he believed he could eliminate them with a desperate self-detonation, provided they did not flee. It seemed he must continue to maintain his enigmatic persona. As long as his identity remained concealed, they would be unable to pinpoint his location. By sustaining this air of mystery, Qingxian Daoist would undoubtedly refrain from making any reckless moves. As for why Chen Huayan is so certain of this, it is because he can perceive the foundational information of Qingxian Daoist. Qingxian Daoist, late stage of transformation, 651 years old, naturally suspicious, meticulous in actions, proud and cold. Chen Huayan embodies this very persona. While he often presents a facade of joviality, he is secretly calculating. If anyone dares to touch his sensitive spot, they will learn the true meaning of darkness. He possesses the visage of a youthful wolf, seemingly innocent yet profoundly insightful. No one can outwit him, for he has orchestrated his strategies from the very beginning. He is the genuine chess master. Qingxian Taoist appears to be of a similar ilk. Therefore, before discovering Chen Huayan's true identity, Qingxian Taoist would undoubtedly behave with utmost propriety. As Chen Huayan anticipated upon hearing his words, both Qingxian Taoist and the other elders of the Qingyuan sect changed their countenances. What does it mean to disregard the face of the Qingyuan sect? What strength does the opponent possess to dare utter such words? Wu Duantian longed to demonstrate to Chen Huayan the weight of the Qingyuan sect's reputation. Yet he had no knowledge of Chen Huayan's whereabouts. Probing through the spiritual pressure yielded only emptiness. Unable to gauge Chen Huayan's strength, he could only grit his teeth and endure. Continue to investigate the location of that person, he commanded, summoning two elders to devise a plan. While discreetly signaling Qingxian Taoist to remain calm, urging in a hushed tone, Qingxian, the opponent lurks in the shadows while we stand in the light. Without knowledge of their true nature, we must not act rashly. That Li Qingran is merely a qi refinement practitioner. What turmoil can she possibly stir? Let us observe for the time being. Qingxian Taoist nodded slightly at these words, retracting his oppressive aura, though his icy gaze remained fixed upon Li Qingran. Li Qingran had brought an outsider to confront them, bringing disgrace to Qishao Peak. From this moment onward, regardless of what Li Qingran might say, she could never regain his forgiveness, even if Lu Changtian and the others interceded on her behalf. Did she still wish to join the Qingyuan sect at Qishao Peak? What a delusion, a foolish fantasy. At this moment, Qingxian Taoist was still lost in the previous narrative, believing that Li Qingran still yearned for Qishao Peak. With Chen Huayan backing her, Li Qingran felt a greater sense of security. She stepped forward, approaching the assembly before Qishao Peak, disregarding Qingxian Taoist's cold, sword-like gaze. Her eyes swept across the crowd, landing on Zhang Hanxiao, and with a bow, she spoke softly, "For senior brother, I trust you are well." "Indeed, Li Qingran. No wonder you dare to return to the sect so boldly. It seems you have found someone to support you," Zhang Hanxiao replied, arms crossed and a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Here, within the Qingyuan sect, with the elders and master present, no matter how formidable the outsider, they would surely not dare to stand up for Li Qingran. Surely, such a trivial figure could be easily manipulated. "The senior is indeed supporting me." Li Qingran did not deny it, holding her Su Xian sword and gazing steadily at Zhang Hanxiao, her tone indifferent. "But for senior brother, do you still recall how, before I was expelled from the Qingyuan sect, you ran amok under my protection, accumulating debts and causing trouble? Those spirit stones were repaid by me, without my assistance. Your reputation would have long been tarnished." Publicly exposed, Zhang Hanxiao felt a rush of blood to his face, turning crimson as he stammered, "What are you saying? Do not slander me." "Slander you?" Li Qingran extracted a handful of promissory notes from her storage bag and coldly tossed them into the air. The notes fluttered down like a flurry of snowflakes, their astonishing quantity evident. A frigid voice emerged from amidst the snow. "These notes are the evidence I retained while assisting you in repaying debts. My initial intention was merely to keep a record, to ascertain how much had been spent, but the pace of recording could not keep up with your penchant for trouble. Over the years, my share of spirit stones has nearly all been expended on these matters. The proprietors of casinos, treasure pavilions, and money houses can all attest to this. Zhang Hanxiao, in public, you are the illustrious fourth senior brother of Qishao Peak, the foremost disciple in sect missions." Li Qingran fixed her gaze on Zhang Hanxiao's flushed face and chuckled softly. "Yet in reality, you are but a parasite clinging to my junior sister, tearing flesh and sucking blood." Many disciples of the Qingyuan sect had received one or two of these promissory notes, the amounts inscribed upon them startlingly high. Almost all bore the seal of Zhang Hanxiao. It was Li Qingran who repaid the debts. As the crowd gasped in astonishment, murmurs began to circulate. Who would have thought fourth brother was such a person? TSK. Did you just realize? Last year, I lent him money, and he still hasn't repaid it. From that moment, I kept my distance. Li Qingran's prowess is undeniable. If I had such a junior sister, I would gladly endure 100 years of hardship. Taoist Qing Xian also reached out to retrieve a note from the air, which astonishingly turned out to be evidence of Zhang Hanxiao's visit to the drunken immortal pavilion. He immediately felt a wave of darkness before him and erupted in rage. How dare you, wretched scoundrel? Is this how I've taught you? To squander your junior sister's spirit stones on courtesans? He placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, ready to draw it. Yet from the void, a surge of spiritual awareness swept over him. Have you forgotten the words of your master? Sit down. The veins on Taoist Qing Xuan's forehead throbbed as he struggled to suppress his fury and sheathed his sword. The surrounding gazes and whispers pierced Zhang Hanxiao's pride, leaving him utterly humiliated. What using my junior sister's spirit stones? After all, Li Qingran is of limited talent and has no need for such an abundance of spirit stones. What harm is there in my usage? It's not as if I haven't repaid. It is all Li Qingran's fault for exposing my secrets. Zhang Hanxiao glared at the true culprit standing 5 paces away, fury igniting within him, malice directed solely at her. Li Qingran, you slander me. He unsheathed a 2-inch blade, his emotions cooling as he gritted his teeth. Wretch, do you dare to duel with me? If you lose, you will kneel and apologize. If I win, I shall admit to those accusations. Do you dare? Is it possible to distort right and wrong through sheer force? This indeed aligns with the behavior of a 4th senior brother. Li Qingran let her hands fall to her sides, her right hand gripping the hilt of her sword. Even if she were not a match, so what? Today, she came here, her blade pointing not merely at Zhang Hanxiao, but at the version of herself that had once held deep affection and loyalty for Qishao Peak, enduring all hardships. The oppressive aura of a foundation establishment cultivator bore down upon her, a fierce wind stirring the strands of hair at her temples. Beneath her bangs, her eyes grew increasingly frigid, yet a smile graced her frosty visage. Very well. Draw your sword. Chapter 40. Confrontation with Zhang Hanxiao, the foremost in attendance for the Qingyun sect's missions, undoubtedly possesses remarkable strength. Despite his penchant for gambling and debauchery, his innate talent is commendable. At under 30 years of age, he has already reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Among his peers at Qishao Peak, he is only slightly older than Mu Baishuang and Li Qingran. Although he cannot match the realm of figures like Lu Chantian, he has consistently maintained an advantage over Li Qingran. During their time at Qishao Peak, Zhang Hanxiao would often summon Li Qingran to serve as a practice target, and she was never his equal. Both practiced the unique sword technique of Qishao Peak, Xiao Wuxiang sword. Zhang Hanxiao had perfected his skill, while Li Qingran, having joined Qishao Peak relatively recently, struggled under the lack of guidance from her master, the reclusive Qing Xiandaoren, who was not particularly attentive. It seemed she lacked significant talent for swordsmanship, resulting in slow progress. It took her 3 years to barely reach the minor success stage. Faced with Zhang Hanxiao, whose swordsmanship and internal cultivation were fully aligned, Li Qingran felt a natural pressure. Yet, her grip on the sword hilt remained steady, holding the Su Xian sword firmly. Li Qingran, I hear from the senior brother that you have stubbornly cultivated to the peak of Qi refinement despite your damaged Dantian. Such resolve. If only you had shown this diligence while at Qishao Peak. Back then, you squandered your time. It is too late to strive now. Instinctively, Zhang Hanxiao reached for his flying sword, only to realize that the one he usually wielded had been given to Mu Baishuang. Now, he possessed only a low-grade magical weapon, a dull flying sword he often used for mundane tasks. He tightened his lips, but ultimately drew the sword, deeming it sufficient to contend with Li Qingran. Li Qingran, I am at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Engaging you at this level would be an unfair victory. Therefore, I shall suppress my cultivation to the peak of Qi refinement, equal to yours. Zhang Hanxiao pointed his sword at Li Qingran, lifting his chin with arrogance. Not far away, Qing Xiandaoren could not help but twitch his lips, his expression darkening further. This fool Zhang Hanxiao, with Li Qingran's damaged dantian, and lack of spiritual roots. Even suppressing his power to the peak of qi refinement would still yield an unworthy victory. He should at least restrict himself to the 5th or 6th layer of qi refinement for a semblance of fairness. How did I let such a disgraceful fool in a qi shao peak? Wu Duantian, familiar with Qing Xiandaoren, noted the elder's growing displeasure. Seeing his face darken like a soot-covered pot, he surmised that this incident would likely end with Zhang Hanxiao facing a 6-month period of reflection on the thought-reflecting cliff. In response to Zhang Hanxiao's taunts, Li Qingran remained silent. With her sword drawn, she moved with the swiftness of lightning, her form a fleeting shadow as she rushed towards Zhang Hanxiao. Junior sister, your first move, surprising the branches, lacks precision. Zhang Hanxiao laughed heartily, leaping into the air to deliver a downward strike. 3 sword shadows converged towards Li Qingran, executing the ruthless technique of the Xiao Wuxiang sword, solitary swan shadow. As Li Qingran beheld the 3 shifting sword shadows, the memory of countless defeats at the hands of this very technique flooded her mind. Yet today, it felt far less daunting. Even though Zhang Hanxiao had suppressed his realm, his perfected swordsmanship remained fierce, yet in her eyes, it appeared to have slowed considerably. Why could this be? Was it due to the exceptional quality of her dantian? Doubt swiftly transformed into conviction. An extraordinary dantian is exceedingly rare. Even in ancient times, it was a coveted treasure, surely possessing some unique attributes. As her thoughts raced, Li Qingran caught sight of Zhang Hanxiao's true figure, and with a clash of swords, a resonant sound echoed. The smug expression on Zhang Hanxiao's face froze. He understood Li Qingran's weaknesses and had launched a lethal attack without hesitation. Unfortunately, his lethal strike missed its mark. Lying on the ground was a broken sword segment. He looked down, astonished to see that his sword was reduced to mere half. How could a low-grade magical weapon be severed in a single blow? Zhang Hanxiao gazed in disbelief at Li Qingran, who stood firm with her sword, the flying blade emanating a chilling aura. The sword blade was as dark as the abyss, the hilt as white as the moon, and the crimson tassel swayed gently in the breeze. This sword was undoubtedly not Li Qingran's. Its grade was not low. Sect leader Wu Duantian squinted. If I am not mistaken, this sword is at least a top-tier magical weapon. The icy aura emanating from the blade is akin to a waterfall. Even among top-tier magical weapons, it is among the finest. With continued nurturing, it could easily develop a semblance of sentience, potentially transforming into a spiritual weapon. Taoist Qing Xian wore a grim expression, his fingers caressing the hilt of his sword, his teeth grinding audibly, wishing he could rush forward and strike down Zhang Hanxiao with a single blow. Previously, he had deemed Zhang Hanxiao's victory to be dishonorable, and now, witnessing the broken sword in his hand, he felt equally embarrassed. If Zhang Hanxiao were to falter against Li Qingran, that would be an even greater disgrace. Regardless of the weapon's status, it is a vital part of a cultivator's strength. Yet this sword was indeed beyond the norm. For them, in the god transformation stage, such quasi-spiritual weapons were commonplace. However, for cultivators in the Qi refinement, foundation establishment, or even golden core stages, a top-tier quasi-spiritual magical weapon is a treasure. Bestowing such a top-tier magical weapon upon a nascent Qi cultivator? What is the true relationship between that mysterious individual and Li Qingran that warrants such generous support? Or could it be that for that individual, a mere top-tier magical sword is of little consequence, easily given away, without concern for resource expenditure? Taoist Qing Xian was in a state of turmoil, while the battle in the plaza had taken a dramatic turn. Without a weapon, Zhang Hanxiao dared not confront Li Qingran head-on. The advantage of the flying sword compensated for Li Qingran's shortcomings in swordplay. Zhang Hanxiao struggled to counter, hoping to deplete Li Qingran's spiritual energy. But the longer the battle dragged on, the closer he edged towards exhaustion himself. How could this be? In the past, her spiritual energy would have been depleted long ago. Gazing at Li Qingran, who exuded an overwhelming aura with no sign of fatigue, Zhang Hanxiao's resolve wavered, causing him to lose focus for a fleeting moment. Losing concentration during battle is a grave mistake. Li Qingran seized this opportunity, Her sword technique shifted, and her previously cautious assault transformed into a ferocious onslaught. Her garments billowed like butterflies in flight. The ninth stance of the lesser wuxiang sword, shadows of the trees. With a sudden flick of her wrist, the sword transformed into a cascade of sunlight filtering through the leaves, each shard seemingly splitting into countless fragments, each one aimed at a vital point. Li Qingran felt an undeniable shift within herself. The dance of the shadows, a most intricate move of the lesser wuxiang sword technique, had once eluded her effortless command. Yet today it flowed with remarkable fluidity. The extraordinary elixir not only enhanced the purity and reservoir of her spiritual energy, but also elevated her comprehension. Contemplating this, warmth welled in Li Qingran's eyes. The invaluable nature of that elixir was evident. Yet, the elder had bestowed it upon her solely to aid in the restoration of her dantian. It was conceivable that the divine elixir could have served the elder just as well, yet it was sacrificed for her benefit. Elder, I shall not disappoint you. Li Qingran, do not be greedy. Zhang Hanxiao, in a state of disarray, evaded her strikes, his fury reaching a zenith. He ceased to suppress his cultivation, forming seals with his hands, restoring his realm to the mid-foundation stage. And Li Qingran's sword was poised as well. The sword's light shimmered like shadows, scattering golden fragments across the sky. With a piercing scream, Zhang Hanxiao was sent hurtling backward, tumbling into a cloud of dust, his chest and limbs marred by a multitude of sword wounds, blood gushing forth. 3 paces away, Li Qingran sheathed her sword and stood tall, head held high. Chapter 41, continuing the cleansing fourth senior brother. No. Zhang Hanxiao, you have lost. Li Qingran gazed upon the fallen Zhang Hanxiao, and in that moment, the weight upon her heart dissipated, leaving her feeling remarkably lighter. The entire sect square fell into a stunned silence, with onlookers rendered speechless by the spectacle before them. Li Qingran, radiating the aura of a perfected qi refinement stage, had effortlessly bested Zhang Hanxiao, who was merely at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Despite Zhang Hanxiao's late release of his cultivation restraints and the fact that his flying sword had been shattered, such a defeat seemed inconceivable. The sect leader Wu Duantian wore an expression of disbelief as he stiffly turned his neck and inquired of the elder Qingxian beside him. Elder Qingxian, is it true that Li Qingran has been stripped of her spiritual roots and rendered incapable of cultivating? Initially, he had considered the punishments excessive, yet given the sect's regulations, each peak was responsible for its own affairs, and the sect leader merely provided overarching guidance. Moreover, with Qingxian being the most powerful elder and having connections to the esteemed ancestor Qingyun, he had chosen to overlook certain matters. However, he now felt utterly lost. His own cherished disciple, Zhao Lingtian, had also suffered the loss of his dantian, leading to a gradual depletion of his cultivated energy, rendering him devoid of any combat capability. How could Li Qingran, similarly bereft of her dantian, manage to so thoroughly overpower Zhang Hanxiao of the mid-foundation establishment? It was simply astonishing. Elder Qingxian fixed his unwavering gaze upon Li Qingran, rendered speechless by the revelation. His astonishment stemmed not only from Li Qingran's explosive combat prowess, but also from her remarkable mastery of the Zhao Wuxiang sword. He vaguely recalled how she had sought his guidance on several occasions, but due to her limited comprehension of sword techniques, he had grown increasingly impatient, suggesting she ponder independently or consult Lu Changtian instead. When Li Qingran departed from Qishao Peak, her grasp of the Zhao Wuxiang sword was merely at the minor achievement level. Now, she wielded the technique wavering shadows of the trees, indicating she had reached at least a major achievement. Though the Zhao Wuxiang sword was not an exceptionally advanced technique, merely classified as a mysterious rank, it was not something one could master from minor to major achievement in just a few months. Junior brother Zhang, fourth senior brother. Upon witnessing Zhang Hanxiao's defeat, Lu Changtian and the others rushed to his side. Yin Zimo supported Zhang Hanxiao's upper body, while Xiao Yifeng retrieved healing elixirs, placing them in Zhang Hanxiao's mouth to assist in his recovery. Mu Baishuang, with tears streaming down her face, wept over Zhang Hanxiao's chest. Senior brother, it is all my fault. I am so sorry. I should not have accepted that sword from you. Had you retained that sword, you would not have been so grievously injured. Yet in her heart, she mused how fortunate it was that Zhang Hanxiao had bestowed that sword upon her. Otherwise, would it not have been in vain? The sword in Li Qingran's grasp was clearly a precious item. Even if she had exchanged it for another, it would likely have met the same fate of destruction. Her heart swirled with confusion and a tinge of fear. What had transpired within Li Qingran? Who was the formidable cultivator standing behind her? Would they see through her guise? No, her identity must remain concealed at all costs. With the young master's lifespan nearing its end, she must exert every effort to assist him in seizing a glimmer of hope. Once the young master broke through his bottleneck and re-established contact with the reclusive ancestor, they would yet have a chance to rise again. Mu Baishuang quietly acknowledged the need for discretion, promptly rising from Zhang Hanxiao's side and, with her head bowed, feigned tears as she slipped behind Lu Chantian. Li Qingran, you are being rather excessive, Lu Chantian remarked, his expression stern as he pointed at Li Qingran. Regardless of the circumstances, Zhang Hanxiao was once her senior brother. How could you strike him with such malice? Malice? Li Qingran shrugged, shaking her head. I am merely at the peak of qi refinement, not at the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Inflicting any injury upon him is already my utmost limit. Do you truly believe I could leave him gravely wounded and unconscious? Lu Chantian opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words, then turned to observe the unconscious Zhang Hanxiao. There he found Zhang Hanxiao's face flushed like a brick, revealing that he was merely pretending to be faint. While his external injuries were indeed severe, they were not sufficient to render him unconscious. He simply refused to accept the reality of being bested by Li Qingran. Li Qingran, has her Dantian been restored? The previously silent Qing Xian Daoist suddenly inquired. The disciples from Qishao Peak were taken aback, their gazes fixated on Li Qingran, while Mu Baishuang peered out from behind Lu Chantian. Thanks to the benevolence of my esteemed senior, I have been able to restore my Dantian, Li Qingran replied, brushing her hair behind her ear, one hand resting on her sword sheath, her gaze fixed on her toes. A faint blush crept up to her ears, contrasting sharply with her earlier composure. However, the attention of everyone was drawn to her words, oblivious to her youthful demeanor, except for Mu Baishuang, who narrowed her eyes. A woman understands another woman best. While she could not ascertain the events that had transpired with Li Qingran, it was evident that Li Qingran had developed special feelings for that mysterious cultivator. What remained uncertain was how that cultivator felt about Li Qingran. This could be troublesome, if that cultivator's interest also lies in Li Qingran's tiny body. How can she compete with such an ancient demon given her current strength? Mu Baishuang bit her lip, her mind racing as she devised a plan. Senior Sister Qingran. She stepped out from behind Lu Chantian, her voice timid. I once heard Master mention that restoring the Dantian requires an exceedingly rare medicinal pill known as the Hunyuan Butian pill. This pill has been lost to time, and only it can restore the Dantian. What I wish to convey is, has your Dantian truly been restored? Yet one must be wary of those with ulterior motives, who may present a fade while coveting something else of yours. Silence. Before Mu Baishuang could finish, a wave of fierce killing intent enveloped her, silencing her words. Li Qingran gripped her Su Xian sword tightly, her knuckles turning white as her body trembled slightly. The favor bestowed upon me by my esteemed senior is immeasurable. How dare you tarnish it so casually? Mu Baishuang, frightened and pale, quickly waved her hands. I apologize. Senior sister, I was merely concerned for you. A sharp sound responded to Mu Baishuang, the cry of a sword. Li Qingran, head bowed, a strand of hair lifting, had drawn her Su Xian sword. A beam of sword light shot forth, aimed directly at Mu Baishuang's throat. Without a hint of restraint, it surged toward her. Mu Baishuang stood frozen, simply closing her eyes in a display of vulnerability. She was acutely aware that someone would act before her, thus ensuring her true nature remained concealed. With a resounding clang, the sword was indeed intercepted. Mu Baishuang opened her eyes to find the third disciple of Qishao Peak, Yun Zimo, standing resolutely before her. Li Qingran exchanged glances with Yun Zimo. The very senior brother who once sheltered her now regarded her with a gaze filled with hatred and disdain. How ironic. Yet, it mattered little now. She no longer needed to concern herself with such matters. She existed solely for herself, Li Qingran. No longer merely someone's junior sister, nor the former direct disciple of Qi Shao Peak, nor the you or him of anyone else. If her life were to blossom for anyone, it would be for her esteemed predecessors alone. Li Qingran caressed the tassel of her Su Xian sword, the indifference and coldness in her eyes gradually intensifying with the fleeting memories, the corners of her lips curving slightly. Yun Zimo, since you have chosen to step forward, let's commence with you. The reckoning continues. Chapter 42. 1,000 swords piercing the heart, how about it? Do you still wish to duel with me? Yun Zimo raised an eyebrow, a cold chuckle escaping his lips. I am not like the fourth. I shall not suppress my cultivation. To contend with one as arrogant and contemptuous of his peers as you, even with a realm advantage, I would not find it shameful. Yun Zimo's strength was likewise at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, yet he possessed far more valuable possessions than Zhang Hanxiao. While Zhang Hanxiao squandered his spirit stones immediately upon earning them, Yun Zimo was prudent, accumulating wealth and honing his skills in both alchemy and formation arts. Thus, ordinary foundation establishment cultivators would find him a formidable adversary. Third senior brother, are you afraid? Li Qingran gazed intently at Yun Zimo. You need not provoke me. I will not be deceived. He withdrew a flying sword from his storage bag, his gaze settling on the Su Xian sword. He continued, your sword is quite impressive, but I shall not fall victim to the weapon as the fourth did. I have many more flying swords at my disposal. Li Qingran, however, remained silent, merely bowing respectfully to sect leader Wu Duantian and proclaiming, Sect leader Wu, the Qingyun sect upholds the principle that only good deeds should not be defamed, and only evil should not thrive. Slandering others and colluding to harm fellow disciples is a grave offense. Is there any truth to this matter? Wu Duantian, his mind preoccupied with concocting pills to restore his dantian, was momentarily taken aback by Li Qingran's sudden inquiry, taking a while to respond. Indeed, such matters have transpired. Were you implying, Li Qingran? I have not slandered you in any way. A fleeting glimmer of panic crossed Yun Zimo's eyes. Yet, he reassured himself that he had handled the situation deftly. Even if questioned, he could simply deny it. What evidence could Li Qingran possibly present? Casting a sidelong glance at Yun Zimo, Li Qingran pressed on, what punishment is warranted? Wu Duantian narrowed his eyes, stroking his beard thoughtfully. For slander and defamation. If the circumstances are deemed minor, the law enforcement hall may issue a verbal warning. Should the offense be repeated, the offender shall be exiled to the penitent's cliff. For colluding to harm fellow disciples, the offense is exceedingly severe. If proven true, the punishment shall involve tongue extraction, eye gouging, and molten iron poured into the ears, with a month of no treatment, as a means of discipline. For cultivators, such punishments, while grievous, were not irreversibly damaging. However, the anguish they inflicted was profound. Coupled with a month of silence, darkness, and solitude, it constituted an extreme form of punishment. Upon hearing this, Li Qingran bowed once more. Yun Zimo, the third direct disciple of Qi Shao Peak, has colluded with an outer sect elder to slander and persecute his fellow disciples. The Qingyun sect, being a prestigious sect, would surely not turn a blind eye to such occurrences. At these words, many present exchanged glances, their expressions shifting, though Li Qingran did not articulate it plainly. The insinuation was evident. Yun Zimo feigned fury, yet the tension in his clenched fists betrayed his inner turmoil. The outer sect elder Wang Chuan glared at Li Qingran with malevolent eyes, as if wishing to devour him whole. Several disciples from the outer sect averted their gazes, instinctively retreating behind crowd. How could you commit such a heinous act? The Xianyuan Taoist slammed his palm on the table, drawing his sword and pointing it at Yun Zimo, his eyes wide with rage, his black and white hair billowing as though caught in a tempest, resembling a lion in a fit of fury. TSK, I command you to sit down. In the void, a presence swept through, imbued with an undeniable authority. The Taoist Qing Xian gritted his teeth, inhaling deeply 3 times before sheathing his sword. This enigmatic cultivator, having aided Li Qingran in restoring her dantian, must undoubtedly be the very individual responsible for the creation of the divine elixir. Such a being, at the very least, has transcended to the Tao realm, and thus he is not someone to be trifled with. Moreover, none of the elders present could contend with him, unless the revered Qingyun patriarch were to emerge from seclusion. Yet, to disturb the patriarch, who is engrossed in breaking through his own limitations, would be unwise. Therefore, he must endure. Taoist Qing Xian endeavored to quell the fury brewing within him. Wu Duantian's demeanor turned grave. As the saying goes, when the people do not rise, the officials do not investigate. If Li Qingran remained silent, he would remain oblivious to this matter. However, since Li Qingran has spoken, the gravity of the situation escalated. Ordinarily, out of respect for Taoist Qing Xian, he would opt for mediation or a private resolution. Yet today, Li Qingran stood behind an unfathomable elder whose whereabouts remained undiscovered. Would he dare to muddy the waters? Moreover, this issue was fundamentally one that both the Qishao Peak and Taoist Qing Xian ought to grapple with. On a daily basis, Taoist Qing Xian seldom regarded him, the sect leader, with much esteem. Today presented an excellent opportunity to subtly undermine Taoist Qing Xian, while simultaneously appeasing the elder standing behind Li Qingran. He was also contemplating assisting his beloved disciple, Zhao Lingtian, in restoring his dantian. Yin Zimo, is what Li Qingran claims true? Wu Duantian coldly fixed his gaze upon Yun Zimo, the aura of his late-stage transformation realm locking onto him. Under the piercing scrutiny, Yun Zimo felt a chill creep down his spine. He was acutely aware of the repercussions should this matter erupt, but lacking evidence to counter Li Qingran, he defiantly retorted, "I implore the sect leader to discern wisely. I have never committed such an act. Li Qingran is slandering me." Wu Duantian, recognizing the facade of strength masking Yun Zimo's vulnerability, turned his attention back to Li Qingran. As the sect leader of Qingyun sect, if you were to be expelled due to this incident, I would certainly seek justice for you. However, justice necessitates evidence. Do you possess any tangible proof? Justice? Li Qingran found this notion laughable. The justice Wu Duantian spoke of was not for her, but rather for the venerable figure behind her. Without that elder's protection, she would gain nothing today. Rest assured, I do possess evidence. I was expelled from the sect, and, before descending the mountain to gather my belongings, I approached an involved disciple, offering him 1,000 low-grade spirit stones to reveal the mastermind behind this matter. Believing I would soon no longer be a member of Qingyun sect, and enticed by the spirit stones, he divulged everything. That disciple even insisted I swear to the heavens that I would never speak of this, lest. Li Qingran's gaze sharpened as she looked directly at Wu Duantian and the assembly from Qishao Peak. In truth, she could have exposed Yun Zimo before her expulsion. However, at that time, she clung to a thread of hope, an aspiration for camaraderie among her peers, and a longing for reconciliation at Qishao Peak. It was only when Zhang Hanshao cast her into a dilapidated shack that she realized the people of Qishao Peak were no longer deserving of her expectations. Senior, Qingran will not disappoint you, she thought, her eyes darkening as her heart echoed with the past's anguish, pouring forth with each word. Otherwise, I shall endure the torment of 1,000 swords piercing my heart. As the words fell, a phantom sword suddenly pierced through her back, transfixing her. Li Qingran's complexion turned an ashen white, and a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of her mouth, cascading down her chin with a sickening sound. Trembling, she raised her hand to clutch her chest, her fingers passing through the ethereal blade, her body swaying precariously as she leaned on the sword for support. More swords descended from the void, embedding themselves in her form. Agonizing pain gnawed at her nerves like a swarm of ravenous insects. Gasping, she expelled copious amounts of blood from her mouth, which flowed from her orifices, staining the tiles beneath her with haunting splatters. Yet, she remained eerily silent. The plaza before the Azure Cloud sect was enveloped in an eerie stillness. Everyone stood transfixed, their hearts trembling in disbelief. In the span of mere breaths, Li Qingran had become a living porcupine, with an array of spectral swords piercing her from all directions. The sheer weight of the blades seemed to bear down upon her, causing her long hair to cascade to the ground, mingling with the blood. She could only sustain her frail frame on one knee, struggling against the overwhelming burden. Mystical scriptures of the great Tao spiraled around the swords. A myriad of blades pierced her heart. The oath of the great Tao was fulfilled before the watchful eyes of the crowd. Chapter 43. Are you satisfied? Help, help, help. Please save me quickly. No. The game never indicated a plot twist involving a female protagonist. Outside the game, Chen Huayan was rendered speechless as he witnessed Li Qingran transform into a bloodied figure in an instant. For a fleeting moment, he wondered if perhaps he hadn't invested enough. He frantically tapped the screen, causing the already battered cracks on his phone to spread further. Sweat trickled down his cheeks, and at that moment, Chen Huayan fervently hoped for the system to present a recharge button. The disciples of Qingyun's sect were equally astonished, with one disciple in the crowd turning pale, utterly bewildered. He never imagined that Li Qingran would use the great Tao oath as a means to prove herself. That was the agony of 1,000 swords piercing the heart. A moment's negligence could cast a shadow on one's cultivation journey, making it nearly impossible to advance further. On Chen Huayan's end, though the scheme to extract money was delayed, a prompt finally appeared on the screen just before it could be shattered. Would you like to recharge 18? 8 to purchase a celestial-grade jade creation pill to heal Li Qingran? Limited time offer. Purchase. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Huayan closed his eyes and confirmed the transaction, oblivious to the surprisingly reasonable amount presented by the system this time. In the Sangyun realm, at the plaza in front of Qingyun's sect, Li Qingran, on the verge of unconsciousness from pain, was suddenly supported by an invisible force. Then everyone witnessed a brocade box materialize from the void behind her. As the box opened, a jade-colored pill emerged, releasing a fragrance that instantly filled the air. The nearby disciples felt their spiritual energy surge, and the wounds that had yet to heal began to itch, while those farther away felt invigorated and refreshed. Before anyone could fully savor the intoxicating aroma, the pill had already floated to Li Qingran's lips, transforming into a green light that entered her body with her breath, swiftly spreading throughout. The Jade Creation Pill. It must be the Jade Creation Pill. Wu Duantian, the sect master, was the first to realize. During this time, he had tried every precious pill to restore Zhao Lingtian's Dantian, including the so-called Jade Creation Pill, which was reputed to snatch people back from the brink of death. However, the one he had given Zhao Lingtian lacked such a potent fragrance, and observing this pill, which was entirely flawless and translucent like jade, the answer was crystal clear. It was indeed a celestial-grade jade creation pill. The shock in Wu Duantian's heart was indescribable. Master, is this pill truly remarkable? Wu Duantian glanced at Zhao Lingtian and replied curtly, the Jade Creation Pill is at least a 5th-grade pill, and this particular one has reached the celestial grade. What do you think it should be classified as? Zhao Lingtian's eyes widened at his words. The earthly grade Jade Creation Pill was a 5th-grade pill, so the celestial grade one must surely be classified as a 4th or even a 3rd-grade pill. Such an exquisite pill was merely being used to alleviate Li Qingran's pain? She was only in pain, not dying. In that moment, Zhao Lingtian felt as though his heart was bleeding. The elders of the various peaks watched with bated breath as Li Qingran's body was enveloped in a jade-like green light, their hearts filled with a complex mix of emotions. The elixir would only be employed in moments of life and death, so why waste it? Among the crowd, Elder Wang Chuan of the outer sect was now drenched in sweat. He sensed impending doom. His fate seemed sealed. Who could have anticipated that Li Qingran would be so formidable? Could the oath of 1,000 swords piercing the heart be so easily shattered? Given Wu Duantian's temperament, Wang's position as an elder was surely at stake, and he would face the torturous punishment of being flayed and tongue-torn. Most alarmingly, would the mysterious cultivator behind Li Qingran show him any mercy? To curry favor with that enigmatic figure, could Wu Duantian consider him a mere pawn? The more he pondered, the more dread consumed him. Wang's gaze towards Li Qingran grew increasingly venomous. All attention was now fixated on that disciple, and the mysterious cultivator would undoubtedly be concerned for her safety. This was a moment of vulnerability. Thus, with no turning back, Wang Chuan unsheathed his flying sword and hurled it forward, leaping onto it. The mountains remain unchanged, and the rivers continue to flow. Away he went. However, before he could soar very far, a barrage of golden talismans pursued him at an even swifter pace. Thunder rumbled. The sky was clear, yet it rained down a tempest of lightning. Wang was caught unawares, struck directly, and plummeted amidst billowing smoke. Before his phone, Chun Huayan wore a grim expression as he stuffed the unused Thunderfire talismans back in his bag, blowing on his numbed fingers, keeping his accomplishments concealed. As an elder of the outer sect, Wang Chuan was merely at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, although the Thunderfire talismans were insufficient to kill him outright. Being struck repeatedly left him charred and weak, barely able to rise. Wu Duantian, witnessing this, was equally taken aback and hastily ordered his subordinates to restrain Wang Chuan, harboring a heightened wariness towards the mysterious cultivator. The talismans had been thrown in a relentless barrage, some being of exceptional quality, indicating that the opponent possessed considerable resources. Could he be an ancient anomaly from a hidden sect? Such beings, backed by sects, were the most formidable. Solitary cultivators were often easier to handle. Master, sect leader, the disciple has sinned. Upon seeing Wang Chuan subdued, Yun Zimo realized the truth could no longer be concealed. He knelt before Wu Duantian and Taoist Qing Xian, bowing in apology. I acted rashly out of anger for Li Qingran injuring my junior sister, leading to this desperate measure. Regardless, I have violated sect rules, and I am willing to accept punishment. Foolish wretch. Taoist Qing Xian trembled with rage, his face flushed. Such disgrace. The Red Cloud Peak would become a laughingstock of the Qingyun sect. Perhaps when the ancestor emerged from seclusion, he would hold a negative view of him due to this debacle. The more he contemplated, the angrier he became, yet with a pair of watchful eyes observing. He dared not act recklessly. Taoist Qing Xian vowed he had never felt so humiliated in his life. Without Wang Chuan's involvement, this situation would not have arisen. He is the crux of the problem, Wu Duantian mused, stroking his beard and squinting. Yin Zimo's heart leaped at these words. Since the sect leader had indicated this, it was surely Wang Chuan who would bear the brunt of the punishment, thereby lessening his own repercussions. Then, Wu Duantian commanded in a resounding voice. Elder Wang Chuan of the Outer Gate has maliciously framed and slandered fellow disciples, a deed of the utmost depravity. As an elder, he possesses neither virtue nor righteousness. As a manager, he is devoid of propriety. Henceforth, his status as an elder is revoked. He shall endure the punishment of having his eyes gouged, tongue severed, molten iron poured into his ears, and shall be sent to the Cliff of Reflection for 6 months of penance. As for Yun Zimo, the direct disciple of Qishao Peak, he shall suffer the same fate, but shall be allowed a 3-month term of reflection due to his willingness to admit his faults, with an additional 2 leaves of vegetables added to his daily rations. The other disciples implicated in this matter shall be sent to the Cliff of Reflection to contemplate in silence. Upon hearing this, Yun Zimo's face turned ashen. Was it not the same punishments reiterated? Moreover, the duration of penance had been extended. Master, please, I will be ruined. Yun Zimo pleaded, crawling desperately to the feet of Taoist Qing Xian, only to be kicked away, rolling until he lay unconscious at the entrance of the square. Master, the third junior brother has already recognized his mistakes. Lu Changtian had not anticipated that Li Qingran's expulsion from Qingyun sect was a setup. Yet seeing Yun Zimo's miserable state, he felt a twinge of compassion. Mu Baishuang also approached, softly imploring, "Yes, master." The third senior brother was merely momentarily confused. However, the endearing tactics that usually worked wonders on his fellow brothers failed miserably with Taoist Qing Xian. Silence. His cold gaze cut through Lu Changtian and the others like a dagger. Utter one more word, and you shall also be sent to the Cliff of Reflection. Lu Changtian's complexion paled, and he could only close his mouth. Xiao Yifeng, who had intended to intercede, froze and swallowed his words. A shadow flickered in Mu Baishuang's eyes. The situation and the people were gradually slipping beyond her control. Wu Duantian cast a glance at the crowd from Qishao Peak, a barely perceptible smile curling at the corner of his mouth. His gaze shifted to the now conscious Li Qingran, and he spoke in a gentle tone. Qingran, are you satisfied with this sect master's resolution? Chapter 44. Decisive action. The unparalleled value of the Jade Transformation Pill lies in its remarkable ability to heal wounds while simultaneously alleviating pain. In moments of peril, it is often not the injuries themselves that pose the gravest threat, but rather the debilitating agony that accompanies them. The celestial-grade Jade Transformation Pill effectively obliterates all forms of suffering, rendering even the torment of 1,000 swords piercing the heart trivial and almost unnoticeable. Li Qingran gazed at the ethereal azure light enveloping her, gently pinching her wrist with her left hand, her gaze descending. She was acutely aware that she had unknowingly inherited yet another favor from her predecessor. Yet the debts of gratitude had accumulated to such an extent that she was at a loss as to how to repay them. Senior, Qingran, no worries. It is merely a pill. First, address the immediate matters at hand. A celestial voice resonated in her ears, audible only to her. Qingran, are you satisfied with the outcome decided by this sect leader? Li Qingran lifted her gaze to meet Wu Duantian's eyes. In her peripheral vision, she noticed Yuan Zimo being escorted by 2 disciples, on the verge of being delivered to the law enforcement hall for punishment. Indeed, the agony of mutilation and torment would scarcely compare to the suffering she had endured. Without her predecessor's intervention, Wu Duantian, out of respect for the esteemed Qingshan Daoist, would likely have imposed a punishment that was merely a slap on the wrist, although she ought to have protested vehemently. The thought of her predecessor, standing behind her, calmed her spirit. The sect leader, wise and just, commanded her respect. Li Qingran performed a deep bow, signifying her satisfaction with the decision. Stop! A cold, indifferent command echoed through the void. Qingran is satisfied, yet I am not. Wu Duantian's countenance faltered, his smile freezing as he awkwardly held his beard, unsure whether to lower or raise his hand, and cautiously directed his inquiry into the emptiness. What do you suggest? Esteemed one? Certainly, immediate punishment is in order. Chun Huayan sat cross-legged on the sofa, forcefully petting a cat with his left hand while his right pressed down on a communication talisman, expressing his thoughts with fervor. Who knows if you truly intend to punish him at the law enforcement hall, or if it's merely a fade. Seeing is believing, hearing is deceiving. After a moment of silence, a spectral voice emerged. Punishments must not shield kin, and laws must not spare affection. If the retribution is not evident to the public eye, it fails to serve as a warning. Thus, immediate execution is warranted. Li Qingran was momentarily taken aback, her heart warming slightly. Her predecessor, a being of such purity, would surely abhor witnessing the grotesque spectacle of mutilation. He feared that everything he had striven for could be undermined, and that those who had wronged her might escape without just retribution. Wu Duantian exhaled in relief. He had anticipated that the enigmatic cultivator would demand Yuan Zimo's expulsion from the Qiyun sect, or even a swift execution, matters that were beyond his authority to decide. Though he was the sect leader, expelling a direct disciple required consultation with the elders, particularly with the venerable Qingshan Daoist. Very well, let us proceed with the punishment. Wu Duantian signaled to the 2 disciples escorting Yuan Zimo. In truth, after each punishment, he would routinely bring all disciples to the reflection cliff to visit those who had been penalized, serving to maintain discipline amongst the ranks. However, given the mysterious cultivator's insistence, he chose to remain silent, at most sparing a modicum of dignity for Qingshan Daoist. He had no desire to overthink the matter. The disciples of the enforcement hall dragged Yuan Zimo back to the center of the square. One of them restrained Yuan Zimo's body while the other produced a hook from his belongings. Given the cultivator's formidable recovery abilities, there was no need to heat the hook with fire. With a chilling scream, many disciples of the Qingyun sect turned their heads away. In the center of the square, Yuan Zimo was left without a tongue, his bloodshot eyes glaring skyward as he howled, his voice long lost. The molten iron needed to be forged on the spot, requiring a period of time. Wu Duantian observed Li Qingran. It was evident to all that his words were directed at the mysterious cultivator behind her. Everyone gazed at Li Qingran with anticipation, as if she had become the spokesperson for the enigmatic figure. Zhang Hanshao continued to feign unconsciousness, while Lu Chantian and Xiao Yifeng wore grim expressions, not daring to plead for Yun Zimo. They stood to either side, shielding Mu Baishuang from the tragic sight of Yun Zimo. Under the scrutiny of so many eyes, Li Qingran felt somewhat flustered. Her predecessor remained silent, and she was reluctant to speak on their behalf. Instead, she clutched the Su Xian sword and lowered her gaze to count the ants on the ground. What does Qingran think? A gentle voice unexpectedly rang out. Li Qingran's face flushed crimson, and after a moment of stunned silence, she feigned composure and replied, "The junior believes it is sufficient." The Qingxian Taoist grunted with a dark expression. Wu Duantian then stroked his beard, wearing a conciliatory smile. He squinted, sensing that the moment was ripe, and addressed the figure behind Li Qingran with a cupped fist. "I am shameless to make an unreasonable request. Since you possess the means to restore this child as Dantian, might you also extend your assistance to my esteemed direct disciple?" He stepped aside to reveal Zhao Lingtian, his face drawn in anguish, saying, "This child is exceptionally gifted, kind-hearted, and a rare talent. Alas, he has had his Dantian crippled by demonic cultivators. I cannot bear to see him languish in despondency." Halted at this juncture, Li Qingran lifted her head, the blush fading from her cheeks, her autumn-like eyes hardening like ice. The Hunyuan restoration pill. She finally comprehended the invaluable opportunity her predecessor had bestowed upon her. Such a divine elixir must surely be difficult for her elder to procure. Wu Duantian opened his mouth, taken aback, pondering by what right. Was he not attempting to leverage her against her predecessor? Simultaneously, Chen Huayan, seated before his phone, received a notification. The sect leader of Qingyun, Wu Duantian, requests a chance, Hunyuan restoration pill. Please make your choice. Different choices may lead to varying consequences, so choose wisely. Reject outright. Do you think you're worthy? Get lost. Temporary reprieve. Let's not discuss this matter for now. We shall address it later. Grant the opportunity. Very well. A mere Hunyuan restoration pill is insignificant to me. I will give you one. You will lose one Hunyuan restoration pill. If you do not possess 1,000,000, or 100 spirit crystals will be forcibly deducted for purchase. Use a sound transmission talisman for free dialogue. Chen Huayan was poised to select one of the options almost instantly. However, his fingers suddenly paused, and he narrowed his eyes, realizing that this matter was not simple. Chapter 45, The Debate, Yarar, or Named Enhancement. He initially intended to select the first option. Setting aside the fact that the mixed yuan replenishing pill costs a staggering 100,000, it is noteworthy that there are currently none available in the koi pond. This is a benefit provided by the game developers. Moreover, the hint for option 3 clearly indicates that the price of the mixed yuan replenishing pill far exceeds that level. Furthermore, this pertains solely to the mixed yuan replenishing pill, not to mention the celestial treasures. What if he selects option 1 and the entire Qingyun sect undergoes an overwhelming transformation? Although a perfected transformation stage cultivator could easily defeat those in the later stages, it would not guarantee Li Qingran's safety. Additionally, the visible strength of such a cultivation sect represents only a fraction of their true power. Who knows if there exists a hidden sacred ground harboring ancient and powerful beings? If they were to send the weaker ones first, followed by the stronger ones, he would be utterly helpless. Chen Huayan began to absent-mindedly rub the head of the cat beside him, his thoughts racing. He did not believe his concerns were unfounded. In games of this nature, choices often influence the trajectory of the storyline, and a momentary lapse in attention could lead to a bad end. What use would it be to restart the game with a new electronic girlfriend if she was not as Li Qingran? After a brief hesitation, he pressed down on option 2. Let us set this matter aside for now. Once we resolve Qingran's issues, we shall find a suitable place to discuss further. The ethereal voice was steady and resonant, instilling a sense of trust. Wu Duantian silently scolded himself for his impatience and quickly offered his apologies. Indeed, the matter concerning Qingran is of utmost importance. I have failed to grasp the main point. He did not expect an immediate response. In his view, a great cultivator capable of refining the mixed yuan replenishing pill would hardly indulge in convoluted discussions, At most, they would later negotiate compensation. However, if it meant restoring Zhao Lingtian's Dantian, he would not hesitate to exhaust his entire fortune. Everything would be worth it. Li Qingran wished to remind the elder, yet she found no opportunity to speak. Instead, a voice echoed in her ears. "Do not rush. I have my own arrangements." It turned out the elder had been fully aware all along, rendering her worries unnecessary. Li Qingran took a deep breath, calming her heart, and berated herself for her foolishness. Someone of the elder's stature may appear youthful, yet their years are countless. Having traversed more paths than she had grains of rice consumed, did she truly need to burden herself with such concerns? It was rather the elder who should be comforting her. With this thought, her ears flushed slightly, and she hastily cast aside those chaotic thoughts. Lifting her gaze, it fell upon Xiao Yifeng, the second disciple of Qi Shao Peak. Xiao Yifeng had been comforting Mu Baishuang when he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Turning around, he met the indifferent gaze of Li Qingran. A shiver ran through him, and memories began to surface in his mind. The Li Qingran he remembered had always been compliant. When had she ever displayed such an expression? Even during painful trials, she would feign indifference, and despite daily struggles to protect the spiritual fields from thieving avian demons, she always maintained a cheerful demeanor. Li Qingran had long held a profound admiration for his alchemical talents. No, it should be said that he believed Li Qingran was perpetually in awe of his prowess in the art of alchemy. Consequently, at some indeterminate point, whenever he requested Li Qingran to test a potion or assist in tending to the spiritual fields, his pleas had transformed into haughty demands. He perceived this as a matter of course, often bestowing upon Li Qingran surplus elixirs, despite the fact that they might hold little value for her. Yet, he felt that such gestures should suffice. But was that truly enough? "Senior brother, what troubles you?" Xiao Yifeng snapped back to reality. His hand clasped around a frigid, delicate little hand, the softness of which was matched only by the pitiful gaze of his junior sister, Mu Baishuang. The girl appeared utterly terrified, having just overheard Yin Zimo's anguished cries, and her pallor was ghostly. Yet, despite her evident fear, she still mustered the strength to express concern for him. Was he still gripped by fear? What was there to fear? Unbeknownst to Xiao Yifeng, a faint crimson mist swirled in the depths of Mu Baishuang's eyes. Suddenly, the Taoist Qing Xian, who had been meditating with eyes closed beside Wu Duantian, opened his eyes and cast a glance toward Xiao Yifeng, a flicker of perplexity crossing his brow. That aura just now. No, it couldn't be. How could a disciple of Qi Shao Peak encounter such a predicament? They had all been meticulously selected by him, with perhaps only minor issues regarding temperament. Nevertheless, Qing Xian remained vigilant, discreetly committing that fleeting aura to memory. "Li Qingran, why do you look at me so? Have I wronged you in any way? Do not forget how many elixirs I have bestowed upon you." Encouraged by his junior sister's support, Xiao Yifeng regained his composure, descending the steps with his head held high, prepared to confront Li Qingran. "I must express my gratitude for the gifts you have presented me. The fasting pill, the deworming pill, the laxative pill." Li Qingran counted off on her fingers, eliciting peals of laughter from the surrounding disciples of Qingyun's sect, causing Xiao Yifeng's face to flush a vibrant hue. After a brief pause, her eyes glinted with frost as she continued, "Oh, and let us not forget the counterfeit Great Return pill you gifted me, which tormented me with its fiery poison for 93 days, depriving me of sleep by night and sustenance by day. At my worst, even walking became a challenge. You are truly an exemplary second disciple of Qi Shao Peak, my esteemed second brother." Xiao Yifeng's expression shifted subtly. He had anticipated that Li Qingran would bring this matter to light. After the grand competition concluded, with Mu Baishuang injured and Li Qingran left gasping blood after a strike from Lu Chantian, he had been the only one to visit Li Qingran in her cave dwelling. On the surface, he had claimed to offer her a Great Return pill for healing. Yet the truth was that the elixir was merely a disguised waste pill. He had watched as Li Qingran gratefully consumed it, only for the fiery poison to erupt within her moments later. At the time, he had even remarked that he wanted her to experience the suffering endured by his junior sister. But did Li Qingran possess any evidence to support her claims? Would she dare to invoke a vow upon the Tao? Was she willing to risk her life? Did she fear the repercussions of diminished fortune and a compromised fate, leading her to an early demise? Furthermore, junior sister, I am but a seventh-grade alchemist. Although I possess a modicum of talent, I cannot guarantee the complete eradication of the poison from every elixir. How can you prove that I intended to harm you? Xiao Yifeng crossed his arms and lifted his chin, exuding an air of arrogance as he declared, "You frequently come here to test the elixirs, and your body is highly sensitive to them. You have become nearly as adept as me, an alchemist. Can you not discern whether a pill contains fire poison? I see you as an ungrateful wretch, driven mad, dismissing all our kindness as mere nonsense." Li Qingran gazed at the domineering Xiao Yifeng, a sudden wave of nausea overwhelming her. Even after being expelled from the Qingyun sect, and while awaiting her demise in a dilapidated hut, she never imagined that her once-admired senior brother would devolve into such a loathsome character. However, she lacked direct evidence. The words Xiao Yifeng had uttered were known only to the two of them. As Li Qingran found herself at a loss, a cold snort suddenly echoed from the void behind her. "Interesting. Xiao Yifeng, I ask you as an alchemist, are you not supposed to know whether there is fire poison in the elixirs?" Xiao Yifeng was taken aback. Discerning fire poison within an elixir was an essential skill for any alchemist. If one could not even master this fundamental task, what purpose was there in calling oneself an alchemist? Thus, he promptly nodded, "Indeed. Then, let us engage in a proper debate." Upon finishing his statement, 10 ornate boxes flew forth from the void behind Li Qingran. Each contained the most rudimentary of elixirs, the basic Great Recovery Pill. This was the simplest formulation, thoroughly researched, and the lower the grade, the more straightforward the concoction. Xiao Yifeng looked perplexedly at these elixirs, finding them all to be ordinary basic Great Recovery Pills, without any discernible peculiarity, and evidently produced from the same batch. What, then, was the intent of this elder? Chapter 46. The Selection. Here lie 10 ordinary immortal pills. Among them, 9 harbor a fiery poison. If you can discern the one devoid of such poison within the span of a single incense stick's burning, I shall deem you successful. Xiao Yifeng cast his gaze over the array of pills. Some of the inferior pills would reveal their fiery toxicity through dark spots on their surfaces. At present, relying solely on his sight, he discerned no abnormalities among the pills. Gradually, he regained his composure. It was evident that the esteemed elder behind Li Qingran was attempting to ensnare him. These pills had undoubtedly been meticulously disguised, imperceptible to the untrained eye. But was he merely an ordinary person? A smirk crept across Xiao Yifeng's lips. As a practitioner with innate Imu spiritual roots, one of the most suitable among alchemists, he possessed an inherent sensitivity to spiritual herbs. For simpler formulations, he could identify the ingredients merely by scent. This ability could likewise be employed to detect the toxicity of the pills. His sense of taste was even more acute than his olfactory perception. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that any toxicities undetectable to the assembled divine transformation cultivators would be discernible to him. "Elder, what if I can identify the poison?" He refrained from yielding immediately, instead gazing with quiet confidence into the void behind Li Qingran. Today, he was determined to vindicate Yun Zimo, Zhang Hanxiao, and his junior sister, to reclaim honor for the Qi Shao Peak. "If you succeed, I shall overlook Qingran's matter." Xiao Yifeng was curious about the relationship between this elder and Li Qingran. What did it mean to overlook the past? Yet reason prevailed, restraining his inquiries. He bowed respectfully, his demeanor imbued with a trace of sharpness. "Elder, should I succeed in discerning the poison, I implore you to personally tend to my 3rd and 4th junior brothers and intercede with Master Wu to rescind the punishment imposed on my 3rd junior brother. What say you?" Wu Duantian's expression shifted. He thought to himself that Xiao Yifeng was audacious indeed, negotiating with an elder of unknown power. Meanwhile, Qingxian Daoist stroked his beard in satisfaction. He had faith that Xiao Yifeng would not poison Li Qingran with the pills, and the young man's current demeanor greatly pleased him. This was indeed the disciple he had nurtured. Chun Huayan regarded his phone, contemplating the odds of Xiao Yifeng identifying a normal pill, 0%. This was the evaluation presented by the game. He felt a mix of incredulity and amusement. Was Xiao Yifeng courting disaster? Did he possess any sense? So be it. He decided to indulge him, thus pressing the communication talisman. Very well, you have 3 chances. If you fail to identify a normal pill after 3 attempts, you shall consume all 10. In the plaza of Qingyun's sect, all eyes were eagerly fixed upon the void, awaiting the response of the mysterious cultivator. On the surface, Xiao Yifeng appeared bold, yet inwardly he was in turmoil. He could only hope that this enigmatic elder would not hold the words he had just spoken against him. After all, they had indeed been rather disrespectful. Agreed. The voice emanating from the void was slow and deliberate. You have only 3 opportunities. Should you fail, you shall consume all the pills. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yifeng exhaled in relief, a confident smile gracing his face. Elder, your magnanimity is greatly appreciated. I assure you, I shall uphold my promise. He stepped forward, approaching the brocade box with assured determination. First, he inhaled the scent of the 10 great return pills several times, and the casualness on his face was gradually replaced by earnestness. From the information provided by his sense of smell, these ordinary great return pills were entirely consistent. This uniformity was reflected in their heat, structure, ingredient proportions, and the years of the materials used, giving the impression that these 10 pills were one-to-one replicas of each other. However, is this truly the case? What level of alchemy could achieve such precision? Xiao Yifeng's heart trembled, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Elder Qing Xian, can Xiao Yifeng truly manage this? Wu Duantian, not well-versed in alchemy, observed Xiao Yifeng's actions of sniffing and pinching the pills, which seemed rather convincing. Rest assured, the Taoist Qing Xian, with half-closed eyes, scoffed. My disciple possesses the innate Imu spiritual root. Testing Xiao Yifeng in such a manner is utterly meaningless. Wu Duantian acknowledged with an O, having forgotten most of the details, recalling only that when Xiao Yifeng initially sought to join the sect, he intended to come here, only to be intercepted by Taoist Qing Xian along the way. This incident had vexed him, keeping him awake for 2 nights. Upon hearing the words of Taoist Qing Xian, Lu Chantian immediately felt a sense of relief. The self-purification ability of a foundational stage cultivator is virtually non-existent. Should Xiao Yifeng consume all 9 poisonous pills, even if he does not suffer immediate harm, without proper recuperation, he would be left severely impaired. That old fiend truly harbors malice. Lu Chantian gazed disdainfully at the void behind Li Qingran and remarked coldly, associating with such a malevolent individual. Any future accomplishments she achieves are likely to be no different from those of a demonic cultivator. Mu Baishuang, hiding behind Lu Chantian, rolled her eyes in silence. Perhaps she had never encountered a true demonic cultivator before. They do not adhere to reason. Should they take a dislike to someone, they would kill without hesitation. Even if forced to reason, under such circumstances, these 10 pills would certainly be highly toxic. Time passed, second by second. Xiao Yifeng grew increasingly dissatisfied with merely using his nose. He began to lick each pill, scraping off a bit of powder with a small knife or slicing off a corner to examine the cross-section. After a flurry of activity, his complexion became increasingly pale, and his gaze more bewildered. Time for an incense stick has elapsed. Have you made your choice? A voice suddenly interrupted, causing Xiao Yifeng to shudder. He paused, swallowing hard as his gaze ultimately settled on one particular pill, his eyes steeling with determination. I've made my choice. It is this one. Chapter 47. Perhaps it is worth a try. Chen Huayan cast a derisive smile upon seeing the large elixir chosen by Xiao Yifeng. In fact, he possessed an option for instantaneous replacement, costing 6 coins each time. Should Xiao Yifeng, by an extraordinary stroke of luck, have selected the elixir free of poison, he could easily spend money to exchange it for one that was tainted. However, it seemed that such an expenditure was unnecessary. Xiao Yifeng was not one to be favored by fortune. The very first pill he chose was indeed afflicted with poison. He pressed the communication talisman. Now that it has been chosen, why hesitate? Consume it. Having already been determined, you ought to taste it. Xiao Yifeng, were you still pondering? The Qingxian Taoist cast a sidelong glance at his second disciple, eagerly anticipating the moment Xiao Yifeng would humiliate the mysterious figure. As for the expression on Xiao Yifeng's face, akin to one suffering from constipation, he presumed it was merely due to the proximity to that enigmatic individual, causing Xiao Yifeng to feel anxious. "Yes, master." Xiao Yifeng fervently implored the celestial beings, and with eyes closed, swallowed the large elixir in one gulp. The medicinal power erupted swiftly. He let out a muffled groan, clutching his chest as his face turned a deep shade of crimson. His eyes turned bloodshot, breathing heavily like an ox, unmistakably displaying the symptoms of poison eruption, and it was certainly a potent strain. To prevent damage to his meridians, he immediately sat cross-legged to regulate his internal spiritual energy, utilizing with spiritual energy to gradually dissolve the internal poison. Practitioners with other elemental roots would be left to either consume more medicine or seek assistance from elders to expel the toxins. Wu Duantian glanced at the Qingxian Taoist beside him. Noticing the elder's countenance had darkened further, turning a shade of green akin to the hat he wore. The hands hidden within his sleeves trembled, clearly revealing his agitation. "You still have 2 chances." The voice resonated from the void behind Li Qingran, as calm as a placid lake. The onlookers from the Qingyan sect, both disciples and elders, recognized that Xiao Yifeng had failed to discern the elixirs for the first time. Suppressing the poison temporarily, Xiao Yifeng opened his eyes, his expression grim. After a moment's hesitation, he clasped his hands towards Li Qingran, inquiring, "Dare I ask if among these 10 elixirs, there truly exists one that is untainted?" "What? Do you believe I would deceive you?" A cold snort echoed, a wave of pressure descending upon him, as a tempest swept through, shattering the steps surrounding Xiao Yifeng into rubble. A voice filled with murderous intent reverberated from the void. "With just this statement, I require no further reason to eliminate you. I acknowledge my error. Please, esteemed elder, do not take offense." Xiao Yifeng hastily lowered his head, trembling with fear. His peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the Qingxian Taoist, who remained indifferent, eyes closed, seemingly unbothered by the unfolding drama. Sect Master Wu Duantian observed Li Qingran with a smile, his gaze reminiscent of one appraising a beloved daughter. No one could assist him. Neither his master nor the sect leader was willing to offend that mysterious cultivator. He could only rely on himself. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yifeng steeled himself and selected the second elixir. Consuming it once more, the fire poison erupted anew. "You have 1 chance remaining." After suppressing the fire poison, Xiao Yifeng extended his hand, veins bulging, trembling as he reached for the 8 remaining elixirs. Never before had he anticipated that the torment of fire poison could be so excruciating. Every meridian and bone in his body felt as though they were being scraped repeatedly by a brush bristling with steel needles. This suffering will not endure eternally. Rather, it courses through the body like a serpent, offering no opportunity for acclimatization, only relentless torment. This is attributed to his Yin Wood spiritual root, which innately possesses the ability to detoxify and suppress poisons. Yet, Li Qingran does not share this gift. It seems that after being expelled from Qishao Peak, Li Qingran has been enduring this excruciating turmoil day in and day out. The alchemical prowess of this enigmatic cultivator is indeed remarkable. Even if one were to surreptitiously taste a fragment, discerning which pill is devoid of poison proves impossible. Given this, it would be wise to select any at random. Xiao Yifeng closed his eyes, ceasing to struggle, and carelessly grasped one. Ah, this lad has indeed encountered fortuitous luck, managing to choose a pill with an 1/8 of chance. Chun Huayan, resigned, spent 6 coins. As the payment processed, the pill in Xiao Yifeng's hand was swiftly swapped. The nearby black cat observed Chun Huayan with a peculiar gaze. What is this fellow muttering to himself while fixated on that black box? Could he be mentally unhinged? Could it be that this black box is some instrument of mental manipulation? How intriguing. Yet, I wonder which is more malevolent. The sorcery behind this box or the original beast? He. The black cat seemed to recall something amusing, its tail raised high. Xiao Yifeng consumed his final opportunity, and the fire poison erupted once more. The previous two instances of fire poison had reached their zenith, and this third surge ignited like a spark to a fuse, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion of agony. Ah! Xiao Yifeng's visage turned ashen, flushed like a tide, staggering back several steps on the staircase before ultimately collapsing to the ground, expelling a jet of black blood. Strangely, the black blood vaporized into mist, saturating the air with a foul stench of medicinal residue and tainted blood, prompting the nearby disciples to quickly cover their mouths and noses. In the center of the square, a figure clutched their chest, enduring for a brief moment before finally collapsing, convulsing a few times before falling silent. Qingxian Taoist. It appears your disciple is not as prodigious as he believes himself to be. A derisive scoff echoed through the void. There remain 7 pills. Shall you administer them, or shall I take matters in my own hands? Chen Huayan felt no sympathy for Xiao Yifeng. Li Qingran had endured the fire poison for 3 months, her meridians scorched and rotting from the pill's toxicity. Compared to that, Xiao Yifeng's current agony is trivial. My esteemed colleague, this disciple has already faced punishment. His condition from the fire poison is dire, and it would be prudent to refrain from administering the remaining 7 pills. Wu Duantian sensed that Qingxian Taoist was on the brink of fury and hastily intervened to mediate. Did I grant you permission to speak? Sit down. Do not overstep your bounds. Qingxian Taoist could no longer contain himself and stood up. His sword pointed at Li Qingran. Do not presume that I am unaware that all 10 of these pills are laced with poison. My second disciple would never be able to discern them. Even if you wish to avenge Li Qingran, this is rather excessive. Moreover, did my second disciple truly administer a poison pill to Li Qingran? Elder Qingxian. Amidst the immense pressure of the late stage of transformation, Qingran, with her pallid visage, took 2 arduous steps forward, as if to shield the person behind her from the void. Her frigid gaze fixed upon her former master, her eyes brimming with a profound sorrow that cut to the bone. Since the arrogant competition, she had received no assistance. The solitary pill she had consumed was the great recovery pill bestowed upon her by Xiao Yifeng. How dare you? The Taoist Qingxian exclaimed, his eyes wide with fury. If I speak a single falsehood, may I swear by the heavenly way and be struck by thunder, Qingran declared, her 3 fingers pointed skyward. The weight of the heavenly decree rendered her delicate face ashen, and she could distinctly sense the erosion of her fate. A stark reminder of the humility with which she had once maintained these relationships. Today, her reckless counterattack was as fierce as it was desperate. Above the Qingyun sect, the previously clear skies were suddenly shrouded in ominous clouds, with streaks of lightning flickering within them, as if probing, only to dissipate with the clouds when no answers were found. The resolute gazes of Taoist Qingxian and Qingran met, and the sword in his hand trembled, leaving him at a loss for words. Having entangled with the threads of destiny twice, her fate was undoubtedly in decline. Qingran was fighting for her very life. If that were the case, then the toxic pill had indeed been intentionally given by Xiao Yifeng, including the healing pill he intended for her, which never reached her hands. Among the remaining 7 pills, 1 floated before Taoist Qingxian. The oppressive force bearing down on Qingran subsequently dissipated, and a ghostly voice echoed in the void. If it is indeed a toxic pill, why not give it a try? Taoist Qingxian regarded the ornate box containing the pills before him, a flicker of hesitation crossing his eyes. How am I to know if this pill? Before he could finish his sentence, the box suddenly opened, and a great recovery pill shot into his mouth with a swift whoosh. The voice in the void scoffed, "Eat it." Chapter 48. The Battle of Chantian. As the elixir was thrust into the mouth of the Qingxian Taoist, both Wu Duantian, the sect leader, and Chen Huayan, who was momentarily frozen in front of his phone, trembled slightly. The game had just prompted whether to voluntarily offer the elixir to the Qingxian Taoist, and he had chosen yes. So, this was the meaning of to offer. Was it truly so forceful? Would this NPC not erupt in fury? Could it possibly trigger a bad end? Wu Duantian was taken aback by Chen Huayan's crude action as a grand cultivator. How could he have the audacity to forcibly cram a pill into another's mouth? It was utterly disgraceful, quite explosive, and surprisingly, delightful. Li Qingran was rendered speechless. her hair standing on end in sheer astonishment. The elixir, the great returning pill, slid down the throat of the Qingxian Taoist. Just as he was about to be engulfed in rage, the medicinal power of the pill began to diffuse, revealing no trace of toxicity. Evidently, as the mysterious cultivator had claimed, there was no deceit involved. Xiao Yifeng's current predicament was indeed self-inflicted. The Qingxian Taoist's emotions were tumultuous. Although his mind was momentarily clouded by fury, he gradually regained composure. He could not possibly claim that the elixir contained poison to distort the truth. Everyone present was keenly aware of the disgrace he had already incurred. The cultivator's true realm remained uncertain and concealed. If he were to lash out without having the upper hand, he would be forced to leave the Qingyan sect. Perhaps it was best to endure this one last time. Taking a deep breath, the Qingxian Taoist's rigid face twitched twice, and he managed to utter, "Indeed, this great returning pill possesses no toxicity. I have failed to instruct my disciple properly, allowing you to witness this farce. However, Xiao Yifeng is exceptionally gifted in alchemy. Given time, should he achieve success, I shall seek your guidance then." The Qingxian Taoist's words were delicately nuanced, implying that fortunes change over time, akin to the shifting tides of the river. Chen Huayan, understanding the underlying challenge in the Taoist's words, scoffed at the implication. "By the time your disciple achieves greatness, I will have already cultivated Qingran into a sword immortal. Master, there is no need to wait that long. Today, I shall earnestly seek your teachings." As footsteps echoed, the crowd turned their attention. There stood Lu Changtian, having ascended the steps of the plaza, halting before Li Qingran. Slowly, he drew his flying sword from its sheath, his aura intensifying, his keen gaze locking onto Li Qingran. The foremost disciple of Qishao Peak at the peak of Foundation establishment, he was indeed a rare talent among cultivators under 30. The two exchanged silent glances, tension thickening in the air. Lu Changtian's robe billowed, as if swept by an unseen wind. His deep-set eyes burned with anger and hatred. Just as his aura reached its zenith, it gradually reined in, compressing until it stabilized at the 7th layer of qi refinement. "Junior sister, I still wish to address you as such. However, I speak of the you that once was, not the loathsome figure you have become. Were not for you, Zhang Hanshao, Yun Zimo, and Xiao Yifeng would not have suffered thus. Qishao Peak and my master would not have endured this humiliation. Yet, I do not wish to call you senior brother." Li Qingran drew her sword, its tip angled defiantly towards Lu Changtian. The blade reflected a pair of eyes shrouded in frost and snow. The day I fell from the arena, Lu Changtian had already met his demise. "You have harmed my junior sister, and this is your just punishment. Were I to wish harm upon Mu Baishuang, you would be utterly incapable of intervening. At that time, I was at the foundation building stage, she at the qi refining stage. On what grounds did you presume you could halt my intentions? The elders and the sect leader are absent. What can you, along with an outer sect elder of the Golden Core stage, possibly do? Do not attempt to argue. Let me see if your sword possesses the same sharpness as your tongue." Lu Changtian advanced, his sword energy like snow, imbued with a chilling aura. It was indeed the sword technique commonly employed by Mu Baishuang, seizing frost and snow, originating from the lesser formless sword technique. This very technique had been used by Mu Baishuang on that fateful day in the arena. At that time, she was at the 7th layer of qi refinement, and he had suppressed his cultivation to match hers. He was well versed in all the sword techniques of the lesser formless sword. Whatever Mu Baishuang had executed then, he would replicate. "I am eager to ascertain whether, as Li Qingran asserted, if she so desires, they will be unable to stop her." Li Qingran also sensed Lu Changtian's intent. She deftly evaded a sweeping sword strike, her figure flickering as the Su Xian sword aimed toward an unoccupied space. Lu Changtian, embodying frost and snow, appeared in that very air, his brow furrowed, eyes icy, evading the Su Xian sword with a deft somersault, silently lamenting how swiftly Li Qingran's reactions had become. Feeling a chill descending upon him, he immediately raised his sword to block, a tremendous force crashing against it before dissipating. As he spun to unleash a treacherous kick, Li Qingran had already gracefully retreated 3 steps. In the moment, Lu Changtian had yet to withdraw his leg. He thrust his sword once more. The sword light cascaded like rain, its momentum growing ever more ferocious. The technique she employed was also that which she had used against Mu Baishuang in the arena. The 6th form of the lesser formless sword, drenched in rain. With the overwhelming suppression of realms, Lu Changtian's body struggled to keep pace with his mind's commands. He had not anticipated that Li Qingran's sword would be so swift. Even with his understanding of the lesser formless sword, he could only respond in haste. Drenched in rain could unleash a maximum of 49 strikes. In his recollection, Li Qingran had never executed this technique beyond 30 strikes when training with him. If he could endure past 30 strikes, hiss! There was no time for further contemplation. A flash of piercing sword light abruptly filled his vision, faster than the eye could follow. The blade descended from above, accompanied by a hazy silhouette. The torrential downpour fell, the sword's momentum cascading like a waterfall. Within the curtain of sword shadows, a barely perceptible sword intent brewed, culminating in a sudden thrust after 49 strikes, like breaking through bamboo. Clang! Lu Changtian's sword slipped from his grasp. He knelt upon the ground, his pupils trembling, staring blankly at the familiar yet alien visage of the young girl before him. The cold blade of the Su Xian had already been drawn across his neck. Why could you unleash the final strike of drenched in rain? Why? Li Qingran's voice seemed to carry a sigh, tinged with self-mockery. Lu Changtian, I have actually known this technique for quite some time. It was merely your lack of patience that prevented me from delivering the final blow. Chapter 49. The gaming helmet. Lu Changtian was momentarily taken aback. When did he grow increasingly impatient with his junior sister's sword practice? It was he who had encouraged her to engage in sparring with him frequently. So why had everything changed? He no longer patiently fed her techniques, nor did he eagerly await Li Qingran's arrival at the training ground each day. In the past, even when she fumbled, he would smile and offer encouragement, meticulously analyzing their sessions together. Yet, as time passed, no matter how hard Li Qingran tried, he could only see flaws, deeming her efforts foolish and devoid of any talent for the sword's path. So that was it. The one who had changed was not Li Qingran, but himself. In her foundational stage, Li Qingran could have posed no threat to Mu Baishuang. They could have easily restrained her. From the beginning, they were merely venting their frustrations, stemming from their inability to receive more. Li Qingran had always regarded them as elder brothers and family, yet they had lost themselves in her repeated calls to them as brothers. Everything had become taken for granted. Lu Changtian came to a realization. Do as you will, this is what I owe you. He could no longer face Li Qingran, merely lowering his head with a sigh. You should cripple your own cultivation. Li Qingran sheathed her sword and turned away, leaving behind a slender, upright silhouette. Lu Changtian pressed his lips together, his fists clenched tightly before gradually loosening. If I were to cripple my own cultivation, could you forgive me? Qingran, could you return to Qixia Peak? The wavering figure did not look back. The biting cold wind carried 2 resolute words. No. Awesome. At his phone, Chun Huayan, initially tense, suddenly slapped his thigh in delight. This was the feeling he desired, a resounding slap in the face. All the disdain returned. He chuckled. No wonder you are my beloved Qingran. The money was well spent. He genuinely feared the game developers might insert some absurd twist, like a heart-wrenching storyline where Li Qingran, unable to bear the situation, was coaxed back to Qixia Peak, leading to a dramatic scene of all the brothers repenting and chasing after the junior sister to a fiery end. In such a case, he would likely become a mere pawn supporting Qixia Peak and Xinyun sect under the plot's influence. Just thinking about it was utterly disgusting. What difference was there from NTR? Fortunately, the game developers appeared to possess sound minds. Thank you for your support of this game. Your exclusive gaming helmet has been delivered. A window popped up. At that moment, a thud was heard at the door. Chun Huayan sprang up, flying to the entrance, opening the door to survey his surroundings. He skillfully lowered his head, chuckled, and returned to the sofa, holding a box. Upon opening the box, he discovered a black gaming helmet resembling a motorcycle helmet, but exuding a more advanced technological aura, adorned with the logo of Electronic Girlfriend. alongside a chibi version of Li Qingran. Chen Huayan slowly typed a question mark. The black cat beside him also slowly typed a question mark. Chen Huayan, this thing on my head, it won't explode, will it? Seems a bit suspicious. This game doesn't appear to necessitate a gaming helmet. Black cat, if I'm not mistaken. This thing is a broken celestial artifact. What is going on with this big shot? Who is he in relation to the ancestor dragon? Chen Huayan cast a sidelong glance at the black cat beside him. Perplexed, what are you trembling for? The black cat let out a soft meow and awkwardly lowered its head to lick its paw. It was merely a kitten, destined to remain a kitten forever. What could it possibly comprehend? It knew nothing at all. Eventually, Chen Huayan donned the helmet. He might not trust the game developers, but he believed in the 30,000 he had invested. Connecting to electronic girlfriend. The screen flickered into darkness. Chen Huayan was taken aback as he beheld Li Qingran step by step approaching him, surveying the surroundings. Wasn't this the plaza of Qingyun's sect? Goodness. Is the VR technology truly this advanced? Chen Huayan had previously visited an experience center to try out the latest VR headset. Indeed, the visuals were incredibly lifelike. Yet there remained a palpable sense of disconnection. However, Electronic Girlfriend was an entirely different experience. He genuinely felt as if he were there in person. If one were to point out any disconnection, it would not be entirely absent. Although the visuals and ambient sounds were astoundingly realistic, as if Li Qingran truly stood before him. Even the minute blood vessels beneath her skin visible and the sound of rolling sand audible, there lingered an ineffable barrier. He could not reach out to the world within the game. Nevertheless, Chen Huayan felt a sense of satisfaction. 30,000. What a worthy investment. Not a loss at all. In the future, he would buy an insulated cup for use on an airplane, and it would be as if he were soaring high. Today I, Lu Changtun, shall abandon my dantian, first to atone, and second to seek the forgiveness of junior sister Qingran. Though I may meet my end, I shall have no regrets. I implore my master to grant me this. As Lu Changtian rose, poised to abandon his dantian, a thunderous voice erupted above him, rendering him motionless. Unworthy disciple, I have painstakingly cultivated you to this point, and yet you wish to discard your dantian and cultivation for the sake of one person? You coward! Go to the cliff of reflection and contemplate your actions. Just as his prized disciple was about to forsake his dantian, Taoist Qing Xian could no longer remain passive. Lu Changtian was his most cherished disciple, followed by Xiao Yifeng, and third was Mu Bai Shuang, not due to exceptional talent, but rather because she was amiable and well-spoken. As his first disciple, the effort he had invested in Lu Changtian was immense. How could he stand idly by and watch himself destruct? Chen Huayan realized the gravity of the situation. The game developers had finally succumbed to their folly. Your character projection has been activated. You may act freely. Remaining time in the state of perfected transformation, 21 hours. You may engage in dialogue freely. Please be advised that all your words and decisions will influence the plot's direction. Your actions represent your persona, so think carefully before you speak. Upon reading this, Chen Huayan quickly swallowed the words on the tip of his tongue, straightened his expression, and coldly declared, I have stated before that today, S affairs are not to be meddled with. Taoist Qing Xian, do not say I did not warn you. Chapter 50. The moon rises over Tianshan, as the saying goes. One only realizes the scarcity of words when they are needed. Chen Huayan felt his vocabulary woefully limited, struggling to articulate his thoughts. The moment he spoke, the atmosphere in the Qingyun sect's plaza instantly turned somber. The Xinqing Taoist remained silent, merely drawing his Qingxian sword. The aura of a late-stage transformation realm cultivator surged like a tidal wave, his spiritual energy swirling around him, his hat having fallen to the ground, while his robes and hair danced wildly in the invisible currents. Elder Xinqing, let us speak civilly. Wu Duantian was most reluctant to witness a confrontation between two cultivators. This was the Qingyun sect, and a conflict here would be detrimental to him. Furthermore, he awaited the mysterious cultivator's assistance in healing Zhao Lingtian's dantian. If enmity were to arise, any plans would be rendered futile. Lu Changtian is my esteemed disciple. How can I stand idly by while his dantian is destroyed? The Xinqing Taoist's voice turned sharp, addressing Wu Duantian. he is certainly not at the integration stage. Observing his relationship with Li Qingran, even if they lack a traditional master-disciple bond, there exists a sense of obligation. If he were truly a great master of the integration stage, would he need to resort to such convoluted tactics? The Xianqing Daoist tone was resolute, determined to protect Lu Changtian at all costs. Wu Duantian sighed. How could he not comprehend the Xianqing Daoist words? Everyone could see clearly. The opposing party was evidently wary of the Qingyuan sect's strength and would not strike lightly. Yet, he was indifferent to such considerations. He was only concerned with whether the other party could aid Zhao Lingtian in restoring his Dantian. Can we not sit down and discuss this calmly? There is nothing to discuss. The Xianqing Daoist maintained his cold demeanor, directly releasing his voice. Very well, then let us fight. Unable to dissuade him, Wu Duantian resigned himself to the situation. If the mountain gates are shattered and the ancestors are summoned, then the righteous and demonic factions of the Zhangyan realm will only have us to laugh at. Excellent. Let us see if you have the qualifications to intervene in today's matter. The void behind Li Qingran began to writhe, from which emanated a chilling snort filled with anger. A more formidable pressure than that of the Xianqing Daoist descended upon everyone's hearts. A figure gradually materialized in the void, clad in dark garments with white hair. Wielding a long sword adorned with black scales, the features of his indistinct face were shrouded in a misty aura, yet his striking elegance was evident. His golden vertical pupils exuded an air of authority that unsettled those who dared to meet his gaze. He hovered behind Li Qingran, and as his form fully solidified, a thunderous roar echoed through the air. A shadowy dragon surged forth from behind him, coiling around his body, its claws brandished menacingly, merging partially with the black-scaled sword. Resembling the sword's soul, Sun Senior, Li Qingran's eyes were fixed upon Chen Huayan, who had now positioned himself before her. Even if she could only glimpse his profile, she forgot to breathe, her cheeks flushed, her mind a blank slate. Child, step back. I shall commence. Cough, cough, the act of killing. Both Li Qingran and Chen Huayan were tense. To his right, a dazzling array of skills lit up before him, and he had no time to comprehend them. Thrust into action as if by a nudge. The added pressure of wearing a VR headset intensified the sense of urgency within him. He dared not look at Li Qingran. A mere glance had been enough. She was extraordinarily beautiful, truly remarkable. The distinction between experiencing VR and not was stark, and he feared he might be entranced by her allure. Now, the question arose. How should he proceed? Where was the illumination? But everything was utterly radiant. Here begins the beginner's combat tutorial. A game frame materialized within Chen Huayan's field of vision, and he was overwhelmed with joy. How splendid! It was a foolproof tutorial. We are saved. In the next moment, everything around him fell into stillness. Recognizing the onset of instruction, Chen Huayan immediately turned to gaze at Li Qingran with fervor. This was called desensitization training. This game employs the latest brain neural mapping technology, allowing players to control their characters through mere thought, executing any action. Before him appeared a shimmering mirror and a wooden training dummy. Reluctantly, he shifted his gaze from Li Qingran's face and, facing the mirror, attempted to form a peace sign. It felt rather incongruous for a perfected cultivator of the ethereal realm to strike such a pose, so he swiftly reverted to his composed, otherworldly demeanor. Once immersed in his character, he unconsciously adopted the appropriate demeanor. This game will map the techniques and mental methods you can employ, along with their corresponding effects, into your mind. Rest assured, this will not burden your brain. As the mappings increase, they will gradually become part of your memory. Please attack the training dummy before you. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Huayan struck the dummy with a sword, shattering it effortlessly. There was no sense of impact, akin to slicing through tofu, light and airy. Please utilize a skill technique. The dummy reformed, and after a brief mental pause, Chen Huayan executed the first move of the Qinglian sword classic, long wind breaking waves. With a resonant sword cry, Chen Huayan moved in tandem with his sword, the blade erupting like a dragon. All he saw was a brilliant flash of sword light, and the wooden dummy was reduced to splinters. In the next moment, he found himself back in position, with a remnant of vapor surrounding the area where he had struck, preserving the pose of his thrust. At that moment, The second stage of long wind-breaking waves remained illuminated. Shadow strike. Instantly returned to the position of the remnant and thrust again. Incredible. Chun Huayan, lacking formal education, nonetheless understood the value of praise. He hadn't expected the first move of the Qinglian Sword Classic to be so enigmatic. He must practice it diligently to teach Li Qingran. Tutorial concluded, wishing you a pleasant gaming experience. Everything that had been frozen around him sprang back to life. Chun Huayan's gaze locked onto Lu Chantian and Daoist Qing Xian in the distance, his previously bewildered expression now replaced by confidence. So, Daoist Qing Xian, is it? Fond of meddling. Are we? Chun Huayan smirked coldly. Such obstinate old bones deserve to be met with a grand display of power. The 10th move of the Qinglian Sword Classic, Moon Rising over Tian Shan, floated in his mind. The 11th and 12th moves remained sealed, unattainable at his current perfected state. Otherwise, he would have driven the Milky Way straight into Daoist Qingshuan's face today. The black-scaled sword emerged half an inch from its sheath, the sword light, as fine as dust. The rampant sword intent emanating from the scabbard sliced through the surrounding air with a sharp crackle. The venerable Qing Xian, do you wish to safeguard your disciple? Chun Huayan's eyes shimmered with a fierce brilliance. Then, receive this sword from me. The blade sang like thunder, atop the Qingyun sect before the Grand Hall's entrance. A sliver of moonlight rose from the ground. Chapter 51. A hidden ancient fiend, the young master, unparalleled in skill, wielded his sword with an intensity that left all in awe beneath the radiant full moon, rendering them speechless. Wu Duantian staggered to his feet, struggling to maintain his composure. The Qingxian Daoist's sword trembled slightly in his grasp. Deep within the concealed, celestial realm of the Qingyun sect, an elderly matron with flowing white hair abruptly furrowed her brow while meditating. Li Qingran gazed dreamily at the moonlight. Within the luminous orb, a figure danced with a sword, exuding wild abandon. The bright moon ascended from the Tian Shan Mountains, casting its glow over the vast sea of clouds. Ethereal melodies echoed in the moonlight, resonating in the air without being intrusive, instead enchanting those who listened, gradually pulling them into a trance. The sword dance amidst the moonlight appeared dreamlike and surreal, with cold glimmers of light piercing through the clouds. Suddenly, the sword's momentum shifted, swift as thunder. A booming laughter accompanied the ethereal sound. The long wind stretches for thousands of miles, blowing past the Jade Gate Pass. In that moment, the heavens above brimmed with an imposing sword intent. The figure performing the sword dance halted, and the flying sword in hand descended gracefully. With a whoosh, the clouds parted, revealing a clarity in the heavens and an intensification of the moonlight. Yet, an overwhelming aura of malevolence descended upon them. Wu Duantian's heart raced, his complexion paling as he urgently shouted to those around him. This is dire. Quickly, stabilize the protective array of the sect and evacuate the disciples from the square immediately. When that mysterious cultivator had appeared, he had merely seemed to be at the pinnacle of the transformation stage, prompting Wu to underestimate the threat. He had believed that even if the Qingxian Daoist were to falter, he could rely on the elders for assistance. However, as soon as the opponent's sword techniques emerged, the very essence of the sword intent sent chills down his spine. Could this individual truly be an ancient monster from the hidden sword pavilion? The sheer terror of such swordsmanship was unimaginable. It is widely understood that while many cultivators wield swords, achieving mastery as a pure sword cultivator is exceptionally rare. Yet, once such mastery is attained, the destructive power of their techniques is unmatched, with no one in the Zhongyun realm daring to claim superiority. Before he could ponder further, the sword had already descended, aimed directly at the Qingxian Daoist. The chilling brilliance of the moonlight fused with the sword intent. From a distance, the sword retained its form, but as it approached, all that remained in sight was a dazzling expanse of silver. The Qingxian Daoist gripped his sword, unable to discern whether the light in his eyes was from the moon or the sword. He found himself enveloped on all sides, with no avenue of escape, and could only grit his teeth to unleash his most formidable technique, the great Wuxiang sword's galaxy grasp. The Qingxian sword surged with starlight, blinding to behold. This was intended to be a magnificent strike, Yet in the moonlight, it appeared almost trivial and laughable. The spark of a star can ignite a prairie fire. But against the full moon, it could only be consumed and dissolved. The full moon vanished. The square of the Qingyun sect was riddled with countless sword holes, their density increasing toward the center. The Qingxian Taoist, drenched in blood, propped himself up with his sword, his body battered and resembling the weapon he had wielded for a century. Both were in tatters, as if a mere movement could shatter them into oblivion. A beam of moonlight fell behind the Qingxian Taoist. Chen Huayan emerged from the moonlit shadows, casting not a glance at the bloodied figure kneeling at the center of the square. He simply strolled over to Lu Changtian. "Will you come willingly, or shall I assist you?" Lu Changtian gazed up at Chen Huayan, his complexion growing increasingly pallid. He swallowed hard, struggling to articulate, I will handle it myself." The spiritual energy surged downward, accompanied by a muffled thud, as Lu Changtian clutched his dantian, writhing in agony on the ground. His anguished cries echoed throughout the square. The body of Qing Xian Daoist stirred, attempting to rise, but after a few futile struggles, he succumbed back to his kneeling position in the pool of blood. Every grievance has its source, and every debt has its owner. Chen Huayan approached Mu Baishuang, his gaze fixed upon the exquisitely delicate girl before him, her golden vertical pupils betraying only indifference. In that moment, she resembled a frightened fawn, her face a mask of terror as she looked at him, her lips and body trembling. The pitiable expression she wore was undeniably alluring, as if one could easily shatter her with a mere flick of a finger. Yet, a bead of sweat trickled down Chen Huayan's forehead. Mu Baishuang, female, 347 years old, mid-stage transformation, self-sealed, naturally alluring bone structure. Two pieces of troubling news. First, she was a hidden, exceptional ancient being. Second, in her attempt to appear formidable, her spiritual reserves had been depleted. The two exchanged glances for a moment before Chen Huayan slowly spoke. "Li Qingran's water spirit root. Hand it over. Senior, will you hand it over, or will you not?" Gazing into those golden vertical pupils brimming with murderous intent, Mu Baishuang gritted her teeth, weighing her options. Refusing would necessitate unsealing her cultivation and engaging in battle with this monstrous swordsman, which would not only expose her identity, but also risk her life should he have any remaining strength. She had to survive to assist the young master. Revealing her identity was not an option. After all, it was merely a water spirit root, of no use to the young master. She had no particular desire for it. "I will give it." Mu Baishuang feigned a look of grievance, puffing out her chest and tilting her head to reveal her fair neck, her delicate face suffused with sorrow. As tears welled in her eyes, "Senior, please take it directly." Truly, her innate allure was undeniable. Chen Huayan was rendered speechless. "Please select the spirit root to extract. Single water spirit root from Li Qingran. Dual earthwood spirit roots from Yang Tian. Remarkable." Chen Huayan couldn't help but exclaim internally. Although he was unaware of how this enchantress had concealed her previous set of spirit roots from Qing Xian Daoist, the opportunity was now ripe for the taking. Why not extract both? Since she was a concealed identity enchantress, would she dare to protest? Would she dare to expose herself? Chen Huayan selected both options. Before long, two luminous orbs appeared at Mu Baishuang's lower abdomen. He reached out, his hand effortlessly penetrating her form, extracting both orbs without obstruction, swiftly stowing them in his backpack while casting Mu Baishuang a cryptic glance. Mu Baishuang was left in a daze. The pain of losing her spirit roots was negligible. It was the fear and horror that sent shivers down her spine. As one born with an alluring bone structure, she had never possessed spirit roots. Having deprived others of theirs and cultivated a technique hidden within the celestial demon art to disguise her roots, she believed it impossible for any cultivator to discern her true nature. How could this person? Reflecting on that significant glance, she felt a chill run down her spine. Could this cultivator have seen through something? However, if the truth is evident, why not expose it? Could he also be a demon cultivator? Mu Baishuang's mind was in turmoil. She raised her gaze, hoping to seek confirmation from Chen Huayan, only to find that he had already turned away, making his way toward Li Qingran. The adversary had been vanquished, vengeance had been attained, and all that was to be claimed had been claimed. The blue had been extinguished. Chen Huayan was prepared to flee with Li Qingran. As he passed by the Qingxian Taoist, he contemplated whether to deliver a final blow to the nearly lifeless old man, only to sense multiple late-stage divine transformation auras locking onto their position. Wu Duantian remained silent, yet Chen Huayan could decipher a message from this silence. No one stop, lest it lead to mutual destruction. Very well, the Qingxian Taoist was not truly malevolent, merely a misguided disciple. Qingran, let us depart. Depart? An aged voice resonated from behind them. Unbeknownst to them, a white-clad old woman had appeared beside the Qingxian Taoist, leaning on a dragon-headed cane. Her murky gaze fixed upon Chen Huayan, devoid of any discernible aura, she silently manifested, blending seamlessly with her surroundings. Do you think you can ransack my Qingyan sect and simply walk away? The old woman thrust her dragon-headed cane into the ground. Thud! A green ripple spread out like ripples on water. The surrounding elders of the Qingyan sect, along with Wu Duantian, knelt on their knees, bowing their heads in reverence. Before the sect's grand hall, an oppressive silence enveloped the air, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Chapter 52. Select all. Chen Huayan paused momentarily. The inevitable had arrived. The hidden boss. A common trope in the realm of cultivation novels, often deemed a narrative flaw, an ancestral figure of the sect, defeated the lesser foes. And now the formidable elder appears. Vanquish the elder, and the resurrected returns. Invincible across the land, adversaries descend from the heavens, an endless cycle of challenges, an infinite abyss of trials. While other players might find themselves with no choice but to flee or succumb to a plot-driven demise, he, revered Chen Xinzuan, was distinctly different. He possessed wealth. Are you the ancient monster concealed within the Qingyan sect? A faint smirk crossed his lips as he tilted his head slightly. Half of his face shrouded in shadow, his singular vertical pupil glimmering with intensity. At his words, the atmosphere crackled with astonishment. Li Qingran gazed silently at Chen Huayan, sensing a stark contrast in his demeanor compared to prior encounters. Yet, this was of little consequence. Her heart raced. Wu Duantian and the elders regarded Chen Huayan with bewildered expressions, while Zhang Hanxiao, feigning ignorance, cracked open one eye. Lu Chantian ceased his antics, and Mu Baishuang widened her eyes, covering her mouth in disbelief. Even a nearly lifeless Qingxian Taoist twitched at the corners of his lips. The ancestral figure of Qingyan, a grandmaster at the fusion realm, had just been addressed as an ancient monster. While it was true that she was quite aged, a modicum of respect was due, especially from someone at the pinnacle of the divine transformation stage. You dare call me an ancient monster? The wrinkles at the corners of the Qingyun ancestor's eyes twitched violently, yet her lips curled into a smile devoid of warmth. Only a chilling malice remained. Indeed, ancient monster. Chen Huayan felt no trepidation within, yet upon uttering those words, he sensed that this hidden boss was poised to strike. It was time to harness the power of wealth. Thus, he silently intoned, elevate my cultivation to the pinnacle of the fusion realm. Given that this was a neural mapping technology, it should be capable of capturing the flow of his consciousness. As he anticipated, the game indeed responded. However, a prompt materialized. Realm not yet unlocked and insufficient balance. Chen Huayan. Then elevate me to the late stage of fusion. Realm not unlocked, balance insufficient. What about the mid-stage of fusion? Realm not unlocked, balance insufficient. Early stage of fusion, not unlocked, insufficient. Chen Huayan. It's over. I've failed. I'm doomed. The exchange of thoughts transpired in an instant. Meanwhile, the Qingyan ancestor had already summoned a surge of spiritual energy, manifesting a colossal visage behind her, an imposing figure composed of azure stone, with a countenance darkened, crimson-eyed, and exuding authority. This effigy bore 6 arms, each wielding a distinct artifact: a sword, a knife, a spear, a vial, a shield, and a fan, each movement radiating an aura of grandeur. She had directly revealed her manifestation. Chen Huayan maintained a facade of calm, yet internally, he was in turmoil. Surely, this wouldn't trigger a plot-induced demise? You have provoked the hidden boss, Qing Yuan ancestor. You have 3 choices, multiple selections allowed. A game interface popped up. Instantly, Chen Huayan's previously slumped posture straightened. This month only, recharge 18 to obtain a 1,000-li divine travel talisman, allowing escape from the battlefield. For an incredible promotional offer of just 88, temporarily gain the power of post-merger realm pressure for 30 seconds. With a remarkable offer of 188, enhance your charm, earning the admiration of the esteemed Qing Yuan ancestor, thereby increasing your success rate in winning her favor. Is the third option for real? Chen Huayan pondered carefully. Could it be an otherworldly version of a wealthy benefactor? If it weren't for Li Qingran, he would have chosen it in a heartbeat. After all, this is merely a game. One should seize opportunities when they arise. As a player, he need only relish in the joys of wealth and the surge of numerical prowess, while the complexities of the character's life are of little concern. Moreover, it promises an enhancement of charm. But now, Chen Huayan narrowed his eyes. Just as the Qing Yuan ancestor was on the verge of erupting, he decided to recharge 294. All options selected. In an instant, the Qing Yuan ancestor's gaze fixed intently upon Chen Huayan, momentarily stunned. She felt an uncanny familiarity with the face shrouded in divine light. Zaheo. Could it be Zaheo? No, he had perished. It couldn't possibly be him. Yet, the aura was indeed reminiscent. The once rising momentum of the Qing Yuan ancestor diminished like a deflated balloon. Lu Zaheo, her former Dao partner, had been among the top 10 handsome men of the Zhangyan realm, but due to his abysmal talent, despite her efforts with various precious materials, he could never transcend to the transformation stage to extend his life. The Qing Yuan ancestor was not always in her current age form. Those who cultivate immortality possess the art of preserving youth. If she wished, no one could discern her true age, whether she were 1,000 or 10,000 years old. She could still appear as fresh and vibrant as a youthful maiden. However, her heart had long been extinguished. Yet now, a spark flickered amidst the ashes of her soul. But in the next moment, that spark was extinguished by a single utterance from across the way. "Old hag, are you really that impressive at the merger stage?" Chen Huayan smiled lightly, and with that, he could no longer conceal his aura, which surged dramatically upward. Post-merger stage. The entire Qing Yuan sect plaza felt as though it were being dominated by a colossal mountain, enveloped in shadow. The pressure emanating from 2 post-merger cultivators rendered the elders of the transformation stage incapable of rising, their knees sinking into the stone pavement. Behind Chen Huayan, a black dragon avatar, larger than the Qing stone golem, spiraled forth, its roar deafening and its majesty imposing as a prison. Its golden vertical pupils resembled 2 blazing suns, overshadowing even the light of the sun. At this moment, it seems I ought to compose a poem. Chen Huayan furrowed his brow, an odd impulse surging within him. Alas, his mind was empty of poetic words. He couldn't simply utter, "Wow, how impressive." Choosing instead to remain silent and aloof, he was unaware that beside him, Li Qingran's eyes were already sparkling with admiration. You are also at the merger stage?" The Qing Yuan ancestor's mind grew increasingly tumultuous. This individual bore a striking resemblance in both stature and temperament to her deceased Dao partner, and possessed strength that matched her own. Should she pursue this relationship? If she did, could they maintain a harmonious rapport in the future? If she did not, what would become of the Qing Yuan sect's reputation? The esteemed ancestor of Qing Yuan was deeply troubled, while Chen Huayan was anxiously counting down the moments. As 30 seconds approached their end, he extended a gesture of goodwill. "Today, I have come to the Qing Yuan sect and have witnessed the grandeur of a great sect. Every grievance has its source. I have no intention of punishing others further. Now that the karmic ties are resolved, I shall take my leave. Farewell." With only 5 seconds remaining, Chen Huayan swiftly produced a 1,000-li movement talisman, attempting to grasp Li Qingran's hand, but he passed through her grasp instead. Fortunately, the talisman enveloped both of them. "May I have your name?" The Qing Yuan ancestor's gaze followed the imposing figure, her eyes shimmering with emotion. "Sorgate, Chen Huayan." In an instant, the figures of Chen Huayan and Li Qingran vanished. Sword of Gotha? Could it be a hidden sect? The Qingyun ancestor felt a tumult of emotions, but refrained from pursuing them. The cultivator's strength was likely superior to her own. Since they had already shown her courtesy, it would be impolite to chase after them. She turned and approached Qingxian Daoist. The dragon-headed staff tapped upon Qingxian Daoist's shoulder, enveloping him in a blue radiance as his injuries gradually healed. After a while, the recovering Qingxian Daoist struggled to lift his head and gaze at the old woman. Mother. Silence. Go to the contemplation cliff and reflect. The old woman snorted coldly, brushing past him. After taking a few steps, she turned back with a stern expression. In half an hour, bring me 2 furnaces of youth elixir. Qingxian Daoist. Also, I require a milk bath and luo shin flowers. Qingxian Daoist. Chapter 53. The Asylum. No joking matter. Qingxian Daoist sensed an impending loss of his mother, a profound intuition that weighed heavily upon him. However, he dared not defy the command of the esteemed Qingyun ancestor. Even though his injuries had not fully healed, he was compelled to obey. To his surprise, the individual he faced turned out to be a formidable cultivator in the integration stage. Qingxian Daoist shook his head in regret. The fact that this powerful being spared his life was a sign of mercy, likely in consideration of the Qingyun sect's reputation. He found solace in this realization, while being swiftly defeated by a suppressed integration stage master. His dismal failure was, in a sense, a mark of honor. A typical spirit transformation cultivator would have likely been reduced to mere dust under that astonishing strike. Master, my Dantian. Lu Chantian stumbled before Qingxian Daoist, his pallid complexion betraying his distress. This Dantian issue is beyond my capacity to resolve, Qingxian Daoist replied, his brow furrowed with impatience and annoyance. Everything in this world operates on cause and effect. Had you foreseen this, why did you belittle that girl, Qingran? You even insisted she intended to harm Mu Baishuang, urging me to sever her spiritual root. And now you regret it? Now you seek my guidance? Lu Chantian lowered his head, rendered speechless. Ultimately, Qingxian Daoist could not bear to witness his most cherished disciple rendered incapacitated. He sighed. You stand at a crossroads. You may either pursue physical cultivation, honing your body to shatter all laws through sheer strength. With your innate talent, you could achieve something notable, but the Qingyun sect possesses few physical cultivation methods, and the entire Sangyun realm offers even less. This path is narrow and arduous, requiring you to forge your own way through much trial and error. Alternatively, you could prepare for the secret realms of the central continent. This time, 2 realms will be accessible, one large and one small. Master, I wish to enter the larger secret realm. Lu Chantian responded immediately, his expression resolute. Qingxian Daoist struck Lu Chantian's forehead with the hilt of his sword, exclaiming in anger, Fool! That realm is reserved for those above the nascent soul stage. Your entry would surely spell your demise. I mentioned the secret realms to inform you that the major sacred lands will select talents. If you excel in the smaller realm, you may attract the attention of the sacred lands, which could lead to an opportunity that might restore your Dantian. Upon hearing this, Lu Chantian's eyes brightened with newfound hope. The 3 great sacred lands of the Sangyun realm, Yaotai, Jinwu, and Fanjing, were renowned for their formidable cultivators, many of whom were legendary figures throughout the history of the realm. These individuals wielded extraordinary powers. Perhaps one among them possessed the elusive Hunyuan restoration pill or a complete system of physical cultivation. Such discoveries could easily resolve his Dantian dilemma. Qingxian Daoist observed the joy upon Lu Chantian's face, but a shadow of concern loomed over him. The standards for selecting prodigious disciples in the sacred lands were stringent. To be noticed, Lu Chantian, with his damaged Dantian, would need to exhibit exceptional prowess. The odds were daunting. In the distance, Mu Baishuang, who was meditating to heal her injuries, perked up her ears, intrigued by the unfolding conversation. She was well aware of the central continent secret realms, an annual grand event where numerous ancient techniques, artifacts, and elixirs would emerge. It was no exaggeration to say that one could transform from an ordinary individual into a coveted genius among the sects, simply by acquiring treasures from within. Li Qingran will surely venture into the central continent's secret realm as well. 1 Tishi, Mu Baishuang, Banderd Fotfedi. The Tying Dao body and the black gold cold jade on Zhang Hanxiao are of utmost significance to the young master. Acquiring the black gold cold jade is not a daunting task for her. Zhang Hanxiao is currently injured, providing her an opportune moment to nurture a closer bond with his senior brother, thereby securing the precious jade. As for the Tying Dao body, previously, Li Qingran had been untouchable within the sect, and her original plan was to let Li Qingran perish outside, using the heavenly demon bone devouring secret technique to seize the Tying Dao body for herself. However, Li Qingran encountered an extraordinary individual, and instead of meeting her demise, she not only survived but also repaired the damage to her dantian that had been inflicted by the heart demon she planted. Yet, every situation possesses dual facets. Once they exit the Qingyun sect, should they cross paths in the secret realm, a mere Li Qingran would be easily managed. That formidable cultivator in the integration stage, no matter how idle, cannot possibly keep an eye on Li Qingran at all times. After all, such cultivators often prefer seclusion and meditation. Her confidence in remaining within the Qingyun sect stems from the fact that the esteemed ancestor of Qingyun seldom emerges from seclusion, often staying away for 10 years or more. As long as she avoids lingering in front of this ancestor, concealing her identity remains feasible. Are you a disciple of Qingxian? Just as Mu Baishuang pondered this, an elderly voice unexpectedly resonated beside her. Mu Baishuang trembled, goosebumps and chills racing across her skin. She dared not look at the individual, instead kneeling and bowing. Disciple Mu Baishuang pays respect to the ancestor. The esteemed ancestor of Qingyun, with a composed gaze, remained silent. Mu Baishuang bit her lip, her vision fixed solely on the shoes and staff of the ancestor, beads of sweat trickling down her cheeks, feeling as if time had come to a standstill. Just as she began to doubt whether the ancestor had discerned anything, contemplating a desperate resistance, the ancestor finally spoke. I am aware of Li Qingran's situation. Mu Baishuang, focus on your cultivation. Should your intentions stray once more, I would not hesitate to cleanse my wayward disciple-less path. With those words, the esteemed ancestor, using a dragon-headed staff, hopped away with a surprising vivacity reminiscent of youth. She had encountered many female disciples like Mu Baishuang, who thrived on sowing discord. In her own days as a mere disciple, she had employed similar cunning tactics, and now, eager to embrace her second spring, she found it beneath her to concern herself with a mere qi refinement disciple. Meanwhile, on another front, Chun Huayan emerged from the Thousand Miles God movement talisman with Li Qingran. Glancing at the map, he realized they had scarcely departed from the Qingyun sect. What an enormous map this is, he mused. To evade the pursuit of the esteemed ancestor, Chun Huayan utilized a telekinetic grasp to lift Li Qingran, swiftly ascending on the black scale sword. With the divine transformation experience card still active, he needed to fly far away with Li Qingran. Just how swift is the flight of a divine transformation expert? Chun Huayan felt it rivaled that of a fighter jet, although he had never flown and lacked a point of comparison. As he marveled at the brilliance of this game, behind him, Li Qingran was buffeted by the fierce winds, rendering her unable to open her eyes. She gazed at her senior's silhouette, wishing to speak for assistance, but upon opening her mouth, the wind transformed it into a trumpet flower. To avoid revealing her disheveled appearance to her senior, she quickly shut her mouth, her heart swirling with confusion. Do the esteemed predecessors not activate their wind protection formations while riding their flying swords? Could it be that the tousled hair renders them more dashing? No, it is inconceivable that such venerable figures would possess such superficiality. Surely, they are attuned to the rhythm of the wind, experiencing the profound principles of nature that pervade the cosmos. Li Qingran, O Li Qingran, in comparison to such illustrious mentors, you fall woefully short. Yet, you still aspire to become their disciple? Alas, I wonder if they have any disciples at all. Are there any female disciples? How many might there be? As Li Qingran gazed at the wildly dancing white locks ahead, despite her own hair being tousled and her face smeared, a softness blossomed within her. Why concern oneself with such trivialities? Whatever the predecessors do is undoubtedly right. Having 100 female disciples seems entirely appropriate. Hiss. This wind is rather chilly. Chun Huayan rubbed his hands together, slightly reducing his speed. After all, having cultivated to such heights, could the flying sword not possess a temperature regulation feature? What if it leaves Qing Ran feeling cold? This is hardly mystical. Congratulations on assisting your electronic girlfriend in completing main quest 1. 0. You have received a reward. 10 Thunderfire Talismans delivered. Ha! A mere 10 Thunderfire Talismans. Is that all? Chun Huayan scoffed. Does the esteemed Chun Xianzuan truly require such trinkets? Little did he know, the hotel room door suddenly resounded with a thud as a black cat cautiously emerged from shoebox, meticulously investigating the aura of the objects outside. Instantly, it shuddered, its eyes wide with fright, and it hastily retreated back into the shoebox. Main quest 2. 0. Please assist your electronic girlfriend in establishing herself in the new foster home. Foster home? Chun Xianzuan's mind went blank, nearly toppling off his flying sword. Chapter 54. The Dispersion of Power, Esteemed Elder. Have you ever visited Tianquan City before? Esteemed Elder, look at this. How intriguing. My parents bought one for me when I was a child. Esteemed Elder, do you have any favorite delicacies? I know of a splendid tavern nearby. My apologies. Qing Ran forgets you are currently fasting. Esteemed Elder, this path leads to Phylong Pass. My parents often remarked that those who depart from this route seldom return. Li Qingran turned to face Chun Huayan, yet kept her head bowed, her fingers nervously clutching the hem of her garment. The wisps of hair framing her forehead danced in the breeze, and the glimmer beneath her eyelashes spoke of unspoken sorrows. Tianquan City, once her hometown, had undergone numerous changes over the years, with the lord of the city replaced twice. Standing before the city gate, amidst the throngs of bustling traffic, Li Qingran's voice was tinged with melancholy. Esteemed Elder Yu. She dared not lift her gaze, fearing he might glimpse the redness in her eyes. Ah, the true self. Chun Huayan felt at a loss. His current actions mirrored those of negligent parents who abandon their children at a daycare for their own convenience. The daycare, in truth, was akin to a sect. Li Qingran was now without a sect, and according to the narrative's requirements, a sanctuary needed to be found for her. Initially, Chun Huayan failed to comprehend this necessity until he observed the dwindling time on his experience card. He understood. In this realm of extraordinary cultivators, Li Qingran, possessing an exceptional dantian, a tying physique, and a singular water spiritual root, was akin to a walking treasure chest. Should her unique attributes be discovered by those with ill intent, she would immediately find herself in peril, and her meager mastery of qi would afford her no means of self-defense. A cultivator without power, yet brimming with treasures, had no hope of survival in this world. He could not remain tethered to his phone at all hours, as he had to participate in programs to earn a living. Thus, securing a sect to temporarily provide refuge for Qingran was of utmost importance. As her cyber boyfriend and guardian, his task was to assist her in establishing a foothold within this new sect. Hence, he brought Li Qingran to Tianquan City. They traversed the map, moving from the upper left quadrant towards the center, slightly veering right. This city, a considerable distance from Qingyun's sect, was a vast metropolis, far removed from the densely populated and spiritually affluent areas of cultivators. Here, the spiritual energy was sparse, which also implied relative safety. My true self is merely taking a temporary leave. In truth, I shall not depart, but the time for this incarnation is drawing to a close, and it is difficult to explain. Esteemed Elder. Li Qingran noticed the dilemma etched on Chun Huayan's face. Her fingers, which had tightened around the fabric, gradually relaxed. What was the matter with her? She ought not to trouble the elder any further. He had his own responsibilities, with 100 eager female disciples to attend to. The elder had already bestowed upon her so much support. What more could she wish for? I understand, esteemed elder. I shall obediently find a place to stay. Chun Huayan glanced at Li Qingran in surprise. He had thought she had come to an understanding, believing their conversation had reached a resolution, yet he saw her downcast expression, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, resembling a forlorn kitten on the verge of abandonment, utterly pitiful. Previously, When engaging in a sword duel with Lu Changtian, one exhibited such gallant grace. Alas, let me elucidate. It is not prudent to linger here. Chun Huayan escorted Li Qingran into a tavern, casually instructing the anxious waiter to serve some dishes, before earnestly explaining, I am rather occupied with numerous matters at hand, and I lack the leisure to tend to you. Upon hearing this, Li Qingran's delicate lips immediately formed a pout. Chun Huayan swiftly abandoned his aloof demeanor, inserting his hand into Li Qingran's hair, and under her bewildered gaze, added, You see, I cannot physically reach you. I am merely an avatar descended. For my true self is engaged in battle with a formidable demon. Li Qingran's expression turned grave at this revelation. Does that mean you face danger, senior? Is it a particularly tenacious demon? Indeed, one could not deny the truth. Cancer was indeed a relentless foe. Chun Huayan nodded, exclaiming with a hint of resignation. It is indeed insidious. I have been afflicted by the demon's poison, which is challenging to dispel, and my life may be in jeopardy. He mused. How much could a game character comprehend? What good would it do to explain cancer to her? Despite the game's remarkable freedom and the character's AI intelligence, it seemed improbable that they could truly reflect human emotions. This was the most significant deficiency of AI. Upon hearing this, Li Qingran's face turned pale, her ears buzzing, and her mind became a chaotic whirlwind. Her heart clenched painfully, as if a branding iron had pierced it, her fingers gripping the fabric of her clothes until they turned white. If even a senior with unparalleled cultivation could not dispel the poison, how ferocious must that demon be? Just as she had surmised, her senior was a great hero, perpetually battling to protect the Songyun realm. Even amidst his pressing duties, he still made time to accompany her to the Qingyun sect, yet she found herself unwilling to let him depart. Senior, I acknowledge my wrongdoing. Tears streamed down Li Qingran's face as she approached Chun Huayan and, with a sudden thud, knelt before him, startling him. What are you doing? Chun Huayan exclaimed, his hands hovering in the air. Even as an unseen force lifted her, she stubbornly remained kneeling in midair. They regarded each other at an odd eye level. Senior, I possess a singular water spirit root, making me well-suited for alchemical cultivation. The Songyun realm boasts countless alchemical recipes. Regardless of the circumstances, I shall certainly concoct an antidote for you. Li Qingran's tone was resolute. Her aspirations were naive and somewhat absurd, yet a glimmer of hope remained within her heart. She believed that although her senior was immensely powerful, the solutions he sought must surely involve those precious recipes circulating in the marketplace. Yet, sometimes the answers lay quietly within the archives of ordinary sections. If her senior sought grand solutions, she would exhaust her efforts to uncover smaller remedies, thereby ensuring comprehensive coverage and preventing any oversight. Witnessing Li Qingran's fervent response, it was disingenuous for Chun Huayan to claim he was not moved. He even began to suspect that she was not merely an AI character, but rather a dedicated game master embodying this role, encompassing voice, expression, and mannerisms, serving him exclusively. In her eyes, he discerned an inextricable sadness and reluctance, overshadowed by an overwhelming sense of fear and trepidation. The girl before him was gripped by fear of his departure, terrified that he might perish. Eyes cannot deceive. He was unsure of the degree of acting required to convey such emotions through his gaze. 300,000. Indeed, it was worth every penny. As he stood on the brink of departing this world, he found solace in the warmth that blossomed within his heart. He smiled gently, unable to resist offering comfort to the girl before him. Rest assured, I am a formidable cultivator. How could I be so easily poisoned by a mere monster? Dedicate yourself to your training, and becoming the strongest cultivator in the Songyun realm would be my greatest consolation. Li Qingran noted that the senior no longer referred to himself as the true self. Yet, this change imbued a sense of intimacy. The once lofty figure, seemingly unreachable, now felt within her grasp, even if she could not physically touch him. Senior, I aspire to become an alchemist. I must become an alchemist. I possess a single water spiritual root, and Lingxi Valley will accept me. Lingxi Valley, renowned in the Songyun realm for its alchemical prowess, was also known as the Holy Physician Valley, populated by both alchemists and healers. At that moment in Tianquan City, a major sect was hosting a Dao Inquiry Conference to select talented individuals with spiritual roots from among the common folk, Lingxi Valley being one of them. However, considering that Li Qingran had already cultivated the conflicting Qi indecision, he did not envision Lingxi Valley as her future nurturing ground. Qingran, I understand your intentions, but you have already practiced the Qi indecision. Chun Huayan's words faltered as he beheld the resolute determination in Li Qingran's eyes. He suddenly halted, struck by a realization. You, Senior, I am well aware that the Qi indecision, being fire-aligned, is at odds with the alchemical path. Li Qingran clasped her hands in salute, and upon lifting her gaze, she met Chun Huayan's eyes. After all, the water spiritual root was incompatible with the Qi indecision. A smile, as warm as the sun, graced her lips, as if it were Chun Huayan who needed reassurance rather than herself. Then, I shall simply disperse my energy. Chapter 55. Master, please accept my bow. It is no wonder that the inhabitants of Qishao Peak claim that Li Qingran's cultivation progresses slowly. It is indeed peculiar for one with a water spiritual root to practice fire affinity techniques at any remarkable speed. They likely only wish for Li Qingran to join Qishao Peak, without considering whether there are suitable techniques for her cultivation. Fortunately, the battle command has rewarded him with a copy of the Tideborn technique, which is perfectly compatible with her water spiritual root and could serve as an excellent foundational method for Li Qingran. As Chun Huayan contemplated these thoughts, Li Qingran had already completed her dispersal of energy. She stood there timidly, resembling a stubborn little flower, her smile radiating warmth as she gazed at Chun Huayan. For any cultivator, dispersing energy signifies a loss of all previous efforts. No one would carelessly relinquish the realm they had painstakingly attained. Li Qingran was unaware that the Tideborn technique awaited her. She simply wished to assist Chun Huayan, not merely in words, but through immediate action. Every decision, however small, carries its own significance. Chun Huayan produced a jade slip adorned with wave patterns, stating, "This is the Tideborn technique, a water affinity method. Since you no longer possess an inner cultivation technique, you shall practice this from now on. Once you achieve great perfection, I shall provide you with an even greater one." Li Qingran did not reach for the Tideborn technique. Instead, she tilted her head, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Elder, do you intend to accept me as your disciple?" Chun Huayan was momentarily taken aback. As a mere imposter of the transformation stage, how could he possibly take on a role of Li Qingran's master? Yet, he did not belittle himself entirely, for he was a player of considerable wealth and resources, destined to rise eventually. He thought to accept her as a disciple once he had accomplished something significant, allowing him to stand tall and confident without fear of exposure. The elder hesitated. Li Qingran, sensing his uncertainty, lowered her head and smiled forlornly. After all, the elder already had over 100 disciples eagerly awaiting guidance. He likely lacked the energy to take on another. Chun Huayan slowly formed a question mark. Over 100? Female disciples? Eagerly awaiting? When did this happen? "I have no disciples," he declared. Suddenly, Li Qingran knelt with a thud, bowing deeply. "Master, please accept my bow." Chun Huayan was taken aback. "Wait, you're already changing your address? I haven't even agreed yet. What if I falter later?" However, at this point, it was difficult to refuse. Their affinity had already reached 80. Declining would only lower his standing. "Very well," he said, his expression turning serious as he pretended to stroke an imaginary beard. "From this day forth, you shall be my sole disciple. As my direct protégé, I shall teach you with utmost care. You too must diligently cultivate, enhance your realm and longevity, and live a long life so as not to disappoint my expectations." "Yes, master," Qingran shall remember. The two exchanged smiles. In this ordinary tavern, they forge a bond that spanned two worlds. All things in this universe are interconnected by cause and effect. It is precisely this connection that draws them closer together. As Chun Huayan removed the VR headset, the phrase surfaced in his mind, prompting him to shake his head in disbelief. The ceremony of apprenticeship was not overly grand. Li Qingran utilized the resources at hand, brewing a cup of spiritual tea to express her respect. When asked how she would navigate joining other sects now that she had a master, Li Qingran simply replied, "A master is a master. A revered teacher is a revered teacher." In the realm of Yuan, many sects do not adhere to particularly stringent rules. Naturally, for disciples who already have masters, the sects generally refrain from imparting the most essential techniques. Entering a sect does not necessarily require one to take on a master. Most disciples lack both the opportunity and the qualification to have a mentor. Their knowledge primarily stems from the sect's scripture repository and the elders who take turns delivering teachings in the martial arts arena each day. Chen Huayan entrusted all his Thunderfire talismans to Li Qingran for self-defense before exiting the game. Li Qingran's objective was Lingxi Valley. From a map within Tianquan City, all practitioners in Lingxi Valley were represented as green dots, signifying absolute friendliness. Such a sect could be trusted without hesitation. In contrast, sects like Yuling's sect, Zen's sect, and Daylight Pavilion were less reassuring, with practitioner dots exhibiting a mix of yellow and green, indicating they were not to be trifled with. Additionally, Sword Pavilion also had practitioners marked by green friendly dots, yet they only recruited a single new disciple at a time, which appeared rather meager. As Qingran set off to pay respects at the mountain, Chen Huayan decided it was time to earn some money. Glancing at the time, he realized it was getting late. After changing his attire, he prepared a bowl of white rice for Baji before stepping outside, only to notice something waiting for him. Upon looking down, he found 2 parcels labeled Thunderfire Talismans and Qingran's Spiritual Tea. Chen Huayan fell silent, slowly typing out a question mark. Thus, the Thunderfire Talismans from the main quest were intended for him, but what use would they be to him? If he affixed them to his door, others would surely think he was unwell. Upon opening the package, he discovered 10 exquisitely crafted Thunderfire Talismans, with a scent of vermilion wafting from them, lamentably lacking in sincerity. They were mere ordinary items. Chen Huayan was at a loss for words. These talismans could only serve as decorations. He affixed one on the window and another on the door, and in conjunction with the black-scaled sword on the wall. The decor of this luxurious standard room in the budget hotel took on an oddly sinister ambience. Quite nice indeed. Though outwardly dissatisfied, he secretly felt quite pleased. Next, Chen Huayan opened the package of spiritual tea. Expecting tea leaves, he was astonished to find an actual cup of tea inside. The lid and cup were sealed with vacuum film. Upon tearing the film and lifting the lid, he was surprised to find the tea still warm. Goodness, could these individuals possibly reside nearby? Echoing the legendary tale of Guan Yu warming his wine to slay Hua Xiong. Here was a game providing warm tea as a prop for a perfect 1v1 experience for players willing to invest. Now that sincerity, without a hint of suspicion, Chen Huayan raised the cup to his lips, and with a soft pop, he took a sip of the spiritual tea. As he brought his nose closer to the cup, he detected the same delightful fragrance reminiscent of the protective talismans and prayer beads. Chen Huayan was utterly enraptured. It was truly exquisite. This gaming experience, even if it involved merely ordinary tea leaves, felt rejuvenating, easing his body and sharpening his mind. Unbeknownst to him, the game was relentlessly bombarding him with notifications. Your remaining lifespan is 45 days. Your remaining lifespan is 84 days. Your remaining lifespan is 79 days. The alerts popped up incessantly, his lifespan fluctuating like an electrocardiogram. Ultimately, it stabilized at, your remaining lifespan is 78 days. After finishing his tea, Chen Huayan placed the teacup beneath his pillow. Just as he took a couple of steps, his expression changed, and he looked down at his legs. Can I walk? He moved a bit, removed the plaster, and discovered that he indeed could walk. As the proverb goes, it takes 100 days to heal from a sprained muscle or broken bone. For someone like him, a patient with osteosarcoma, it should have been a matter of permanent disability. Yet, the fractured area had healed, and he felt even more comfortable moving than before. Wait, something is amiss. Chen Huayan pondered, stroking his chin. What could be the reason behind this? The spring acupuncture? Meridian needling? Activation of cancer cell genes? Had the cancer cells transformed him into a vampire with extraordinary regenerative abilities? Without hesitation, Chen Huayan found a blade and made a small incision on his fingertip. Blood oozed out, but the wound quickly clotted and scabbed over. Chun Huayan was astonished, then elated, placing his hands on his hips. My goodness, I becoming a superhero? Ha 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 ha. I am, indeed, a superhero. A shoebox opened slightly, revealing Ba Ji, who was watching Chun Huayan with cat-like eyes. Wait, what's going on? Why is this big shot so pleased? Isn't it just the spiritual energy circulating within, accelerating the healing of internal and external injuries? He possesses celestial artifacts and magical swords. Does he not understand such rudimentary knowledge? This won't do. I must leave this place. Though there is fortune here, it is laden with strangeness. As a young Taodai that had possessed the newly born black cat, Ba Ji could grow stronger simply by consuming. It had initially believed that following this formidable figure would lead to sumptuous feasts, but instead, it was stuck here with nothing but plain rice. Moreover, this figure seemed to exhibit signs of delusion. It was dangerous, extremely dangerous. I must flee. If I linger any longer, I shall perish. Its gaze fixed upon the door. Once this person departs, the world is vast. Where cannot it go? It merely needs to continue feeding, and one day it shall grow into an unparalleled existence. Hey. It seemed to envision that day already. A wicked smile crept on Ba Ji's lips. Chapter 56. My friend, you look truly impressive half an hour later. Chun Huayan had already been gone for quite some time. Ba Ji stood by the window, gazing at the setting sun outside, his eyes filled with sorrow. A piece of yellow paper was affixed to the window, adorned with incomprehensible characters. Despite not understanding the writing, Ba Ji was acutely aware that approaching the window would invite a lightning strike. In the end, can I truly escape? How naive I was. Ba Ji lowered his head in desolation. How could a formidable being possessing a fragment of a celestial artifact be unaware of his intentions? It was utterly impossible for him to be allowed to leave this cage so easily. As for the myriad peculiar actions of that being, they were likely an attempt at enlightenment. Those who cultivate immortality often suppress their power and even seal away their memories to experience the tribulations of life for the sake of understanding. That being was likely in such a situation. Never mind, even plain rice can be consumed. The times have changed dramatically. The rice now was far more palatable than what it was in his era, yet it still felt as though it could never satiate his hunger. Ba Ji climbed up to the bowl and took a couple of bites. As he ate, tears began to fall from his golden feline eyes. This rice, damn it, it's undercooked. Did it feel as though he had forgotten something? Chun Huayan scratched his chin. Oh, right. The rice seemed to have been poorly cooked. A wave of guilt surged within him. However, Ba Ji's health seemed to be improving, which indicated that his care was not lacking. Ba Ji was a rustic cat. When he lived in the countryside with his grandparents, he ate whatever the family had. Far less finicky than city cats that required specialized cat food and were prone to sensitive stomachs. The feeling of guilt dissipated quickly. Chun Huayan felt a sense of comfort. Indeed, Ba Ji was easy to nourish. Today marked his first time flying, and he felt a tinge of excitement. Previously, he had always taken the train to Lishan, primarily due to financial constraints. He had initially planned to take the train to the production team as well. But after spending a considerable time accompanying Qing Ran in Tianquan City, he found himself pressed for time and had to splurge extravagantly. How strange. Why were so many people staring at me today? As he made his way to the check-in counter with his luggage, Chun Huayan noticed more than one scrutinizing gaze upon him. Most were from women, though there were also a few men whose looks conveyed a mix of anger and jealousy. Each time he cast his gaze in their direction, the stares would vanish one by one. Chun Huayan narrowed his eyes, sensing that this was no trivial matter. He hurried into the restroom to check the mirror. Something must be amiss with his appearance. Little did Chun Huayan know, just as his figure vanished from the restroom entrance, a wave of fiery gazes had converged upon him. Goodness, a once-in-a-lifetime handsome man. No joke. I captured it. I captured it. That profile is absolutely stunning. My goodness, who among you dares to ask him for a green bubble? Forget it. I fear I would faint standing before him. Isn't he far more attractive than that trending star, Kai Yifan? Is he a celebrity? There is no impression. The incessant chatter resonated around, akin to a multitude of green-headed flies buzzing, provoking a palpable irritation among the gentlemen nearby. Some ladies, not in a hurry to board, lingered near the restroom, particularly the younger ones, who had ingeniously employed various items for covert snapshots. The older ladies were more discreet, contemplating a final glance that would suffice to elevate their spirits for the day. Ah, there's nothing on my face. Chun Huayan scrutinized his reflection in the mirror, peering from side to side, unable to discern any notable differences. If one were to identify a change, it would be the improvement in his complexion, accompanied by an indefinable aura. How to describe it? Ethereal? This word formed in his mind. If he donned an outfit befitting a celestial being, perhaps he would exude an otherworldly charm without the need for any facial expressions. Why am I staring? How vain! A fellow emerged from the adjacent restroom, grumbling under his breath. Chun Huayan, momentarily taken aback by the remark, furrowed his brow before relaxing and then smiting his thigh. Yes, indeed, I am being vain. He had an epiphany. His recent gaming sessions, where he incessantly referred to himself in the third person, had fostered a sense of narcissism. Alas, how foolish of me. Time to board. Chun Huayan slapped his face, exited the restroom, and strode forth with confidence, oblivious to the gazes around him. Even when a few girls collided with an advertisement in their eagerness to catch a glimpse of him, he remained unperturbed. Upon entering the aircraft, the scrutinizing stares diminished significantly. Chun Huayan located his seat, and almost immediately, a flight attendant approached with a warm, inviting smile. "Sir, you appear to be in need of assistance. Allow me to fasten your seatbelt." Chun Huayan replied, I can manage myself. What's inconvenient? His limp was feigned. His hands were perfectly functional. Not to worry, sir, this is my duty. Once the seatbelt was secured, another flight attendant approached. Sir, would you like some water? If you're not thirsty. We also have beverages available. Chun Huayan responded, I'm fine, not thirsty. The chief attendant also came over. Sir, do you suffer from motion sickness? I can offer some tips for your comfort. I don't think I'm prone to motion sickness. Chun Huayan was drenched in sweat. The service was exceedingly enthusiastic. No wonder it's an airplane, he mused. Given such attentive service, the fare of 800 or 900 was undoubtedly worth it. He failed to notice that the girl beside him was blushing furiously, wishing she could shrink into her seat. The flight attendants, adhering to their professional decorum, recognized there was little reason to linger before Chun Huayan and resume their tasks. After a while, as the plane ascended into the cruising altitude, the noise diminished considerably. The girl next to him, after a prolonged internal struggle lasting several minutes, finally dared to steal a cautious glance at Chun Huayan. So handsome. How can there be such a striking man? But he seems so aloof. A chance encounter on a plane. This is fate's rendezvous. Xiaoyan, don't be afraid. Go for it. May I add? She summoned her courage, pulled out her phone, and handed it over, her palms slick with sweat, even her breath quivering. Chun Huayan suddenly scoffed. Is this the plane? My own flight on a sword is far swifter than this. The girl was momentarily taken aback, silently retrieving her phone. Chapter 57. Depart from here, Tanya 2. In the bustling city of Tianquan, the area before the Dao Inquiry platform was teeming with people. Most of these individuals hailed not from Tianquan itself, but from surrounding regions, and they were all, without exception, mere mortals. Among them were some martial practitioners possessing a modicum of skill. However, no matter how formidable a martial artist may be, they remain fundamentally just that, a martial artist. Even those renowned as top-tier experts or innate masters in the martial world must ultimately bow their heads in the presence of cultivators. If given the chance, they would eagerly vie for entry into a sect of immortals. Alas, the celestial gates only regard spiritual roots and innate talents. Exceptional martial skills avail one nothing. Several disciples of the Qiang sect gazed at the crowd, unable to contain their grievances. Alas, this year's disciples have perished in greater numbers than last year. In the past, we held the Dao Inquiry Conference once a year, then semi-annually, then quarterly, and now it has become a monthly affair. It's exhausting even for an immortal. Sigh, what can we do? The competition grows ever more ruthless. Even the elders of our sect are stymied at their bottlenecks, let alone us ordinary disciples. I hope we manage to recruit a few with decent spiritual roots, preferably those with 3 or 2 roots. To even think of a genius with a single root is beyond my imagination. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the west side of the Dao inquiry platform. Li Qingran, single water spiritual root. Upon hearing this proclamation, the area surrounding the platform erupted in a cacophony of excitement. A single spiritual root. There's a single spiritual root. Let me see. Old man will give you half an incense stick to uncover the details of that single root disciple. Li Qingran was momentarily taken aback. In the blink of an eye, she found herself surrounded by eager cultivators from various sections. Young friend, come to our Qian sect. Our sect master will take you as his personal disciple. Nonsense, Fiang sect. She has a water spiritual root. She should join our Susue sect, where we possess the finest water-based heart techniques. Young friend, why not consider our instrument sect? Our Zen sect. Never mind, it's nothing. I take my leave. Li Qingran gazed at the array of kind smiles, feeling somewhat flustered. Was a single water spiritual root truly so coveted? She had initially been brought back to the sect by Lu Chantian, and now she was experiencing the sensation of being fervently sought after for the first time. Outside the crowd, an elderly man clad in simple cloth, with a sword at his waist, squinted towards Li Qingran. After ensuring that no one was observing, he retrieved a sound-transmitting jade slip. Sect Master, a significant event has transpired. A genius with a single water spiritual root has emerged. Shall we take action? After a moment, a hurried voice came from the jade slip. Do not act just yet. I'm still occupied here, and this matter takes precedence. You keep watch for now. How can I possibly keep watch? The old man sighed, his face contorting with worry. A single root bearer is a genius, and it won't be long before other sects snatch her away. Surely, he could not resort to slaying everyone present merely to protect this girl? What difference would that make from the actions of demonic cultivators? Very well, let fate decide. Those meant to stay will not depart, and those forcibly retained will not remain. No sooner had he spoken than a gentle female voice emerged from the crowd. Sister, I am Lu Xingyan, the guiding elder of Lingxi Valley. Your water spiritual root is most suited for medical or alchemical cultivation. Why not consider joining us at Lingxi Valley? The crowd parted, revealing a young woman clad in blue, flanked by several female disciples. She wore a veil that obscured her features, yet as she walked, a fragrant bloom of flowers seemed to follow her, with lotuses blossoming beneath her feet. She was from Lingxi Valley. Alas, disperse. This disciple will undoubtedly be claimed by Lingxi Valley. What? Do you still wish to vie for her with Lingxi Valley? You would do well to pray that you do not find yourself seeking their favor in the future. Listening to the murmurs of the crowd, Li Qingran felt a surge of joy. Her ambition was to join Lingxi Valley, and here it was unfolding before her. Lu Xinyun approached Li Qingran, her enchanting gaze lingering on her for a moment before she exclaimed, Sister, you are breathtakingly beautiful, your figure is graceful, and you possess such remarkable talent. Please do not go to other sects to satisfy the gazes of those vile men. Come to our Lingxi Valley instead. We sisters are like family. Li Qingran had heard that Lingxi Valley only accepted female cultivators, with rare exceptions made for males who were required to undergo castration. Previously, she had thought that joining an all-female sect would spare her from many troubles. Other sects would require her to mingle with various senior disciples and elders. But her heart was solely devoted to her master, and she wished to avoid the complexities of interpersonal relationships. With Lingxi Valley showing interest and her own feelings aligned, she bowed her head respectfully, saying, I am grateful for your kindness, esteemed elder, and I am indeed willing to join Lingxi Valley. Seeing Li Qingran's compliance, Lu Xinyun felt even more pleased and instructed the surrounding female disciples, Take this sister to see the young master. Let her have an audience. I will wait to see if there are any other promising talents. Yes, elder. Li Qingran was escorted to a lavish suite on the top floor of a grand inn. A pale pink curtain draped over a couch, behind which a seductive silhouette flickered. Below the curtain, a snow-white leg dangled lazily, its delicate toes resembling 5 pearls adorned with rouge. The person behind the curtain appeared to dislike noise, and the female disciples merely bowed before quietly exiting. This must be the young master of Lingxi Valley. Though she was a woman, Li Qingran felt a flutter of nerves, lowering her head in silence, hesitant to speak. After a moment, the graceful foot ceased its movement. The captivating figure within the curtains stretched like a cat, and a melodious voice rang out. A single water spirit root? Quite impressive. After half a month of waiting, I finally encounter a genius. Your praise is excessive, esteemed elder. Li Qingran quickly responded with a bow. There is no need for such formality. Come closer. I would like to ask you a few questions. Following the young master's invitation, Li Qingran approached the curtain, a strong floral fragrance enveloping her. She stole a glance inside, only to quickly avert her gaze, mentally chiding herself for her impropriety. The girl behind the curtain sniffed, withdrawing her foot with a smile, and asked, with such striking beauty, even I feel envious. Do you already have a partner? Li Qingran pressed her lips together. She would indeed like to have one, but regrettably, her master likely would not take notice of her. She shook her head and replied, no. Have you ever had one? Never. Very well. The girl appeared quite pleased with Li Qingran's response. She lifted her delicate foot to part the curtain slightly, revealing her fair chin and an enticing peach blossom eye. Show me, she commanded. Li Qingran obediently extended her hand. Soon, she felt two slender fingers resting on her wrist. Cool to the touch. After a moment, the young master of Lingxi Valley withdrew her fingers and remarked nonchalantly, You have cultivated an impressive internal cultivation technique that harmonizes well with your water spirit root. Quite commendable. But do you have a master? Yes, Li Qingran acknowledged, realizing there was no point in concealment, as she was not skilled in deceit. Is it a man or a woman? The young master's voice suddenly rose slightly. A man. The air in the private room grew abruptly frigid. Li Qingran paused, cautiously raising her head, sensing two indifferent gazes upon her even through the curtain. Leave, commanded the young master of Lingxi Valley, her hand waving dismissively. With a resounding bang, the door to the private room swung open, and Li Qingran was unceremoniously propelled outside by a gust of energy. Chapter 58. Wait a moment. Li Qingran stumbled and fell at the door, quickly assisted by the female cultivators stationed on either side. At that moment, she was still somewhat bewildered. She could not comprehend why the master of Lingxi Valley had suddenly pushed her out after their pleasant conversation, all because her master was a man. I am sorry, sister. You have not passed our young master's assessment. One of the female cultivators, while smoothing out the creases in Li Qingran's clothing, wore an apologetic expression but remained resolute in ushering her outside. Li Qingran was unwilling to forfeit her chance to enter Lingxi Valley. In her mind, Lingxi Valley was likely the sect that harbored ancient medicinal formulas, and it could also impart upon her the art of healing, which would enable her to assist her master in meaningful ways. Thus, she halted her steps and bowed respectfully to the female cultivator, saying, I wish to understand the reason. The cultivator bit her lip and quickly glanced at the now distant private room before leading Li Qingran to a secluded corner. Ensuring the area was clear, she lowered her voice and said, If your talent were merely ordinary, I would not divulge this to you, but you are a single spiritual root, destined for significant achievements in the future. I do not wish for you to harbor resentment towards the young master over this matter. She was not always like this. It is difficult to elaborate, but you must understand that Lingxi Valley currently abhors disciples forming partnerships, and our young master harbors a deep-seated disdain for men, particularly male masters. Disdain for men? Li Qingran exclaimed urgently, but my master is a wonderful person. He is not a wicked man, and I can vouch for that. Moreover, he will not come to Lingxi Valley. The cultivator shook her head. It is futile. Our young master has struggled in the past. She has tested 1,000 men, all resulting in failure. She bears psychological scars from certain events, and her failures have led her to develop a profound hatred for men. Previously, Lingxi Valley merely refrained from accepting male cultivators, but now, within a 50-mile radius, no men are permitted to appear. Exceptionally gifted male cultivators may join Lingxi Valley, but only if they undergo castration. Li Qingran stood in stunned silence, her heart a mix of confusion and urgency. Is there no room for negotiation? Perhaps I could explain this to your young master? That is not possible. You must leave quickly. The cultivator waved her hand. The Tao Conference is nearing its conclusion, and the various sects will soon depart via their flying vessels. You might still join a commendable sect if you hurry. As for Lingxi Valley, alas, we are not fated to be. With that, the cultivator departed, leaving no opportunity for Li Qingran. How could this happen? As Chun Huan left, Li Qingran stifled her tears. Now, at a moment when she should have joined Lingxi Valley, she was inexplicably cast aside, nearly on the verge of tears. Aside from Lingxi Valley, which sect would specialize in cultivating medical and alchemical practitioners? Which sect would possess such a trove of ancient medicinal formulas? How could she resolve her master's affliction? Li Qingran stood lost at the entrance of the tavern, casting a backward glance towards the direction of the private room, feeling utterly inept. Her master had provided her with countless opportunities, yet when the time came for her to assist him, she could not even take the simplest first step. Ah, is that not the young lady with the single water spiritual root? A voice, neither entirely ethereal nor wholly corporeal, unexpectedly resonated, imbued with a blend of surprise and avarice. Sister, have you not joined Lingxi Valley? Upon hearing this, Li Qingran turned her gaze towards the source, only to behold a procession approaching. At the forefront stood a pale-faced scholar, his appearance more delicate than that of a woman, his complexion as white as parchment, yet his cheeks adorned with rouge. He sported a slender sword at his waist and 4 porcelain vials, the scent of perfume wafting towards her from half a street away. His every gesture exuding an air of affected elegance. The pale scholar appraised her from head to toe, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he exclaimed, "Sister, you must have been expelled by that madwoman." I never anticipated that even a genius with a single spiritual root would be cast aside. His laughter turned his face a ghastly shade as he bent over to take a deep breath, then cheerfully suggested, "Splendid. Why not join our Yin-Yang sect? Our influence is hardly inferior to that of Lingxi Valley. We merely lack in reputation. But as cultivators, do we not seek the path of greatness? So long as one does not delve into demonic practices, what harm is there in a little indulgence?" Li Qingran's delicate features grew slightly frosty. She had indeed heard of the Yin-Yang sect, which alongside the Huan sect and the Extreme Joy Zen, was notorious as one of the 3 libertine sections. Yet, they were considered righteous sects in contrast to the demonic cultivators. Unlike the dual cultivation methods of the demonic sects, which often exploit one party, the practices of these 3 sects emphasized mutual benefit, albeit with a scandalous reputation and chaotic private lives that drew disdain from other righteous sections. Already having a master, she could never join such a dissolute sect. Even without a master, the path they pursued was misaligned with her own. "Thank you for your kind offer, Senior." Li Qingran politely clasped her hands, gracefully declining. "The Yin-Yang sect is indeed appealing, but I seek a sect more suited to my water spiritual root. We also possess water-based heart methods of the yellow and profound ranks for you to choose from," he countered. "But I have a master, and I cannot disobey his command. I implore you, Senior, do not make things difficult for me." She bowed again. Difficult?" The pale scholar's expression darkened, and he scoffed. "I see that you are merely disregarding the dignity of our Yin-Yang sect. And your master? Should we summon him to witness this?" His tone grew insistent. "You must accompany us today." Li Qingran bit her lip, fully aware that she could not call her master. She had no desire to disturb him as he battled a formidable demon. The perilous nature of that demon required his full attention. How could she distract him? However, though her master was absent, she possessed talismans he had left behind. She had intended to keep them as mementos. With her hand delving into her storage pouch, she grasped a handful of Thunderfire talismans. Hesitation lingered, preventing her from activating them immediately. This pale scholar was likely a golden core cultivator. These talismans would be sufficient to reduce him to ashes. Yet, she would inevitably become a target for retribution from the Yin-Yang sect. What would she do then? Would she have to trouble her master to clean up her mess? Li Qingran, you truly are a fool, squandering a winning hand. She silently chided herself, her gaze fixed on the advancing pale scholar, a glint of cold resolve flickering in her eyes. "Wait!" A soft voice rang out from the air. Suddenly, a formidable sword, half a meter wide and towering high, crashed down with a resounding thud between Li Qingran and the contingent of the Yin-Yang sect. A gust of wind swept through, causing the heavy blade to sway slightly. One leg of the sword drooped down, while a gourd rolled against the hilt, splattering 2 droplets of wine. A woman clad in black attire, with her face veiled, emerged. She lounged with nonchalance, one leg crossed over the other, her shoe's toe worn away, revealing part of her toe. As the black veil fluttered with the breeze, a pungent aroma of wine and garlic wafted through the air, accompanied by a languid voice. "This girl has caught our eye. Hiccup. You all hiccup now." Scram. Chapter 59. We are members of the Qingyun sect, my dear sir. To brazenly snatch someone from us, the Yin-Yang Pavilion, right under the broad daylight, is rather audacious, wouldn't you agree? The fair-skinned scholar detected the aura emanating from the woman clad in black, and his already pale complexion turned a shade of ashen gray. I shall indeed seize you. What of it? The black-clad woman leaped down from her sword, grasping the hilt with a swift motion. Though her body swayed unsteadily, the massive sword was raised effortlessly, swinging around like a mere toy. The members of the Yin-Yang Pavilion instinctively took several steps back, fearing the swing of that hefty blade. This woman possesses strength comparable to mine, and her pure water spiritual root is an exceptional dual cultivation partner. It would be a shame to let her go. I must intercept her. You all, hasten to summon the master. The fair-skinned scholar urgently instructed his guards, drawing his short sword and pointing it at the black-clad woman from distance. We are both at the golden core stage. Today I shall face you. But as soon as he spoke, a blur caught his eye, and a hand reached out to seize his short sword. Will you face? Perhaps you should contend with me. The scholar was taken aback, turning to find an elderly man with gray hair and a gaunt frame standing beside him, half of his face concealed by a mask, grinning to reveal a mouthful of crooked teeth. Who are you? Yes. The old man, with a sword sheath hanging at his waist, but not drawing a sword, gradually constricted his gnarled hand, causing the blade of the short sword to bend under his immense strength, producing a creaking sound. The fair-skinned scholar felt the oppressive aura emanating from the elder pinning him in place, leaving him to rely on his subordinates to summon the master. However, he soon heard the muffled sounds of bodies hitting the ground. Turning around, his face paled further. 3 figures in black stood in the center of the street, arranged from tallest to shortest. The leftmost was the tallest and leanest, the middle one was of average build, and the rightmost was short and stout, all clad in black and wielding swords at their waists. Each bore a bulging sack on their backs, filled with unknown contents, while his subordinates lay unconscious on the ground. You dare to lay hands on members of the Yin-Yang Pavilion? The fair-skinned scholar exclaimed in fury. His Yin-Yang Pavilion was a prominent sect. Who would dare to target them? It had been some time since the dispute began, yet he had not seen any guards from Tianquan City or members from other sections. Were they all returning to their respective mountain gates? Do not waste time. Quickly make off with the last haul. A voice resonated from above. A figure clad in black, with a black sword and hood, emerged from the top of the adjacent building, his chin adorned with a white beard and his waist laden with an assortment of weapons. The scholar's pupils constricted. Among the weapons, he recognized one as his master's treasure blade. When did our home become so vulnerable to theft? The fair-skinned scholar's bravado crumbled, and a smile more pitiful than tears twisted his features. Esteemed seniors, I was blind to your grandeur. This disciple with a singular spiritual root is yours. I shall take my leave right away. Throw your magical artifacts, spirit stones, and storage bags onto the ground. The elder's smile widened, his wrinkled face resembling a blooming chrysanthemum. With no alternative, the fair-skinned scholar had no choice but to obediently surrender his valuables. Remove the jade from around your neck as well, said the pale-faced scholar, and your attire too. Enough, elderly. The female cultivator, wielding a massive sword, could no longer contain herself and interjected. The elderly man examined the scholar's garments with evident fascination. The scholar, on the verge of tears, pleaded, May I take my leave now? Indeed, you may, the elder replied, placing the scholar's short sword into his storage pouch with a smile, releasing him. The scholar turned and fled. Young man, take your companions with you. Upon hearing the elder's shout, the scholar swiftly ascended into the air, rolling and scrambling. Not daring to look back, the members of the Yinyang Pavilion departed, and the gazes of 5 cloaked figures converged upon Li Qingran. She took a hesitant step back, instinctively retracting her head, and bowed deeply, saying, "I thank you, esteemed seniors, for your timely intervention." Though these 5 enigmatic individuals appeared more perilous than those from the Yinyang Pavilion, she felt an inexplicable lack of threat. "Little girl, you possess considerable talent. Would you care to join our sect?" The peculiar elder grinned benignly at Li Qingran. "I wish to join the Lingxi Valley," she replied, shaking her head timidly. "Your sect is admirable, but I aspire to be a healer." "You can also pursue healing in our sect," chimed in the sword-wielding female cultivator, lazily belching. "Aye." Li Qingran hesitated to decline further. Suddenly, a voice resonated from aloft. "How can you proceed in this manner?" As the speaker removed their hood, Li Qingran, bewildered, heard them declare, "We are members of the Qingyun sect." The other 4 promptly revealed their disguises as well. The female cultivator across from her removed her veil, unveiling cascading hair and a charmingly alluring face, her cheeks flushed and her gaze slightly intoxicated, yet her words were coherent and well-articulated. "Little sister, as you can see, we have seized treasures from other sects," the elder continued, "and now that you know our identities." The loft's sword pavilion master, Su Qinian, cackled ominously, concluding, "You must accompany us. Otherwise, we will silence you." Li Qingran was taken aback. Did she not recognize that these individuals were from the Qingyun sect? She observed the insignia hanging from the waist of the figure atop the building, sword pavilion. The sword pavilion, related to the sword gate? Li Qingran froze momentarily, her mind racing with unfounded connections. Before she could fully process the situation, she was suddenly lifted onto a flying sword by the inebriated female cultivator. The other 4 mounted their respective swords, all wearing triumphant expressions. "Junior sister, if you are frightened, you may hold on to your senior sister's waist," the female cultivator said with a seductive smile, and then their flying swords shot upward into the sky. Li Qingran, buffeted by the fierce winds, could barely keep her eyes open and instinctively wrapped her arms around the waist of the female cultivator. At that moment, she found herself reluctant to resist, for these individuals resembled her master, not utilizing any wind protection formations as they soared on their flying swords. Chapter 60. Indeed, I am a superhuman, combination of durian that loves the stars one. In the city of Tianquan, at the Ascension Tower, Yun Suxin, the young master of Lingxi Valley, gradually awoke from her slumber. Surrounding her were various disciples from different sects, and city guards sprawled haphazardly. She pinched her aching temples and instinctively reached for her waist. "Where's my storage bag?" Not only was her storage bag missing, but her magical artifacts and all her jewelry had vanished as well. Many of the surrounding cultivators remained in a deep slumber, initially gathered here to await their respective sects' flying vessels. However, instead of the anticipated vessels, they had all succumbed to the effects of fainting spell, leaving them devoid of their belongings. "Is this soul-dissipating incense?" Yun Suxin discovered a burnt incense burner tucked away in a corner. This non-toxic, colorless, and odorless drug was typically employed to pacify magical beasts. Thankfully, the perpetrator's intention was not to take lives. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. However, this location was known only to reputable sects, and all attendees had undergone stringent identity checks. This could only imply the presence of an insider. Who could it be? "It's Qingyun sect," someone shouted, pointing furiously at the enormous character Qing and a taunting ghostly visage on the wall of the hall. "How outrageous! We have no enmity with Qingyun sect, yet they have traveled such a distance to rob us. With their immense wealth, their actions must be merely a jest at our expense. In the Central State's secret realm, we shall ensure that the cultivators of Qingyun sect face dire consequences." Listening to the uproar of denunciation erupting within the hall, Yun Suxin clutched a handful of ash, rolling her eyes in exasperation. If this was indeed the doing of Qingyun sect, she would consume the ash herself. Glancing around, she noted the absence of anyone from the sword pavilion, and considering their dismal circumstances, Yun Suxin had a good idea of the situation. How audacious of the sword pavilion to commit robbery against Lingxi Valley. We shall see how this unfolds. Brother, you look truly impressive. Chun Huayan felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Upon exiting the airport, he had boarded a vehicle sent by the production team to pick him up. The driver had already repeated this phrase 3 times. The first upon their initial meeting, the second when they entered the car, and now for the 3rd time. To be honest, brother, I am a professional driver, and I have seen countless stars, certainly not fewer than 800. The driver spoke earnestly, one hand on the steering wheel while giving Chun Huayan a thumbs up with the other. Yet, none have matched your striking appearance, even if you were bald. It's hard to imagine how handsome you would be with hair. Many male and female stars have undergone cosmetic surgery, like that one named Kai Yifan participating in this season's show. You, being completely natural, surpass him in looks. I think I'm just average, replied Chun Huayan, feeling somewhat bashful from the praise. Not at all, the driver exclaimed, shaking his head in disbelief. It's about your aura, you see, setting aside mere looks. Your presence alone can overshadow all male stars. There's a certain, how should I put it? A purity akin to that of a high monk. You should audition for the role of Tang Xin, and you would surely become a sensation. Chun Huayan took the driver's remarks as a jest and couldn't help but chuckle. If that's the case, wouldn't my participation in this program overshadow those stars? The driver's expression shifted upon hearing this, and he thumped the steering wheel. You mustn't underestimate him. That fellow, Kai Yifan, holds considerable influence and is not to be trifled with. To put it plainly, this program is merely a platform to elevate his status. When you encounter him, keep a low profile and strive to avoid any conflict. We are mere commoners, and there is no need to clash with these celebrities. Chun Huayan took note of this advice. Yet, he pondered as a cancer patient, what kind of conflict could he possibly have with a star? Conversely, would that celebrity dare to provoke him? Following the peculiar old dame and the enchanting fairy, he likely belonged to the category of hidden superversion answers. If that celebrity dared to seek trouble, he would ensure they understood the meaning of "I truly deserve this." Heavens! Kai Yifan has finally arrived. Good evening, brother fan. You are becoming increasingly handsome, and your career is flourishing. At the foot of Tianmen Mountain, the crew of the Big Adventure program gathered. A dapper young man, adorned in bespoke attire and an expensive brooch, entered amidst a throng of admirers. Kai Yifan, a rising star in the entertainment realm. Although he could not yet rival the true luminaries, he was on the ascent, with boundless potential ahead. His participation in the program was not born from a genuine fondness for it. Rather, his agency informed him that it would help him cultivate a more favorable public persona, garnering the admiration of the masses and building momentum for his upcoming film role as a leading man. After all, with his lack of acting prowess, he would require voice dubbing. Without a modicum of public goodwill, would he not be mercilessly ridiculed once the film was completed? From Kai Yifan's perspective, he held little interest in the program and even harbored disdain for it. Firstly, he abhorred climbing. It was exhausting and left him drenched in sweat. Secondly, the program was live-streamed, meaning he would have to endure many unseemly behaviors from fellow artists, such as foul language, smoking, and nose-picking. Thus, despite the filming commencing at 9, he deliberately arrived at 8:40, just shy of the designated time. Apart from him, there was a washed-up star and 3 insignificant figures, all of whom had arrived punctually and had already filmed some behind-the-scenes footage. For a variety show like Big Adventure, such footage was indispensable. Although the program was live, it would later undergo editing to create a pseudo-documentary. After all, with so many workers, not everyone could afford to be seated in front of their television at 7 in the evening. Oh, Xiao Fan, you finally made it. The director was nearly beside himself with worry, he thought, feeling a surge of anger, yet remaining unable to voice any harsh words. You should start preparing now. We'll capture some casual behind-the-scenes footage during this interval. Kai Yifan cast a sidelong glance at the director. Make sure to choose the right angles. You must capture my most handsome side. After filming, I want to review it. If I don't look handsome enough, it cannot be uploaded. Understood. Rest assured, the director replied, internally cursing Kai Yifan's ancestors, yet maintaining an outwardly cordial demeanor. Kai Yifan proceeded to change his outfit and apply makeup. Even though he would soon be knight climbing Tianmen Mountain, it was essential to conceal his dark circles. The photographer responsible for capturing behind-the-scenes footage gazed on in bewilderment. The entirety of this behind-the-scenes footage solely focuses on Cai Yifan changing clothes and applying makeup. Other artists engage in self-introductions, showcasing their preparations for the night climb of Tianmen Mountain, sharing their outdoor survival knowledge, predicting potential challenges, and presenting their solutions or secret weapons. However, when it comes to Cai Yifan, the style completely transforms. Is it merely a matter of striking a few banal poses? It feels as though one is strutting down a fashion runway. At 8:50 in the evening, everyone assumes their positions. The director is on the verge of announcing the commencement of filming when a staff member rushes over and whispers, "Director Zhang, someone has yet to arrive." Who? The director squints his eyes, a long-suppressed frustration suddenly surging within him. It is the mysterious guest you invited. Ah, the mysterious guest. Director Zhang regains his composure, pondering whether he has been so flustered by Cai Yifan that he momentarily forgot about the guest. Have you inquired about their whereabouts? We have. But the driver reports that the vehicle has run out of power. What? The director exclaims, exasperated. Inquire about their exact location and dispatch a vehicle to retrieve them. With a darkened expression, Director Zhang despairingly rakes his fingers through his hair. Yet he ultimately announces the commencement of filming. After all, 5 minutes poses little threat to them, but for the television station, it constitutes a live broadcast emergency. However, being an experienced director, he notices the barrage of comments in the live stream beginning to flood in. He discreetly instructs several artists to elaborate on their introductions to buy some time, to avoid the program crew being surrounded by tourists. The filming location is not along the usual tourist routes. Instead, it is along a path that has been supplanted by a cable car, rarely chosen for hiking, as it would be akin to seeking hardship. Moreover, given the nighttime secret shoot, there are not many tourists on this route. At present, Chun Huayan's vehicle is stalled on this very path, still some distance from the assembly point. I apologize, young man. This electric vehicle indeed lacks the stability of a fuel-powered one, and with the cold night, the battery drains too swiftly, the driver laments. Both the driver and Chun Huayan stand in front of the vehicle at a loss. Chun Huayan glances at the time. The program is set to commence at 9 o'clock, and he is a person who values punctuality. The direct distance from her current position to the crew is not far, but the elevation difference makes the journey convoluted. He reaches out to touch the steep rock wall beside him, testing his footing on it, finding it solid and stable, contemplating that if he were to climb directly, he would likely ascend quickly. Perhaps I should make my way up myself. He suddenly turns to the driver and suggests. What? The driver, bewildered, responds, "Young man, please don't jest. Let us wait for the crew to come and fetch us. This slope is so steep. While it may appear close, even if you sprint, it would take 10 minutes. The driver is unaware of Chun Huayan's exact identity, only knowing that he walks with a noticeable limp. At this rate, by the time he reaches the top, the filming would likely be nearing completion. After finishing a cigarette, he noticed an unsettling silence beside him, leading him to believe that Chun Huayan was feeling unwell. Reluctantly, he retrieved his last cigarette, offering, "Come, young man, have one. What has transpired has transpired. All we can do is maintain our composure." As he turned to hand over the cigarette, he was taken aback to find the space beside him utterly vacant. What on earth? Where has that lively person gone? The winds of Tianmen Mountain howled fiercely, and the night enveloped everything in darkness. Against the steep rock face, Chun Huayan advanced briskly with his cane. I can hear the echoes of cancer cells and the potential of life. Gazing at the moonlit sky, he felt an unusual vigor in his right leg, oblivious to the bead on his wrist that was gradually dimming. A sinister grin spread across his face as he chuckled. Indeed, I am a superhero. Chapter 61. Who could be as handsome as my brother? Hello everyone, what is up? Born in 2006. Aspiring to be a rap leader, so charming and meticulous every day, a boy longing to rap. Creativity is his forte, ready to perform anytime, anywhere. The world is my stage. All eyes upon me serve as my stimulant. Greetings, I am your beloved Chen Shun, Song Zichen. 1 + 1 = cuteness. 2 + 2 = cuteness. 3 + 3 also equals cuteness. Hello everyone, I am your little darling, Wang Yitao. Greetings, I am the novice actor Su Xingchen. Although I have only appeared in one short play so far, I shall strive to improve in the future. Following the two peculiar characters before, a more ordinary girl has finally arrived to introduce herself. She possesses a pure and innocent appearance, her large eyes reflecting the naivete of a university student, playfully shaking her small fist as she speaks. Director Zhang cannot help but nod in approval. This young actress displays a commendable image and temperament, indeed possessing potential for exploration. Let's give her more screen time later. Hello everyone, I'm a familiar Wang Lulu. Good evening my dear fans. My album will be released next week, and I hope you all will listen. Wang Lulu is a once popular singer, now a mother of two, participating in this variety show to regain some popularity. Lastly, is Kai Yifan's turn. Yo, hello everyone, I am Xiao Fan. As soon as Kai Yifan utters a single phrase, the previously calm barrage erupts into chaos. Ah, brother Fan is so handsome. Yifan, extraordinary and dashing. Why give others so much screen time? Just focus on my brother. The production team clearly lacks understanding of who holds the most star power. Oh my, how can Fanbao manage such a packed schedule and still participate in outdoor variety shows? It breaks my heart. Mother is so concerned, witnessing this fervent barrage. Director Zhang feels somewhat reassured. Although Kai Yifan may not be remarkable in character, his handsome visage and undeniable popularity are indeed impressive. Spending $3 million to invite him to join the show and boost its appeal is quite worthwhile. You see, I am incredibly handsome, exceptionally skilled at basketball, and equally adept at mountain climbing. Kai Yifan spoke few words but posed numerous times, repeatedly proclaiming his handsomeness. The barrage intensified, with words blending together to the point of becoming indistinguishable. Having completed his introduction, Director Zhang, noticing the mysterious guest has yet to arrive, quickly gestures to Kai Yifan, indicating he should buy some time. Kai Yifan, catching the director's urging glance, feels disdainful. Why should he, being the most prominent star present, wait for a mere mysterious guest? Why should he assist in delaying the proceedings? With a smile, he deliberately remarks, I've heard there's a mysterious guest joining us tonight, someone around my age. I wonder if he can match my handsomeness? But since we're all here waiting, he must be exceptionally impressive. Upon hearing this, Director Zhang turns pale. Kai Yifan truly has a knack for stirring trouble at the most inopportune moments. Indeed, as these words were uttered, the barrage of comments erupted once more. Surely, my brother is the most handsome. What mysterious guest could ever compare to my brother? What is wrong with the production team? Shouldn't they have removed him for being late? Oh, a mysterious guest, so high profile and arrogant. I must say, while there's no doubt in my mind that my brother is extraordinarily handsome, it is evident that a mysterious guest must make a grand entrance at the end, tantalizing everyone's curiosity. Su Xingqian noticed Director Zhang's awkwardness and quickly stepped forward to buy some time. She had anticipated a lively discussion, perhaps speculating together about the identity of the mysterious guest as a way to stall until he arrived. Yet, to her dismay, no one responded, leaving her in an uncomfortable silence. Even Kai Yifan, who had received compliments, seemed oblivious, offering no acknowledgement whatsoever. Su Xingqian bit her lip, lowering her gaze. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She found herself in a predicament, feeling as though ants were crawling all over her. Just then, a clear yet foolish voice rang out from the edge of the cliff. Excuse me, is this the adventure program? Everyone turned to look, and the cameraman adjusted his angle. Under the spotlight, the first thing that caught the eye was a gleaming bald head. The reflection of his scalp was almost disconcerting. The young man stood at the cliff's edge, leaning on a cane, a gentle smile adorning his face. The mountain breeze lifted the collar of his climbing attire, casting a shadow against his cheek. The illuminated side appeared to be veiled in a halo, creating an illusion of a sage. Conversely, the side cloaked in shadow exuded an alluring charm, reminiscent of a deep abyss, beckoning one to fall into its depths. As these illusions faded, the sole thought lingering in everyone's minds was simply handsome. This man was breathtakingly attractive. How could a man possess such striking features? Director Zhang fixated on Chen Huayan. His mind was not occupied with how Chan had arrived or why he stood at the cliff's edge. Rather, a singular thought consumed him. Fate had presented an opportunity to ascend from a small director to a significant one. He must seize this extraordinarily handsome man. Capturing him would unlock the secret to future popularity. What of Cai Yifan and his ilk? They were inconsequential. I apologize, director, for arriving at such a late hour, Chun Huayan remarked, glancing at his watch, feeling genuinely remorseful. Despite his efforts, he had only just arrived at 9 o'clock. Surely, this must have caused some inconvenience for the crew. This was certainly not how it should be. Director Zhang paid no mind to these concerns, swiftly striding to Chun Huayan, eagerly grasping his hand. You must be Brother Huayan, right? It's wonderful that you've arrived, he exclaimed. Brother Huayan, you are truly remarkable. Chapter 62. What is your potion doing? Everyone was captivated by Chun Huayan's exquisite beauty. Several makeup artists in the crew were utterly mesmerized. Having worked closely with numerous male and female celebrities, they were well aware that many stars not only resort to cosmetic surgery, but also transform completely before and after makeup. However, what was astonishing about this young man? With his crimson lips and pearly whites, despite a somewhat pale complexion, he exuded an aura of natural freshness and tranquility. Most notably, it was evident that he was completely unadorned by makeup, a purely natural handsome lad, even without the enhancement of hair. Am I truly that handsome? Chun Huayan, though somewhat slow to grasp the situation, sensed something amiss. He perceived his own attractiveness as modestly appealing, distinctly above the average when placed alongside ordinary individuals. After all, someone with his humble demeanor would struggle to find a girlfriend otherwise. Yet, receiving recognition from the program's director altered everything. Such professionals could be regarded as half-talent scouts, acutely sensitive to the nuances of photogenic allure. If they deemed him handsome, then he undoubtedly was. Could it be that the activation of latent potential enhances one's attractiveness? Chun Huayan pondered. He even speculated that vampires might be beings who mastered the mutations of cancer cells, which could explain their striking beauty. Alas, in this world, vampires did not exist. If only he could find an opportunity to converse with them about mastering cancer cells, perhaps he could evade death. An impeccable visage, the director, Zhang, turned the barrage of comments towards Chun Huayan. The earlier adulation for Cai Yifan had swiftly transformed. Oh, this mysterious guest is so handsome. My heavens, I feel guilty, but he truly outshines my brother. Apologies, mother. I shouldn't have scolded you earlier, darling. Take as long as you wish. Does anyone know his name? Is he a celebrity? I can't believe I don't recognize him. Wait, he seems somewhat familiar. As Chun Huayan read these comments, he gradually regained his composure. It seemed I am indeed quite handsome. This was no mere speculation. Director Zhang beamed at Chun Huayan as if he were gazing at a precious gem. All right, the mysterious guest has arrived. Let us proceed. Little Chun, why don't you introduce yourself to everyone? Since Chun Huayan's appearance, Cai Yifan noticed that the focus of the crowd had shifted. He suddenly found himself sidelined, a situation he struggled to accept, having grown accustomed to being the center of attention. His gaze fell on Chun Huayan's leg, which was encased in a brace, and the crutch tucked under his arm. Without a second thought, he blurted out, Director Zhang, my schedule is quite packed, with scarcely 2 hours of rest each day. I've carved out time to be here. We're still set for the night climb, right? Bringing a disabled person along means we might not reach our destination until tomorrow afternoon. I harbor no disdain for those with disabilities, but I believe someone in his condition should rest comfortably at home rather than join a variety show for amusement. Having spoken, Cai Yifan could already envision the comments that would flood in. Everyone feels a twinge of sympathy for him, enduring merely 2 hours of rest each day, while simultaneously condemning the production team for their sensationalist antics. Yet, what does it matter how handsome one is in such circumstances? His fans, however, are undeniably fierce in their loyalty. In truth, upon uttering these words, all eyes turned to Cai Yifan with expressions of either outrage or shock. Even the barrage of comments in the live stream momentarily ceased. Only Chun Huayan remained unfazed, gazing at Cai Yifan with a hint of benevolence in his eyes. You are indeed correct, my brother. A person like me, afflicted with a disability, would only cause trouble by participating in this program. However, I do not wish to forfeit this opportunity for it may be the sole chance in my life to ascend to the summit of Tianmen Mountain. Allow me to introduce myself. He faced the camera, slightly bowing, a carefree smile gracing his lips. My name is Chun Huayan, a terminal bone cancer patient with time running out. I hope that in the embers of my life, I can still ignite a flicker of warmth. To all of you in the live stream, I thank you for being here with me in this moment, witnessing my journey. I'm on my way. As these words echoed, an enveloping silence persisted. The only sound on the mountain path was the whisper of the wind. After a while, soft sobs could be heard from the production team. It turned out that several makeup artists were moved to tears, and Su Xingqian's eyes glistened with maternal warmth as she looked at Chun Huayan. Kai Yifun's lips twitched, his gaze fixated in disbelief on the smiling Chun Huayan. A chill coursed through him from head to toe. No, my friend, what are you doing with that medication? The program continued as per the usual schedule. Initially, 1/3 of the camera time was allocated to Kai Yifun. Yet since Chun Huayan's arrival, the cameraman seemed to intentionally direct the lens towards him, even capturing moments of other artists that fortuitously included Chun Huayan. Kai Yifun, not one to be easily deceived, recognized this as a deliberate ploy by the director. When the camera was not focused on him, he surreptitiously glanced at his phone, only to be met with an overwhelming wave of dread. His backstage notifications were ablaze with messages from his agent. Xiao Fan, are you trying to ruin yourself? This is disastrous. Your competitors are setting you ablaze, accusing you of disrespecting the disabled and those with severe health issues, claiming you lack empathy. Xiao Fan, why did you say those things earlier? We have worked tirelessly to build your image, and you just obliterated it with a single remark. Find an opportunity to apologize to that Chun Huayan fellow. Your demeanor must be sincere. While Kai Yifun could tolerate the earlier comments from his agent, the final sentence shattered his composure. Why should he? He was just an ordinary individual. Who was he? He was a rising star. The next leading actors and actresses would soon share the stage with him. Upon returning to the company, even the lesser-known artists would address him as senior, and the top-tier celebrities would show him some respect. And now, they expected him to apologize to someone disabled. Frustrated, he sent a lengthy reply, filled with indignation, before shutting off his phone. He did not dare to glance at the live stream comments. He was well aware of the unwavering loyalty of his fans. He possesses the ability to transform white into black and black into powder, with a mere display of anguish. His legion of fervent admirers can swiftly inundate the comment section of his adversaries' pages. Most crucially, he has long harbored doubts regarding Chun Huayan's identity as a bone cancer patient. Despite the production team deliberately slowing their ascent to accommodate Chun Huayan, the physical exertion was palpable. 2 female artists and another pair of youthful male stars were already beading with sweat. Yet Chun Huayan appeared to stroll leisurely, devoid of any perspiration. And aside from his noticeable limp, one would scarcely perceive any signs of disability. This individual cannot be feigning, can he? Kai Yifun narrowed his eyes, increasingly convinced of this reality. Some production crews indeed orchestrate such scenarios with special demographics for the sake of sensationalism. However, finding a handsome individual like Chun Huayan among such groups is no simple task. If a typical person were merely pretending, that would make sense. By subtly exposing the charade, not only could he redeem his previous verbal missteps, but he could also teach the production team and Chun Huayan himself a valuable lesson. The allure of a celebrity is not something to be trifled with. Kai Yifun regarded the star-studded Chun Huayan with a calculating gaze, already devising a scheme. Chapter 63. To expose Yuango, is there truly no cure for your cancer? None whatsoever. Not even with wealth? Not all. Im Sadi, Suyinkin Murmet. Lowering her head in apology. It is nothing. Su Xingqian felt a profound sympathy for Chun Huayan. Yet, upon observing the calmness and confidence radiating from his countenance, she realized she was utterly unworthy of pitying such a luminous individual. He required no sympathy. At this moment, his life was more splendid than anyone else's. Perhaps this was a case of fate being envious of talent, she mused quietly. Heaven had bestowed upon Chun Huayan an unparalleled visage, only to take away his lifespan. An apparent tragedy that Chun Huayan had transformed into an inspirational comedy through his optimistic disposition. The dialogue between Chen Huayan and Su Xingchen was broadcast live. The barrage of comments had shifted from support for Cai Yifan to an overwhelming sea of tears streaming down. Director Zhang curled his lip in disdain. The crowd was hypocritical, and the disingenuousness of the internet magnified it infinitely. Just moments ago, they had been clamoring to expel Chen Huayan from the crew, and now they were all teary-eyed. What none realized was that beneath Chen Huayan's facade of composure, his heart was fraught with the sensation of countless ants crawling within. He longed to play on his phone. He yearned to know whether Li Qingran had successfully entered Lingxi Valley and what she was currently up to. Once inside Lingxi Valley, would she face bullying from other disciples due to her novice status? Unfortunately, until the filming on the mountaintop concluded, he was unable to indulge in games. Even glancing at his phone could only occur in fleeting moments when the camera was not focused on him. Yet, how could the cameraman not capture him, intentionally or otherwise? Chen Huayan felt as though he might shatter. Suddenly, he felt invigorated. "May I lead the team?" Cai Yifan bounced forward, proposing his desire to take charge to the team leader. "You wish to lead?" The team leader scrutinized the slender Cai Yifan, pondering, this might not be prudent. This path is not the tourist route of Tianmen Mountain, and given that it is night, should any unusual circumstances arise, such as encountering wild beasts, we must react swiftly to avoid provoking them. Are you capable of that? Cai Yifan thought to himself, it is 2034. Where would one encounter wild beasts? Even if there were beasts in Tianmen Mountain, would they dare disturb us, with so many of us present? This retired mountaineer merely seeks to profit. If the team leader entrusted the role to someone else, it could mean a deduction from his pay. A mere beast is no match for me, especially a retired one. I am far superior to this fleeting celebrity. Rest assured, my friend, in my youth, I trained at Shaolin, and I still possess the prowess of a novice monk. I am truly extraordinary. Even if we encounter a bear along the way, I could take it down. Cai Yifan flexed his remarkable muscles. Indeed, he had trained at Shaolin, though he had returned after less than a month. Before the fire, he did not perceive this experience as particularly noteworthy. However, once he gained fame, thanks to the efforts of his agent and the company's marketing, he transformed into a disciple of the Shaolin school, instantly adorned with a plethora of positive labels. Descriptions such as originating from Shaolin with a pure heart, practicing martial arts since childhood, possessing a robust physique, and enduring hardship with resilience became commonplace. To enhance his image, the company even dedicated a month to training him in martial arts choreography, emphasizing aesthetics over power, confident that his ardent fans would not discern the difference. Now, Cai Yifan himself is somewhat bewildered. During the quiet hours of the night, while indulging in a post-event cigarette, he occasionally finds himself believing he is a true martial arts master. Thus, whenever he leads a team, he reassures his support by saying, "Be patient, I am strong." Yet in reality, even after a month of grinding, he still finds himself falling short within mere 5 minutes. Nevertheless, Cai Yifan remains in high spirits, frequently initiating team engagements. The elder, aware of Cai Yifan's formidable reputation, can only cast a questioning glance at the director. As the one responsible for disbursing his salary, the director, after much contemplation, concludes that Cai Yifan merely seeks to establish a persona and redeem his image. As the director of the show at Pineapple Television, which has a collaborative relationship with Star Shadow Entertainment, he feels obligated to provide Cai Yifan with an opportunity to shine, even if he is reluctant to do so. Let him, the director signals to the elder. Nodding in understanding, the elder quietly positions himself at the back of the team, a role of considerable importance. Like wolves pursuing a large prey, he keeps close while calling to his companions, waiting for the right moment to strike. Yet, the production team seems blissfully unaware of such instincts, having enlisted only one professional. Meanwhile, the live chat buzzes with activity. Is Brother Fan going to lead the team? Wow, so brave, though not as handsome as Bald Brother. Will Brother Fan collaborate with Brother Huayan? Excited to see. Brother Huayan is the most handsome in the world. Fans of the insipid Fan, stay away. What do you mean stay away? My support for Xiao Fan doesn't diminish my admiration for Brother Huayan. Exactly, Brother Huayan. We love you too. Chen Huayan is blissfully unaware of the burgeoning fan base forming around him, which has begun to clash with Cai Yifan supporters. The peculiar aspect of this conflict is its superficiality, akin to a mere tickle. Cai Yifan's fans hesitate to retaliate, for their opponent possesses an undeniable allure. Adorned with a multitude of enhancements akin to a halo. Flawless, they find no grounds for criticism. Just gazing upon that visage dissipates any animosity, leaving them with a desire to quietly appreciate the screen, devoid of any inclination towards disrespect. Once Cai Yifan assumes the mantle of leader, he begins his performance. "Come on, everyone," he exclaims, arms wide open and radiating positivity. "At our current pace, how long will it take us to reach the summit? Do you not wish to witness the first sunrise atop Tianmen Mountain? 1, 2, 3, follow me." Cai Yifan strode ahead with remarkable speed, compelling the photographer to grit his teeth and keep pace. The other artists, witnessing the photographer's lead, could only suppress their fatigue and hasten after him. Otherwise, they would find themselves bereft of any footage. Su Xingqian also intended to follow suit, but upon turning, she spotted Chen Huayan leaning on his cane, and her heart softened involuntarily. "Brotherin, are you all right? May I assist you?" "No need," Chen Huayan waved his hand, smiling gently. "I have grown accustomed to this cane. It may even be easier for me than for you able-bodied individuals. I can keep up, so do not worry." What a jest. He is, after all, a Superman who has unlocked his genetic potential. Does he truly require assistance? With that, Chen Huayan began to quicken his pace. For some reason tonight, his right leg felt as though it were powered by a motor, brimming with inexhaustible energy, and he did not feel fatigue at all. He was unperturbed by the prospect of being exposed. After all, the bone sarcoma in his leg was genuine, not a mere illusion. Su Xingqian was momentarily taken aback as she observed Chen Huayan outpace her with just a few strides. Could this be the speed of a disabled person? A flicker of doubt crossed her mind, swiftly quelled by guilt and emotion. Surely, brother is behaving this way to spare us worry. Right? Can he truly not feel pain while walking like this? Despite being disabled and in the late stages of cancer, he is still so considerate of our feelings. I am truly, utterly heartbroken. Meanwhile, ahead, Cai Yifan noticed Chen Huayan, keeping up with him, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Ha! As expected, he cannot sit still. So, you wish to bask in the limelight and garner attention, do you? I shall ensure you are exposed. Let your reputation be tarnished. Everything unfolded, just as he anticipated. Soon, it would not require his prompting for others to notice Chen Huayan's peculiarities. A disabled person could not possibly maintain such speed. It would be deemed fraudulent. Simultaneously, on the edge of the team, within the forest, atop an unnoticed treetop, one leg dangled down, the tip of a shoe hooked onto a backpack. Looking up revealed a girl in a middle school uniform, her hands cradling her head as she feigned sleep. The night breeze stirred, causing a few leaves to flutter down. She sniffled, and a glint of cold light flickered in her eyes. My goodness, there is a malevolent presence. Chapter 64. A gentle tap on the shoulder. Fangge. Do take it slow. Indeed, Fangge, did you practice as a child like we did? Song Zichen and Wang Yitao, their stamina waning, found themselves trailing behind Chen Huayan and two other female artists. Initially, they managed to keep pace, but soon, breathless and desperate not to miss the camera's gaze, they hurried along, their faces flushed and perspiring. At that moment, Cai Yifan, equally fatigued, bore a pale visage, beads of sweat trickling down his brow. He was resolute in his quest to unveil Chen Huayan's secret. Sensing the moment was ripe, he paused to steady his breath and mockingly pointed at Song Zichen and Wang Yitao, exclaiming, "Can you two strapping men not keep up? Look at Chen Huayan. Despite being a person with disabilities, he scales this terrain better than you, and not a drop of sweat graces his brow, while you two are utterly spent." His words, sharp as daggers, appeared to compliment Chen Huayan, yet they served to expose the peculiarities surrounding him, drawing the attention of all to Chen Huayan and inciting doubt. Song Zichen and Wang Yitao exchanged bewildered glances at Chen Huayan. Indeed, they had been ascending for nearly half an hour, and not only had Chen Huayan kept pace, but he also exhibited no signs of fatigue, his breathing steady, a stark contrast to the others. In the midst of scrutinizing gazes, Chen Huayan simply offered a straightforward grin. He naturally, Song Zichen and Wang Yitao were loath to acknowledge their own frailty, even if one were to concede that they lacked stamina. Surely a mountain climber would not be so weak. The older gentleman at the back of the group had worked up a sweat, yet here was Chen Huayan, in the late stages of cancer, ascending with such ease. A sense of unease began to ripple through the group. Their glances toward Chen Huayan became increasingly peculiar. Only Su Xingqian remained blissfully ignorant, unable to suppress her admiration for Chen Huayan. Huayan, your stamina is truly impressive. You possess remarkable perseverance. Director Zhang had perused Chen Huayan's profile and verified the authenticity of his illness. Recently, Chen Huayan had been diagnosed with an advanced stage of cancer, and the prospect of any cure remained uncertain. Zhang was aware of the gravity of Chen's condition. Yet he too found it perplexing that Chen could maintain such composure while keeping pace with the main group. However, as the director, his duty was not to unearth the truth, but to ensure the continuity of the program. Hush! He feigned seriousness, lowering his voice. Do you hear that sound? The cameraman directed the lens toward him, and all eyes converged on the scene. With a flourish of his acting prowess, Director Zhang proclaimed ominously, "Is the howl of wolves." Wolves! The two female artists instantly displayed expressions of terror. The presence of wolves in the mountains was a commonplace concern. Yet, the area had been developed into a tourist destination, and the lurking dangers were often overshadowed by its gleaming allure. During daylight hours, the likelihood of encountering wolves along standard tourist paths was nearly non-existent. Yet now, the circumstances were quite the opposite. The staff members, observing Director Zhang's grave demeanor, could hardly suppress their laughter, well aware that this was merely his tactic to shift the conversation. It was evident that the seasoned director remained as sharp-witted as ever. If wolves were to come, they would remain unperturbed. Setting aside the question of whether the wolves could overpower their numbers, there would still be a van trailing behind, ready for a swift retreat. If they could not withstand the attack, could they not simply evade it? I have yet to hear a wolf's howl. Kai Yifan had no intention of letting Chen Huayan off the hook, smilingly assuring everyone, "Fear not. Should any wolves appear, I am here. I have trained for such encounters, and if that proves inadequate, there is always Brotherin. He must be a hidden master." "You?" Zhang Dao chuckled, feigning a scare. "The wolves I speak of are no ordinary creatures, but the legendary shoulder-biting wolves of Tianjin. It is said that these wolves are exceedingly cunning, preying upon those who ascend the mountain at night. They stealthily approach from behind and then rise up to gently pin down the shoulder of their victim. Upon the victim turning around, they swiftly sever the head. At this, the crowd sighed in relief. What nonsense! Merely a legend. Zhang Dao, you truly know how to tease." Zhang Lulu rolled her eyes in exasperation, patting her ample chest. Su Xingqian, still shaken, took a moment to compose herself. She harbored a deep fear of wolves. And not just wolves, but also dogs and cats. Strangely, she was less afraid of insects and snakes. "Zhang Dao, I stand at a height of 1.90 meters. What kind of wolf could possibly reach my shoulder?" Kai Yifan scoffed, his stature always a source of pride. He relished seizing opportunities to showcase it. "If a wolf of that size could reach my shoulder, wouldn't it'd have to be 2.5 meters long? The largest wolf in the world barely reaches 2 meters, and that is not even found in our region." At that moment, a long howl echoed from the depths of the distant mountains. The entire Tianjin fell into an eerie silence. The surrounding sounds of insects and birds ceased abruptly, and fear crept onto the faces of the onlookers. Zhang Dao was momentarily taken aback, not expecting the possibility of actual wolves. Kai Yifan shrank his neck, feeling a chill breeze rise behind him. Turning around, he found nothing there. The howl had come from far away, evidently posing no threat. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow, exhaling in relief. "Ha! I was merely scaring myself." No sooner had he spoken than he felt a weight descend upon his shoulders, as if a heavy hand rested upon him. In the dense forest, a petite figure moved with the swiftness of lightning, navigating through the tangled underbrush and trees as if they were inconsequential. She resembled an agile hero from ancient tales. Despite being clad in incongruous school attire, Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the heavy night air, far more harrowing than that of a slaughtered pig. Lin Lingling-'s expression shifted as she glanced towards the source of the scream, her once composed steps now faltering. Damn it! Who would dare to hike the trails at this hour? She had to rush to the rescue. It was her duty as a folk demon slayer since the resurgence of spiritual energy a decade ago. Chapter 65. Could have a way? Gai Zifan, standing an impressive height of nearly 2 meters, had lived a life of folly until today, when a sudden clarity struck him. Perhaps it was the folklore recounted by Director Zhang that stirred something within him. The moment he sensed a weight bearing down on his shoulders. His instinct was not to look back, but to crouch low and roll away, scrambling to rejoin the main group. As he rose to his feet, he finally glimpsed the creature that had loomed behind him. It was a colossal wolf, standing upright, with an estimated length of 2.5 meters. Its body was enveloped in thick, black fur, yet it appeared grotesquely distorted. Its massive head gaped wide enough to accommodate a truck tire, while its limbs were unnaturally slender. The wolf's eerie green eyes reflected the terrified faces of those around it, brimming with a palpable hunger and malice. The crew, upon witnessing this fearsome beast, felt a wave of terror wash over them, rendering them speechless. "Wow!" was the only exclamation that escaped Chun Huayan, inadvertently breaking the tension. He was not intentionally trying to lighten the mood. In fact, he felt an odd sense of amusement rather than fear. For reasons unknown, he found the wolf to be rather unimpressive. In terms of intimidation, it could not hold a candle to the likes of Qingxian Taoist or the venerable Qingyan ancestor. Thus, when confronted with the bizarre creature, he felt no instinctive dread. Instead, he viewed the tall, gangly wolf with a sense of absurdity. It bore resemblance to a demon, albeit lacking the fierce majesty typically associated with such beings. It reminded him more of a grotesquely malformed child, perhaps a product of excessive exposure to toxic waste. Though Tianmen Mountain was far from a sea, Chun Huayan's wow snapped the mountain-climbing uncle back to reality. Swallowing hard, he gazed at the slowly advancing wolf and attempted to maintain his composure. "Everyone, do not be afraid. If we encounter a wolf in the wild, we must not turn and flee, especially since we are numerous, and it is but a solitary creature. It would think twice before attacking us. We should slowly retreat towards the van. It is less than 50 meters away, which is not an insurmountable distance." Yet every step the group took felt perilous, filled with trepidation. "Keep your gaze fixed upon it. Let it know we are not afraid, but do not provoke it, as that may incite its wrath." The uncle, possessing considerable experience, observed that although the wolf displayed signs of aggression, it refrained from attacking outright, merely baring its teeth and emitting a low, threatening growl. The photographer, ever dedicated to his craft, continued to capture the unfolding drama, his lens focused on the menacing wolf as the live broadcast pressed on. Meanwhile, the chat room erupted in chaos. "Oh my goodness, what a massive wolf. Is this for real? Special effects? Huayan, come to mama. I'll protect you, sob sob. Is this really happening? Has anyone called the authorities? I'm so sorry, Kai Yifan, but between you and Huayan, my concern lies with Huayan. Isn't Kai Yifan a lay disciple of Shaolin? Shouldn't he be able to handle a wolf with ease?" Song Zichen did not notice the barrage of comments, but recalling Kai Yifan's earlier words, he poked Kai Yifan in the waist and exclaimed, "Brother Fan, haven't you practiced martial arts in childhood? Go chase that wolf away. Use your childhood urine to scare it off." Kai Yifan, already on edge, erupted at the sudden poke, glaring at Song Zichen and shouting, "I've trained for your dam. You are the one skilled in martial arts. Your entire family is. Are you out of your mind, sending me to confront such a massive wolf?" The uncle standing in front of everyone's gaze changed color, cursing silently at the foolishness. The giant wolf, initially hesitating and observing, was provoked by the commotion created by Kai Yifan and Song Zichen, akin to a fuse igniting a powder keg. Its body hunched, limbs poised to pounce. The uncle, alarmed, immediately shouted, "Run! Head toward the van." However, the monstrous wolf was swifter. In the blink of an eye, Song Zichen and Zhang Lulu were sent flying. The beast charged into the crowd, letting out a menacing howl. Those with even a modicum of knowledge could discern that the creature was summoning its kin. Indeed, rustling in the nearby bushes heralded the emergence of another, slightly smaller monster wolf. The two wolves, eyes glinting with menace, had effectively split the crowd into two factions, one group closer to the van, while the other found themselves trapped outside. Unfortunately, Chen Huayan belonged to the latter group, alongside Su Xingqian and the head cameraman. Despair enveloped Su Xingqian and the cameraman. There was no way they could traverse past the monstrous wolves to reach the van, and Director Zhang's group could not risk their lives to rescue them. What were they to do now? In this moment of panic, one figure remained remarkably composed. Chen Huayan. I admire you, Su Pure Man. Chen Huayan affirmed to himself. The resonance of cancer cells and boundless potential surged within his life force. He could hear it, raising his cold, steely gaze towards the wolf demon. A flicker of disdain and confidence shone in his eyes. Imagine King Xianzun, who had once shattered the gates of the Qingyun sect with a single strike, leaving the old dog Qing Xian kneeling helplessly in the square. What was a mere oddly shaped wolf in comparison? Su Xingqian quickly took note of Chen Huayan's unusual demeanor and pondered whether this young man possessed a solution. Then, she witnessed him assume a horse stance, raising his cane towards the monstrous wolf, his free hand beckoning it with a casual flick of his fingers. Su Xingqian dove. No, this isn't right. I must not underestimate Brother Huayan. Perhaps he knows martial arts. A glimmer of hope ignited within her once more. Indeed, Chen Huayan was a terminal cancer patient and a disabled individual. Had he not honed his body from a young age, he would have crumbled by now. Yet, he could not only ascend Tianmen Mountain, but also keep pace with the group, even surpassing everyone with ease. The answer was becoming evident. The monstrous wolf, unable to tolerate the provocation, let out a low growl and lunged forward. Su Xingqian, frightened, shut her eyes. In the blink of an eye, Chen Huayan wielded his cane like a dragon, exuding an aura of lethal intent, imbued with a hint of swordsmanship. Swift, precise, and ruthless, the cane struck the monstrous wolf upon its head with a resounding crack. Was it the shattering of the wolf's skull? Su Xingqian opened one eye, witnessing the two shattered pieces of the cane on the ground. Ah, it was Brother Huayan's cane that had broken. Yet, Chen Huayan stood resolutely before the two, as an indomitable force against a multitude. Did he possess another stratagem? Su Xingqian and the photographer gazed at Chen Huayan's silhouette with bated breath. Slowly, Chen Huayan turned his head, revealing a benevolent yet sorrowful smile. Do not linger. The enemy is humiliated. Depart swiftly. Chapter 66. The Great One, the monstrous wolf, dazed from the blow of the cane, shook its head several times before managing to regain its senses. It could not comprehend how it, a creature capable of effortlessly slaughtering ordinary humans, was halted by a mere wooden stick. Even more perplexing was the chilling sensation it felt at the moment the stick struck, as if, had it been a sword, it would have met its demise. This human is formidable? The wolf gazed, bewildered, at the retreating figures of the three. If this human was so powerful, why did he flee? Thus, the wolf concluded that the human was weak, and its earlier encounter had merely been a stroke of luck. It resolved to pursue. With remarkable speed, the wolf swiftly closed the distance to Chen Huayan's back. Its eyes gleamed with intensity as it focused on the human's neck. Meanwhile, the ethereal black dragon on Chen Huayan's back began to solidify. In a heartbeat, Chen Huayan inadvertently stepped on a stone, causing him to lose his balance. Two Thunderfire talismans slipped from his chest and fell to the ground, as his right leg inadvertently kicked back. This unexpected kick struck the wolf squarely on the jaw, producing a loud crack. With a tremendous force, the creature was sent flying, rolling into the thicket. Chen Huayan tumbled to the ground. Seeing this, Su Xingqian and the photographer, who were still running ahead, hurried back to assist him. No, you must leave quickly. Chen Huayan's face turned pale from the pain, uncertain of what he had just kicked. It felt as though his heel bone had fractured. He did not look back, still believing the wolf was in pursuit. We cannot leave you. We must go together. While the wolf has not caught up, Su Xingqian and the photographer supported him from either side. Only then did Chen Huayan glance back, puzzled by the emptiness behind him. How could the wolf have vanished so suddenly when he had felt it closing in just moments before. Strange, indeed. Meanwhile, deep within the thicket, the wolf, its jaw shattered and mangled, staggered to its feet. Compared to the blow from the stick, its head now spun even more violently, the buzzing in its ears overwhelming. Its jaw throbbed with pain, reminiscent of the day it had been struck by that metal box. This human was the first to inflict such agony upon it. Igniting its fury, its emerald eyes began to glow with rage, panting heavily as its body swelled like a balloon, its thick mane erupting like a multitude of sharp steel needles. Since attaining greater intelligence, this was the only human that had caused it such suffering, prompting memories of that fateful day. All humans must die. This mountain had once been its domain, now transformed into a human playground. The wolves had been driven deeper into the woods, constantly wary of those swiftly moving metal boxes. Why should this be so? A howl! The wolf charged from the thicket, embodying the essence of a king, exuding an aura of power and malice. The inky night enveloped it, celebrating its fierce presence. The wolf vowed to make those who had humiliated it pay dearly. With its keen sense of smell, it instantly locked onto the scent of 3 individuals. It sprinted forth on its 4 legs, swift as lightning, and then stepped onto a thunder talisman. A thunderous roar erupted, startling Chun Huayan, who was fleeing. The sound felt oddly familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Why was there thunder? Wasn't he today clear? Su Xingchen also sensed something amiss. The air carried a peculiar scent of charred matter. Struggling to carry the adult Chun Huayan, both Su Xingchen and the photographer soon found themselves at a standstill. Fortunately, they stumbled upon a small wooden cabin, where the 3 sought refuge, closing the door behind them. Chun Huayan sat by the entrance, feeling that the pain in his right foot had subsided. However, being a person with a disability, he felt it unwise to reveal his condition immediately. What if the show required him to repay them for the deception? Brother Huayan, why are you sitting at the door? It's so dangerous, Su Xingchen exclaimed, attempting to pull him inside. Chun Huayan raised his gaze and waved his hand gently, replying, if that wolf bursts in, I can at least provide you both with a slim chance of escape. You can flee through the window while I stand guard. My life is already fleeting, and if you save me, I shall return the favor. Hearing this, Su Xingchen's eyes turned red again as she pouted and sat beside him, sniffling. Brother Huayan, you are too kind. I've already called the police. Everything will be fine. Your praise is unwarranted. I am but an ordinary person, Chun Huayan replied, as he reached for his phone to play a game, only to notice that the cameraman was still filming him. Stunned, he exclaimed, Wait, are you still recording? The sweating photographer chuckled, revealing a bright smile. Hee, professional ethics. 5 minutes earlier, the wolf. The wolf is eating people. The wolf is eating people. Hey, the wolf is coming. Kai Yifan lay convulsing on the twisted door of a van, while others huddled shivering in the half-dismantled vehicle. Not far away, a gigantic wolf lay in a pool of blood, its size having swelled to about 4 meters, a true behemoth. Initially, they believed they could escape by hiding in the van, yet they soon realized that to the colossal wolf, the vehicle was merely a toy to be dismantled at will. Standing beside the giant wolf's carcass was a girl in a school uniform, her right hand gripping a gun, its tip still dripping blood. With bits of yellowish-white matter, fragments of the monstrous wolf's brain, adhering to it, Lin Lingling wiped the blood from her cheek and emotionlessly approached Kai Yifan, whose leg had been crushed by the creature. As she drew near, he mumbled incoherently, clearly in a state of mental disarray. TSK, a disciple of the Shaolin secular school? And this is the level of mental fortitude? Lin Lingling thought, feeling a wave of disgust as she recalled having once admired Kai Yifan. Fortunately, her experiences as a demon slayer had dispelled the allure of so-called celebrities. In truth, they were nothing of significance. This world was far more fascinating than she had ever imagined. Before the complete outbreak, everything was forcibly concealed for the sake of social stability. However, one cannot hide a fire with mere paper. Exposure is simply a matter of time. That female warrior? Director Zhang was unsure if that was the correct way to address her. Cautiously, she remarked, there's another wolf pursuing the other 3 individuals, heading west. Please, you must save them. What? There's another one? Why didn't you say so earlier? Lin Lingling's eyes widened, her silver teeth clenched tightly. These individuals had barely escaped annihilation while relying on a van. The other three, with no protection, were likely already consumed by the wolves. Damn it, Lin Lingling. If only your instincts were sharper, such a tragedy could have been averted. Without further ado, the young girl quickened her pace towards the west. She could already sense the pervasive aura of malevolence in the air. Time was of the essence. Just then, the sky to the west suddenly illuminated. Boom! Lin Lingling momentarily halted, her eyes wide as she witnessed a flash of lightning in the murky sky. Thunder struck down, purging evil. The scent of the wolf demon vanished in an instant. Their allies. Amidst the thunder and fire, Lin Lingling sensed a spirit of righteousness and tranquility. And her heart immediately reached a conclusion. It was undoubtedly a formidable ally. Chapter 67 here. Lin Lingling pursued the location of the fallen thunder. Ultimately, she discovered the charred remains of the wolf demon in a crater measuring 5 meters across. Its jawbone lay shattered, indicating it had been struck by a blunt weapon, likely a hammer or a club wielded by some formidable figure. Given that a powerful individual had already appeared without the scent of human blood, it was evident that the 3 missing individuals were safe. Thus, Lin Lingling examined the wolf demon's corpse with unburdened curiosity. Bending down, she picked up a piece of wolf bone, which crumbled to powder at her touch. Instantly, her pupils dilated as she murmured, "Could it be a general-level demon?" After all, there are only a handful of such beings in the world. Lin Lingling was astonished by her own conclusion. The demon slayers were classified into 4 tiers: white, master, soldier, and a general. Being of the white tier, she could only be regarded as a civilian demon slayer, those with relevant credentials who did not hold formal positions. Their role was akin to that of bounty hunters, enjoying the freedom to accept missions at their discretion and slay demons as fate permitted. The spoils from their conquests would yield substantial rewards. Yet should they perish due to overreaching, no one would come to claim their remains. Lin Lingling relied on her demon-slaying income to cover her tuition fees. Otherwise, one could only speculate where she might be toiling in some unscrupulous factory. Her ultimate aspiration was to become a formally recognized demon slayer. For only then could she explore broader horizons. What is this? Lin Lingling bent to retrieve a piece of yellow paper. It lay less than 3 meters from the wolf's corpse, adorned with obscure characters drawn in red cinnabar. She could faintly sense a potent, thunderous energy brewing within. Realizing this, her hand instinctively trembled. If she were a demon, she would likely have been consumed by the lightning energy of the talisman by now. It appeared that the earlier thunder had been triggered by this very talisman. Lin Lingling gasped in astonishment. If that formidable individual could unleash such immense power merely by utilizing a talisman, it was utterly unprecedented, something she had never encountered before. At least, not in her recollection of the mightiest demon slayer in the Hua region. Who could this person be? She steadied her thoughts and continued to follow the trail. Eventually, she stumbled upon a dilapidated ranger's cabin near the wolf demon's remains. Why hasn't the wolf arrived yet? Huan, how can you say that? Su Xingqian's face paled upon hearing Chun Huayan's words. The cameraman, equally speechless, remarked, "What? Are you looking forward to it?" "Not really. According to the law of conservation of danger, our safety indicates that another group is in peril." Chun Huayan stroked his chin and stated coolly, "With wolves of such size, can Zhang Dao and the others truly evade danger while hiding in the van?" Upon hearing Chun Huayan's words, fear crept onto Su Xingqian and the cameraman's faces. Indeed, once the people in the van met their demise, it would inevitably be their turn next. In this vast wilderness, how could they possibly escape the pursuit of wild beasts? Just then, a creaking sound echoed through the air. The door of the small cabin suddenly swung open, allowing the moonlight to seep in, casting a large shadow upon the wall. However, the shadow was not that of a wolf, but rather that of a girl. Lin Lingling took advantage of the moonlight to scrutinize the 3 individuals within the cabin. 2 men and 1 woman, a bald man, an innocent-looking young woman, and a burly man wielding a camera. These individuals did not appear to be formidable figures. There was no palpable aura of power emanating from them. Thus, was the esteemed figure not present? A flicker of doubt crossed her mind. Had that esteemed individual already departed? Truly, as a high-ranking figure, they came and went without a trace, leaving someone as insignificant as her utterly oblivious. Little sister, there are wolves outside. Hurry in and take shelter, Su Xingchen said, relieved upon seeing a charming student enter. Although puzzled by the long rifle slung across the girl's back, was it cosplay? She felt grateful that it was not a wolf. The wolf was already dead. Lin Lingling's rifle, still dripping with blood, remained expressionless as she spoke in a tone laced with fear. "Oh dear, you scared me. I was climbing a mountain when I stumbled upon a wolf's corpse, and in my panic, I ran here. I'm so frightened." Su Xingchen was momentarily speechless, suddenly finding the young girl rather suspicious. Chun Huayan's gaze fell upon Lin Lingling, scanning her from head to toe before finally fixating on the talisman in her hand. He blinked and asked, "Little sister, where did you find that talisman?" Lin Lingling glanced at Chun Huayan, then looked again and again, ultimately fixating on him with intensity. Goodness, he was striking. She hadn't noticed upon entering, but now that she looked closely, she felt an urge to affix her gaze upon him. However, being a distinguished demon slayer, Lin Lingling forcibly suppressed her impulse to admire handsome men, her cheeks flushing as she coughed twice. "What talisman? I'm not sure what you're talking about. That's merely my keychain." As a demon slayer, one often found themselves exposed to the public eye. In the past, when demons were fewer in number, it was customary to conceal one's identity entirely or compel witnesses to sign non-disclosure agreements. Eventually, relevant authorities even developed potions to erase memories of events for a period. But now, as demons proliferated, it was becoming increasingly difficult to maintain secrecy, and the materials for the potions were costly. It was impractical to have witnesses consume them after every mission. Hence, aside from particularly fantastical-looking demons, any creature that bore resemblance to a wild beast was uniformly referred to as a beast mutated by seawater. Additionally, demon slayers publicly proclaimed themselves to be martial artists who had trained from a young age. Sometimes, when deployed alongside security personnel, they were even referred to as special agents. In any case, it was imperative that they did not reveal their identities as demon slayers. They must not disclose that the world was gradually becoming populated with demons, nor should they allow ordinary people to come into contact with objects related to supernatural events. Thus, when faced with Chun Huayan's inquiry, Lin Lingling's instinctive reaction was to conceal the truth. However, that talisman should belong to me, right? To substantiate her claim, Chun Huayan reached into the inner pocket of his tactical jacket and produced a crumpled Thunderfire talisman. In my mind, I thought, what a wretched keychain. I never anticipated that this seemingly fair and charming girl would be one to lie so effortlessly. Lin Lingling, here look, I have more. Chun Huayan then produced 5 more. Lin Lingling. Chapter 68. Your electronic girlfriend has joined the Sword Pavilion. The excursion to Mount Tianmin ended in disappointment. Kai Yifan was so terrified by the wolf that he lost his sanity, turning the title of a Shaolin lay disciple into a mere jest. Song Zichen and Wang Yitao as personas also crumbled spectacularly. The 2 grown men proved to be less courageous than the girls when confronted by peril. Thanks to the dedicated cameraman, Su Xingchen's image as a kind-hearted lamb gained widespread acclaim, while Zhang Lulilu, despite a lack of standout performance, also enjoyed a modest rise in popularity. However, the true sensation igniting fervent discussions across the internet was the middle school girl who bravely battled the wolf, alongside the nation's beloved heartthrob, Chun Huayan, who remained eerily composed even in the face of danger, despite being bald. Of course, the title of national heartthrob was bestowed upon him by netizens. Although this episode of Adventure at Coffee University encountered an incident, it inadvertently propelled the entire show into the limelight. With no casualties reported, the inherent dangers were swiftly overshadowed by an array of meme-worthy expressions from several male celebrities, including an abundance of Chun Huayan's meme-worthy expressions. However, due to his remarkable composure, none of his expressions could be deemed unflattering. Thus, every meme portrayed him as strikingly handsome. At the reception desk, receptionist A. The handsome guy from room 418 is back. Receptionist B. Really? This morning, I had the cleaning lady check, and he hadn't returned yet. Receptionist A. So, should we add a green bubble for him? Receptionist B. Oh, I'm just a hotel receptionist. He wouldn't be interested in me. Lin Lingling stood at the counter, listening to the two girls converse with an expression of exasperation. She was quite petite, barely taller than the counter itself. The counter was topped with a few 32-inch monitors, nearly obscuring the lower half of her face. Hello, I would like to book room 417, Lin Lingling said, raising her ID card with both hands. Receptionist A continued, Oh, you're not unattractive. What if he takes a liking to you? Hello, I would like to book room 417. Receptionist B responded, but I weigh nearly 180 pounds. Receptionist A chimed in, Isn't that great? Being slightly plump is in vogue now. Lin Lingling could no longer endure this conversation. Taking a deep breath, she exclaimed, For heaven's sake, I want to book room 417. Did you hear me? Finally, the two receptionists acknowledged her. Oh, I'm so sorry, miss. Room 417 is already occupied. What about 419? 419 is still available. I'll take it for a month. Here is my card. Lin Lingling expressionlessly slapped her bank card on the table. After completing the transaction, she expressionlessly dragged her enormous suitcase into the elevator. As the elevator doors closed, Lin Lingling couldn't help but recall the events of the previous night. Upon confirming that the talismans in Chen Huayan's possession were genuine, her first instinct was to recognize him as the big shot. Yet, she quickly sensed something amiss. First, Chen Huayan exhibited no internal energy. He was just an ordinary person. Second, when she tested him, it became evident that he was utterly oblivious. While descending the mountain, she discreetly inquired if he was a level up. Chen Huayan regarded her with a look of incredulity and replied, I'm more of a comparative level. Undeterred, she persisted in exchanging secret signals with him. She remarked, A friend arrives from afar, to which the expected response should have been, Is it not delightful? Yet, Chen Huayan responded with, Though distant, it must be eradicated. There was another coded inquiry. She asked, not recognizing the true visage of Mount Lu, but the reply was, only familiar with the bent bow shooting the great eagle. It was an utter tangle of confusion, from the clear, yet foolish gaze of the other party. Lin Lingling discerned that this distinguished individual had no comprehension of the demon-slaying department. However, from where did the talismans on Chen Huayan originate? Who was he? Would he know how to wield these talismans? Perhaps he was merely an ordinary person who stumbled upon treasures by sheer chance? As a demon slayer, her responsibilities extended beyond exterminating demons. She was also tasked with locating companions, those ordinary individuals affected by the resurgence of spiritual energy manifesting abnormalities. Firstly, to enlighten them about the existence of the demon-slaying department. Secondly, to prevent them from becoming patriotic citizens. In recent years, a series of bizarre serial murders had occurred, some perpetrated by demons, others by individuals endowed with extraordinary powers. In fact, these empowered humans could be even more terrifying than the demons themselves. The talisman had also been given to Chen Huayan. Despite possessing an irresistibly youthful and adorable visage, she could not retain the talisman. However, she did not overlook the potential threat posed by Chen Huayan. Today, she had tracked him to the room next door to ascertain his true nature. If he were merely an ordinary person who had inadvertently acquired those talismans, she would need to devise a way to reclaim these hazardous items, perhaps by purchasing them. Of course, she admitted to being quite covetous of those precious talismans. Upon reaching the door of room 419, Lin Lingling stood before the firmly shut door of room 418. Lost in thought, affixed to the door was a talisman, precisely the kind used to slay the wolf demon on the mountain. Goodness, will he even know how to use it? She mused, tugging at her hair in frustration. What if he were truly a high-ranking individual on a secret mission? Wouldn't her actions be akin to flooding the Dragon King's temple? Perhaps it was best to observe for a few days before making any decisions. Meanwhile, inside room 418, Chen Huayan divided the freshly purchased roasted duck with his companion, Ba Ji. He then delightfully connected his phone to a charger, powered it on, and opened his electronic girlfriend. After enduring a series of unfortunate events the previous night, he had spent the latter half at the police station. He could not fathom why he was required to file a report following a beast attack, surrounded by a multitude of guards. Making it feel like a terrorist incident, quite an eye-opener indeed. Qingran must have joined Lingxi Valley. Chen Huayan mused to himself. Lingxi Valley, a sect renowned for its abundance of female disciples, promised a feast for the eyes. However, upon launching the game, he was met not with the anticipated ancient architecture and charming scenery, but rather with a scene of devastation and despair. What the hell is this? Is this Lingxi Valley? The legendary sect filled with women healers? Is this a joke? The sect's plaque is shattered, rendering the characters unreadable. Chen Huayan slowly typed out a question mark. At that moment, a game notification appeared. Your electronic girlfriend, Li Qingran, has joined the sect Sword Pavilion. Sword Pavilion. All members are sword cultivators. Due to the unique nature of sword cultivators, this sect is also referred to as the poorest sect in the Tang Xin realm. Chen Huayan. Where's the celestial mechanism for divination? Comme fort. He intends to apply for a refund for the disabled. Chapter 69. Is Chen Huayan the Grand Elder? Half a day ago, disciple Qingran pays her respects to the sect master. Li Qingran greeted Su Qinian with a graceful bow. She had successfully passed all the assessments and evaluations of the Sword Pavilion, earning her place within its ranks. It was only at this moment that she realized the 4 elders of the Sword Pavilion had all mobilized in pursuit of spirit stones, and the one who had escorted her was the Pavilion Master's most trusted disciple, the esteemed Xuanwu sword, Yu Qianqi. The Sword Pavilion was sparsely populated, its dilapidated structures exuding an air of desolation. Along her journey, she encountered no more than 100 disciples, each of whom appeared somewhat eccentric. Ha ha ha, Qingran. There is no need for formality. Since you have joined our Sword Pavilion, we are all family, Su Qinian said, stroking his beard as he led Li Qingran to the sect's plaza. I regret to inform you that our earlier claim of being from the Qingyan sect was a necessity. There were too many eyes and ears around. We had just executed a significant operation, and discretion was paramount, hence the ruse. Li Qingran felt a pang of guilt, realizing that robbery was not a righteous path. Although no one was harmed, the act itself was undeniably wrong. Yet, the thought that this Sword Pavilion might be her master's sect dispelled her internal conflict. She began to understand Su Qinian better. As a prestigious sect renowned for its swordsmanship, the Pavilion Master would not resort to such measures unless compelled by dire circumstances. Such occurrences, she believed, would be rare. However, her contemplation was interrupted by the stout elder Yuan Sanshur, who exclaimed, Pavilion Master, we have reaped substantial rewards this time. Over 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, enough to sustain us for a while. Who shall we target next? Without a moment's hesitation, Su Qinian replied, in a month, we shall raid the Zhongzhou secret realm. What say you? The elders erupted in delight, clasping their hands in reverence, proclaiming, the Pavilion Master is indeed wise. Li Qingran felt a wave of regret. She silently retracted her earlier thoughts. Now that they had brought her back, Su Qinian had a responsibility towards her. He arranged the elders in a line, introducing them one by one. Qingran, our Sword Pavilion boasts 6 major peaks. First is my own Xuanwu Peak, where we cultivate the Xuanwu sword intent, renowned for its might. Elder Yuan presides over Lingyun Peak, home to the foremost offensive sword techniques that dominate the landscape. Elderly governs Tsangjian Peak, where the art of concealing swords is practiced. Our swords seldom leave their sheath unless thirsting for blood. Elder Wang oversees Luoshuang Cliff, the realm of the world's finest frost swords, their intent as piercing as the biting snow. And Elder Wu, master of Wuqing Peak, cultivates the heartless sword intent, where blades sever flesh and souls alike. Additionally, there exists a 6th peak, the Wanjian Peak, though none among us practice its unparalleled sword intent. It contains but a solitary steel for contemplation, and without an elder to guide you, I advise caution in your choice. Noticing Li Qingran's dazed expression, Su Qinian stroked his beard and suggested, with your singular water spiritual root and exceptional quality of your dantian, you are a rare talent in the realm of cultivation. I recommend you embrace the frost sword and seek to join Elder Wang's peak. His ice soul sword techniques will harmonize beautifully with your water affinity, allowing your cultivation to progress at an astonishing pace. Moreover, you must keep your extraordinary Dantian a closely guarded secret, confiding in no one. Within the Sword Pavilion, both I and the esteemed elders, along with your senior brothers and sisters, can offer you protection. However, once you step outside the pavilion, the world is fraught with danger, and calamities may arise. Qingran, be vigilant. Li Qingran regained her composure and bowed respectfully. Prior to entering the Sword Pavilion for her talent assessment, she harbored a fear that her exceptional Dantian might be revealed, inciting turmoil. To her surprise, the pavilion master and the elders were merely astonished for a brief moment. Through their subsequent conversations, she learned that over 30 disciples within the Sword Pavilion possessed varying grades of Dantian. The eldest sister, Yu Qianxi, possessed a second-grade Dantian. While her exceptional Dantian was indeed a rarity, it did not provoke undue excitement within the pavilion. The Sword Pavilion may appear unassuming due to its lack of ambition. It conceals profound depths, much like a sword sheathed. Perhaps the only thing that could stir the emotions of these sword cultivators was the absence of funds. Although the mountain gate recommended by the pavilion master was commendable, and the elders provided guidance, Li Qingran remained steadfast in her aspiration to become a healer. To pursue this path, she could not prioritize swordsmanship as her principal focus. Consequently, she refrained from joining any sect with an elder, as she wished to avoid future conflicts arising from differing opinions. Thus she bowed and stated, "Disciple wishes to go to the 6th peak." Upon hearing Li Qingran's choice, Su Qinian chuckled resignedly. "Do you still aspire to be a pill cultivator or a healer?" Li Qingran lowered her head, remaining silent. "Very well, then you may proceed to the 6th peak." Su Qinian did not press further, but advised, "From your impeccably suited internal cultivation, it appears you already have a master. I'm not concerned about your lack of heart techniques. Though our Sword Pavilion primarily focuses on sword cultivation, its foundation is more profound than any sect in the Zhongyun realm. Do not be deceived by our sparse numbers and humble appearance. Upon entering the scripture repository, you will discover an entirely different world." Li Qingran did not perceive the pavilion master as boasting. She detected an undeniable confidence and arrogance in his words. Thus, the regret of not successfully entering Lingxi Valley diminished considerably. Moreover, this place might indeed be connected to her master. With this thought, Li Qingran could not help but inquire, "Pavilion master, forgive my boldness, but do you happen to know a senior by the surname Chun?" "By the surname Chun? A sword cultivator?" Su Qinian raised an eyebrow. "Indeed." Ah. Su Qinian gazed at Li Qingran's eyes, brimming with anticipation, and mischievously replied, "Yes, Elder Chun is our esteemed elder in the Sword Pavilion. However, he is no longer here. I am unsure of his whereabouts, but he is likely off slaying monsters somewhere." Li Qingran's heart swelled with delight upon this revelation. So this was indeed the sect where her master had once resided. It was no wonder they shared a similar style while riding their flying swords. "Well, focus on your cultivation. When Elder Chun returns, I shall facilitate an introduction," Su Qinian remarked, shaking his head. Elder Chun is quite strict with his disciples. He is reluctant to meet those lacking in strength. You must enhance your capabilities. "Yes, disciple will remember." Li Qingran bowed once more, her face adorned with a charming smile. "All right, go with your senior sister to select a cave dwelling," said Su Qinian, casting a knowing glance at Yu Qianxi. Understanding the cue, Yu Qianxi promptly led Li Qingran away. "Master, does our Sword Pavilion truly have a supreme elder by the surname Chun?" "Absolutely not." "Then how do you?" "This young lady possesses an extraordinary Dantian and a singular water spiritual root. If she dedicates herself to sword cultivation, her future is boundless." Her eager inquiries about the Chun surnamed swordsman must stem from him being her mentor in the water affinity heart method. However, for reasons unknown, he has departed from her, which is why I intentionally conveyed such a statement. With hands clasped behind his back, Su Qinian gazed at the vast sea of clouds beneath the mountain gate, his gaze distant. "Are you truly willing to witness such a talent rooted in the seemingly fruitless paths of medical and alchemical cultivation? We live in an era of fierce competition, not one of prosperity. The purple star dims, and calamities loom. Only the sword at your waist can safeguard you. Though medical and alchemical practices may appear promising, should you provoke the wrong individuals, they will dismantle your pharmacy and kick over your alchemical furnace, leaving you helplessly watching. I, for one, am merely cherishing talent. Upon hearing this, the elders exchanged glances, their expressions shifting to realization, and they bowed their heads in reverence. Master is indeed wise. Chapter 70. Selecting a cave dwelling Qingran. Here lies the cave dwelling of our sword pavilion, on the flying sword. Senior sister Yu Qianxi pointed towards a towering peak in the distance. Li Qingran focused her gaze and vaguely discerned numerous caves and small stone houses constructed by cultivators. Surrounding these caves and houses were spirit fields meticulously tended by the cultivators themselves, while the flora and decor displayed an array of tastes among them. For instance, one cultivator had planted a profusion of chrysanthemums at the entrance of their dwelling, while another was adorned with imposing cacti. Although she had yet to see the individuals, Li Qingran mused that these two must possess drastically different personalities. Noticing Li Qingran's contemplative silence, Yu Qianxi chuckled, mistakenly believing her disciple found the peak unremarkable. Our sword pavilion differs from other sects. We lack many blessed lands. The sect leader has concentrated the spiritual energy from other peaks using formations to enhance the density here. As a result, while it may seem a bit crowded with disciples from various mountain gates residing together, the cultivation environment is significantly improved, making it all the more vibrant. Wouldn't you agree? Li Qingran nodded, a flicker of admiration gleaming in her eyes. The sect leader must be a pragmatic individual, willing to sacrifice the prestige of the sect to enhance the welfare of the disciples. During her time at Qingyun's sect, she often pondered why the leader did not amalgamate the spiritual energies of several peaks, allowing disciples to compete amongst themselves. When she raised this thought with Taoist Qingxian, she was scolded for her naivety, being told that cultivation was a contest against heaven, earth, and humanity. If everyone consumes the same sustenance, how can one showcase the disparities brought forth by innate talent and personal effort? Yet, she believed that a sect should resemble a family, united in purpose and mutual assistance, rather than embroiled in conflict. Perhaps her ideals were too innocent. Is there anything you wish to express, junior sister? None. Li Qingran, gazing into Yu Qianxi's clear eyes, felt her cheeks warm as she lowered her head and murmured, Senior sister, I find this place delightful. Which cave dwellings are unoccupied? Yu Qianxi gestured towards the mountain. Most of the caves from the mid-slope upward are vacant. Some are opened by disciples themselves, while others are pits created when the master hunted down the sect's beast. If you're dissatisfied, you may also create your own. Why do so many choose to reside below? Li Qingran inquired curiously. Convenience, Yu Qianxi shrugged. Flying on swords can be quite exhausting. Our sword pavilion's principle is, when outside, if one can stand, do not fly. If one can sit, do not stand. If one can lie down, do not sit. If one can sleep, do not remain awake. And, well, that's where it ends. Li Qingran, is this truly the life philosophy of the sword pavilion's cultivators? Quite the display indeed. As they approached the peak, she indeed observed numerous sword cultivators sprawled languidly, one even basking in the sun atop a turtle by a waterfall. At first glance, it appeared rather lazy, yet upon closer inspection, there was an intriguing sense of zen. This particular cultivator, named Duan Feng, practiced the path of emotional detachment and was in a state of enlightenment. He typically bore the demeanor of a coffin lid, utterly uninteresting. Yu Qianxi rolled her eyes and sped past with Li Qingran, circling the mountain once more. So, junior sister, have you decided where you would like to reside? Li Qingran blinked, and in her mind's eye, a picturesque scene emerged, a cliff atop a mountain, with the dawn sun rising and myriad birds singing. Senior sister, I wish to reside at the mountain's peak. Very well, replied Yu Qianxi, unfazed. Most disciples, upon their arrival at the sword pavilion, gravitate towards the summit, drawn by the breathtaking vistas and expansive views. The thrill of soaring on flying swords daily seems inconsequential at first. Yet, even the most splendid scenery can grow tiresome. Over time, they come to realize the arduousness of rising early for morning classes, often feeling utterly exhausted, lagging behind others who saunter leisurely. When summer reaches its zenith, the scorching sun can be relentless, leading them to reconsider their choices. Surviving the heat of summer gives way to the biting winds and snow of winter. While the base of the mountain is alive with the sounds of birds and fragrant blossoms, the summit is cloaked in ice. And a single night spent there can temper even the most spirited disciple. Within half a year, many of these students challenge their seniors, seeking to relocate their abodes closer to the base. Those who dwell nearer to the foot of the mountain are invariably the most formidable. Yu Qianqi led Li Qingran to the summit, where a small stone cottage lay, covered in dust, clearly long abandoned. "All right, junior sister, I shall leave you here. Should you require anything, you can summon me with a sound transmission talisman. You are always welcome to visit me at cave dwelling number 1 at the mountain's foot." Suddenly, a hint of wine's aroma wafted through the air. Yu Qianqi's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she hastily set Li Qingran down, licking her lips. "Senior sister, I'm off for a drink. Hee, farewell." With that, Yu Qianqi soared down the mountain on her flying sword, her voice echoing in the air. "Junior sister, do remember to attend tomorrow's morning class, and do not be late." As her voice faded, it returned once more. "Suen, I shall count to 3. Hand over your newly brewed wine, or I will demolish your cave dwelling." "You brute! No chance." A thunderous clash of sword intent erupted in the mountain, followed by a cacophony of combat, sounds that caused the ground to tremble. A few celestial cranes perched on the cliff's edge remained blissfully asleep, evidently accustomed to such ruckus. Li Qingran stood at the cliff's edge for a moment before turning to enter the stone cottage. A new chapter of her life was about to begin. After attending her morning class tomorrow, she would visit the scripture pavilion. She was determined to aid her master in dispelling poison. She vowed to ensure her master's longevity. With a clenched fist, she motivated herself, picking up a broom from the entrance to tidy the dusty room. Suddenly, a familiar voice resonated in the void. "Qingran, though we have been apart for a day, have you thought of your master?" Chapter 71, The Farm of Dodo. "Qingran, I long for you dearly." In room 418, Chun Huayan was fervently typing on his phone, unaware that his words had been utterly distorted. Nearby, at the table, Baji, having taken a bite of the spicy chow heiya, was shivering uncontrollably. Upon hearing Chun Huayan's voice, Li Qingran felt as if a sweet nectar had melted in her eyes, illuminating her very being. "Master, Qingran misses you so much." Li Qingran glanced around but could not find Chun Huayan. "Master, where are you?" "I am still engaged in battle with a formidable demon, but I have left a fragment of my spirit with you, allowing us to converse occasionally." Li Qingran felt a twinge of disappointment upon hearing this, but quickly regained her composure, expressing concern. "Master, that demon hasn't harmed you, has it? You're poisoned." "Do not worry, I am unharmed." "Oh, that is a relief. You are the most formidable, master." Li Qingran thought, how could he be unscathed? With such a severe poison, he must be in great pain. She envisioned a scene of a white-haired celestial master, having just emerged from a fierce battle, lying amidst the corpses of beasts, a sword still embedded in a demon's body, enduring agony while conversing with his disciple from thousands of miles away. Just imagining it made her heartbeat accelerate 1,000-fold. No. Li Qingran blushed and tapped her head. Is this the right time for such thoughts? "Master, I have joined a new sect, and everyone here treats me well. Tomorrow, I will go to the scripture pavilion to help you find a remedy for the poison." Mentioning this matter dampened Chun Huayan's spirits. "What sect have you joined?" "The sword pavilion." Li Qingran pursed her lips, her eyes sparkling. "I initially intended to go to Lingxi Valley, but an unexpected incident prevented me. The young master of Lingxi Valley dislikes men, and upon learning that you are a man, he expelled me." "What? How outrageous!" Chun Huayan rolled his eyes in exasperation, mentally noting the name of that insolent young master from Lingxi Valley. "Qingran, wait. I shall deal with that young master when we meet. How dare they expel you? Do they think they can bully my precious disciple? That mere Lingxi Valley. Do they not cherish life? How dare they cause my disciple distress? When I return, I shall refine them in an instant." "Master, it's all right." Li Qingran shook her head. This matter was in the past. Everyone has their own taboos. If they do not want disciples, then so be it. Now, I have found a better place. Chen Huayan's lips twitched. The sword pavilion? Oh yes. Li Qingran chuckled. This is the sect where you once resided, master. I realized they were not using wind protection formations while riding their flying swords, which shows my cleverness, right? Wait a moment. Chen Huayan was bewildered. What is a wind protection formation? Is it necessary to activate a wind protection formation while riding a flying sword? Where is it, and how does one activate it? Furthermore, the sword pavilion was his former sect? What on earth? Who told you this? The esteemed master has mentioned that you are the venerable elder, yet your whereabouts remain a mystery. He also advised me to diligently cultivate my skills, lest you look down upon me as your disciple. With a playful smile, Li Qingran's fingers danced across her chest, her eyes sparkling with emotion, radiating a blissful innocence. Chen Huayan observed the Na'vi glimmer in her large eyes. If his assumptions were correct, this foolish girl had undoubtedly been led astray. The master had utilized clever tactics, seemingly recognizing something and presenting Li Qingran with grand illusions. This foolish apprentice had become akin to a donkey with a carrot tied atop its head, while he, Chen Xianzun, had transformed into the very carrot itself. Amused and bemused, Chen Huayan contemplated the situation. By the way, master, should I inform the esteemed master of your current circumstances? With his assistance. Li Qingran's eyes brightened at the prospect. She was unaware of Su Qinyan's true strength, yet she presumed it to be on par with Wu Duantian, perhaps able to aid her master. Well, that could work. Chen Huayan initially intended to decline, recognizing that he was not truly the venerable elder. However, upon reflection, he considered that the master had already deceived Li Qingran under his name. Though the intention was to encourage her serious cultivation, since the deception had been initiated, he might as well play along and observe how the master would navigate the situation. Very well, then, Qingran shall visit the esteemed master tomorrow. Li Qingran affirmed with a serious nod, her expression adorably earnest. Chen Huayan examined the map, surveying the entirety of the sword pavilion. To his astonishment, every member of the pavilion was represented by green dots, with not a single yellow one in sight. This indicated that none of the disciples harbored any ill intentions, all displaying goodwill towards Li Qingran or, more broadly, towards their fellow disciples. Even the 2 points engaged in a fierce struggle seemed devoid of any true animosity. It seems that entering the Lingxi Valley may not be in the cards, Chen Huayan sighed. As the proverb wisely states, plans often fall victim to unforeseen changes. He had not anticipated encountering 2 such formidable wolves while merely ascending a mountain. A notification popped up. Your electronic girlfriend's abode is too dilapidated. Recharge 68 to provide her with a cozy home. Chen Huayan scoffed at the trivial amount. A mere 68 was hardly significant, even if it served as the key to unlock the next wave of expenditure. What of it? He, Chen the spendthrift Xinzuan, possessed ample wealth. With a flourish, Li Qingran began to tidy her room. In an instant, with a flash of golden light, the stone dwelling transformed into a splendid and inviting wooden house, adorned with new furnishings, while the existing ones were rejuvenated. This scene was strikingly reminiscent of a previous experience. Staring in awe at the beautiful house, Li Qingran felt her eyes welling with tears. In truth, what lingered most vividly in her heart were not the magical artifacts, spirit stones, or even the miraculous pills that could restore her dantian. She would forever cherish the memory of that stormy night when the word home materialized before her eyes, offering shelter from the tempest. The house, constructed from timber and stone, might seem insignificant to other cultivators, yet to her, it was the most precious of treasures. A memory of the time she departed from Wanqing Mountain with Chen Huayan. She gazed longingly towards the small stone house, her heart heavy with sorrow. The care bestowed upon her by her master had always manifested in those subtle details unnoticed by others, leaving her at a loss for how to repay such kindness. Yet, Li Qingran remained unaware of this. At that very moment, as she was touched by emotion, outside, Chen Huayan was lost in contemplation, staring intently at the screen. You have activated the electronic girlfriend's cave feature. You may freely purchase the following items to assist your electronic girlfriend's cultivation. Permanent primary spirit gathering array. 10. 000. Spirit stones automatically replenished. Permanent intermediate spirit gathering array. 100. 000. Spirit stones automatically replenished. Cultivate a piece of spirit field. 5. 000. Cultivate 10 pieces of spirit fields. 48. 800. Upgrade spirit field to level 1. Increasing spirit plant yield and grow speed 1. 000. Construct spirit beast enclosure. 50. 000. Unlock spirit beast cub store after construction. Build primary mystic armor array. 5. 000. Materials automatically replenished. Upgrade cave to level 2. Enhancing comfort 998. All above charges can be replaced with spirit stones, spirit crystals at a proportional rate. Chun Huayan slowly typed a question mark. He adjusted the view to minimize the house, observing the barren land on the cliff, divided into various areas awaiting cultivation. An old-school game sprang to mind. This is Farmville. Chapter 72. Is it just a bit of grass? Although this game is rather antiquated, Chun Huayan immediately recognized that the so-called cave dwelling system was merely a replica of the QQ farm template. If he were to construct this beast pen, it would likely be able to house some spirit chickens and spirit cattle as well. With a cold smirk, Chun Huayan upgraded Li Qingran's cave dwelling to level 2. As golden light flashed, the quaint wooden house expanded in size, now accompanied by 2 additional side rooms, complete with a bathing tub and a cooking stove, clearly designated for bathing and meal preparation, respectively. The spiritual energy was also not to be neglected. Chun Huayan observed meticulously. The mountain itself was already a novice gathering array, so he decided to install a basic gathering array within the room, ensuring that its efficacy would be nearly on par with an intermediate gathering array, especially since it did not require any additional materials, which was truly enticing. Charge. The initial Xuanjia array, to safeguard Qingran's safety, was imperative to activate. After this expenditure, the cave's environment underwent a remarkable transformation. While it lacked pavilions and towers, the structure was adorned with blue bricks and tiles, exquisite and pleasing to the eye. It may be small, but it was well equipped. Even placed within the Qingyun sect, it would be regarded as a genuine mansion, and in this sword pavilion, it resembled a dream residence. Just as Chun Huayan pondered what else to enhance, a feeble voice echoed within the game. Master, that's enough, please. It's too much. Li Qingran stood by the bed, her small hands anxiously clutching the hem of her clothing, her delicate face flushed with tension. This was not her first encounter with her master's mystical ability to conjure objects from afar, so she was not overly astonished. Her primary concern was how to explain the transformation of her cave dwelling to her fellow disciples in the sword pavilion. Surely, she could not claim she had built it herself, could she? Is this enough, Qingran? Chun Huayan felt otherwise. When the girl expressed her desire for restraint, she truly yearned for more. Others possess spiritual fields. I shall also provide you with some. Ah, master, please no. Would 10 large spiritual fields suffice? 10. Li Qingran recalled that her senior sister had only 2 spiritual fields, and she had taken great pride in them, for cultivating a fertile spiritual field was no simple feat. Yet now, her master casually offered 10? Very well, then it shall be 10. Boom, boom, boom. The earth surrounding the small wooden house stirred, and 10 plots of land, shimmering with spiritual energy, swiftly emerged. Chun Huayan even upgraded them in passing. Now it was spiritual field level 1, 10 plots. That seems sufficient. I must refrain from further expenditure. It is wise to retain some for emergencies. Trembling, Li Qingran opened the door, gazing at the vast expanse of fertile spiritual fields before her. Overwhelmed, her knees buckled, and she knelt on the ground, despairingly closing her eyes, murmuring, "It's over. I'm doomed." It was impossible for her master to retract what had been given. She foresaw herself becoming a notable figure within the sword pavilion. Those disciples would hardly refer to her as merely a disciple of her master, would they? This garment is quite nice. Take it and wear it to sleep. A piece of clothing landed on the bed. Li Qingran entered the room and picked up an item, instantly flushing a deep crimson. It was a white gauzy dress, exposing her bare back, with the fabric gradually tightening around her waist and hips and featuring a slit at the thigh. One could easily imagine that donning such a garment would undoubtedly showcase the curves of her waist and hips to perfection. This attire was certainly not suitable for venturing outside. Did her master intend for her to wear it to bed? Could it be inferred that her master wished to see her adorned in it? Oh dear, such thoughts were unbearable. Li Qingran's face grew increasingly flushed, turning a shade so red it seemed almost purple at the ears. When had she ever worn something so revealing? Yet if this were her master's desire, perhaps it was not entirely out of the question. Just as Li Qingran was lost in her tumultuous thoughts, Chen Huayan had already exited the electronic girlfriend shop. In truth, he had not pondered the matter deeply. The shop had simply refreshed an enticing sleepwear offer, and he thought to himself that for a mere 18 coins, it was wise to purchase it outright. You have completed main quest 2. 0. Assist your electronic girlfriend in establishing herself in the new sanctuary. Reward: 1 9-turn spirit orchid, 1 yuan earth, delivered. Main quest 3. 0. Countdown to the opening of the Zhongzhou Secret Realm dungeon. 30 days remaining. Please enhance your electronic girlfriend's survival rate in the dungeon. Each increase of 30 in survival rate will yield a celestial hint. Current survival rate: 0. Thud. A sound echoed at the door. Unfazed, Chen Huayan recognized it as the delivery of his mysterious package. However, he thought that there was no rush to retrieve it. His focus was drawn to main quest 3. 0. Was the first dungeon finally about to commence? He had previously speculated that an MMO of this nature could never lack dungeons, especially given the vastness of the game map, promising numerous opportunities for exploration, perhaps even world bosses. Departing from the small cabin at Wanquan Mountain was merely leaving the novice village. Now, joining the Sword Pavilion marked the true beginning of his adventure. The game would gradually unfold, allowing him to experience the power struggles of this world through the lens of his master, Li Qingran. Surely, this journey would be fraught with various crises, some scripted, others triggered by players. The Zhongzhou Secret Realm appeared to be a plot device. What would transpire if I prevented Li Qingran from entering the Zhongzhou Secret Realm? He pondered, stroking his chin. With such high freedom within the game, given his rapport with Li Qingran, it was indeed plausible that she could evade it. Yet, he would soon realize how naive this notion truly was. Regardless, whether or not she entered, her survival rate must be improved. Chen Huayan placed a hand on Li Qingran's shoulder to check her status. Status: fantasizing, cultivation progress, 399,800, Qi refinement level 3. Remaining lifespan: 143 years. Affection level: 85, blossoming. This young lady seemed lost in thought. Her cheeks flushed and pink bubbles floating above her head. Her strength had already reached Qi refinement level 3. A survival rate of 0 indicated that her current prowess was inadequate for entering the secret realm. Thus, it was imperative to swiftly enhance her strength, ensuring that her heart techniques and skills kept pace. It seems that I must hasten to delve into the Qinglian sword cannon. A sense of urgency welled up within Chen Huayan. Yet, upon reflection, there remains a month's time, which should not pose a significant issue. As a devoted player, one need only invest adequately to relish the game. However, for the planners and developers, the considerations are far more complex. It is time to retrieve the parcel. Chen Huayan rose and opened the door. As usual, 2 boxes lay at the entrance. One box had a narrow gap from which delicate tender leaves emerged, while the other was hefty, exuding a faint earthy aroma. 9-turn spirit orchid, Nuwa soil, quite a curious assortment. Chen Huayan carried the 2 soiled boxes into the room and placed them on the windowsill, then proceeded to fetch scissors and wet wipes. On the coffee table, the once barely alive Baji, recently spiced by Chow Haya, suddenly performed a nimble somersault, its feline eyes scanning left and right, ultimately fixating on the 2 boxes on the windowsill, gleaming with anticipation. Chapter 73. Could this truly be a genuine talisman? What a treasure! Absolutely a treasure. Baji stared intently at the box. It had a premonition that consuming the contents would undoubtedly elevate its prowess to unprecedented heights. At that point, even the iron boxes of humans would be nothing but morsels to be devoured and refined in an instant. After days of being fed excrement by this esteemed figure, had it finally decided to treat it to something delectable? Chen Huayan opened the box with scissors. As he had anticipated, it contained a plant, while another box held a pot of vividly colored soil. He planted the flora into the pot and placed it on the windowsill, gazing at it for a while, yet remained undeterred and took out his 1000-degree identification tool for a scan. The results quickly emerged. Grass, an ordinary plant. No, my friend. Is it truly just a common blade of grass? Chen Huayan was at a loss for words. The game developers displayed a blatant lack of sincerity. How much does a pot of orchids cost these days? Sending over such a filthy pot of grass felt exceedingly dismissive. The soil was no better, looking as if it had been marred by industrial pollution, utterly unappealing. In an instant, he discovered something else within the box. Extracting it revealed a talisman, encased in a sealed bag, accompanied by a usage instruction. Purple Sky Thunder Talisman. Please affix this talisman to the pot to protect the 9-transformation spiritual orchid from being devoured by gluttonous demonic beasts. Chen Huayan. Gluttonous demonic beasts are now involved. The only creatures in this room were mosquitoes and a silly cat. Never mind, he would consider it a decorative item. Despite the presence of a mere blade of grass, the pot, adorned with carvings of heavenly palaces and auspicious clouds, was quite visually appealing. He removed the talisman and affixed it to the pot. A pot embellished with a talisman alongside a wilting grass still appeared rather eccentric from a distance, unlike anything a normal person would undertake. In the game, Li Qingran was circling the bed, clutching clothes, and seeing no other matters at hand. Chen Huayan logged off. After laboring for so long, he had yet to eat breakfast. Once he had his meal, he planned to practice swordplay in the square, wondering if that old man would be present today. While Chen Huayan busied himself with breakfast, Bat Ji stealthily approached the 9-transformation spiritual orchid. The closer it drew, the more potent the aura emanating from it became. How could such a spiritual herb exist in this era of scarce spiritual energy? Where on earth did this esteemed figure acquire it? It pondered over the 9-transformation spiritual herb, utterly baffled. Nevertheless, it mattered little, as it did not deter its appetite. It edged closer, greedily swallowing its saliva. Suddenly, crackling sounds erupted. With the crackle of electricity, an overwhelming pressure loomed overhead, causing it to hastily retreat to the sofa in a panic. Baji then noticed a piece of yellow paper affixed to the side of the pot. It was a talisman, even more formidable than those on the doors and windows. Should it dare to touch that pot, it would meet its demise instantly. As it retreated to a safe distance, the thunder emanating from the talisman receded. I was indeed too naive. Baji gazed at the spiritually protected herb, tilting its head at a 45-degree angle toward the sky. How could such exquisite delicacies ever be offered to a beast like me? With a self-deprecating shake of its head, it resumed gnawing on the unfinished chow hei duck. Regardless of the circumstances, with this spiritual herb in place, a realm suitable for cultivation would soon manifest. At that time, everything in the room would be suffused with spiritual energy. Ordinary rice would transform into spiritual rice, and the chow hei duck would evolve into a spiritual black duck. Even a fish nurtured for a prolonged period could attain sentience. Thus, despite the fact that what it consumed was still excrement, it had at least been elevated to the status of chocolate flavored with a hint of waste. The beast comforted itself with this thought, savoring its meal ever more delightfully. Meanwhile, a new short video caught Chen Huayan's attention while he was scrolling through Douyin. Wild wolves have appeared at Tianmen Mountain to safeguard the lives of tourists. Relevant departments have intervened concerning such a colossal wild wolf. Let's listen to what our experts have to say. Greetings, everyone. I am Professor Wang, an honorary academician of canine species at Xi Province Agricultural University. The wild wolf spotted at Tianmen Mountain is indeed enormous, and many have even speculated whether it might be a mythical creature. Ha ha ha. I implore you not to believe such fanciful notions. This wild wolf is actually a mutated organism, having ingested contaminated seawater. While it appears formidable, its physical coordination is quite poor, and its aggressiveness is markedly lower than that of a typical wild wolf. As Chen Huayan watched the old man with white hair spouting nonsense, the corners of his mouth twitched in disbelief. Low aggression? Did that low aggression allow it to dismantle a van as if it were a mere toy? Nonetheless, It was true that numerous mutated organisms had emerged in the last decade, primarily due to a grievous event that had transpired 10 years prior. At that time, many were indifferent, until the dire consequences of seawater pollution began to manifest before their eyes. The existence of mutated organisms was one such consequence. Previously, there were whispers that the chickens used in the catering industry were multi-legged and multi-winged, which may have been taken as mere jest. However, now there have been veritable sightings of chickens with 3 or even 5 heads. Once confined to laboratories, these multi-headed chickens occasionally appeared even in breeding farms. Moreover, these mutated multi-headed chickens not only avoided premature demise, but also boasted extended lifespans, with each head possessing its own cognition, often leading to internal conflict. As the saying goes, rarity enhances value. Although the safety of multi-headed chickens had yet to be established, some regions had already embraced the consumption of such creatures as a trend, with certain farms even beginning to cultivate them deliberately. Like most ordinary individuals, Chen Huayan believed that mutated organisms would inevitably pose a threat to humanity. However, for the moment, these creatures remained within controllable limits, susceptible to bullets. When they eventually evolved to a point where they could withstand cannon fire, it would likely be impossible to conceal the truth any longer. Chen Huayan doubted he would witness that day. After all, he likely would not survive the year. Once he was gone, who would care about the impending deluge? Fortunately, that girl arrived promptly, brandishing a handgun, and with a single shot, she felled the wolf. Additionally, I must lodge a complaint against the Shuangwang van. Its quality is utterly abysmal. I merely closed the door with a bit of force, and it fell off on its own. What? You say that was a young-looking female security officer? Indeed, it is no wonder that there are firearms. I had presumed it to be a mere middle school student. Ah, how amusing. Is that not Director Zhang? The scene shifts, and Chen Huayan gazes at the middle-aged man being interviewed by reporters, involuntarily flashing a broad grin. Another wolf was struck down by lightning. Thank heavens. Had it not been for that, the other 3 individuals in the crew would surely have faced dire consequences. Several images of the lightning strike emerge, showcasing the mutated wolf charred to a crisp. Meanwhile, as Chen Huayan shovels food into his mouth, he suddenly pauses, struck by a realization. Observing the lightning strike site, he recalls the peculiarities, the thunder he had heard, this eerily familiar lightning pit, and a missing thunderfire talisman. He rummages through his windbreaker, retrieving a few crumpled talismans, his gaze fixating on the vermilion characters inscribed upon them. Carefully, he places the 7 talismans upon a coffee table, gingerly prodding them twice. After a moment, he stares blankly and mutters, "Could it be that these are indeed genuine talismans?" Chapter 74. Is there something wrong with this plant? From a young age, Chun Xianjuan exhibited a sharp intellect. While others might have been blissfully oblivious to the changes occurring in their bodies, he was different. The moment he sensed something amiss, he discerned the truth. Cancer cells, those most enigmatic of entities, had awakened his genetic potential, augmenting him into a diminished version of Supu Ermin. Although he could not vanquish the wolf with a single strike, his regenerative ability allowed him to engage in a fierce struggle with the beast, enabling him to survive 30 seconds longer than an ordinary person. This, indeed, was extraordinary power. His keen mind recalled certain details from the previous night. Firstly, where had that young girl found the talisman? As far as he knew, it was near the corpse of the wild wolf. Secondly, the potency and effects of this talisman were strikingly similar to the common Thunderfire talisman found in games. Moreover, there was a critical detail regarding the wolf's remains. Had it been struck by lightning, there would have been severe damage to its back or head. Yet in reality, this mutated wolf had lost a left leg, as if it had been blown apart by a landmine. Connecting these 3 points was indeed thought-provoking. He had ample reason to suspect that during his hurried escape, he had inadvertently dropped 2 talismans, and the mutated wolf had accidentally stepped on one, resulting in that familiar thunderous boom. Thus, the truth was unveiled. The mutated wolf had been annihilated by his talisman. How enlightening. Even Conan would falter in the face of such deductive reasoning. This revelation implied that there were currently 7 C4 explosives resting on his coffee table. Chen Huayan instinctively distanced himself from the table. Yet, If these talismans were prone to spontaneous detonation, they would have exploded long ago. Was he merely overthinking? Although he had informed the housekeeper that there was no need to clean his room due to a cat's presence, she would still tend to the adjacent room and occasionally pass by his door. Therefore, the activation of the talismans must hinge upon specific conditions, including a method of deliberate activation. How does one utilize a talisman? Naturally, one would throw it. Chun Huayan felt a surge of excitement as he swiftly gathered the talismans from the coffee table, donned his clothing, and exited. Not long after he left, the door to room 419 creaked open stealthily. What an opportunity! The handsome figure had vacated. Lin Lingling peeked out, her eyes glinting with determination. She had been waiting for the moment Chun Huayan would leave. She intended to explore his room, hoping to uncover some clues. The door was certainly off limits, leaving only the window as her means of entry. With a deft leap, Lin Lingling vaulted through the window at the end of the corridor. It was just past 6 in the morning, and many were already heading to work. However, her movements were swift and graceful, allowing her to traverse the air conditioning unit with ease, reaching Chun Huayan's window without attracting the attention of passers-by below. The window of room 418 bore a yellow paper, radiating an imposing aura that seemed to warn her. Intruder shall be met with lethal consequences. Lin Lingling hesitated, taken aback by the warning. Was he truly so vigilant? Did he possess the capability to wield talismans? Peering through the window, she found no indication of anything amiss within. To be candid, what could possibly be amiss? Who would cultivate a mere pot of ordinary grass on a windowsill? Moreover, employing such grotesquely vibrant soil is indeed peculiar. No, this plant harbors secrets. Lin Lingling fixated on the seemingly mundane grass. Since becoming a martial artist, her vision now surpassed that of the average person, enabling her to discern details unnoticed by others. To her astonishment, the grass blades were adorned with intricate, resplendent engravings along their veins. The corridor twisted elegantly, the eaves pecked high, each embraced the terrain, engaging in a silent rivalry. Lin Lingling widened her eyes, even forgetting to breathe. This delicate grass leaf was unexpectedly illustrating a subtle depiction of a celestial palace in the clouds. Had her angle not aligned perfectly with the sunlight, coupled with her extraordinary vision, she would have never perceived it. Was this artistry the work of a sculptor? No, that seemed implausible. She swiftly dismissed this notion, for there were no signs of carving. Each stroke appeared to be a harmonious part of nature, evoking an innate sense of authenticity. It was as if this plant had been destined to flourish in such a manner, adorned with such luxurious foliage since its inception. This was undoubtedly not an ordinary plant. Yet the secrets it held were beyond her comprehension at her current level. To uncover the true nature of this botanical enigma, perhaps she would need to deliver it to the Demon Slayer Bureau. However, even without the yellow talisman on the window, she dared not proceed. Firstly, such an action would be unethical. She had already prepared to intrude upon someone's home. How could she then tamper with their possessions? Secondly, should this handsome individual truly be a formidable figure, her mere curiosity might lead to her being incapacitated and humiliated, but to abscond with their belongings? That would likely result in her being reduced to ashes in an instant. She had yet to fully experience the vastness of this world. A premonition stirred within her. One day, she would soar through the skies on a flying sword. Thus, while a limp may be bearable, her life was not expendable. If she could not enter, she would simply seek another opportunity in the future. Lin Lingling, fearing the return of Chun Huayan, prepared to withdraw. But just then, hiss, a low growl, laden with murderous intent, resonated. A chill ran down Lin Lingling's spine, as if she had fallen into an ice pit. Her neck seemed to be compelled to turn slightly, revealing an unexpected black cat perched at the edge of the windowsill, its golden eyes fixated upon her. The gaze resembled that of one scrutinizing a mere rodent. Was that growl emitted by this black cat? It sounded like steel scraping against shards of glass, sharp and ferocious, with a desire to obliterate everything. The black cat approached with graceful strides, exuding the aura of a sovereign. Sunlight shifted upon its form, casting a colossal and grotesque shadow upon the wall behind it. A demon. Upon witnessing that shadow, Lin Lingling's pupils constricted. This demon-S level was indeterminate, yet the oppressive aura it emanated rendered her immobile. So, that person cohabited with this demon? How did they coexist harmoniously? There was no time for further contemplation. Suddenly, the black cat raised a paw and, with a resounding thud, struck down. Buzz! A circle of black ripples radiated outward, striking Lin Lingling like a whip. She regained control of her body, but it was too late. A tremendous force crashed into her, causing her insides to churn violently, and with a slip of her foot, she plunged from the windowsill. Baji approached the window, maintaining a fist-s distance from the yellow talisman affixed to it, gazing at the girl who lay unconscious on the rain canopy, and let out a snort. What a fool to covet the Great One's spiritual plant. Alas, I cannot touch her, otherwise she would surely meet her demise today. Baji was thoroughly displeased, but had no choice but to relent. It cast a fearful glance at the talisman on the flower pot, which flickered ominously, warning it, and hastily retreated from the windowsill to curl up obediently on the sofa. In the eyes of this enlightened master, it was merely a cat. Therefore, it could only fulfill the role of a good cat. Otherwise, if its true nature were to be exposed one day, it would meet a most tragic end. Meanwhile, Chen Huayan had arrived at a corner of the square. He did not go to the spot where the old man practiced martial arts. Before that, he needed to ascertain whether this talisman could indeed be utilized. Chapter 75. Is it the wrong posture? Extra chapter sponsored by Wang Yao, who admires Xiao Guanzhong. Contemplating the lawn before him, Chen Huayan pondered the cost of creating a crater in the square. Though he currently possessed a fair amount of wealth, it seemed insufficient to cover the damages. Was there anything he could destroy without incurring a liability? After much deliberation, he found himself at a nearby dump, where the residents' refuse was nearly overflowing and the garbage truck had yet to arrive. Since it was all waste, creating a pit here should pose no issue. Thus, he prepared himself. Chen Huayan focused intently, inhaled deeply, and retrieved a thunder talisman from his bag, pinching it between his index and ring fingers before swiftly drawing it out. Bayu, the talisman, flew half a meter before crashing to the ground. That's not right. The talisman must be accompanied by an incantation. He picked it up and shouted decisively, "Guayaya!" urgent as the law commands. Bayu, the talisman, soared half a meter and fell again. Was it the incantation that was flawed? Furrowing his brow, Chen Huayan cried out once more, "Concentrate! Go! Away with you! Ziziao more biting! Cluck you! Saipan!" The thunder talisman repeatedly tumbled to the earth. Chen Huayan fell into deep thought. No, in the game, he had never uttered any incantations. It couldn't be the words that were the issue. It must be the posture. What stance did the immortal adopt when casting talismans? He struck various poses: the rotational shot-put throw, the running javelin toss, the single-handed poker flick, and the one-handed salt sprinkle. Yet, none proved effective. How navi I been? Chen Huayan gazed skyward, his eyes forming a melancholic 45-degree angle with the horizon. And with a self-deprecating smile, he mused, what talismans? What cultivation realm? Merely the idle fantasies of a dying cancer patient. A stray dog passed by Chen Huayan's feet, sniffing at his shoes before abruptly recoiling in terror, whimpering as it fled as if it had seen a ghost. Chen Huayan was momentarily taken aback, but then a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. The talisman had originally activated upon contact with a living being. Simply throwing it was incorrect. He lacked a specific target. What could serve as an appropriate target for his experiment? Instinctively, the image of Baji emerged in his mind. In the room, Baji, sleeping on the sofa, suddenly shivered, feeling a chill wash over him from head to toe. Yet he looked around and sensed no source for this ominous aura. No, Baji was far too adorable. He couldn't bear to harm a small creature. Chen Huayan shook his head, and the menacing energy surrounding Baji dissipated. Perhaps he could buy a fish at the market on his way back. This seemed the only viable target, as he had intended to consume it anyway. Moreover, the process of killing a fish typically involved scaling and gutting it. But if the talisman activated, it would swiftly carbonize the fish in an instant, absolving him of any cruelty towards living beings. With a heart full of anticipation, Chen Huayan cheerfully made his way to the old master's training grounds, where he indeed found the venerable elder present. "Ah, young man, why didn't you come yesterday? I thought you might be a fleeting interest," the old man quipped, his eyes suddenly sparkling upon seeing Chen Huayan. The previous day's absence had left him rather forlorn. How could that be, Oldly? I had matters to attend to yesterday," Chen Huayan replied, setting his phone on a selfie stick. As he opened the game, he was nearly overwhelmed by a sudden rush of blood to his nose. There before him was Li Qingran, now clad in the newly purchased nightgown, perfectly fitted. She sat gracefully on her bed, her cheeks flushed like spilled vermilion, and her neck adorned with a rosy hue. Her hair cascaded naturally, concealing her earlobes and part of her ear, resembling red jade nestled within black silk. She puffed her cheeks to blow her bangs aside, revealing a smooth forehead. Her slender neck supported an oval face, and her enchanting eyes, filled with emotion, occasionally gazed at the ceiling as if awaiting something. As she tilted her head, her delicate collarbone came into full view, reminiscent of pavilions atop mountain peaks, upheld by the fullness of white jade hills. The valley below, shrouded in shadows, lacked the vibrancy of spring. There lay a stretch of emerald, a phoenix of jade, entwined with crimson threads akin to a string of winter-sweet petals scattered across the snow. Her waist, as slender as a willow, was hardly graspable. In the dim candlelight, her dainty feet danced lightly, swaying her waist gently, like a breeze carrying the essence of the night. But upon glancing at those dainty feet, Chen Huayan was startled. "What are you staring at? It's pitch black," he exclaimed, instinctively covering the screen, awkwardly chuckling. Nothing at all, just reviewing some postgraduate materials. Ahaha. You're quite perceptive. My grandson is about your age, constantly consumed with entrepreneurial dreams, even after losing 20 million and still pursuing new ventures. Old Li lamented, shaking his head in exasperation. "Wait a moment, Old Li. What did you just say?" "I said my grandson is starting a business." "The part after that? Lost 20 million? Yes, indeed." A smile of obsequiousness spread across Chen Huayan's face. "Old Li, the pressures of entrepreneurship are genuinely overwhelming. I believe it's rather cruel to place all that burden on your grandson. Why not count me in?" "Well, that is not entirely out of the question," Old Li replied, waving his hand dismissively. "The main issue is that my grandson is taking out loans." "Then let us get back to practicing," Chen Huayan suggested, steering the conversation back to training. He forced himself to avert his gaze from Li Qingran and instead brought up the progress of the Qinglian sword manual. A glance left him utterly befuddled. The first 12 chapters of the sword manual had all reached an astonishing 99 mastery. With just a bit more practice, he could achieve minor success. Moreover, the first 2 forms, long wind breaking waves and sword light emerging from the sheath, had been unlocked and were ready for cultivation. What on earth has transpired? Chen Huayan thought, utterly bewildered. He could not recall having practiced these techniques. How had they all reached the cusp of minor success? Could it be that he had been training in his dreams? "You seem quite interested in swordsmanship, young man," the old master remarked, as Chen Huayan continued to probe for answers. A voice, tinged with a hint of boastfulness, emerged from beside me. "Old Li," with an air of self-satisfaction. "The other day, I returned home and pondered over your earlier stance. It was indeed a manifestation of swordsmanship. Consequently, I took the liberty to revisit the Tai Chi sword techniques I had learned in the past. What do you say? Would you care to learn a thing or two from this old man?" Chen Huayan squinted his eyes in response. "What is that? Are you saying that your sword play is quite exceptional, old fellow?" Clearing his throat, Old Li raised his chin with an air of nonchalance. "Well, it's rather average. I suppose I might rank first in the entire province." "Wow, that's remarkably impressive." Old Li, clearly pleased, patted Chen Huayan on the shoulder and declared, "I assure you, after witnessing just one demonstration of my swordplay, you'll be eager to call me your master." Chapter 76. What? Sword Chi. Upon witnessing the self-aggrandizing display of Li Lao, Chen Huayan could not help but feel a surge of anticipation. "Young man, prepare yourself. My swordplay is extraordinarily impressive." With that, Li Lao assumed a stance and executed a series of Tai Chi sword movements, transitioning from slow to fast and back again. Truly, The old master-esque technique was exceptional. Given Chen Huayan's aesthetic sensibilities and knowledge, he could only concede to such mastery. Li Lao's swordsmanship was indeed graceful, showcasing a profound foundation. Seamless and fluid without a hint of interruption. It even appeared as though it could be utilized in combat. Yet, there lingered a sense that it leaned more towards performance than practicality. He could not articulate precisely what felt superfluous, but he sensed that some movements might be streamlined or altered for greater effect. However, he was no master himself and felt hesitant to offer critique. How does it measure up? Sufficiently sword-like, wouldn't you agree? Li Lao stroked his beard, sheathing his sword, pride radiating from his countenance as he prepared to receive a grand compliment of 3,000 words from Chen Huayan. Indeed, it is quite sword-like. Chen Huayan raised his thumb in approval. Li Lao, however, was not satisfied. What? Do you think my swordplay lacks something? Not at all. Chen Huayan recognized Li Lao's misunderstanding, but found himself at a loss for words. He merely scratched his head and continued, Li Lao, I've recently experienced a moment of enlightenment. Perhaps you could take a look? Very well, but should you falter, I shall not hold back. All right then, may I borrow your sword? Chen Huayan accepted the weapon from Li Lao, centering himself, his eyes slightly closed, grounding his stance, and adopting the posture of the first chapter of the Qinglian sword manual. Crane standing. As he commenced, Li Lao's initially critical gaze widened in astonishment. In the brief span of a day, this young man seemed transformed. Not only had he recovered, but just days ago he had appeared a novice. Yet now his movements flowed harmoniously, and most crucially, he had grasped the essence, spirit. The modern martial arts community is often derided for its superficiality, which in truth mimics the form of martial arts while lacking the essential shen. A complete martial art embodies both form and spirit, with shen being far more significant than mere form. Why did ancient soldiers tirelessly practice thrusting movements? To seek breakthroughs and moments of understanding through countless repetitions. How to exert force for a more penetrating strike. What angles facilitate ease in breaching armor, and how to extricate oneself from impediments. All these considerations culminate in the instant reaction that embodies shen. Building upon this foundation, one continues to push boundaries, gaining insights amid the fray. A fledgling soldier who masters the spirit of a thrust can ascend to the rank of centurion, while a seasoned warrior is one who wields a greater mastery of shen. As Chen Huayan contemplated these truths, he completed the first 12 chapters of the sword manual. Initially, his movements were fixed. Gradually, they melded into a fluid dance of swordplay, thrusts and slashes executed with effortless grace. In a daze, Li Lao perceived within Chen Huayan the image of a white-clad swordsman, dancing with his sword in one hand and a jug of wine in the other, exuberant and wild. Akin to a wandering dragon. How could this be? Li Lao was left speechless. This young man was no novice. He was in fact a master. No, even a masters he has encountered could never embody the essence of divinity within so many movements. Many masters have achieved renown merely by expressing divinity through 2 or 3 strokes. But who is this young man? Suddenly, the ethereal figure in his line of sight came to an abrupt halt. Chen Huayan stood tall, eyes closed, sheathing his sword, left hand resting on the scabbard and right hand poised on the hilt. A breeze stirred, raising a hint of sharp energy. A meteoric white feather adorned his waist, as the sword flower blossomed like an autumn lotus upon its release. With that, the sword was drawn. Clang! Li Lao could not discern Chen Huayan's sword. He could only perceive a flash of brilliant light beneath the sun. That arc of light shattered into fragments, resembling a blooming autumn lotus. As the hissing of the sword echoed, the petals of the lotus crumbled and withered. Chen Huayan, with a resonant sound, returned the sword to its sheath. Li Lao stared blankly at Chen Huayan, a lump lodged in his throat, unable to utter a sound, only feeling a buzzing in his mind. Was this truly a sword technique that a young man could manifest? That autumn lotus just now was indeed a sword flower, wasn't he it? How much strength and speed must one possess? How many years of dedication must have been poured into that technique? This is quite remarkable. Chen Huayan sighed and shook his head as he gazed at the old poplar tree before him. His original intent had been to chop down a branch of the tree. Although Li Lao's sword was not sharpened, he believed even a child wielding such a heavy sword could manage it if they aimed correctly, right? Yet the branch still swayed in the wind. Never mind, I should be content with the semblance of what the game taught me. Chen Huayan had already grasped the underlying principles. Previously, he had donned the gaming helmet, which, through neural mapping technology, had imprinted the sword techniques into his memory. Thus, he was able to execute them so fluidly today. Chen Huayan glanced at the time. It was nearing 9 o'clock. He felt no particular urgency. Yet he was surprised at how long he had been practicing those techniques. Li Lao, it's getting late, and I must visit the market, so I'll take my leave now. He handed the sword to the still-dazed Li Lao, assisting him in securing the sword in its sheath before turning to depart. Chen Huayan walked for some time before Li Lao regained his senses. He said nothing, merely approaching the poplar tree with a serious expression. His gaze did not fixate on the branches, but rather scrutinized the trunk, exploring it with his hands. Soon, he discovered a deep sword mark on the sturdy trunk, as fine as a strand of hair, which might have gone unnoticed by the naked eye had he not felt for it with his fingers. Li Lao Yinan deeply. The muscles in his face twitched, his eyes filled with disbelief. He circled to the opposite side of the poplar and found another hair-thin mark in a corresponding position. Sword energy. Could it truly be sword energy? Trembling, Li Lao retrieved his phone and dialed a number. A rough, smoky voice answered on the other end. Hello, Li Lao. It's been a while since we last spoke. Have you forgotten your old friend? Old Peng. I have something to tell you. Brace yourself, Li Lao replied, unfazed by the teasing tone. I've encountered a young man who can wield sword energy. What? The voice from across the way rose by 8 degrees. Are you certain? Absolutely. Old Li fumbled along the sword marks on the poplar tree, his voice trembling slightly. Right before my eyes, I swear in an instant that bastard cleaved the trunk clean through with a single stroke. Old Li, wait there and do not move. I shall come over from the Demon Extermination Department immediately. Meanwhile, in a narrow alley beneath the hotel, Lin Lingling emerged, limping painfully. Though she maintained a facade of calmness, the occasional twitch of her face betrayed the agony she was enduring. That demon was no ordinary foe. Its malevolent energy had suppressed me to the point of immobility, and it could hurl me away without even laying a finger on me. Lin Lingling had never encountered such a formidable demon. At least among those she had heard of, none compared to this one. Damn it! My ribs must be broken in at least 3 places. This situation is beyond my capabilities as a mere novice. I must report to the Demon Extermination Department. She hailed a taxi by the roadside, dragging her agonized body into the vehicle. Chapter 77. Is Chen Huayan a time bomb? Ba, infinite longevity and blessings, amen. Fisherman, I am aware that you have taken on a demonic form. To prevent you from wreaking havoc upon the world in the future, I shall act on behalf of the heavens today. Chen Huayan bowed 3 times to the 10-pound big blue fish still wriggling on the cutting board, then retrieved a Thunderfire talisman bound with a clothesline. This was to ensure that his arm would not be shattered when the talisman was activated. My apologies. As the words left his mouth, Chen Huayan pressed the clothesline downwards, his eyes gleaming with intensity as he silently chanted, urgent as the law commands. With a splat, the big blue fish flopped once on the cutting board, its eyes bulging wide. Nothing happened. Chen Huayan fell silent, gazing at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle, his expression filled with desolation. I knew it all along. Cultivating immortality is merely a fleeting illusion. Becoming a tumor Superman is the only path forward. At the dining table, Baji stared in bewilderment at the oddly behaving Chen Huayan, his mind swirling with questions. What is this esteemed individual doing? Is he using a thunder talisman to kill a fish? Truly a big shot, so wealthy. But why isn't he holding the talisman? Ah, I see. Chen Huayan smacked his forehead, realizing the Thunderfire talisman must be held in hand, otherwise it cannot be triggered. Since that is the case, he took a bold step, directly pressing the talisman onto the big blue fish. The fish thrashed violently once more. Still, nothing happened. Chen Huayan. Bazi. He did not understand. If the big shot wished to kill the fish, why did he not infuse the talisman with spiritual energy? Did he not know that actively triggering a talisman requires such energy? Such stationary talismans possess this characteristic. They either activate automatically upon sensing demonic energy, murderous intent, or malevolence, or the creator must infuse them with spiritual energy to trigger them. This esteemed individual couldn't he possibly be unaware, could he? No, that's impossible. This is a trap. Baji gazed at Chun Huayan's back, as if envisioning the sinister smile on his face. He must be feigning ignorance to lure me into revealing myself. Once my identity is exposed, I will be killed. I do not wish to die. Baji retreated step by step into the shadows. When would this life of trepidation come to an end? Only spiritual energy could offer him some solace. He had been trying his best to adopt the habits of cat, but there were still too many nuances to master in order to convincingly play the role of a proper feline. One could never be sure when he might inadvertently expose himself. Like just now. Forget it. I am indeed a Superman, yet merely a Superman. Chun Huayan shook his head, found a basin for the big blue fish, filled it with water, and placed the basin on the windowsill. The basin was a bit small. Half of the fish's tail still hung outside, but given the limited conditions, it would have to suffice. At least it was not dead. Baji, such a large fish. Do you not have the slightest interest? He turned in surprise to look at the little black cat. Ever since its injury had healed, this small black cat had been muttering to itself all day long. It certainly embodied the ancestral traits of a dairy cow cat. Baji was momentarily taken aback, then scrambled to the windowsill and began to lick the tail of the large blue fish, all the while glancing at Chun Huayan's expression. Chun Huayan thought to himself, this cat seems a bit eccentric. He chuckled softly and shook his head, choosing not to concern himself with Baji and the blue fish. Unbeknownst to him, the spiritual energy from the nine-turned spirit orchid was gradually permeating the entire room, seeping into his skin, nourishing both the malignant cells and his healthy cells and bones. He was oblivious to Baji actively absorbing the spiritual essence, and to the once lethargic blue fish, which was now becoming tranquil near the flower pot, no longer lying belly up. Change was subtly occurring. Chun Huayan merely opened the electronic girlfriend game, ready to teach Li Qingran how to wield a sword. Old Li, where is that young man you mentioned? A middle-aged man with a full beard was glancing around beneath a poplar tree. He said he was going to the market. By now, he must have already bought his groceries and returned home. The bearded man, growing anxious, exclaimed, why aren't you keeping an eye on him? Li the elder rolled his eyes. You told me to stay put. How can I watch him? Can I split myself in two? The bearded man opened his mouth, sighed, and conceded, fine. Let us first examine the sword marks. Li led the bearded man, and they circled the old poplar tree repeatedly. After a while, they paused beneath the tree, standing silently and gazing at the trunk, seemingly digesting a wealth of information. After a moment, Li broke the silence, asking the bearded man, what do you think? It's hard to say, the bearded man replied, his expression grave. Hard to say. Yes, I'm merely at the master level. What can I assert? Are you suggesting that this young man's swordsmanship has ascended to a level beyond that of a soldier? The bearded man fell silent, and Li, observing the bearded man's troubled expression, also lapsed into quietude. Master level? I dare not even contemplate it. Just reaching the soldier level is already astonishing. Old Li, remember last year when Wang Laohu recruited someone from our province? That young man was initially a video blogger, dabbling in ancient sword techniques for fun. Little did he expect that the resurgence of spiritual energy would favor him, allowing him to master those sword techniques overnight. When he went to the demon-slaying division for testing, he was classified as a master level A grade. Rumor has it he has since reached the soldier level, tackling numerous challenging incidents, gaining immense popularity yet. Even so, he could barely unleash his sword energy, and its potency was underwhelming compared to wielding the sword himself. I know that in great well, Li grunted, his fists clenched, fury flickering in his eyes. This matter was etched in his memory forever. Wu-hating, he had once assisted the young man in grasping the sword techniques, only for the youth to turn his back and be lured away by the demon-slaying division from the neighboring province. The Sea Province's demon-slaying division had invested considerable resources in cultivating him, only to have it benefit another. Consequently, over the past 2 years, they have struggled. With insufficient strong fighters, poor performance, and inefficiency in handling incidents, they were sometimes compelled to request personnel from other divisions. The embarrassment was secondary. The crux of the matter lies in the tragic loss of life caused by the monsters. Had there been a warrior of at least a soldier's rank among us, we would not be in such a dire predicament. Therefore, Old Li, it is imperative that you assist us in securing this young man for the Demon Slayer department. The bearded man grasped Old Li's hand, his tone earnest. Last month, several good children perished, and now there are fewer than 20 Demon Slayers capable of undertaking missions. This is not something I can promise, Old Li replied wearily, waving his hand and shaking his head with a sigh. I understand your difficulties and urgency, but we must not act hastily. Firstly, I am unaware of his whereabouts. Secondly, I have only recently made his acquaintance and know little of his background or character. If this young man has truly mastered sword energy, we would not stand a chance against him. Have you forgotten that out-of-control individual from 31 years ago? The carnage he wrought is unimaginable, and we have yet to apprehend him. It is precisely because we lack the strength to bear the risk that we have overestimated his humanity and desires. The bearded man fell silent once more. Indeed, given the current capabilities of the Demon Slayer department, should an unforeseen event occur, they would be utterly incapable of controlling a resurrector who commands sword energy. Although bullets and artillery still pose a threat to resurrectors, those of a master rank or above can anticipate danger, thus increasing their chances of evading gunfire. A soldier-level resurrector, provided they are not caught in a hail of bullets, can almost certainly evade death with the aid of cover. And those at higher ranks can deflect bullets using cold weapons. I understand now. The bearded man inhaled deeply. I was too eager for results. Old Li, let us do this. You continue to maintain contact with that young man. It would be best to devise a means to test his character. Once we ascertain that there are no issues, we can reveal some details about the Demon Slayer department to gauge his response. Agreed. Old Li nodded. He felt that since Chun Huayan was interested in swordsmanship and ancient martial arts, he would likely return here one morning, providing them with another opportunity to meet. At that time, he could inquire about the young man's residence, making future pursuits more convenient. Once their discussion concluded, the bearded man hailed a taxi back to the Demon Slayer department. Hardly had he settled into his seat when his phone vibrated. Glancing at the caller ID, he hurriedly answered, "Boss, there's been a situation." The voice on the other end was filled with panic. A civilian Demon Slayer has reported the suspected emergence of a first-class monster in Tianfu City, and there are two of them. Two first-class monsters? Understood. The bearded man's expression shifted, his fists tightening. I will return at once. After ending the call, he gazed out at the towering skyscrapers. A frown creased his brow as he observed the bustling streets filled with commuters rushing to work, oblivious to the chaos that was gradually enveloping the world. Neon lights flickered ominously. Malevolent spirits roamed freely in the American district, and many areas in Europe had become hunting grounds for vampires and werewolves. At times, he found himself reminiscing about his former life as a corporate drone. Though he lived like an NPC, at least he did not have to worry about suddenly meeting an untimely demise. Yet, fate is unpredictable. Recently, the appearance of monsters has become increasingly frequent. Chapter 78. Is this Lingxi Valley? Maple Rain and Clear Leaves 1. Qingran, dear, I've already grasped a bit of the Qinglian Sword Classic. I shall now transform you into an unparalleled sword immortal. Qingran, you have been my disciple for some time. It is now the moment for me to impart some self-defense techniques to you. As Li Qingran was about to settle down for meditation, the voice of her master resonated through the void. Would her master finally teach her the techniques? Joy filled Li Qingran's heart. Very well, master. I shall study diligently and will not bring shame upon you. She obediently sat on the cushion, placing her hands on her knees, her chest held high. Unbeknownst to her, her kneeling posture accentuated her slender waist and ample curves. The eager and admiring glimmer in her eyes caused Chun Huayan's heart to tremor profoundly. Such a small workshop. How terrifying. Chun Huayan marveled for the nth time. Today, I shall teach you a volume of sword techniques, named Qinglian Sword Classic, which comprises 36 chapters and 12 forms. I will first instruct you on the initial 12 chapters and the first 2 forms. Why not all 36 chapters and 12 forms? Li Qingran tightened her grip on her knees, a hint of anxiety and urgency in her gaze. Cautiously, she replied, "Master, I will certainly study hard. I am not as foolish as you think. You could try teaching me everything at once." Cough. "It is not that I deem you foolish, but this sword technique is formidable. We must build a solid foundation and progress step by step. Haste cannot yield results." Upon hearing Chun Huayan's words, Li Qingran fell silent. As long as her master did not think her dull, that would suffice. Previously, upon returning to Qingyun's sect, Taoist Qin Xian and Lu Changtian had voiced many sentiments about her being foolish and dim-witted. Now that she followed Chun Huayan, she was eager to prove herself and leave a favorable impression. Having been accustomed to abandonment, she did not wish to be discarded like refuse once more. For the first 12 chapters of the Qinglian Sword Classic, I shall demonstrate them for you first, and then we will dissect them one by one. Pay close attention. Chun Huayan positioned his phone on a selfie stick as per the game prompt, and the game automatically switched to the front camera for recording. What should he do next? He merely needed to demonstrate it once. He noticed a square appear in the upper left corner of the screen. Inside the square stood a white-haired celestial figure in dark robes, wielding a black-scaled sword, mirroring his current movements. Chun Huayan executed the monkey gazes at the moon posture. The celestial figure followed suit. "Ah, this is my game character. Now I remember." Chun Huayan regained his focus. He began to comprehend the essence of the game. If this were not a game, then what Li Qingran beheld would be the white-haired celestial, not the bald man clad in pajamas before her. As Chun Huayan anticipated, the moment he completed the movement, Li Qingran's surroundings blurred, as she found herself no longer in the small wooden cabin, but in a dimly lit, isolated space. Yet, amidst the gloom, a glimmer of light shone, revealing a figure 5 meters ahead. Clad in white and bearing a sword, with hair as white as snow, stood her master. The master before her exuded none of the terrifying pressure and oppressive aura found at the Qingyun sect, yet it stirred ripples within her heart. The master at Qingyun was far too distant, akin to a celestial being perched high above, whereas the current master seemed finally within reach, no longer an elusive mirage. Suddenly, without her realizing, the master had approached her. A ruler gently tapped the top of her head with a sharp sound. Not painful, but enough to make her cheeks flush with warmth, wishing fervently to find a place to hide. How amusing! The disciple's momentary distraction allowed for interaction, the expression still vividly animated. Chun Huayan wrapped the ruler against Li Qingran's forehead, waiting until her attention was focused, and she sat properly before he began to demonstrate the movements. Meanwhile, atop the falling sunset peak, a flying sword descended. Suan disembarked from the sword, carrying 2 wine gourds. This was the spirit wine he had brewed, its potency diminished to a third, rendering it non-intoxicating, yet delightful as a beverage, capable of both whetting the appetite and calming the mind, while also accelerating the absorption of spiritual energy. His senior sister mentioned that the newly arrived junior sister was stationed at the uninhabited Wanjian Peak, and his senior brothers and sisters. It was our duty to lend her support. Yet of the 6 jars of spirit wine he had brewed, only 3 remained after sharing. Suan shook his head with a sigh. If he were to give the junior sister 2 jars, he would be left with but 1. However, presenting only a single jar would feel inadequate. Ultimately, appearances held greater weight than substance. A gift must be given. He had heard the junior sister resided in a stone house at the mountain summit. Wait, a stone house? Suan froze, his eyes widening in disbelief. Goodness, was he truly at Falling Sunset Peak? Had he wandered into Lingxi Valley instead? The summit was certainly not a stone house. It was clearly an exquisitely decorated wooden dwelling. Most strikingly, the house was surrounded by 10 meticulously cultivated plots of spiritual farmland. The energy emanating from the soil, almost coalescing into mist. The wooden house nestled partially within a bamboo grove. A stream trickled gently from the depths of the bamboo, pooling into a clear pond beside the house, where lotuses bloomed and several cranes frolicked in the water. The clear pond reflected the bamboo, with lotus blossoms accentuating the pavilion. Gazing at the scenery before the door, Suan couldn't help but shake his head in astonishment. This was the true appearance of a celestial abode, in stark contrast to his own dwelling, which resembled a doghouse. Thus, a question arose. How had this junior sister transformed the mountaintop into such a spectacle in merely half a day? And what are these 10 plots of spiritual farmland? Was there some sort of magical artifact involved? Suen glanced at the 2 wine gourds in his hands, suddenly feeling hesitant to present them. He had never been adept at socializing, and witnessing this scene made him even more self-conscious. Perhaps it would be best if he did not enter at all. Standing on the stone steps before the wooden house, Suen placed the wine gourds down, preparing to leave when he suddenly sensed a faint aura of profound doubt emanating from within the small house. His expression shifted, murmuring, "Could it be that the junior sister possesses such extraordinary talent? Has she attained enlightenment in just half a day?" He surveyed the surroundings, noting the absence of any defensive measures near the wooden house. Enlightenment was crucial in cultivation and must not be disturbed. Thus, he resolved to set up a concealment array to protect the junior sister's tranquility. Suen patted his waist and with a flourish released an inky black flying sword. It circled the small wooden cabin, inscribing intricate patterns until the formation was complete. As the sword returned to its sheath, he scattered a handful of spirit stones at the heart of the formation. Within the sword pavilion, there was no peril. The purpose of establishing this concealment array was to signal to others that the occupants within wished to remain undisturbed, serving as an unconventional reminder. After completing this task, Suen nodded in satisfaction, gazing at the hidden wooden cabin, and mused, "How intriguing. The newly arrived junior sister has cultivated 10 plots of spiritual fields in less than half a day. I must share this with everyone later," inviting them all to the peak of falling sunset to witness the spectacle, thus continuing the traditions of the sword pavilion. He seemed to recall something amusing, and with a hearty laugh, he turned and soared into the sky atop his flying sword. Chapter 79. Surely, they want to occupy the house? Qingran. The essence of the Qinglian sword classic lies in the recitation of poetry, merging verse with the divine, each word a sword, with the ability to bestow greater power upon the swordplay. I see now, my disciple has taken note. Li Qingran gazed steadily at the figure clad in white, bearing a sword on her back, her heart increasingly convinced of one truth. Her master must indeed be a peerless sword sovereign. Consequently, her master's identity was further affirmed. She was undoubtedly the grand elder of the sword pavilion. The practitioners of the sword pavilion invariably exude a hint of sharpness, akin to a newly honed blade, brimming with vigor, or like a sword drawn from its sheath, its brilliance laid bare, or akin to a hidden blade, concealed yet potent. And some, like the pavilion master, possess a weighty presence akin to a mountain. Yet, not a single practitioner's aura could rival that of her master. She was a sword capable of cleaving the heavens, possessing an unparalleled sharpness. Such a keen sword must surely require a sheath of equal merit. She aspired to become such a sheath. However, her current self was still woefully inadequate. After a grueling 6 hours, Li Qingran barely managed to grasp the first 12 chapters of the Qinglian sword classic. She had never encountered such exquisite swordplay. These seemingly simple, foundational movements revealed their true complexity only when executed in unison. Merely striving to perfect each motion had drained a substantial portion of her spiritual energy. The depletion of her spiritual power and the fatigue weighing upon her rendered her nearly faint, and she longed to collapse onto her bed, to sleep under her master's warm, yet authoritative gaze. "Wait, master." Li Qingran suddenly bit her tongue. "No sleeping, hold on." Her master was currently teaching her swordplay. How could she be so careless? "Qingran, connect the movements and demonstrate for me once more. We shall conclude for today, and tomorrow I will teach you the first sword style, long wind breaking the waves." "Yes, master." Li Vingran sitit her resolve, silently enjuraging herself, and rose to perform the sword dance. Chun Huayan popped a peanut into his mouth, entranced by the screen. In truth, Li Qingran's 12 chapters of swordplay were merely a glimpse of mastery. He simply wished to witness her dance with the sword once more. Swish, swish, swish. The maiden on the screen, wielding a delicate string, stood poised like a crane, her steps graceful, exuding elegance as she elegantly wove intricate sword patterns. The fluttering of her garments, coupled with the glimmering sword light, resembled the first snowfall of the season, ethereal, and unpredictable. Chen Huayan watched, utterly captivated, oblivious to the passage of time, and failed to notice the fatigue etched upon the girl's face. By the time the 12 chapters were completed, Li Qingran was drenched in fragrant sweat. Her nightgown, already thin and translucent, offered Chen Huayan a feast for the eyes. "Master, how does Qingran's swordplay fare?" Li Qingran sheathed her sword, her right hand forcing itself to steady upon the hilt, while her left hand lifted her skirt to conceal the sword resting on the ground. She feigned calmness, yet could not hide her rapid breaths and the flush upon her cheeks. A bead of sweat slid from her brow to her delicate nose, then felt her lips, tickling her, prompting her to quickly flick out her small tongue to lick it away. With her toes, she could sense her own disarray. She had completely exhausted her spiritual energy, leading to a distortion in the final 2 chapters' movements. She was merely enduring her discomfort, forcing herself to complete the task at hand. Li Qingran gazed longingly at the ceiling, acutely aware that her master was observing her, a sensation she could distinctly feel. Yet, why had her master remained silent for so long? Did she deem Li Qingran's efforts unsatisfactory? Outside, Chen Huayan took a moment to calm his restless heart. "Excellent. Keep up the good work." Upon hearing her master's praise, Li Qingran's eyes sparkled with joy, her heart sweeter than honey. The weariness that enveloped her seemed to dissipate significantly. Wasn't this the moment she had been yearning for? No acknowledgement could compare to the approval of her master. "Master, your disciple is dull-witted, taking a full 6 hours merely to glimpse the path. I fear you could have achieved mastery in less than half an hour." Leaning gently against the lute, her fingers danced delicately in front of her chest, her downcast eyes concealing a hint of bashfulness. She was reluctant to let Chen Huayan leave, so she grasped for any topic to discuss. How amusing her words sounded. Chen Huayan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had practiced the movements of the Qinglian sword manual for a considerable time. Had he not utilized the helmet once to memorize the foundational actions, it would likely have taken him a week to reach a teaching level. Ahem, there is no need for modesty, my disciple. To have reached this understanding in 6 hours is commendable. Then, how long did it take you, master? Ahem, a quarter of an hour. Wow, the master is indeed remarkable. The disciple must strive to emulate her. Chen Huayan, feeling the heat rise to his face as he observed Li Qingran's adoration, hastily retreated after exchanging a few more words.